Sunlight streamed into the room through the curtains, casting a gentle glow. Naruto lay on his back on that old small bed, hands folded behind his head and legs crossed. He looked utterly downcast, unable to hold back a sigh. Originally, he had thought that being reincarnated as Naruto would make his childhood a little easier than in the original story. At the very least, he wouldn't have to endure such loneliness. But to his surprise, in just 3 days he had already spent all his money. There were only a few cartons of expired milk left in the fridge, and even lunch had become an issue. He grumbled inwardly. I knew it would be tough, but isn't this a bit too much? It's only been 3 days. How am I supposed to get through the rest? Feeling bored, Naruto stared out the window. He caught a glimpse of a masked ANBU ninja crouched in a nearby tree. That shock of spiky white hair made it immediately clear who it was: Kakashi. When you're feeling low, your mind tends to wander. Naruto couldn't help but grumble about Kakashi in his head. What a shame. Kakashi was so gifted, but because of Madara's schemes, Rin ended up dying by his hand. That crushed his spirit, and in the end he became nothing more than the copy ninja. He could have been so much more. At that moment, Kakashi sat on a branch, completely absorbed in the novel he was reading. Suddenly, Naruto's thoughts seemed to echo directly in his mind. Kakashi snapped the book shut instantly, tense, gripping his kunai and whispering under his breath, "Who's there?" He scanned his surroundings, searching for the source of the voice, but it seemed to resound inside his own mind. With no clear direction to follow, confusion filled him. What's going on? Is this some secret Yamanaka clan jutsu? But why would they say these things to me? Are they trying to comfort me? Or do they have another motive? Just then, Naruto's inner voice sounded again. Such a pity about the Sharingan. If only Kakashi could find his resolve again. With his talent and the Sharingan, he might even surpass the White Fang of the Leaf, or at least be his true successor. If Obito had shown up sooner and taken the Sharingan away, things might be different, but Obito's so stubborn. He always said he'd never reclaim a gift once given. The more Kakashi listened, the more shocked he became. He pondered silently. Obito, show up. Does that mean Obito isn't dead? Wait, this voice. It's Naruto. At first he thought he'd been caught in a Jinjutsu, unable to pinpoint the source of the voice. But this time he heard it clearly. It was definitely Naruto's voice. Kakashi made up his mind. Fixing his gaze on Naruto, he flickered in a blur of movement, appearing beside Naruto's window in the blink of an eye. Naruto, lost in his own thoughts, was startled by Kakashi's sudden appearance. He sat bolt upright on the bed, feigning panic as he stammered, who are you? What do you want? At the same time, he grumbled silently. What's going on? Why did Kakashi suddenly show up in front of me? Wasn't he supposed to be watching me from the shadows? But thinking about it, it made sense. After all, I was the son of his teacher, so it was only natural that we cross paths from time to time. At this moment, Kakashi could already be certain that the voice he'd just heard was in fact Naruto's inner monologue. He was also convinced that this had nothing to do with any secret technique from the Yamanaka clan. Naruto had never had any contact with them growing up, so there was no way he could possess such an ability. In fact, every move Naruto made had been closely monitored by the ANBU since he was a child, and Kakashi had read all the relevant reports. Right now, Kakashi didn't have time to wonder why he could hear Naruto's thoughts. He was simply overwhelmed by shock. What was going on? Did Naruto know about his true identity? That couldn't be the truth. Was known to only a handful of people, and within the ANBU, only he himself knew the details. There was no way the secret could have leaked. But then, how could Naruto know so much? Kakashi was full of questions, and since he'd stepped up to the window, he'd fallen silent, which only left Naruto more and more confused. Naruto couldn't help but complain inwardly. What on earth is Kakashi trying to do? He came all the way here, but hasn't said a single word. Now I'm stuck, not knowing whether to stay or go. Can't he just leave already? Naruto's thoughts snapped Kakashi back to reality. He removed his mask, fixing Naruto with a steady gaze, and said, "You must be Uzumaki Naruto, right? I'm Hitaki Kakashi. This is the first time we're officially meeting." Naruto put on an innocent expression and replied, "You know me. People usually just call me Ninetales. Hardly anyone uses my real name. So what do you want with me?" Yet inside, he was grumbling. Seriously? An ANBU member actually took off his mask in front of me. Isn't that against the rules? And he's wearing another mask underneath. How much does he not want people to see his face? Kakashi heard Naruto's words, but also caught his real thoughts, which gave him a bit of a headache. But for now, he couldn't be bothered with such details. He had broken the ANBU protocol by removing his mask, simply because he was determined to get to the bottom of Naruto's true situation, no matter what. All these years, he believed that Rin and Obito were both gone, Rin having died by his own hand, but the things he'd heard in Naruto's mind made him start to doubt what he thought he knew. Still, These were not questions he could ask directly, judging from Naruto's inner voice. Naruto didn't seem to realize that Kakashi could hear his thoughts. "It's nothing special. I just wanted to meet you," Kakashi said. Hearing this, a flicker of disappointment flashed across Naruto's face, but he quickly forced a bright smile. "I see. Well, it's already nice that someone wants to meet me at all." Yet inside, he was still complaining. "You really have nothing better to do than come here for a chat. You get an easy surveillance job, but I'm not that lucky. I haven't even figured out what to eat for lunch today. How do I have time to stand around and make small talk? Actually, I'm getting pretty hungry now. I should find a way to slip out and see if I can catch some fish by the river." Even Kakashi couldn't help the corner of his mouth twitching under his mask when he heard these inner thoughts. He hadn't expected such a stark contrast between Naruto's expression and what was going on inside, but then, thinking it over, it made sense. A child growing up in such loneliness would naturally learn to hide his true feelings as a way of protecting himself. Kakashi couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. "By the way, Naruto, I was just about to grab some lunch," Kakashi said, changing the subject. "Since this is our first time meeting, how about I treat you to a bowl of ramen?" he suggested. Naruto froze for a moment. Then his eyes widened in delighted surprise. He looked at Kakashi with eager anticipation. "Really? That's awesome. Wow, ramen. I've been craving ramen for so long, but I could never bring myself to spend the money. I can't believe Kakashi understands me so well. No wonder he was taught by my dad." This time Naruto's expression finally matched what he was feeling inside. Kakashi smiled faintly and pointed his thumb toward the door. "Well then, let's head out now and get some Ichiraku ramen." Naruto's eyes grew even brighter. He nodded enthusiastically, practically bouncing in place. "Let's go right now." The two of them left together, heading straight for the ramen shop. Along the way, some people cast Naruto cold or even hostile glances, but he paid them no mind at all. Right now, his head was filled with excitement at the thought of Ichiraku's ramen. Soon they arrived at the shop. The owner, one of the few villagers who treated Naruto without prejudice, greeted the new customers with a warm smile. "What can I get you two today?" Before Kakashi could say a word, Naruto had already plopped down and slapped the table with enthusiasm. "Give me the biggest, most expensive bowl of ramen you've got." After all, it was a rare chance to have Kakashi treat him, so of course he had to order the best. He couldn't let this opportunity go to waste. Kakashi shot Naruto a helpless look, shrugged, and sat down beside him. "Just a regular bowl of ramen for me." "All right, you two, just a moment. It'll be ready soon," the owner replied cheerfully. Before long, 2 steaming bowls of ramen were placed before them. Naruto immediately dug in, slurping noodles with gusto. Not just because his stomach was growling, but also because he'd been stuck eating instant noodles for days and had longed for a taste of real food. In no time at all, Naruto had polished off his huge bowl, not leaving a single drop behind. He patted his now round belly and let out a satisfied burp. "Ah, Ichiraku really lives up to its reputation. That was incredible." The owner beamed with pride at Naruto's praise. By contrast, Kakashi had finished his meal even faster. In truth, he'd wanted to talk to Naruto, but seeing how single-mindedly Naruto was eating, he didn't have the heart to interrupt, and waited until he was done. "Naruto, did you get enough to eat? If you're still hungry, feel free to order some more." I'm already full. "Thank you so much, big brother Kakashi," Naruto replied, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. "Hey, if I call Kakashi big brother now, then when he becomes my teacher in the future, I can keep calling him that. That way, won't I be a whole generation above Sasuke?" Just thinking about it makes me happy. At first, Kakashi didn't find it strange to hear Naruto call him big brother. After all, Naruto's father had once been his own teacher, so by seniority, Naruto did have the right to address him like that. But when Kakashi heard Naruto's inner thoughts, he was utterly shocked. "What? I'll become Naruto's teacher in the future? Does that mean Naruto can see the future? How could that be possible? Events from the past, like the deaths of Obito and Rin. Maybe someone told Naruto about those, so it's not entirely out of the question for him to know. But now Naruto's saying, I'll become his teacher one day. He's practically predicting the future. If that's true, doesn't it mean Naruto can look back at the past and foresee what's to come?" A wave of anxiety swept through Kakashi. He decided to test Naruto. He reached into his pouch and took out a special 3-pronged kunai, holding it out to Naruto. "Naruto, I don't have much on me, but take this kunai as a little gift. I hope you'll like it." Naruto looked at the kunai in surprise, then glanced back at Kakashi. He purposely put on an expression so touched it seemed tears would spill from his eyes. Grabbing the kunai, he wiped at his face, pretending to be moved too. Tears, in truth, he just rubbed his eyes hard enough to make them red, faking the appearance of having cried. "Big brother Kakashi, you're so kind. Not only did you come up and get to know me, you treated me to ramen. And now you're even giving me a present from now on. You're the closest big brother I have." What's Kakashi really up to? Treating me to ramen was one thing, but now he's giving me my late father's special kunai. Could he be trying to return it to its original owner, but wouldn't? That risk giving away my identity. Would the third Hokage even allow this? At that moment, Naruto was still rubbing his eyes and didn't notice the look of shock on Kakashi's face. Kakashi was starting to believe at least half of what Naruto had said. Did they really know each other? Was Naruto truly hiding such secrets? Could it be that everything he said before was real? Obito is actually alive. Rin took her own life using my hand. What on earth really happened? Lost in these questions, Kakashi gradually regained his composure and smiled as he patted Naruto's head. As long as you like it, the kunai is yours. I hope you grow up to be an excellent ninja. Naruto's little performance was drawing to a close. He looked up, his eyes red from his own rubbing, and gazed at Kakashi with a serious expression before giving a resolute nod. Yeah, I'll definitely become an outstanding ninja. I want to be Hokage, so that everyone will acknowledge me. Big brother Kakashi, I heard that children in Konoha can go to the ninja academy when they turn 6. I'm 6 now too. Can I go to school? Seeing Naruto's ambition, not only wanting to become an outstanding ninja, but also aiming to be Hokage. Kakashi felt gratified. A gentle smile appeared on his face before he even realized it. He chuckled softly. I'm really glad to hear you think that. You can. I really do want to go to school, at least if I'm at school. I won't have to worry about finding my next meal. I can rest during class. And after class, I can chat with Hinata. Her family is so wealthy. I have to seize the opportunity. And if nothing else, there's always Irika-sensei, who sometimes treats me to ramen. Just thinking about days like those makes me happy. I really hope I can start school soon. Imagining the wonderful life that awaited him at school, Naruto was filled with anticipation. But just as Kakashi was halfway through his sentence, he suddenly stopped, and his smile froze. He had assumed Naruto was full of drive, but it turned out that Naruto's mind was on skipping class, chatting up girls after school, and not at all on being a hard-working student. Naruto, meanwhile, had no idea what was going through Kakashi's mind. Since the mask hid his expression, he only thought it strange that Kakashi had suddenly gone silent. Big brother Kakashi, why did you stop talking? Naruto asked, puzzled. Oh, it's nothing, Kakashi replied, snapping out of his thoughts. If you want to go to school, that shouldn't be a problem, but you have to remember, not everyone gets into the ninja academy. Once you're admitted, you have to work twice as hard, pay attention in class, and it's best not to get distracted by crushes. Okay, don't worry, I'll definitely study hard. Yeah, right, study hard. I've tried that for 6 years and I'm still at the bottom of the class. Might as well relax, enjoy these years, and try to win myself a girlfriend while I'm at it. Bottom of the class. Naruto's grades are at the bottom? That's unacceptable. Since I'll be Naruto's teacher in the future, why not start guiding him now? Maybe I can even use this chance to learn more about Rin and Obito. With that thought, Kakashi's gaze grew resolute, making Naruto even more confused. Big brother Kakashi, why are you suddenly looking at me like that? Naruto asked, perplexed. Oh, it's nothing, just something that crossed my mind, Kakashi replied. Naruto, I have something to take care of, so I'll get going here. Take this. As he spoke, Kakashi pulled a 1,000 ryo bill from his wallet and handed it to Naruto. Naruto's eyes lit up instantly. He grabbed the money, almost afraid Kakashi would take it back. 1,000 ryo wasn't exactly a fortune. The bowl of ramen Naruto had just eaten cost over 300 ryo, while the ordinary ramen Kakashi ordered was more than 70 ryo. 1,000 ryo would only cover a few meals. But for Naruto, it was a significant sum. After all, the third Hokage only gave him 1,000 ryo a month for living expenses. That was why Naruto usually survived on instant noodles and expired milk. Thank you so much, brother Kakashi, Naruto said gratefully, calling him big. Brother was truly worth it. He thought to himself. At least for the next few days, he wouldn't have to worry about his meals, and he could even buy a little extra to keep in reserve. Kakashi smiled and gave a slight nod, and in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from sight. Naruto, too, left Itachi Ramen, stopping by on his way home to pick up instant noodles, bread, and milk. As evening fell in the Hokage's office, Kakashi knelt on one knee, his expression respectful. The third Hokage no longer wore his usual kindly look. Instead, his face was stern, even tinged with anger, as he fixed his gaze on Kakashi. Kakashi, why did you defy orders and go to Naruto? Danzo just come to see me about this. If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, it will be difficult for me to handle the situation. Slowly, Kakashi lifted his head and offered his ANBU mask with both hands. Lord Hokage, I request to temporarily resign from my position in the ANBU. The third Hokage did not take the mask. Instead, his brows drew together in a deep frown as he stared intently at Kakashi. For a long time, he said nothing. At last, he drew a slow breath from his pipe, his expression softening somewhat. I asked you to explain, not because I want to hold you accountable. You know as well as I do that Naruto's situation is unique. If you want to help him, you must have a valid reason. Kakashi's voice was calm, but resolute. Lord Hokage, do you know what Naruto's life is like right now? We're only halfway through the month, and already he's run out of food. All he's left at home are a few cartons of expired milk he found somewhere. He is the son of the fourth Hokage, the hero who sealed the Nine Tails. Yet his life is worse than that of an ordinary child at the orphanage. If things go on like this in a few years, how will you have the courage to face my teacher? Kakashi's words were nearly a direct rebuke. The third Hokage stared at him stunned, opening his mouth as if to argue, but was unable to defend himself. In the end, he could only sigh heavy with guilt. I did all this to protect Naruto too, but enough. For now, Naruto's living allowance will be raised to 3,000 Ryo. That should at least guarantee his basic needs. Keep your mask. This isn't your fault. You're dismissed. The third Hokage slumped back in his chair, waving his hand wearily. His face seemed even more aged than before. Yet Kakashi did not retrieve his mask. Instead, he stood up and with great solemnity placed it on the Hokage's desk before bowing deeply. Lord Hokage, my wish to resign from the ANBU is not because of this incident. The third Hokage was taken aback, looking at Kakashi with surprise. Not because of this. Then what is the reason? I plan to focus on training. I'm afraid I won't have enough time to continue my ANBU missions, so I wish to step down for now. The third Hokage arched an eyebrow, drew a long breath from his pipe, and fell into thought. What kind of training? Is it about the Sharingan? No, it's swordsmanship. I intend to inherit my father's blade. Hearing these words, the third Hokage's pipe shook abruptly in his hand. He stood up, his voice trembling with excitement. I never expected you would finally make such a decision. Back in the day, everyone remembers just how formidable the White Fang of the Leaf was. After White Fang passed away, I thought I would never witness swordsmanship like his again. I never imagined you'd be willing to follow in his footsteps. Good, very good. I approve. The third Hokage's earlier disappointment was swept away as he immediately sat back down, preparing to process Kakashi's resignation. But before he could put pen to paper, Kakashi spoke again. In addition, Lord Hokage, I'd like to request that Naruto be allowed to train with me. The fourth Hokage once showed me great kindness, and I would like to repay that to Naruto. Besides, if Naruto can grow stronger sooner, your burden will be much lighter as well. The third Hokage paused, his hand hovering over the paper, his brow furrowing in clear hesitation. This isn't easy. Even if I agree, the two elders and Danzo surely won't. Naruto's status is just too delicate. You don't have to worry, Kakashi replied calmly. Just tell them that I'll surpass the White Fang of the Leaf. With a larger allowance now, many of Naruto's troubles eased. He felt lighter at heart, and even slept more soundly. One day, he slept in late, and by the time he woke, the sun was already high in the sky. But Naruto didn't mind at all. He quickly washed up, prepared a bowl of instant noodles, poured himself a glass of milk, and sliced a few pieces of bread. Ready for a hearty breakfast. Looking at the simple but plentiful food on his table, Naruto couldn't help but rub his hands together and mutter to himself, "It's not quite as good as Ichiraka ramen, but it's already pretty great." Just as Naruto reached out for the bread, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Though a bit reluctant, he got up to answer it. Outside stood the third Hokage and Kakashi. The third Hokage stood in the center, smiling kindly as Naruto opened the door. Kakashi stood just behind the Hokage, this time without his ANBU mask. How strange, Naruto thought. Why would the third Hokage come to see me? It's not allowance day. And Kakashi isn't wearing his mask either. Though puzzled, Naruto kept his expression bright, pretending to be delighted. Ah, Grandpa Hokage, what brings you here? And Kakashi, big brother, too. Please come in. He warmly welcomed the two inside. Once they entered, Naruto returned to the table to continue his breakfast. His stomach was still rumbling, and he didn't want to delay his meal for guests, especially with his noodles ready to eat. Sitting down, Naruto began to eat his bread in big bites. The third Hokage lit his pipe and settled across from him, his gaze gentle and grandfatherly. Naruto, having breakfast, are you? Yeah, that's right. Have you eaten yet? Would you like some bread? I can share with you, Naruto spoke as he handed the piece of bread one he'd already taken a bite out of to the third Hokage. With his other hand, he raised his milk and took a big gulp, even though the third Hokage hadn't eaten breakfast yet. Seeing that bread with clear teeth marks, he most likely wouldn't accept it. To hell little. Naruto, I've already eaten. You go ahead and finish it yourself. Actually, I came here today mainly to discuss something with you. I'm planning to have you train under Kakashi. Once you're ready, you'll join the ANBU directly. What do you think? The third Hokage's words made Naruto spit out a mouthful of milk, which landed squarely on the Hokage's face. Naruto quickly clamped his mouth shut and struggled to swallow the rest of the milk. You mean the ANBU? He asked in disbelief. The third Hokage calmly took a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped the milk from his face, his once gentle smile fading into a composed calm. That's right, you met Kakashi yesterday, didn't you? Though he usually seems easygoing, he's actually an ANBU squad captain and an outstanding jonin. From now on, you'll train with him. When you're ready, you'll join the ANBU directly and become Kakashi's subordinate. What do you think? Naruto was momentarily stunned, his mind a complete jumble. He stared blankly at the third Hokage and Kakashi, unable to make sense of what was happening. What is going on? Why am I suddenly being asked to join the ANBU? If I join the ANBU, doesn't that mean I can't go to school as planned? I was supposed to have 6 more years of carefree life. Why do I have to join the ANBU now? To Naruto, the ANBU held no appeal at all. Going to the Ninja Academy was the real path. With confusion written all over his face, he said to the third Hokage, "Grandpa Hokage, I heard that kids can start ninja school at 6. I'll be 6 soon, and I want to go to school and become a ninja. I don't want to join the ANBU." Naruto did his best to appear noble and determined, clenching his fist and gazing up at the ceiling. The third Hokage smiled again, taking a slow puff of his pipe before letting the smoke drift out along with a gentle chuckle. Little Naruto, only truly exceptional ninjas can join the ANBU. In other words, just being chosen means you're already ahead of your peers. This opportunity is something Kakashi fought especially hard to get for you. As he spoke, the third Hokage glanced at Kakashi behind him. Kakashi gave a slight nod, acknowledging the truth of the matter. So was Kakashi's doing. That's why he showed up out of nowhere yesterday. So this was his plan all along. I should have guessed. How could I possibly go with him to the ANBU when I was just about to start a peaceful and happy life? Naruto cursed Kakashi in his heart, dismissing the ANBU as utterly unappealing. Kakashi, seeing that the third Hokage wasn't bothered, kept his expression unchanged, clearly unaware of Naruto's inner turmoil. At that moment, Kakashi spoke up. "Naruto, come train with me. Didn't you say just yesterday that you wanted to become Hokage and earn everyone's recognition? If that's truly your goal, then you should start working hard as soon as possible." When Naruto heard this, his mind buzzed with confusion. So this is all because of what I said yesterday. My big mouth has landed me in trouble again. Kakashi, you actually took me seriously? Are you really fit to be a teacher? What kind of jutsu could you possibly teach me? You want me to give up the peaceful life at school and suffer alongside you? No way. Though he regretted his words, Naruto decided to keep up the act. He lowered his head, pretending to be miserable, rubbing his eyes with his hands as his shoulders trembled ever so slightly. With a voice tinged with tears, he pleaded, "Honorable Hokage, I've always been alone ever since I was little. No one ever wanted to play with me. I always thought that if I could just go to school, I'd finally make new friends. Even if I don't join the ANBU, I can still become a great ninja. If I can't go to school, I might never have any friends for the rest of my life. Would you really be so heartless? I really don't want to join the ANBU. I just want to go to school, please, please." Naruto suddenly looked up, his eyes red from rubbing, gazing directly at the third Hokage. The moment their eyes met, the third Hokage immediately averted his gaze, unable to meet Naruto's eyes, his face full of guilt. The third had always felt remorseful toward Naruto, and now, seeing him so heartbroken, his self-blame only deepened, leaving him at a complete loss. Little Naruto, Seeing the third's guilty expression, Naruto was bursting with satisfaction inside. If he didn't have to keep up the act, he would have laughed out loud right then and there. "Humph. I knew you'd go soft. Now I'll definitely get my way, and maybe I can even squeeze out a few more perks. A wonderful school life awaits. Hinata, I'm coming. Soon I'll be able to nap in class without a worry. Ha ha ha." Naruto was full of pride, and even the third seemed about to give in. His mouth was already open, as if to speak. But just then Kakashi suddenly stepped forward, standing beside the third Hokage. Looking down at Naruto with a calm expression, he said, "Lord Hokage, since Naruto wants to go to school, let him go. I don't see any conflict between attending school and training with me. Naruto, from now on, I'll pick you up after school every day, train you until nightfall, and also make sure you get dinner." The third Hokage nodded in agreement, stuffing his pipe into his mouth as smoke curled from his nose. "Yes, that's an excellent plan. This way Naruto can go to school, make friends, continue his training, and have Kakashi look after his meals. It eases the burdens of his daily life. A win on all fronts." Naruto had been certain he'd succeeded, but the situation took an unexpected turn. He stared in disbelief, eyes wide. How did things end up like this? I originally just wanted to breeze through 6 years of school life, but now I have to attend Kakashi's special training after class. Doesn't this mean lessons during the day and training at night, with no time even to rest? Even as a Jinchuriki, I can't keep up with that. These were supposed to be the 6 happiest years I was looking forward to. How can I just let them be wasted like this? Absolutely unacceptable, Naruto shouted. In his heart, glaring fiercely at Kakashi. At that moment, he even thought he could see a hint of mocking laughter hidden beneath Kakashi's mask. In fact, it wasn't just his imagination. Seeing Naruto's stunned expression, Kakashi felt a surge of satisfaction. How could I possibly stand by and watch my teacher's child squander his time away at school? You might be able to fool the Hokage, but you won't. Fool me, you'd better resign yourself to it. The third Hokage spoke up. Since that's the case, it's settled. Do you have anything else to say? Naruto, sensing the atmosphere still wasn't tense enough, Kakashi deliberately gave Naruto one last chance to object. Of course, Naruto wouldn't miss this final opportunity to speak. He shot his hand straight up. I have something to say. Kakashi-sensei, I think just studying at school is already enough. There's really no need for me to train with you too, right? I'm only 6. There's no need to rush things so much. Is there? But Kakashi shook his head, fixing Naruto with a serious look. Naruto, you can't think that way. You've always lived alone, so you may not know how things work in the village. Kid from the big clans like Uchiha Itachi from the Uchiha clan were already on the battlefield. At age 4, you're already 6. You have to work even harder if you want to stand out among your peers and become an outstanding ninja. Naruto was instantly a loss for words, completely stumped. He felt a surge of frustration, even regretting ever saying he wanted to be an excellent ninja. Honestly, being an ordinary person wouldn't be so bad. Why push himself this hard? After all, he's the protagonist as long as he follows the story. He's bound to become Hokage anyway. There's really no need to go through all this trouble. Seeing Naruto, speechless, Kakashi's eyes curved with amusement. Even with his face masked, his smile was clear. Since there are no objections, it's decided. There are 2 months before school starts. Today, I'll finish my paperwork to leave the ANBU. Starting tomorrow, our training begins. I'll come for you in the morning, and I hope you'll have mastered the basics before school starts. Hokage-sama, I still need to finish my transfer procedures at the ANBU, so I'll take my leave. Without giving Naruto a chance to react, Kakashi bowed to the third Hokage and vanished. The third Hokage seemed quite pleased with the outcome. Smiling, he stood up. Little Naruto, for now on you must learn well from Kakashi and strive to become an outstanding ninja as soon as possible. Well then, I'll be off as well. With that, the third Hokage disappeared too. From start to finish, Naruto never had the chance to say another word. It wasn't until both of them had vanished that he finally snapped out of it. Hey, wait, I haven't agreed to anything yet. You can't just do this, he shouted into the empty room, but there was no response. Those two were already long gone. A wave of frustration crashed over Naruto, so intense that even his instant noodles lost all flavor. The milk tasted bland, and the bread was almost impossible to swallow. He began to wonder if his arrival had triggered some unforeseen change. Why was everything turning out like this? Was this normal? Could it be the butterfly effect? But I've only been here a few days and haven't done anything. How could things have changed already? The next morning, Naruto was still curled up under his blanket when someone knocked on the door. He'd been up late the night before, worrying about his training, so when the knocking woke him, he felt nothing but irritation. Pulling the blanket over his head, he had no intention of getting up to answer the door. The knocking eventually stopped. Naruto started drifting back to sleep, on the verge of dozing off, when a sudden chill swept over him. He opened his eyes to find Kakashi standing by his bed, a long sword slung across his back, and the blanket that had covered Naruto now dangling from Kakashi's hand. He gasped, "What? How did you get in here? Wait, what are you doing?" In a flash, Naruto sat up and shrank back toward the corner, eyeing Kakashi warily, as if he expected some mischief. Kakashi remained utterly composed, tossing the blanket onto the end of the bed with the nonchalance of someone in his own home. He pulled up a chair, sat down with one leg crossed over the other, and spoke in a calm, matter-of-fact voice. "You have 10 minutes to get up and wash, 10 minutes for breakfast, and then you're coming with me to train. Are you serious? We're really training right now." Naruto's face instantly fell, but Kakashi was unmoved. He simply pulled out a copy of Make Out Paradise, not even glancing in Naruto's direction. "The clock's already ticking. I'd suggest you save yourself some time for breakfast. Training burns a lot of energy. Darn it, Kakashi, just you wait. Once I'm Master Sage Mode, you'll be sorry." Naruto grumbled to himself, already picturing the day he'd use Sage Mode to chase Kakashi into a corner. Outwardly, though, he put on a dutiful face and hurried to get dressed. Listening to Naruto's inner thoughts, Kakashi couldn't help but feel a flicker of doubt. Sage Mode? If he remembered correctly, his own teacher had mastered that technique. Jiraiya had taught it to him. Could Naruto really learn Sage Mode too? If he managed to master it, maybe the problem of his limited chakra would be solved. It was something worth serious consideration. In the future, half an hour later, Kakashi brought Naruto to a beautiful training ground surrounded by stunning scenery, soft grass cushioned His feet, while ahead, a waterfall cascaded down with a roar into a crystal-clear pool. Behind him stretched a lush, verdant forest. Standing in this place, even the air seemed fresher with every breath. At that moment, Naruto still had a piece of bread dangling from his mouth, his eyes unfocused. Looking as if he hadn't fully woken up, Kakashi didn't seem to mind at all. On the contrary, he looked full of energy. "All right, Naruto, from now on we'll train here," Kakashi spoke, his tone brisk. "I'll start by teaching you the basics of being a ninja, how to refine chakra. Take this and follow the steps written on it." With that, Kakashi tossed a scroll to Naruto, then turned and strolled off toward the pool. Naruto stared down at the scroll in his hand, then looked after Kakashi's retreating figure, momentarily dazed. Unable to process what had just happened. "What's this? Is that really your guidance? I can't believe I actually had a bit of hope for you before, as expected. You're just not cut out to be a teacher. Oh well, this means I can take it easy training. Who wants to train?" Anyway, once Kakashi was far enough away, Naruto casually threw the scroll aside, stretched out on the soft grass, and prepared for a nap. The sweet scent of fresh grass and the gentle caress of the breeze soon lulled him towards sleep. Suddenly, a piercing sound split the air, shattering the tranquility. Naruto's eyes snapped open. Less than 4 inches from where he lay, a gash about 6 feet long and 2 inches deep had been carved into the ground. The shock of this sudden attack made him shudder all over. At that moment, Kakashi's voice rang out from the distance. "Naruto, don't think you can slack off right under my nose. I've been watching you the whole time." Naruto looked toward the sound and saw Kakashi calmly wiping down his long sword, even though they were separated by at least several dozen meters. For Kakashi to unleash such a powerful strike from so far away completely upended Naruto's understanding of him. What's going on? Wasn't Kakashi's specialty ninjutsu? Didn't he give up swordsmanship long ago? Why is he wielding a sword again? What happened? I wasn't slacking off. I was meditating just now. That's right, meditating. That's part of the chakra refining process too. Naruto blurted out, scrambling for an excuse. "Is that so? As long as you're not slacking off," Kakashi replied coolly. "I'll be checking your progress. If you haven't managed to refine chakra within a week, there'll be consequences. I'll do my best." Naruto hurriedly picked up the scroll he'd tossed aside and began to study it in earnest. "Patience brings peace. As long as I can refine some chakra, I'll be able to slack off again, Kakashi. Just wait. Once I'm Master Sage mode and unlock the power of the Nine Tails, you'll have to see me in a whole new light," though he silently vowed to surpass Kakashi. On the surface, Naruto obediently followed the instructions written on the scroll and began his training. Kakashi, meanwhile, seemed to pay little mind to Naruto's inner thoughts and continued practicing his sword technique beneath the waterfall. Time slipped by quietly, and the sun was already high in the sky. Naruto had only intended to go through the motions following the steps on the scroll to try and refine chakra. Had no prior experience and hadn't expected to succeed today. After all, starting from scratch to extract chakra was an extremely difficult task. Yet as he focused all his attention, the very first wisp of chakra suddenly emerged. The moment he sensed it, Naruto's eyes widened. With a single thought, a faint but genuine blue glow appeared in his palm. Did I really do it? Oh my god, I actually managed to refine chakra. Could I be a genius? This sudden thought in Naruto's heart made Kakashi, who was practicing under the waterfall, pause in surprise and look over at Naruto. For Naruto to successfully refine chakra in just half a day was a rare talent, even among the noble ninja clans. And yet, Naruto had achieved it. Kakashi hadn't really expected Naruto to master chakra today, or even within a week. For Naruto's inner thoughts, he knew the boy wasn't planning to give his all in training, preferring instead to slack off. But that didn't matter much to Kakashi. The main reason he kept Naruto close was to learn more from him about Obito and Rin. As for training, as long as Naruto didn't end up the worst student in the class, that was enough. But now, things had changed. For Naruto to extract chakra from nothing in just half a day already proved he was a natural-born genius. What's more, he'd done it while barely trying. If he put forth real effort, he'd surely progress even faster. With such talent, if Naruto still ended up at the bottom of the class, Kakashi would feel he'd failed his own conscience. Never mind that Naruto was the child of his own teacher. With this realization, Kakashi's expression grew resolute. At that moment, Naruto finally noticed that Kakashi had been watching him. He jumped in fright and hastily withdrew his chakra, pretending to be deeply engrossed in training when in fact he was just resting with his eyes closed. This is nice. Slacking off really is the most efficient way. After all, maybe the heavens heard my thoughts and let me refine chakra so quickly just so I could breeze through the next 6 days. With that thought, Naruto felt a surge of happiness. and a smile crept onto his lips. He hadn't realized, however, that Kakashi had at some point walked right up to him. Still lost in his own world, Naruto kept his eyes shut, completely unaware. "Naruto, how's the training going?" Kakashi asked suddenly. Naruto jumped in alarm and snapped his eyes open. "Huh? Oh, am I? I haven't really made any progress yet. Just understanding the scroll was already a struggle. And as for refining chakra, I have absolutely no idea where to even begin." As he spoke, Naruto scratched his head, wearing a helpless expression, but at that moment Kakashi slowly lifted his forehead protector, revealing the crimson Sharingan beneath. "Is that so? Then why can I see that you already have chakra inside you?" Kakashi asked. The moment he heard those words, Naruto felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. He was left completely speechless. "Oh no, I totally forgot about this. The Sharingan can see chakra directly. If they start thinking I'm some kind of genius, won't that cause a lot of trouble?" A wave of panic welled up inside Naruto. He was afraid Kakashi would report this to the third Hokage, who would then inform the teachers at the academy. If that really happened, the teachers would definitely keep a close eye on him once classes started. At that point, there'd be no way to slack off or nap in class anymore. Besides, being known as a poor student is one thing, but being labeled a failed genius, that's a completely different feeling. What should I do? This is really bad. I have to come up with a reasonable excuse. On the surface, Naruto tried his best to appear calm, but inside he was a complete mess. In contrast, Kakashi seemed a little puzzled. He thought becoming a genius should be a good thing, so he couldn't understand why Naruto looked so nervous, as if he'd done something wrong. "Naruto, hey Naruto," Kakashi called quietly at first, and when Naruto didn't respond, he raised his voice. Only then did Naruto snap out of it. Quickly putting on an innocent face, he spread his hands and released his chakra again. "So, this is chakra. Huh. Kakashi, I never would have known if you hadn't told me. Actually, I've had chakra for 2 years now." Kakashi could tell Naruto was lying, but he didn't call him out on it. He wanted to see how Naruto would explain himself. "Oh, 2 years ago, you could refine chakra even back then?" Kakashi asked. "No, it was after I had a dream," Naruto replied. "After that, I just had chakra." Kakashi narrowed his eyes, a slight smile playing at his lips. Though his mask hid most of his expression, Naruto couldn't see it. "A dream? What kind of dream was it?" Naruto tilted his head back slightly, pretending to search his memory, then answered. "In the dream, there was a huge fox locked in a cage. Oh, and the fox had 9 tails. It said to me, 'You finally arrived,' and then I woke up. After that, I could use chakra." Anyone else might have believed such an explanation, but Kakashi knew this was just an excuse Naruto had made up to avoid being seen as a genius. At first, Kakashi thought Naruto would come up with some clumsy excuse since he'd obviously panicked a moment ago. But he hadn't expected Naruto to calm down so quickly and even manage to think up such a convincing story. This made Kakashi realize that Naruto not only possessed remarkable talent, but also at such a young age already showed outstanding composure and adaptability, qualities that are truly rare. As a result, Kakashi grew more and more satisfied with Naruto. His resolve to mentor him became even firmer, and he became convinced that Naruto would one day become a formidable ninja. "I see, understand now. It seems I misjudged you. Since you already have chakra, there's no need to continue practicing chakra extraction." Upon hearing these words, Naruto let out a long sigh of relief, his whole body relaxing. "Really? Does that mean I could go home early today? That's great. I finally made it through. The 9 tails really is useful. Whenever I run into trouble, I can just blame it on him. How convenient." Even though Kakashi had already seen through Naruto's little deception, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth when he heard this. He was used to Naruto's tricks and didn't show any reaction. He simply shook his head and pretended nothing had happened. "No, Naruto. Did you forget? We're supposed to train together. Since I'm still practicing, you can't leave early. Besides, now that you can extract chakra, you should learn how to control it next." "Chakra control? How do I learn that?" Naruto looked up at Kakashi with an innocent expression, though inwardly he was already cursing. "Damn it. Of course it wouldn't be that easy. Kakashi, just wait. One day I'll get you back for all this suffering." Kakashi could sense Naruto's silent complaints, but instead of getting angry, he found it amusing. His smile grew even broader, his eyes narrowing in a crescent. "It's actually quite simple. All you have to do is climb a tree. Focus your chakra into the soles of your feet, and you'll be able to walk up the trunk as if it were flat ground." "Really? All right. Got it. I'm going to find the tallest, thickest tree here, and practice right away." "Kakashi-sensei, I'll do my best." Naruto jumped to his feet, clenching his fist with a look of determination on his face. Kakashi was momentarily surprised. He knew full well that Naruto didn't enjoy training, and hadn't expected him to be so enthusiastic this time. Before he could think further, Naruto had already dashed off toward a nearby tree. Kakashi couldn't help but wonder Had Naruto really changed? But this shift seemed so sudden. Naruto quickly arrived at a large tree, circled around to its far side, and sat down against a trunk climb. A tree? Are you kidding me? The Ninetales is always messing up my chakra. How could I possibly climb up? This kind of training is pointless. When Kakashi heard Naruto's first thought, he felt a bit annoyed, thinking the boy still wasn't taking things seriously. But after hearing the rest, his brow furrowed in concern. So the real problem is the Ninetales? If the Ninetales really is interfering with Naruto's chakra, then this training would indeed be extremely difficult. Kakashi pondered for a moment and decided to let Naruto off the hook for now. After all, the fact that Naruto could already refine chakra was far beyond this week's training goal. Plus, with the Ninetales interfering with his chakra, there was no point in pushing the training any further. Naruto hadn't rested well to begin with, and he'd spent all his energy refining chakra earlier. Now, as soon as he sat down, the gentle breeze and the faint fragrance of flowers in the air made him drowsy. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier, and before he knew it, he had drifted off to sleep. No one knew how much time had passed when Naruto, half awake, vaguely heard Kakashi calling him Naruto. "Hey Naruto, wake up, come on, huh? Is it time to eat?" Naruto blinked open his eyes, his stomach already growling with hunger. He asked the question without thinking. Kakashi rolled his eyes helplessly, but he didn't seem angry. Instead, he reached down and pulled Naruto up from the ground. "Well, if you're hungry, let's go get something to eat. Today, I'll treat you to barbecue. The word alone chased away all of Naruto's sleepiness. Lately, he'd mostly been surviving on instant noodles, and the best he'd had in a while was a bowl of ramen when Kakashi treated him. Barbecue was an extravagant feast for him. He'd never even seen it before, let alone tasted it. Barbecue. "Yes, let's go, Naruto exclaimed, eyes shining with excitement. Kakashi smiled and nodded. "All right, let's go. After we eat, I've got something else to take care of, so I won't be walking you home." The promise of barbecue had completely captivated Naruto. He didn't even hear what Kakashi said after that. The two left the training ground and headed toward the food street in Konoha village. Under the setting sun, their shadows stretched long behind them. Kakashi walked in silence, seemingly lost in thought. Naruto, on the other hand, though he kept quiet, was full of questions. "What's gotten into Kakashi today? I slacked off for half the day, but he didn't scold me. He even offered to buy me barbecue. Maybe I should be nicer to him in the future. After all, he's feeding me. If I ever want to complain, I'll just do it in my head." When Kakashi heard the first half of Naruto's inner musings, he actually felt a little gratified and was about to pay him a compliment. But the second half made his face darken. So, in Naruto's mind, he was nothing more than a meal ticket, not even worthy of being called sensei. Once they entered the barbecue restaurant, Kakashi ordered a table full of dishes. Naruto was already drooling just from the aroma before he even stepped inside. When the food arrived, he wasted no time digging in, wolfing it down, and huffing from the heat. Just then, Kakashi spoke up. "Naruto, there's something I want to talk to you about." "Ichim, what is it, Kakashi and I?" "Go ahead," Naruto replied, his mouth stuffed with barbecue, making his words a little muffled, but his tone was eager. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction. "Naruto, now that I'm in charge of your training, I'm actually your teacher. From now on, you should call me sensei." Naruto froze mid-bite when he heard that. He swallowed the meat he hadn't even finished chewing, put down his chopsticks, and rubbed the corner of his eye with his hand. Suddenly his eyes turned bright red, and tears streamed down his cheeks. This time he truly cried, but not out of sadness. Rather, it was because he had chili pepper on his hands, and when he rubbed his eyes, the burning sensation made his tears flow uncontrollably. "So, does that mean even Brother Kakashi actually dislikes me?" "Well, it makes sense. Everyone dislikes me. Brother Kakashi is just like the others. I guess there's nothing unusual about that." Kakashi found Naruto's words baffling. All he wanted was for Naruto to call him sensei, but he never expected that Naruto would burst into tears over it, leaving Kakashi completely at a loss. "That's not true at all, Naruto. Why would you think that? I've never disliked you. Then why do you suddenly want me to call you that? I've always seen you as family. Why should I change?" Naruto spoke as he bit his lip, tears spurred on by the burning chili, flowing relentlessly, trailing down his cheeks, dripping from his chin, and finally splashing onto the floor. Kakashi waved his hands in a fluster, clearly feeling helpless. "It's not like that, Naruto. I've always thought of you as family too." "Really? Then why do you want me to address you differently?" Listen, what I mean is a teacher can be like family too. In a way, a teacher is a lot like a parent. Naruto, you grew up without parents, and I just wanted to fill that gap in your heart. Even just a little." At this point, Kakashi relaxed, slightly feeling confident that his explanation was thorough enough to convince Naruto. But Naruto just looked at him, unconvinced, suspicion written all over his face. "Then, Brother Kakashi, you must have had a teacher too, right?" "Of course, I had a teacher as Well, did your teacher feel like a parent to you? This time, Kakashi was taken aback. Naruto's question struck right at the heart of the matter, leaving him momentarily speechless. If he said yes, then given their relationship, Naruto would be justified in calling him brother. But if he said no, then his earlier explanation would fall apart completely, seeing that Kakashi didn't answer Naruto's. Lips curled into a sly, triumphant smile. Humph, Kakashi, you want to argue with me? You're still a long way off. This is what I'm best at. All right, if you like calling me brother, then have it your way. In the end, Kakashi could only resign himself and give in. Naruto nodded in satisfaction and hurriedly grabbed some tissues to wipe away his tears. The spiciness of the grilled chili really was something, but having it in his eyes was almost too much to bear. Kakashi almost laughed in exasperation just moments ago. He'd been genuinely concerned about Naruto, only to realize now that Naruto had been putting on a bit of a show. Still, he knew better than to let his feelings show. He took a deep breath to calm himself, then changed the subject. By the way, Naruto, when I was checking your chakra earlier, I noticed that besides your own, there's another extremely wild energy inside you. You must be careful from now on. I'll also help you find ways to control it. Is that so? I'll keep it in mind. Thank you, Kakashi. Naruto nodded as he spoke, tossing the tissue he'd used to wipe away his tears in the trash before going back to wolfing down his food. TCH, as if I wouldn't know, I have the Nine-Tails chakra inside me. Do you really think I need you to remind me? Or find ways to control it for me? Who do you think you are? With that Sharingan you still haven't fully mastered? If you're so capable, why don't you bring Shui here? But it's already year 57 of the Hidden Leaf. Shui passed away just last year. In that case, Itachi should have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan by now. Maybe I could ask him for help. Forget it. Why am I even thinking about this? Kakashi's pupils suddenly contracted, and the calm on his face finally slipped. Fortunately, he wore a mask, so even if his expression changed, Naruto, who was still busy eating, didn't notice a thing. Kakashi's original intention had only been to fish for clues from Naruto about how to deal with the Nine-Tails chakra. He hadn't expected to not only get a hint, but also to accidentally uncover a crucial piece of information, the Mangekyo Sharingan. So Uchiha Itachi has already grown that strong? Naruto, I think I might have an idea. The Uchiha clan seems to know how to control this kind of chakra. I'll find a chance to ask about it. Really? That's awesome, Kakashi. Naruto sounded genuinely excited, but his chopsticks never paused for a second. Inside, though, he was full of scorn. Kakashi, do you really think you're all that? That Sharingan of yours? The Uchiha have long wanted it back, and you think you could just go and ask them how to control the Nine-Tails? Besides, the Uchiha are planning a coup right now. Why would they even bother? With someone from the Hokage's side? A coup. Kakashi's face changed dramatically. His hand trembled, and his chopsticks clattered to the floor. Startled by the sound, Naruto paused mid-bite and looked at Kakashi with a puzzled expression. Kakashi, what's wrong? It's nothing. Maybe I've been using blades too much lately. My hand cramped up a bit. Kakashi forced a smile. I see. Naruto nodded and went right back to eating, showing not a hint of suspicion. Kakashi bent down to pick up his chopsticks, outwardly calm again, but inside, his shock was hard to conceal. He let out a long sigh, set the chopsticks back on the table, and deliberately put on a troubled look. It was the first time Naruto had seen Kakashi like this. He couldn't help feeling a little curious. Kakashi, what's the matter? To be honest, I'm not very confident about asking the Uchiha for help. Back when I was in the ANBU, I got to know a man named Uchiha Itachi, but the Uchiha have always been dissatisfied with the village. I'm not sure if Itachi could withstand the pressure from his clan. I see. Honestly, it's fine, Kakashi. My situation isn't that important. There's no need to trouble anyone else about it. And I don't want to make things hard for you either. If it really can't be done, just let it go. So you're aware that the Uchiha clan is dissatisfied with the village. Dissatisfied is putting it lightly. Next year, they even plan to stage a coup if Shui hadn't passed away last year. Perhaps with his Mangekyo Sharingan, he could have stopped the clan's plan long ago. In the end, Itachi couldn't hold out either. On the eve of the coup, he personally wiped out his own clan, leaving only Sasuke alive. On the surface, Naruto appeared to be understanding, but inside he was already grumbling. He knew Kakashi was saying all this to try and draw out more information about the Uchiha. Though he'd braced himself, Naruto was still shocked by the reality. He hadn't expected the Uchiha's rebellion to come so soon, and even less that Itachi would actually take action against his own family. What kind of resolve must that have taken? So that's how it is. I didn't realize things were like this. Kakashi couldn't help but mutter under his breath. An unconscious reaction, but to Naruto's ears the words sounded a bit abrupt. Huh? Kakashi, what did you just say? Ah. Oh, nothing. I just suddenly remembered there's something I need to take care of. I'll have to leave now. The bill's already paid, so go ahead and eat as much as you want. With that, Kakashi stood up and hurried out. as if he really had urgent business to attend to. Naruto was a little puzzled but didn't dwell on it. After all, with such a feast of grilled meat in front of him, he wished he could eat it all himself. In truth, the reason for Kakashi's sudden departure wasn't any pressing matter. He simply realized he was on the verge of losing control of his emotions. If he stayed with Naruto any longer, he might have gotten more information, but he also risked revealing his ability to hear Naruto's thoughts. Rather than take that chance, leaving now would not only avoid unnecessary risk, but also give him time to process what he just learned. By the time Naruto finished his meal and stepped out of the restaurant, the sun was already setting. He whistled cheerfully as he strolled along, feeling in high spirits. Just then he happened to run into Hinata, who was accompanied only by a bodyguard in her early 20s. The two recognized each other almost at the same time. "Hey, Hinata! How it's so late. Where are you headed?" Naruto greeted her with a bright, sunny smile. Hinata jumped in surprise, immediately lowering her head and avoiding his gaze, her fingers twisting together nervously. And Naruto, "Double, what are you doing here?" "Me? I just finished dinner and was about to head home." "I see. It's really nice to run into you here." With just a couple of simple exchanges, Hinata's heart was already racing, her cheeks tinged pink, and even her words became flustered and broken. Her nervousness and shyness only made Naruto find her even more adorable. "Hey, Hinata, you're so cute when you're like this, you know?" Naruto said with a laugh. But Hinata hadn't even finished her stammered reply when Naruto's playful joke hit her like a tidal wave. Her mind went blank, her vision swam, and she fainted dead away. "Lady Hinata!" The nearby bodyguard rushed to catch her as she collapsed, calling her name in panic, but Hinata didn't respond at all. Checking her forehead, the bodyguard found it burning hot, as if she'd suddenly come down with a raging fever. "You bastard! What did you do to Lady Hinata?" The guard glared furiously at Naruto, eyes brimming with wariness and anger, activating his Byakugan, the veins around his temples bulged dramatically, and his entire posture radiated hostility. Naruto was stunned. All he'd done was blurt out a casual compliment. How could Hinata have fainted because of that? "Hey, don't be ridiculous. I never even touched Hinata. There was over a meter between us. I didn't do anything, so how is this my fault?" "Humph. It doesn't matter, Demon Fox. From now on, you're not allowed anywhere near Lady Hinata. If you try, I won't let you off easily." The guard spat out the words, his tone bristling with menace. "What's your problem? How can you talk like that? I haven't done anything, and now you're blaming me?" Naruto shot back, irritation rising. In truth, he didn't want to argue. After all, Hinata's fainting did seem connected to him in some way, but the guard's aggressive attitude made it impossible for Naruto to back down. Already seething, the bodyguard's face twisted further in fury at Naruto's retort, his entire presence brimming with murderous intent. "You bastard! Are you looking for a fight?" "Oh, you want to kill me?" Naruto replied, unfazed, his voice laced with disdain. "Then why don't you use those Byakugan eyes of yours and take a good look around? See for yourself if you really have what it takes." The bodyguard swept his gaze across the area with his Byakugan, and only then did he notice several ANBU members lurking nearby, and even a few ninja from the Root Division among them. Ever since Kakashi had left the ANBU, the third Hokage had sent others to keep watch on Naruto. To appease Danzo, the third had even allowed Root operatives to join the surveillance. When Kakashi was around, these watchers kept their distance, but now he was gone, and they'd crept closer, making it easy for the guard to spot them with his Byakugan. "So many ANBU. Just who are you really?" he muttered, shaken. "Now you get it?" Naruto said coolly. "If you start a fight, the consequences are more than you can handle. If you really care about Hinata, you better take her back right now, instead of wasting time with me. I don't have time for this. Goodbye." With a casual wave, Naruto brushed past the guard and strode off in the direction of home, showing not the slightest concern. Only after he had walked some distance did the carefree expression fade from his face, replaced by a somber seriousness. He unconsciously clenched his fist, but soon managed a wry, helpless smile. "Grandpa Third, I guess you'd do something like this. Only you would go this far." In truth, Naruto wasn't entirely sure whether ANBU had really been shadowing him just now. He didn't even know about Root's existence yet. Based on what he knew about the third Hokage, he was certain that the old man had arranged for people to watch him from the shadows. His words just now had merely been a way to test the guards. He understood that if real danger ever arose, those hidden ANBU wouldn't intervene unless it was truly life or death. And the guards themselves would never truly go all out against him. In other words, if he ever actually made a move, he'd only end up getting the worst of it, even if there were no ANBU nearby and his test yielded nothing. It wouldn't make much difference to him. But if the test succeeded, he could avoid an unnecessary conflict and confirm that he was indeed being watched. No matter the outcome, there was nothing to lose, a win-win situation. Still, this sort of scare tactic could only be used once. After all, for prominent clans like the Hyuga, just a little investigation would reveal that these ANBU were there to monitor, not protect. 2 months slipped by in a flash, and the Ninja Academy welcomed the new semester. Naruto had expected this period to be tough, but to his surprise, everything went smoothly. Kakashi turned out to be far less strict than Naruto had imagined. After discovering that Naruto's chakra was of the wind nature, Kakashi handed him 2 scrolls of ninjutsu, then rarely checked in on his training. Sometimes an entire day would pass without Naruto seeing him. Kakashi would only ask a couple of casual questions at dinner. On the first day of the new term, Naruto slipped into the classroom just as the bell rang. The first lesson was a speech delivered personally by the 3rd Hokage, but Naruto listened absent-mindedly. The second class was taught by Irika. Hello, everyone. Let's start with some introductions. My name is Irika, and starting today, I'll be your teacher. Now, let's begin our first lesson. I'll start by explaining what chakra is. Chakra is. Irika spoke with enthusiasm from the podium, but Naruto lay slumped over his desk, fighting off sleep. In truth, not many kids in the class were paying close attention. On one hand, everyone was still new to school and hadn't yet settled into classroom discipline. On the other, most children from clan families already knew the basics about chakra. Irika's lesson was really aimed at the kids from ordinary households, so when he saw the lackluster faces around the room, Irika didn't get angry. Meanwhile, after dropping Sasuke off, Itachi was walking down the main street on his way home. When Kakashi suddenly stopped him, Itachi was a bit surprised, though his expression barely changed. Kakashi-senpai, is something the matter? There's something I'd like to discuss. Come with me. Kakashi offered no further explanation. He simply said a few words and strode into a nearby dango shop. Itachi hesitated for a moment, frowning slightly, but followed him inside. Once they were seated, Kakashi deliberately ordered a plate of tricolored dango for Itachi. Over the past 2 months, he'd learned from Naruto's occasional remarks that Itachi had a fondness for this particular treat. As expected, the moment the dumplings were served, Itachi's hand instinctively reached out to take one. But he quickly withdrew it. If you have something to say, just say it. He spoke first. Kakashi smiled and nodded. Before we get down to business, would you let me see your Sharingan? At once, Itachi's expression grew wary. In an instant, his eyes shifted into the 3-tomo Sharingan. But Kakashi shook his head. That's not the level I'm talking about. You know, I can manage this much myself. As he spoke, he pushed up his forehead protector, revealing his own Sharingan. He continued, open it. The Mangekyo Sharingan. At those words, Itachi's pupils contracted sharply, and the 3-tomo began to spin, transforming into Mangekyo Sharingan. In that instant, the world around them changed. The lively shop vanished, replaced by a barren black wasteland. The sky was shrouded in darkness, with only a blood-red moon casting its crimson glow over the entire world. Itachi's expression grew cold and severe. Fewer than 5 people know that I possess the Mangekyo Sharingan. How did you find out? He asked in a low voice. That doesn't matter, Kakashi replied calmly. I'm here because I need your help with something. Itachi's brows furrowed deeply. Instead of answering, he unleashed a surge of killing intent. This is my Tsukuyami world. Here, time, space. Even all the rules bend to my will. Do you really think you can threaten me? The moment the words left his lips, Kakashi found himself bound to a crucifix. Yet his demeanor remained composed. You misunderstand me. I'm not here to threaten you. I want to propose. A deal, a deal. What kind of deal? Itachi asked. Kakashi replied coolly. I need your eyes to help suppress the 9 tails. In return, I can help you fulfill a wish. Hearing this, Itachi's expression grew even more grave. He fell silent for a long while, before finally speaking. And you think you have the power to help me? Of course, Kakashi answered. One day, you'll need my help. My eyes have seen more than you imagine. Uchiha Itachi, you're torn between the village and your clan, aren't you? You're still hesitating, but I already know the choice you'll make. When that day comes, I believe you'll seek me out. Instantly, Itachi's face became stern, and the illusionary world of Tsukuyami dissolved. The two of them found themselves back at their seats in the shop, as if nothing had happened. Itachi's eyes had returned to their ordinary black, and everything that had just transpired seemed no more than a fleeting illusion. Time, Kakashi said, breaking the silence. You'll be picking Sasuke up from school today, won't you? We can pretend to meet by chance. That way, no one will suspect a thing. This will be our little secret. What do you say? Itachi took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again moments later, his gaze had returned to calm. He said nothing more, but Kakashi already understood that he had agreed. With a gentle chuckle, Kakashi stood up and left, leaving Itachi sitting silently where he was. After hesitating for a moment, Itachi finally picked up the dango on the table. The bell, signaling the end of class, rang out, snapping. Naruto, out of his drowsiness. The first lesson hadn't covered much, and Irika-sensei didn't linger. He simply greeted the students before leaving the classroom. Thanks to a special arrangement by the third Hokage, the end of this class coincided perfectly with lunchtime. Most students took out their lunchboxes, ready to enjoy their meals. Naruto hadn't brought a lunchbox, not just because he had no money for. The past 2 months, he had been training with Kakashi and had almost stopped eating lunch altogether, so he was used to it by now. Instead, he usually ate a big meal at night. At that moment, Hinata was cradling her lunchbox, stealing glances at her food, and then sneaking looks at Naruto, sitting a short distance away. She hesitated several times before finally mustering up the courage to stand and walk over to him. Hinata opened her mouth to speak, but her face flushed a deep red, and for a long moment, she couldn't get any words out. Naruto was already used to Hinata's shyness, but seeing her approach him of her own accord was still a bit of a surprise. "Hey, Hinata, is something up?" he asked. "Naruto, did you not bring lunch?" Hinata asked timidly. "Nope, I don't eat lunch anymore these days," Naruto replied, yawning as if he still hadn't fully woken up. Hearing this, Hinata's eyes dimmed a little, and she gripped her lunchbox so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Gathering the last of her courage, she held out her lunchbox to Naruto with both hands, though the words in her heart remained unspoken. Naruto was surprised at first by Hinata's gesture, but then a bright smile lit up his face. "Are you sure? Well, in return, how about I treat you to barbecue after school?" But okay, I'd like that," Hinata agreed nervously. "It's a promise then," Naruto said cheerfully, settling the matter. Though Hinata was still a little uneasy, she didn't refuse. The two of them sat down together and finished the lunchbox side by side. After the meal, Naruto enjoyed a cozy nap, only waking when the bell signaled the start of afternoon classes. In the afternoon, Irika continued with more theory lessons. Naruto wanted to go back to sleep, but since he'd already napped at lunch, he had no choice but to force himself to stay awake and endure what he considered a boring class. When school ended, Naruto and Hinata walked out together, ready to keep their promise and enjoy some barbecue. Although barbecue isn't cheap, the third Hokage recently increased Naruto's living allowance from 1,000 to 3,000. Plus, Naruto had been eating at Kakashi's place for a while, saving quite a bit of money. So, treating himself to barbecue every now and then was something he could afford. As soon as he reached the school gate, Naruto saw that Kakashi was already waiting for him. Standing beside him was Itachi Uchiha. The two seemed completely indifferent to each other, not exchanging a single word. Naruto's heart tightened. He suddenly remembered that Kakashi was supposed to take him for training today, and he cursed himself inwardly. "Oh no, how could I forget about this? Kakashi definitely won't let me off the hook. I need to come up with an excuse and get out of this." On the surface, Kakashi and Itachi appear to have nothing to do with each other. In truth, Kakashi was keeping a close eye on Itachi, needing his cooperation to complete a certain jutsu and not daring to let his guard down. It wasn't until he heard Naruto muttering to himself that Kakashi realized Naruto had already walked up. Kakashi couldn't quite figure out what Naruto was thinking, and as he wondered, Itachi's gaze fell on Naruto as well. Naruto felt Itachi's stare and instinctively met his eyes. In the instant their gazes crossed, Itachi's eyes suddenly shifted into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto felt his mind reel, as if thrown into a daze. Itachi, meanwhile, immediately squeezed his right eye shut. Bright red blood traced a line down from the corner of his eye like tears of blood. What just happened? Was it the Mangekyo Sharingan? Itachi's right eye is bleeding. Did he just use Tsukuyami on me? A chill crept up from Naruto's feet, leaving his whole body cold and his heart pounding with inexplicable fear. At that moment, Sasuke's voice broke the silence. "Brother, what's wrong with your eye?" Naruto snapped out of it and saw Sasuke running over to Itachi, his face full of worry. Itachi crouched down, gently tapping Sasuke's forehead with his finger. Smiling, he said, "It's nothing. I just got a little hurt on a mission earlier. The doctor's already taken a look, so don't worry. Let's go home. Are you really okay?" Sasuke asked, still uneasy. "Don't worry. I'm really fine," Itachi replied as he stood up and took Sasuke's hand. Leading him away, Naruto remained rooted to the spot, anxiously checking himself over. After all, Itachi's Tsukuyami was terrifying. If he really had used it, Naruto might not even know how he died. This is bad. Why did I meet Itachi's eyes just now? If I really got caught in Tsukuyami, I wouldn't even realize what he'd done to me. What if he left some kind of trap inside me? Though nothing seemed out of the ordinary on the surface, Naruto was deeply unsettled. Hinata, standing off to the side, looked at Naruto in confusion. not understanding what had just happened. Kakashi, meanwhile, had already stepped over to him. In the pitch-dark room, Nagato sat alone in his designated wheelchair. The only source of light was the laptop in front of him still, playing episodes of Naruto. By his side, Kakuzu's lightning mask stood obediently in place, endlessly charging the computer. As for its new heart, Nagato hadn't bothered to ask Kakuzu whose body it had been taken from. That evening, Konan returned as usual before Nagato could say a word. She had already slipped out of her black cloak adorned with red clouds and draped her delicate body over his. Let's continue, Konan said, her blue eyes unintentionally glancing at the scene playing on the laptop. What is coincidence if not this? The screen was filled with Tsunade's generous assets. Nagato. Konan glared at him in jealous anger, noticing the subtle rise below his waist. So love really does fade, doesn't it? After all these years, you've never reacted this way to me, now I see. It's Tsunade, that old woman you're attracted to. Nagato hurried to explain. You've got it all wrong. It was seeing you that made me react like this. Impossible. All these years, ever since you were drained by the demonic statue of the outer path, things have been like this between us. I've never seen you get excited before. Seeing Konan's furious expression, Nagato found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps the old Nagato had grown indifferent, but not me. I've only been here a few days. How could I not react? He desperately wanted to explain himself to Konan, but he knew she'd never believe him. Ugh. I can't go on like this even one more day. In a moment of resolve, Nagato summoned the 6 paths of pain on the spot. Seeing this, Konan pouted and protested half-heartedly. You're calling them again, aren't you? How many times have I told you? Their bodies are too cold. I don't feel a thing. Once in a while is fine, but all 6 at once is just too much for me. What have you two been up to? Is your private life really this eventful? Nagato's mind couldn't help but wander at Konan's words. Huh. So that's not what you meant? Then why did you call them here? Nagato cleared his throat awkwardly, pushing aside the images in his mind. I can't stand being cooped up in this dark room any longer. We're leaving, right now, to find Orochimaru. What for? To rebuild my body and regain my strength. The members' unity and tactics were now more or less settled. Sasori had just become the one-tailed Jinchuriki and would be spending some time practicing tailed beast transformation as shown on the laptop. That meant Akatsuki wouldn't be making any big moves for a while. During this period of rest, seeking out Orochimaru to reconstruct his body was the best possible plan. Nagato had originally planned to rest for the night and set out the next day, but now, spurred on by Konan, he had completely lost his composure. He couldn't wait a moment longer. Wait for me, Konan. When I return, I'll show you a side of me you've never seen before, Nagato declared fiercely. All right, go on. I'll be waiting, Konan replied, her cheeks tinged with a rosy blush, eyes brimming with anticipation. On a night shrouded in darkness, with the wind howling through the skies, the 6 paths of pain stood atop a cliff. Behind them, the Azura path carried Nagato on its back. Nagato issued a cold command. Let's go. We can depart now. Everyone glanced at each other in confusion. Go where? We don't have any intel on Orochimaru's base. Damn it. You're right. How could we forget something so important? Nagato slapped his forehead in frustration. It'd be such a hassle to send people searching now. We need to think of another way. The human path spoke up. Our minds are yours to command, so you'd better come up with a plan. I've got it. If we can't find him, let's make him come to us. We'll head to Tenchi Bridge. The Battle of Tenchi Bridge, a legendary conflict in the shinobi world. It was during this very battle that we first witnessed the terrifying power of Naruto's tailed beast transformation and realized just how formidable and twisted Orochimaru's scientific prowess truly was. But this time, we won't be seeing any of that. The secret meeting between Sasori and the spy Kabuto, lurking near Orochimaru, would go completely unnoticed by Konoha. But Nagato knew all about it. If they wanted to find Orochimaru, this was the best way. Tenchi Bridge. Orochimaru. The one person you least expect is coming for you. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. Land of grass, Tenchi Bridge. As gusts of cold, eerie wind swept over the bridge, a mysterious figure clad in a gray cloak strode calmly to the center, waiting in silence. The Preda path huffed. Kabuto's still keeping up the charade. The animal path added, we have to play along, or Orochimaru will never show himself. The Naraka path nodded in agreement, then donned the Hiriko puppet borrowed from Sasori. Damn, this thing really doesn't fit my build. So uncomfortable. Human path. How about we switch? The human path shook his head. No way, I have a fear of dark and closed spaces. This one's all yours, Nagato interjected. Hurry up and get moving. Don't keep Kabuto waiting too long. What if he runs off? The truth was Nagato just didn't want to wait any longer himself. Rebuilding his body and winning over Konan was a matter of utmost urgency. With a sigh, the Naraka path squeezed his bulky frame into the puppet. The Azura Path glanced at Nagato, puzzled. By the way, aren't we technically all the same person? Why we talk to ourselves so much? It's exhausting. Nagato pressed a finger to his lips. Don't let the readers hear that I'm padding the word count here. A series of clear, crisp chimes rang out. Kabuto slowly lifted his head and looked at Scorpion, who was approaching at a measured pace. With respect, he said, "It's been 5 years. Lord Scorpion, how have you been?" The Hell Realm Path crouched inside Hiriko, already irritated, and when he heard Kabuto making pointless small talk, his anger flared up instantly. "If you have something to report, spit it out. I'm busy here." Kabuto smiled in a way that held deeper meaning. "Lord Scorpion, your impatience hasn't changed a bit. I see. Is someone waiting for you?" Sensing the Chakra scalpel Kabuto kept hidden behind his back, the Hell Realm Path snorted coldly. "No, it's not someone waiting for me. I'm the one waiting." Suddenly, there was a disturbance in the grass at the end of the bridge. Instantly alert, Kabuto leaped beside Scorpion, eyes fixed on the shadows. With vigilance, but out hopped a wild rabbit. "Oh, it's just a rabbit. That gave me a scare for nothing." Kabuto let out a sigh of relief. Humph. He's quite the actor, but seriously, what's taking Orochimaru so long to show himself? The Hell Realm Path was starting to lose his composure at that moment. Our main character finally made his entrance. In a sudden flash, a man with long hair, cascading to his waist, appeared behind Kabuto. Striking a flamboyant pose, in a low, husky voice, he murmured, "This sounds interesting. Mind if I join your conversation?" Orochimaru's entrance was nothing short of spectacular. "Kabuto, I didn't expect you to be in contact with Scorpion behind my back. You've really let me down." As the two continued their little performance, the Hell Realm Path finally snapped. "Orochimaru, enough with the act. Aren't you tired? Target spotted. Everyone move in." "Yes, sir." Orochimaru hadn't even finished his dramatic moment when 5 more figures suddenly appeared on the bridge. Well, Orochimaru, we meet again." Orochimaru, a scientist who devoted his entire life to mastering every ninjutsu after tireless efforts. He had achieved immortality. His next goal, the eyes, to obtain the Sharingan he'd fed, sheltered, and cared for Uchiha Sasuke for 3 years. Not only did he teach Sasuke ninjutsu, but he even let him summon his own pet, Manda, from time to time, enduring Sasuke's daily sarcasm and ridicule. Did you think he enjoyed this? He simply had no choice. Once his target had been Uchiha Itachi, but that ended with his instant defeat at Itachi's hands. Some might wonder, if the Rinnegan is so much stronger than Sharingan, why does Orochimaru always go after the Uchiha instead of seeking out Nagato? Do you think he didn't want to? He just didn't have the guts. When Orochimaru first joined the Akatsuki, he was tempted the moment he saw Pain's eyes, but after witnessing Pain's true power, he immediately abandoned that idea. Uchiha, Itachi, and Orochimaru had at least made a move against him, but Nagato, he didn't even have the slightest intention of fighting him, because he knew there was simply no way to win this battle. After all, this wasn't a society ruled by law. Even if he had 1,000 lives, the outcome would always be the same: utter defeat, crushed without mercy. After leaving the Akatsuki, wounded in pride, he thought he'd never see Pain again, but unexpectedly today, the 6 paths of Pain were all standing before him. What a disaster! On such a beautiful day, I just wanted to have a heart-to-heart with Sasori, and instead, I end up running into this entire troublesome bunch. Kabuto, whose side are you even on? Don't tell me you're a triple agent still taking orders from Akatsuki's boss. Kabuto had originally been sent by Sasori as a spy to Orochimaru's side, but during that time, Orochimaru had managed to turn him, making him act as a spy for himself against Sasori. However, Orochimaru hadn't expected that Akatsuki's leader Nagato would show up in person this time. He immediately began to suspect Kabuto's true allegiance. Maybe Nagato was his real master all along. Seeing Orochimaru's flustered expression, Kabuto was bewildered and said, "Lord Orochimaru, what are you talking about? Akatsuki's boss? Where?" Orochimaru roared, "Are you blind? They're right in front of you. The ones with the swirling eyes. Those are Akatsuki's leaders." Huh. At this point, Kabuto started to panic as well. He hurried to Orochimaru's side and asked in alarm, "All 6 of them? You'd better get your eyes checked. And look, one of them is carrying a cripple on his back. That one is the most dangerous of all." Nagato watched as Orochimaru and Kabuto bickered endlessly, growing impatient. "Orochimaru, save the scolding for your underlings until you get home. It's not easy to find you. We've worked together before, after all. But tell me, say my eyes look like mosquito coils. Are you insulting me?" "Of course not, of course not." Orochimaru hurried over to stand respectfully beside the 6 paths of Pain, his tone unusually sincere. "I'm honored by your visit. May I ask what brings you here?" Nagato replied, "That undying reincarnation jutsu of yours. Teach it to me. Watching you shed Your skin over and over. I have to say it's quite fascinating. Well. To be honest, Nagato's sudden appearance had really startled him. After all, he was a rogue ninja who defected from Akatsuki, and he'd assumed Nagato had come to eliminate him. But after hearing Nagato's request, Orochimaru realized that Nagato had actually come to ask for his help. At last, he could breathe easier, since Nagato needed something from him. There was no need to keep acting so servile. With that thought, Orochimaru immediately straightened his back, sighed, Nagato, you finally come around. I told you before I could help you modify your body, but you wouldn't. Listen, kept insisting your body was a gift from your parents, so what made you suddenly change your mind this time? Ahem, you'd better not ask the details. I don't want you to get the wrong idea. In short, teach me the rebirth jutsu, immediately, right now. The living corpse reincarnation technique, as the name suggests, allows one to transfer their consciousness into another person's body, thereby gaining eternal life. Nagato wanted to give himself a new body. Orochimaru shook his head, chuckled, and said, This living corpse reincarnation technique is the ultimate ninjutsu I invented after countless hours and human experiments. Nagato, you know as well as I do, ninjutsu itself isn't worth much, but the skill to create new ninjutsu is priceless. I can teach you, but in return, I need something from you. What do you want? Hurry up and say it. I need to be back before nightfall. I want your eyes. The Rinnegan. You have so many pairs, surely you can spare one for me. That's not unreasonable, is it? Humph. Nagato snorted, eyeing Orochimaru, who was smirking mischievously and flicking his tongue in and out. So this is what you've been waiting for all along? You want the Rinnegan? Fine, I'll give it to you, but let me make one thing clear. Only a corpse can wear the Rinnegan. Universal pull. With a single gesture, Pain's Devapath raised his hand, and Orochimaru suddenly felt a powerful force pulling him forward. Caught off guard by the sudden move, Orochimaru shouted, What are you doing? Can't we just talk this through? Devapath replied, You're asking what I'm doing? After all these years, I think it's time I gave you a big, warm hug. Release Lord Orochimaru. Sensing danger, Kabuto immediately gathered Chakra into his palm and lunged at Devapath, but before he could get close, Azura Path had already twisted off his own wrist, launching a strange arm rocket that sent Kabuto flying into the bushes, overestimating yourself. Azura Path twisted his wrist back into place with a dismissive snort as Devapath's force began to draw Orochimaru's body uncontrollably closer. A sudden idea flashed through Orochimaru's mind. He opened his mouth wide, and a hand suddenly reached out from within. This is bad. Stop him. He's about to shed his skin again, shouted Predapath. Realizing what was happening, he immediately leapt beside Orochimaru, extended his large hand, and pressed down on the head that was just emerging. Disgusting. Back you go, he scolded, shoving the new Orochimaru back into the mouth of the original body. Once he was finished, Predapath grabbed Orochimaru's chin with one hand, held his head with the other, and forcefully clamped his jaws shut. With a tone of utter disdain, he taunted, Swallow it back down. No more slipping out. Inside his own body, Orochimaru's voice echoed in muffled outrage. Let me out, you beasts. This is not how you ask someone for help. Nagato raised an eyebrow and retorted, What if we don't let you out? If you've got the guts, try to escape from the other end. The nerve you have daring to ask me for the Rinnegan. I'm telling you, it's a good thing I didn't bring Uchiha Itachi here today. If he were here, he'd probably take his brother away too. You won't even get the Sharingan by then. I don't want it anymore. Just let me go. I'll teach you the reanimation jutsu right now. Hearing this, Nagato nodded at the Predapath, signaling him to let go. So filthy. The Predapath lowered his hand, and before leaving, he made sure to wipe off Orochimaru's saliva on Orochimaru's own clothes. No, Predapath. What nonsense are you spouting? From now on, whenever I'm bored, I'll just spit on myself like he does for fun. Nagato motioned for the human path to carry him over to Orochimaru, who was now drenched in saliva, and he sneered coldly, Hurry up and clean yourself off. Teach me the jutsu. You'd better be quick. If I haven't mastered it before night falls, I really will kill you. Orochimaru's base northern outpost. Under Nagato's intimidating presence, Orochimaru had no choice but to bring the 6 paths of pain straight to his own base. Wow, this is quite the setup. I expected nothing less from you, Uncle Snake. Nagato couldn't help but marvel at the strange and eerie place in Orochimaru's heart. It felt as if 10,000 wild horses were trampling all over Nagato. Not only do I have to teach you the reanimation jutsu for free, but you're also taking someone from my ranks. If I could take you in a fight, how could I, Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, suffer such humiliation? Though these thoughts raged inside him, he dared not show the slightest disrespect outwardly. Nagato, you haven't told me yet. Who exactly are you looking for? It's not Sasuke, is it? Orochimaru feared that Nagato would try to steal Sasuke away, so he hadn't taken him to the base in the land of grass, but instead led them to this northern outpost by the sea. Stop asking. Once you teach me the reanimation jutsu, I'll tell you, don't try any tricks. The 6 paths of pain aren't someone you can afford to cross right now. Tricks? Why would I? At this point, Orochimaru just wanted to get rid of this troublesome group as quickly as possible. He didn't want to spend another minute with them. Once they entered his office, Orochimaru pulled out a scroll and handed it to Nagato with exaggerated respect. This is the jutsu you wanted. You can practice here. Looks like it's about to rain. And I suddenly remembered I left laundry out of my old home, so I'll leave you be. As for the people in this base, take whoever you want. Goodbye. With that, and before Nagato could reply, Orochimaru dissolved into countless white snakes and scattered in all directions. The 6 paths of pain immediately assumed battle stances, poised to chase after Orochimaru. Nagato, weary, waved his hand lightly. Don't bother, he's slippery as an eel. Just let him go. The animal path spoke up, but aren't you worried this scroll could be a fake? Nagato sneered. Relax, he wouldn't dare. He wouldn't risk offending me over a measly jutsu. Stand by my side. All of you, I'm about to begin learning. If anyone dares disturb me, kill them on the spot. Yes, sir. Nagato slowly unrolled the scroll, his Rinnegan carefully studying the secrets within. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Truly worthy of being called the greatest scientist in the ninja world. No one else could have developed this jutsu. Judging by its principles, it's absolutely genuine. Excellent. Conan, just wait for me, soon I'll show you that I can do much more than just ear cleaning. Half a day passed, and Nagato finally mastered the technique of impure world reincarnation. The next step was to find a perfect physical vessel. Let's go, we'll take a look around and see if we can find a strong man, the human path. Gently helped Nagato to his feet, hoisting him onto his back. Together with the other 5 paths, they made their way toward the door. Wait. Just as they were about to leave, Nagato's eyes fell on a scroll resting on the lab table. The text on it caught his interest. Take that scroll with us as well. The techniques inside might be very useful to me. In the eerie corridor, agonized screams echoed now and then. This stronghold was made up of a series of prisons, each one crammed with humans whom Orochimaru had captured from who knows where. Every one of these people had been forcibly branded with Orochimaru's curse seal, his so-called experimental subjects. These test subjects had only one daily task: to slaughter each other. The Deva Path spoke. Are we really going to look for a suitable body among these people? Nagato replied, no, I don't want anyone bearing Orochimaru's bite marks. Ideally, I'm looking for a fair-skinned, handsome man, and strong if possible. The human path suggested. Then why not just make Orochimaru hand over Sasuke? Isn't he the perfect candidate? Nagato shook his head. That won't do. Itachi's obsessed with protecting his brother. For the sake of unity within our organization, let's look elsewhere. It's almost sundown. We don't have time to waste. Just then a chilling voice suddenly drifted from one of the distant cells. They're coming. They're almost here. Is it a man or a woman? If it's a man, I'll kill him. If it's a woman, no, it must be a man. Hearing that eerily familiar voice, a figure flashed through Nagato's mind. I think I know whose body I want to use. Come on, let's go open that cell up ahead. The 6 paths of pain strode to the deepest cell at the end of the corridor. The Deva Path took the lead and slowly opened the prison door. A wild, manic laugh burst forth. Ha 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 ha. Just as I thought, it's a man. Now I have a reason to kill you. Die. The door had barely opened a crack before a tall, hulking blonde brute shot out, slamming the Deva Path hard into the wall. If it had been anyone else, such a crushing blow would have reduced them to a bloody pulp, but the Deva Path emerged without a scratch. After all, he was already dead, and couldn't feel pain at all. Oh, you can really take a beating, can't you? Ha, looks like I'll get even more enjoyment out of this. The burly blonde man roared with laughter, his fists flying a wild barrage. Dark curse marks continued to creep and spread across his skin, seeing that the giant had no intention of stopping. Tendo's voice rang out cold and detached. I ask you, haven't you had enough? Shinra Tensei. With a thunderous crash, the giant's body was blasted away in an instant, sent hurtling back into his cell. The sheer force of the blow jolted him back to his senses. The markings on his body began to slowly fade. As the curse marks vanished completely, he scrambled into a corner, pulling his knees to his chest and sobbing, his voice trembling with pain. Stay away. I can't control myself. I'll kill you all. Where's Kimimaro? Bring him to me now. If he's not here, I'll be trapped in this damn place forever. Nagato couldn't help but be taken aback by the man's massive build. How could anyone grow so tall? Why didn't it show in the anime? He looks just like Yao Ming. You go. I've come for you. Kimimaro is dead. I'm here to take you out of here. From now on, your body will be mine. Together, we'll change this world. This giant was none other than Yugo himself, the very source of the curse mark, a natural sage. But Yugo seemed not to hear a word Nagato said. He just shook his head wildly, clutching his head and sobbing. Without Kimimaro, I won't leave. I can't control myself. I'll kill everyone. I don't want to live like this. Nagato gave a weary sigh. seeing that persuasion was hopeless. Nagato's eyes snapped open in that instant. A terrifying killing intent burst from all 6 bodies of pain. Yugo's expression changed in a flash. He could feel it. This was a bloodlust countless times stronger than Kimamaro's. Who are you people? At last, Yugo realized that this strange group with their unique eyes was anything but ordinary. Even if he transformed completely, there was no way he could defeat any of them, except maybe the thin, crippled one. Seeing that Yugo had finally calmed down, Nagato spoke softly. I'm here to set you free, but it's not you I'll be freeing. It's your body. I'm sorry, Yugo, you don't want to live like this every day, do you? I'll help you. Please, lend your body to me. Yugo's voice was icy. What do you want with this violent body of mine? I'm nothing but a curse. Human Path, carrying Nagato on his back, walked over to Yugo's side. Do you know why Orochimaru locked you up in here? I do. He just wants to create copies of me. I'm uncontrollable. A monster. Seeing Yugo still lost in despair, Nagato's tone suddenly sharpened, rising in anger. Why are you always so hopeless? A moment ago, you were rampaging like a madman, attacking anyone in sight. Now you're curled up in a corner like a frightened puppy. What a waste of your sage's body. Yugo slowly raised his head and looked silently at Nagato, unmoved. Yugo was right. He truly was a danger to others. His body was extraordinarily unique, born with the ability to absorb natural energy, or what one might call a sage's constitution. Whenever he lingered in places rich with natural energy, the excess energy would overwhelm him, stripping him of reason and transforming his body into that of a sage. Without the powerful will needed to control his flesh, he would become a mindless killer, entirely ruled by physical urges. Because of his body, he had always lived in solitude, shunned since childhood, until he met Kimamaru. From then on, the two of them became each other's support, and Kimamaru became Yugo's only spiritual anchor. He believed that only Kimamaru could restrain his murderous impulses as long as Kimamaru was there. He wouldn't lose control and kill the innocent. But fate was unkind. Kimamaru died. The only support Yugo had vanished from his world. Once again, his life plunged into darkness. After that, he chose to lock himself away here, endlessly exploited by Orochimaru. Yugo, do you really think hiding here means you won't hurt anyone? You're wrong. Because of you, Orochimaru has killed countless people. What do you mean? Your active cells are the source of Orochimaru's curse seal. As long as you're here, he'll keep conducting his experiments. Do you know that? To find more test subjects, he's captured all the residents from the nearby villages. Yugo clutched his head in agony upon hearing this. No matter what I do, I end up hurting others. Maybe my very existence is a sin. Please, I beg you, just kill me. I know what you're capable of. I can feel your murderous intent. You're even stronger than Kimamaru ever was. Yugo crawled over to the human path, gripping his legs desperately and shaking them, pleading for release, longing for an end to his torment. He was a kind soul at heart, yet fate had cursed him with this body. Why in the world of shinobi were so many lives tinged with tragedy? Nagato looked at Yugo's despair and let out a heavy sigh. Yugo, you must have noticed my condition, Nagato said, pointing to his lower body. I possess great abilities and eyes that can change the world, yet the one thing I lack is a powerful body. These 6 bodies are, in fact, the 6 manifestations of my power. Yugo, I know you need something strong to hold on to, and I am the most suitable anchor for you. Your body is the perfect vessel for me. I want to change this world, a world steeped in pain. Yugo, I hope you will entrust your body to me. The kindness and regrets you left behind, I will make up for them. Listening to Nagato's words, Yugo felt a warmth blossom in his heart. He believed what Nagato said. With the strength these people displayed, they could have easily defeated him and taken his body by force. Yet, the emaciated man before him had chosen not to. His sincerity was unmistakable. Perhaps, just perhaps, this was someone truly worthy of trust. Yugo fell silent for a long while, then softly murmured, "Take my body. It's yours. I know my body is powerful, but on my own, I can't control it. Rather than let Orochimaru use my body to spread disaster, I'd rather entrust it to you. It's yours now." With those words, Yugo slowly closed his eyes. Tears slipped down his cheeks, and a faint smile began to form at the corners of his mouth. It was a smile he hadn't worn in a very long time. "Please, use my body to atone for the wrongs I've committed. I'm counting on you." Not long after, the Yugo lying on the ground slowly opened his eyes. He raised unfamiliar hands, gazed at the 6 paths of pain gathered before him, and spoke gently. "The rebirth of the undead technique has succeeded. You 6 may return now. Tendo, Gakido, Ninjendo, Shirado, Chikashodo, Jigakudo, take your places like 6 wisps of blue smoke." The souls of the 6 paths all returned to Nagato's new body. Rising to his feet, Nagato now felt the full force of the 6 paths restored to him, enhanced even further by Yugo's sage body. power surged through him. He felt even mightier than in his prime. A deep, exuberant laughter burst from him, irrepressible. The sensation was intoxicating. At last, he would no longer be confined to a wheelchair trapped in that lightless, suffocating room. At last, he could be free from Conan's biting sarcasm. At last, with the great undertaking ahead, he could wield power greater than ever before. Still laughing, Nagato lowered his head and looked into the water running through the prison's gutter, his reflection. Yugo's face, staring back at him. My Rinnegan and my face, I ought to reclaim those as well. From the body of the human path, Nagato retrieved a scroll he had snatched from Orochimaru's desk. Face erasure technique. This was a jutsu to alter one's appearance, and the essential material was real human skin. He unfurled the scroll and began studying it intently. It was a B-rank ninjutsu, and Nagato quickly mastered its contents. Once he had learned it, he tossed the scroll aside, then unflinchingly removed the eyes, facial skin, and hair from his former body. Immediately, he used the face erasure technique, flawlessly recreating his own features on Yugo's body. He gazed once more into the water, examining his reflection. Indeed, nothing looks as right as my own face. Nagato let out a faint, satisfied chuckle and turned to leave. Leaving Orochimaru's base behind, he slowly rose into the sky. Looking down upon everything below, a sense of dominion welled up inside him. Like a king surveying his realm, the tormented monsters in the base, longer need to tear each other apart. The god will free you from your suffering. Nagato raised both hands, his gaze cold and unfeeling. Shinra Tensei, under a blinding divine light, the entire base began to explode from its center, the destruction racing outward and swallowing everything in its path in an instant. It was just like the scene when Konoha was obliterated in the anime. Nagato showed no mercy, unleashing every ounce of his power. He wanted to see for himself just how devastating his ultimate Shinra Tensei could be. Not only Orochimaru's base, but the entire island was utterly destroyed. This was the true power of a god. Conan, open up. I'm home. Nagato, feeling giddy with excitement, pounded eagerly on the little house's door. His body was practically buzzing, as if he'd just downed a bowl of invigorating herbal soup. Yet no matter how long he knocked there wasn't a sound from inside. Conan, your warrior has returned. Are you asleep? I'm coming in if you don't answer. Nagato pushed open the door. The room was pitch black, and aside from the familiar wheelchair, there was nothing else inside. How odd. Where did she go? Don't tell me she's still at the base. The Akatsuki never works overtime. Nagato pondered for a moment, then decided to head back to the Akatsuki base to look for her. He placed Yahiko's body beside the wheelchair, then turned and set off toward the base. In the distance, beneath a barren stone mountain, the furious roars of a beast echoed through the valley. The source of the uproar was Scorpion. Now in a state of partial tailed beast transformation, he was shrouded in a terrifying cloak of red chakra. But unlike Naruto and the others, his body, having long been transformed into a puppet, showed no exposed flesh. Haiden lounged lazily atop the mountain, watching Scorpion go berserk at the bottom of the gorge. Bored, he chewed on a leaf and muttered, "Big bro Scorpion really isn't the sharpest tool in the shed. After all this time, he still can't fully control his tailed beast form. If I were him, I'd never let that happen." Kakuzu replied, "Relax. You probably couldn't even manage a half-transformation. On that front, I have complete confidence in you." Haiden grinned. "Kakuzu, I've got you figured out. You talk tough, but when it comes down to it, you're actually the one who spoils me most. I always knew you cared about me." Kakuzu shot back, "Say something that's sappy again, and I'll really kill you." Haiden burst out laughing. "Look, he's mad. Did you guys see that? He's totally losing it." Kisame intervened. "All right, cut it out. We've been out here helping Scorpion train for ages. Is tailed beast transformation really that hard? I never imagined Scorpion would struggle this much." Dadar sighed, "Ugh. The mighty image I had of Scorpion Senpai just crashed in an instant. It's all his fault I've been bored for so long. And our leader too. Conan, where did he even go? Why aren't they back yet? Maybe we shouldn't wait for Scorpion and the boss any longer. Let's just head to the land of lightning and capture the Two Tails ourselves." At that moment, Uchiha Itachi's crimson eyes flickered subtly. He fixed his gaze on the bottom of the ravine and said calmly, "It looks like Scorpion has succeeded." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look down into the valley. They saw that Scorpion's cloak of red chakra had faded away. Pale yellow sand now swirled around him, shimmering under the moonlight. His skin was covered in wave-like black markings reminiscent of the One-Tail's appearance. Scorpion flexed his body, feeling the surge of chakra from his transformation, and shouted excitedly up at the others atop the ridge, "Hey, toss a few kunai or shuriken down here. I want to test out my new powers." "Kunai? Shuriken?" Kakuzu scoffed at the suggestion, turning to Haiden. What proper ninja even uses those? Do you? Haiden shook his head and glanced at Deidara. I haven't touched those things since I grew up. What about you, Deidara? Deidara grunted. I only carry explosive clay. Who even bothers with kunai anymore? Are you looking down on me or something? With that he looked over at Kisame. Kisame just spread his hands, indicating he had none either, seeing this Deidara called down into the ravine. Scorpion, can you stop messing around? We're Akatsuki, you know. Wouldn't using kunai and shuriken be kind of embarrassing? You wait. Itachi interrupted him, cheeks flushing slightly as he reluctantly pulled 3 kunai from behind his back. In a soft voice, he admitted, I have some. All eyes turned to him in surprise as Itachi aimed and hurled the kunai at Scorpion. Just as the 3 kunai were about to strike, a wave of fine sand suddenly rose up around Scorpion, blocking them effortlessly. Scorpion nodded in satisfaction. This sand is actually pretty easy to control. Wow, Scorpion, you're really like a copy of Gar now, someone teased. Scorpion leapt up to the ridge, reverting to his usual self. Don't compare me. To him, I'm a perfect Jinchuriki. That guy only knows how to bury people alive. He's nothing like me. He glanced over the exhausted group, a hint of apology in his voice. But still, thanks for sticking with me day and night for so long. Where's the boss? Still not back? Everyone shook their heads and turned in unison to look at Conan. Waiting for her answer, Conan looked exasperated. Why is everyone looking at me? At least you're all his brothers. And me, forget about love. I don't even have a physical relationship with him. How am I supposed to know where he is? Just then a handsome figure descended from the sky. I knew it. I thought I heard the roar of some beast just now. It had to be you lot up to something. Nagato strode up to the group, a look of relieved pride in his eyes as he surveyed them. It's been days since I last saw you all. I've missed you so much. Come on, everyone, come give me a hug. What's wrong? Why is nobody reacting? Don't you recognize me anymore? Your leader is back. If there were a single word to describe the expressions on everyone's faces at that moment, it would be dumbfounded. They were all utterly shocked by Nagato's current appearance. Sasori was the first to recover, walking over to Nagato in a daze. He looked him up and down in disbelief, sighing. Repeatedly, boss, what have you been eating these days? You've shot up, and those long legs of yours, did you graft them on? Nagato lifted his chin and glanced sideways, stealing a look at Conan's astonished face. With a hint of pride, he said, keep it low-key. It's nothing. Just a new body, that's all. I felt that always working with you all through. The 6 paths of pain seemed a bit too distant for true brotherhood. From now on, I'll fight alongside you in person. Though Nagato's explanation was fairly clear, his sudden transformation still left everyone a bit at a loss. Just as the others were about to ask more questions, Conan suddenly stepped forward. With a swift motion, she used her paper jutsu, and angelic wings unfolded from her back. You've all had a long and tiring few days. Go back and get some rest. Nagato and I have matters to discuss. If you have questions, save them for tomorrow. With those words, Conan scooped Nagato up and soared off into the distance. Nagato called out, Conan, what's this? Are you in a hurry? A blush bloomed across Conan's delicate face, and she chided him softly. Do you know how many years I've waited for this day? Tonight, you're absolutely not allowed to sleep. Haha. Even if you let me, I wouldn't sleep. Tonight, I'll make up for everything I owe you. I've kept count. You cleaned my ears 1248 times, which means you owe me 1248 times. What? You remember so clearly. Over 1,000 times? Even a donkey couldn't be worked this hard. Can we spread out a bit? No, you can't. All right, you go. Now's the time to test your stamina. Don't let me down. In the land of fire, inside Tsunade's office at the Hidden Leaf Village, Tsunade sat at her desk, frowning as she pored over Kakashi's teams. Mission report, Kakashi's squad and Jiraiya had taken a trip to Sunagakure, but aside from saving Kankaro's life, they hadn't accomplished much of anything. They didn't even manage to get a glimpse of an Akatsuki member. There was nothing to be done. Who could have expected the Akatsuki to willingly return Gaara? This is so strange. What on earth are they trying to do? Tsunade tossed the report aside, her voice tinged with confusion. Jiraiya replied, according to Gaara, it seems Akatsuki wants to unite the entire world. Huh, what a joke. Tsunade snorted. My grandfather was hailed as the god of shinobi, and even he couldn't achieve that. How could Akatsuki possibly succeed? You really think you're god now? Playing the hostage game? Trying to appear merciful, is that it? I don't care what the Kazekage is thinking. As far as I'm concerned, Akatsuki will always be my enemy. Always. Seeing that Tsunade was truly angry, no one else dared to interrupt, afraid she might take out her frustration on them. Since everyone fell silent, Tsunade continued, what happened in Sunagakure? Do the other 3 great nations know? Shizen gently coaxing the frightened Taunton, quickly replied, the Land of Wind is only allied with us. After the Kazekage was kidnapped, they locked down all information right away. Apart from us, the other 3 nations probably don't know anything. Tsunade said, all right, pass on my message. Give the other three nations a warning. Tell them Akatsuki will be making moves soon, and they'd better keep a close watch on their own tailed beasts. Also send them images and details of Akatsuki's members and abilities. Akatsuki already has the one-tails Jinchuriki. If we let them run rampant any longer, things will get truly out of hand. Remember, not a word about Gaara. Understood? Good, you've all worked hard. For a long time, go back and get some rest. Not long after, in the land of lightning, Kimobikure, the Reikage glanced at the message. Tsunade had just crumpled it into a ball and tossed it straight into the wastebasket. 800 years without a word. And now at last she sends a message. I thought she might want to arrange a marriage alliance. Turns out it's only to warn me about Akatsuki. That old woman, wasting her energy on useless things. Dare we send a reply to the Hokage? Tell her to mind her own business, unless it's about a marriage alliance. Don't bother me with anything else. Dare we pick the crumpled note from the bin, read it carefully, and said with a serious face, Lord Reikage, we haven't encountered Akatsuki ourselves, but their abilities described here are outrageous. We can't afford to be careless. If they target Lady Yujito, the two-tails Jinchuriki, or your brother, Lord Killer Bee, the Reikage grew angrier by the second. He slammed his fist down, shattering the table, and roared, if they dare to come here, I'll wipe them out in an instant. Not even God could save them. That's my word. Seeing the Reikage in a fury, C hurried to calm him. Please, Lord Reikage, don't be upset. Darui only meant well for your and Lord B's sake. It wouldn't hurt to increase our vigilance. In the land of Earth, Iwagakure, Anoki chuckled, Tsunade really is something else. We haven't had contact with Konoha in years. And now that she's in charge, she acts like the head of all 5 nations, ordering me to keep an eye on our tailed beasts. She really doesn't show respect for her elders. Karatsuchi snatched the letter from Anoki's hand, curiosity lighting her eyes. Hey, old man, if you can't take this, maybe it's time you retired. You can't hog this position forever. Let's see what this big-chested woman has to say. Oh, the Rinnegan. The Akatsuki actually has the legendary Rinnegan. The person in this portrait looks so cool. If what Lady Tsunade said is true, Grandpa, tomorrow I'm going to live with Rashi, the 4-tails Jinchuriki, and Han, the 5-tails Jinchuriki. Maybe I'll get a chance to meet the Rinnegan myself. Akatsuchi laughed heartily. Kuratsuchi, stop joking around. You know Lord Tsuchikage and Rashi have never gotten along. If you went with him, that Tsuchikage would be furious. For your grandfather's sake, you'd better stay here and behave. In a land of water, Kirigakure village, Chojuro asked Lady Mizukage, what did the urgent message from the Hokage say? Meitoromi let out a sigh, gently setting down the paper in her hand. He's warning us to be wary of the Akatsuki. There's a chance they might try to capture our tailed beasts. Ao, upon hearing this, instinctively touched his right eye, his borrowed Byakugan, and said, we've had deep grudges with Konoha for years. I don't think the Hokage's words are trustworthy. Meitoromi shot him a sharp look. Listen, it's a warning, not a command. Whether we act on it or not is up to us, but extra caution won't hurt. Chojuro, I'm putting you in charge of guarding the 3-tails Isabu in our neighboring village, and the 6-tails Jinchuriki, Utakata, especially. The 3-tails, keep a close eye on it for me. Why, yes, understood. After receiving the Hokage's message, the 3 great nations each responded in their own way, but deep down they all became more vigilant. Another 10 days and nights passed, deep in the jungle inside a small, dimly lit room, under the constant urging of the Akatsuki members waiting outside. Nagato and Conan finally emerged, their clothes tattered and their faces weary. The other members exchanged knowing glances, but there were still a few who didn't quite get it. Upon seeing their condition, Deidara cried out in surprise, Whoa, boss, why do you look like your old self again? What on earth are you two up to? You're both skin and bones. And Conan, what's with your face? It's so red. Kaku, who had long since seen through worldly matters, quickly covered Deidara's mouth. This is grown-up business. Minors shouldn't ask too many questions. Sasori, Itachi, and Kisame all turned away in silence, not wanting to get involved. Hiding, grinning mischievously, couldn't resist poking fun. 10 days, a whole 10 days. You two must have had your fill by now. If we don't get to work soon, I'm quitting Akatsuki. Even someone as resilient as Yugo with his sage-like physique couldn't withstand Conan's relentless energy. Nagato, coughing weakly, hobbled forward with Conan's support and addressed the group in a barely audible voice. Tomorrow we set out for the land of lightning. We're going after the 2-tails and the 8-tails. Get ready. I'll also have Yahiko accompany you all in my stead. Hide-in, hearing this, feigned ignorance and teased, Oh, what's going on? Didn't we agree before that for the sake of brotherhood, you'd join the battle with your true self? What now? You found yourself a sweetheart and you're ready to toss brotherhood aside. At this moment, Nagato felt utterly drained, and with the last ounce of strength he had, he retorted, Let's see you go non-stop for 10 days straight. See if you can handle it. Anyway, my real body needs a few days of rest. You guys go on ahead without me. That's all. Everyone disperse. I'm heading back in, Conan. Don't go. I think I can still keep going. Another day passed. The skies were clear, the sun was shining, and birds sang among the fragrant blossoms. Nagato rose early, enjoyed a hearty bowl of beef tendon rice that Conan had prepared with care, washed it down with a nourishing goji berry infusion, and stepped outside full of energy. Although he'd insisted yesterday that he was fine, the truth was that before Conan could even take off her clothes, he had already collapsed into a deep sleep. He slept through an entire day and night, and, thanks to Conan's attentive massages and care, both his body and spirit had finally recovered. Outside, the members of the Akatsuki had already been waiting for quite some time. Ever since Nagato became domesticated, they rarely visited their own base, knowing full well that if they wanted to find him, this was the only place to look. Nagato declared, Let's go. Set out for the land of lightning. Haiden called out, Hey, let's get one thing clear this time. After we catch the two-tailed cat and the eight-tailed octopus, who's going to be the Jinchuriki? Sasori quipped, What's this, Haiden? You sound all fired up. Are you hoping to snag a new pet for yourself? Haiden laughed, Haha. Honestly, after seeing your transformation as a tailed beast, I have to admit, it looks kind of fun. Let me tell you something. I originally joined the Jashinist cult because I thought their transformations looked so cool. Ever since I was a kid, I've dreamed of becoming the ever-changing Haiden. Kakuzu scoffed, What's the use of making some idiotic curse user the Jinchuriki? He wouldn't be able to control the beast anyway. Better hand the tailed beast to me. I can handle 5 at once if I have to, Haiden snapped. Back, Kakuzu, you've gone too far. I know you care about me, but that doesn't mean you get to do whatever you want. I'm not an idiot. This Jinchuriki position is mine. As the argument escalated, Nagato, feeling a bit exasperated, said, Let's go with the first plan for today. Set the order and duel one-on-one for the Jinchuriki spot, with everyone else standing by for backup. If anyone's in danger, the rest must step in to help. In short, whoever wins gets to be the Jinchuriki. Kisame grinned. Sound good to me. Brothers, I'm not going to fight over the two tails, but leave that octopus monster for me, will you? I haven't had a good swim in ages and my hands are itching for action. Deidara chimed in, No problem. Since Kisame wants the 8 tails, I'll reluctantly take the 2 tails off your hands, big brothers. Hope you can cut your little brother some slack. Yeah, Haiden protested. Were you two even listening to me? Just now. I said I'm going to be the Jinchuriki. Nobody better try to steal this from me today. Shounen said, I don't care who takes the lead. Anyone who wants to go ahead, just make it quick. Don't keep me and Nagato from our plans tonight. As she spoke, her alluring gaze drifted again and again toward Nagato. Now Shounen stood there fully clothed, and Nagato had regained his composure. The memory of their wildness over the past 10 days suddenly made him tense up, a cold sweat breaking out across his brow. No, this can't go on so often. If I keep indulging like this, I might just become the first member of the Akatsuki to die. Of all things, because of a woman. Imagine the great god with the Rinnegan, ending up a cautionary tale for dying in bed. If word got out, where would I ever put my handsome face? Suddenly inspired, Nagato declared, Everyone stop fighting. I've got a great idea for a game. We'll use it to decide the order. How do we do that? Someone asked. Have any of you ever heard of the legendary game? Knock 7. With Nagato's patient explanation, the members finally understood the rules of the game. 5, 6, clap, 8. After a whirlwind of rapid counting and laughter, the order of battle was settled at last. First and second up, Deidara and Kisame. Deidara cheered, I'm first up. The two-tailed cat demon is mine to take on first. Haiden, honestly, I can't believe you messed up at 28. Why didn't you clap? Blushing, Haiden grumbled, I got careless. Who'd have thought you still have to clap after 27? Kisame chuckled, with your intelligence. It's a miracle you even remember about 27. Not bad, this game. I say we use it to decide the order from now on. Haiden wailed to Kaku, why are they picking on my intelligence? Kakuzu, aren't you going to say anything? But Kakuzu only strode down the road, his face stormy, ignoring Haiden completely. Itachi spoke up. Haiden, don't bother Kakuzu right now. Let him be. He lost the game at 14. After all, I guess he's traumatized by it now. Nagato announced, now that we've set the order, that's how we'll proceed. It wouldn't be wise for all of us to storm the land of lightning at once. We'll go in groups. Deidara, Kisame, remember, one-on-one. Doesn't mean you get to act recklessly. Wait until everyone's in position before you engage, understand? Got it, boss, they replied. Land of lightning, village hidden in the clouds. Yujito Ni was in her personal quarters, immersed in her rigorous training. This was the residence she'd begged the Reikage to arrange for her. No one else lived nearby. There were no neighbors at all, in truth. The entire area belonged to her alone. After all, she was a Jinchuriki, a being both feared and shunned by the villagers. Loneliness was an inseparable part of the Jinchuriki's fate, a burden she had no choice but to bear, since inheriting the tailed beast at the age of 2. She understood this better than anyone. At that moment, she was striving to perfect her transformation into her tailed beast, pushing herself toward complete control. Although she had learned to cloak herself with her tailed beast Chakra, she still couldn't communicate with it as freely as Killer Bee did, bantering, joking, and treating it like a friend. Without that level of control there remained the risk that the beast could overwhelm her mind, driving her into a berserk frenzy. This was something she desperately wanted to avoid. The Raikage had asked her to return to the village many times, but she had always turned him down, and this was the reason. She wanted to wait until she could control her tailed beast perfectly before she faced the world again. Otherwise, she feared she might end up causing trouble for others. What a remarkable woman she was. Not only beautiful, but kind-hearted and proud, with a solitary strength. And yet, despite her perfection, today, she was destined to meet her end here. A line of people now stood before her. So you've come at last. The Akatsuki, sensing their presence, Yujito showed no sign of panic. She remained seated, eyes closed, as calm as ever. The Raikage had contacted her beforehand, warning that the Akatsuki might be targeting her, and had offered to send ninja to protect her, but she had gently refused, afraid that if she lost control during her training, she might harm those sent to guard her. She had been prepared for this day, knowing the Akatsuki would come. Haiden couldn't hold back any longer. I can't stand it. This woman, she's really putting on a show. We've been standing here all this time, and she won't even acknowledge us. You guys take a break. I'll go teach her a lesson. Just as Haiden rolled up his sleeves and was about to step forward, Deidara reached out and stopped him. Hold on, Haiden, don't forget the order we agreed on for this mission. You almost had me fooled, but this one's mine to handle. Yeah. After speaking, Deidara shot a glance at Nagato, as if signaling him. Nagato understood instantly and gave a barely perceptible nod. Not long ago he had pulled Deidara aside for a private word. Deidara, when you fight the Two Tails, drag it out a little. Make it a real spectacle. Why's that, boss? I don't want to head back too soon. Conan's been a bit too aggressive lately, and frankly, I need a break. I like to stall for a couple of days. Stalling? That's what I do best. I haven't had a proper fight in ages. Today, I'm going to enjoy myself. Two Tails Jinchuriki. Don't die too quickly, all right? I promise I'll go easy. Deidara spread his hands wide. The mouths on his palms started chewing faster and faster, until they spat out 2 lumps of explosive clay. The clay began to morph and shift, taking shape as 2 monstrous clay clones. Come on then, my lady. Don't just sit there. Get up and play with me. If you don't, I'll just have to come to you, and I could be really fierce, you know? Yujito slowly rose to her feet and opened her eyes. Standing atop the platform, she looked down at Deidara, exuding the aura of a queen who viewed all beneath her as insignificant. So what's this? Are you coming at me alone? Kid, are you sure you're up for this? And what about those people behind you? Are they here because they think I'm not worth the trouble? Deidara declared. Kid, my ferocity is like a wolf. Don't try to act tough in front of me. Taking you down? I can handle it all by myself. Witness my art, Clay. Minions, go. At his command, 2 lumbering clay figures swayed as they charged toward Yujito. You summoned a pair of clowns to fight me? You'll regret that. Just as the clay minions closed in, Yujito arched her body, poised like a cat ready to pounce. Without warning, razor-sharp steel claws extended from her hands and feet, gleaming with a steely resilience. In a flash, accompanied by a swift whoosh, her lithe form sprang into the air. Her claws lashed out, tearing both clay minions to pieces in a single motion. That's it? Is that all you've got? In this dazzling world, don't try to put on a show if you lack the skill. Yujito looked coldly at Deidara, her eyes brimming with mockery. Don't get ahead of yourself. The night is still young, and I've got plenty more tricks. As he spoke, the fragments of clay at Yujito's feet seemed to come alive, morphing into a new horde of clay figures in all shapes and sizes. Before Yujito could react, they leapt upon her, engulfing her entire body. God. You know, how does it feel to be wrapped up from head to toe? Now, with Deidara's shout, the clay minions erupted in a synchronized explosion. A thunderous blast shook the building, filling it instantly with thick, choking smoke. A cough. Haiden covered his mouth, grumbling in irritation. Deidara's fights are always so over the top. I can't stand it. Kisame chuckled. That Yujito can't be that fragile, can she? Kakuzu interjected. Don't be ridiculous, Kisame. She can transform into a tailed beast after all. Besides, there's an old rule. Where there's smoke, there's hardly ever harm. Look, the blue chakra is already emerging. As the dust gradually cleared, several streams of blue flame shot up from the ruins. From within the Azure Blaze, a massive blue feline demon, took form, towering over the battlefield. Yujito had achieved full-tailed beast transformation. Before them now stood the two tails, the fabled Matatabi, with a spine-tingling howl. The monstrous cat unleashed a surge of deadly chakra, its blades of energy slicing through the entire building. The two tails' murderous intent burned as fiercely and boundlessly as the blue flames surrounding her. Well, Deidara felt the searing heat and terrifying aura radiating from the two tails, but there was not a trace of fear on his face, only a hint of disappointment. You went tailed beast mode so quickly. I was hoping for a human versus human fight, but you insist on making this human versus beast. If you're taking this seriously, then I won't hold back either. Hichem, the two tails spoke in a voice both cold and thunderous now. That you've seen this form, none of you should dream of escaping. I've long heard of Akatsuki's crimes, and today, I will erase your name from the shinobi world. At this moment, her anger had reached its peak. The cat demon opened its maw wide and instantly spat out a massive blue fireball, hurling it straight toward Deidara. Oh, spitting fire, are you? Deidara's gaze grew cold as he watched the blazing sphere hurtle toward him. Do you even realize, of all the tricks out there, spitting fire is the one I hate the most? If that blue fireball had been red, it would have been almost identical to Uchiha Itachi's great fireball technique. Anything that reminded him of Itachi's moves put Deidara in a foul mood. In a flash, he summoned countless clay centipedes, sending them charging straight at the fireball. As they collided, an ear-splitting explosion rocked the air, sending up a fresh cloud of dust. Up in the stands, Sasori lost all patience at the sight. He plopped down cross-legged with a sigh, now that he had become a Jinchuriki with the ultimate defense. Even his beloved puppet, Hiriko, had gone into retirement. They call this art. Is there anything here besides explosions? I really can't stand to watch another minute. Haiden chimed in, same here. Why don't we keep practicing that Knox 7 game? I'm determined to figure it out. Kakazu added, count me in. Kisame Board said, I've got nothing better to do. I'll join as well. Itachi, are you in? Itachi gave a rare, resigned sigh. File, go first. 6. Just as Kisame was about to call out 7-inch, he seemed to realize something and turned to Itachi, mock offended. Itachi, you set me up. Conan, however, had no interest in games or tailed beasts, seeing the others so absorbed, she turned to Nagato and pleaded, let's join the fight. I can't take it anymore. Deidara just wants to play. Who knows how long this battle will drag on? Aren't you worried we won't get back tonight? Not returning tonight was precisely Nagato's intention. Seeing the fierce look on Conan's face, Nagato swallowed nervously. Come on. We hardly ever get to visit the land of lightning. The team finally gets to relax. Let's not spoil their fun. We're in this for life. Aren't we? What's one night? Be good, just stay and enjoy Deidara's art with me. Meanwhile, the clash between Deidara and the two-tailed cat continued, each attack meeting the other in midair. To avoid hitting his own team, Deidara had already summoned his C2 dragon and soared into the sky. It was as if the cat had been waiting for this moment. Suddenly, it threw its head back, jaws gaping. Countless droplet-shaped beads of black chakra, sprinkled with a few blue ones, quickly gathered at its mouth, forming clusters of swirling blue and black energy. But it didn't stop there. As these energy spheres absorbed every ounce of chakra the beast poured out, they began to compress, shrinking rapidly into a single, dense orb swirling with terrifying power in deep blue and black. This is the legendary tailed beast bomb. Feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from that blue-black chakra aura, Deidara's face was slick with cold sweat. Yet he forced himself to appear calm and said, not bad at all. Now, this is the kind of opponent who's worthy of my ultimate artistry. Hearing this, the cat demon replied in a cold voice, to be honest, dealing with long-range attackers like you was a real headache at first, but the moment you took to the sky, I finally felt safe enough to use my tailed beast bomb. I was always worried my attack might be too powerful and end up hurting villagers far away. When launching attacks skyward, the tailed beast bomb would explode in the air, never fall into the ground. Die. Take this, demonic cat-tailed beast bomb. There's an old saying, a true hero knows when to bend and when to stand tall. Deidara understood this all too well. No matter how powerful his clay bombs were, they could never compete with a tailed beast bomb. Hey, women. This time, I'm not going to trade blows with you head-on. A wise man never wrestles with a beast. I'll dodge yours for now. A thunderous explosion echoed through the air as the tailed beast bomb collided with the C2 dragon. A dazzling firework burst forth in the sky. Haiden glanced up and said, yo, looks like Deidara's ride just got blasted by the tailed beast bomb. Hope he's not dead too. Kakazu replied, no way. If something really happened, the boss would have stepped in by now. Kisame scoffed. Deidara is just having his fun. Let's hurry up and finish off the two tails already. This is wasting my time. Kisame was getting impatient. watching Deidara and Yujito go at it, the thirst for battle that had been pent up for days was now burning inside him. When it's my turn to fight the Eight Tails, I'm going to cut loose and enjoy myself to the fullest. As the firework in the sky slowly faded, the massive C2 dragon had vanished completely under the force of the tailed beast bomb. Not even a trace remained. A low, echoing roar escaped the cat demon as she looked to the Akatsuki members lounging casually in the stands. Who's next? Or do you all want to come at me together? Makes no difference to me, Sasori grinned wickedly at her words, if we all came at you at once. I'm afraid your little frame wouldn't be able to handle it. Why don't you focus on entertaining that blonde brat first? What? You mean that kid survived my tailed beast bomb? The cat demon glanced around warily. Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine. She whipped around, only to see a strange winged white doll floating right in front of her. From a distance, Deidara shouted, "Hey sis, this is my masterpiece. Number 18. It's infused with my highest level chakra, C3. You're lucky to witness my most explosive work of art. Here, take it." Just moments ago, as Madatabi was preparing to unleash the tailed beast ball, Deidara sensed the danger in advance. He immediately used a clay clone to take the brunt of the impending attack, while his true self hid deep within the ruins underground. Perhaps it was intuition honed by years of battle. But the moment Yujito saw the C3, she knew its destructive power was enough to flatten everything in the area in an instant. It might even reach the neighboring village. She absolutely could not allow the C3 number 18 to detonate at that moment. Yujito had only one thought in her mind. In desperation, she made a bold decision. Controlling Madatabi's massive body, she wrapped the C3 bomb tightly in her arms. She intended to use the beast's body as a shield, doing everything she could to dampen the force of the blast. Even if it meant losing the battle, she would not regret it. From the stand above, Nagato watched Madatabi's actions and sighed in admiration. To protect others and her village, she willingly used her own tailed beast form to absorb the C3. Yujito really is a valiant woman. Nagato would count her among the 10 most moving ninja of the shinobi world. Conan glanced at him and rolled her eyes. You've grown awfully sentimental lately. You're nothing like the cold stoic man you used to be. Don't tell me you've taken a liking to her. Of course not, Nagato quickly replied. I can barely handle you as it is. If I added another, my sage's body would be wasted. Boom! At last, Daidora's masterpiece. Number 18 exploded in Madatabi's embrace. Even the body of the tailed beast could not withstand such a close-range blast. It was utterly torn apart. Now Madatabi's form had vanished, leaving only Yujito's battered body plummeting from the sky. Though gravely injured, Yujito still clung to consciousness. I won't give in to you, she gasped, struggling to rise from the ground. Nagato approached her calmly and said in a soft voice, "You've lost." Yujito forced a pained, cold smile. I haven't lost, not unless you kill me. Otherwise, I will never yield. Nagato extended his right hand and sighed gently. I won't kill you, but as the price for your defeat, you must pay a cost. Unsealing Jutsu. Tailed beast release. Release. Everything went smoothly after breaking the seal on Yujito's tailed beast. Nagato sealed the yin aspect of the two tails inside Deidara. The yang aspect remained within Yujito. Looking down at the severely weakened Yujito lying on the ground, Nagato couldn't help but feel a hint of sympathy. Rest now, we're leaving. While wait. Why didn't you kill me? We of the Akatsuki only need the power of the tailed beasts right now. There's no need for unnecessary killing. I'll take the yin half of the two tails. I trust that in the future, you'll be able to achieve perfect tailed beast transformation even faster. Tailed beasts are divided between yin and yang. Yang represents the positive, life-giving energy of the beast. In contrast, yin embodies its negative, malevolent force. Once the yin half is extracted, the tailed beast may still harbor some negativity. But if you spend time together, it will definitely be easier to communicate within a complete, undivided beast. That is why the fourth Hokage left the yang half of the nine tails within Naruto and took the yin half with himself. He hoped that one day Naruto would master Kurama, while he himself would forever wrestle with the soul of the yin nine tails inside the Reaper's belly. As for Nagato, Yujito didn't fully understand his reasoning, but she could sense that the chakra of the two tails within her was no longer as wild and furious as before. Why are you doing this? What is it all for? Nagato turned, paused for a moment, and spoke in a low, distant voice. We're just a band of madmen yearning for eternal peace. There's no point explaining. You wouldn't understand, and you don't need to. Your body is weak now. Get some rest. We're leaving. What kind of organization is Akatsuki, really? Once they had gone, Yujito finally felt the tension in her heart ease a little. Fighting through the agony racking her body, she forced herself to stagger toward the riverbank. No matter what Akatsuki's true intent was, she had to warn Lord Raikage at once. Their next target would surely be Lord Killer Bee and the Eight Tails. There was no time to lose. If she delayed any longer, the Eight Tails would be in grave danger, as Yujito pressed on, determined to reach the Raikage despite her battered state. Ripples shimmered through the air beside her. In an instant, Uchiha Obito materialized before her, clad in Akatsuki's signature black cloak adorned with crimson clouds. "You? Who are you? Are you with Akatsuki too?" Obito's voice was cold as ice. "That's right. I am Akatsuki, in your body. Now it's mine." Before Yujito could react, her form was drawn into the vortex of Obito's eye. So it's true. Akatsuki would never show such mercy. That was Yujito's final thought. Any flicker of hope she'd felt toward Akatsuki vanished like mist on the wind. After claiming Yujito, Obito lifted his gaze, looking off toward the distant island where the Eight Tails resided. "Nagato. Oh, Nagato. I don't know why you left half of it behind, but it works to my advantage. I'll follow in your wake and gather what you leave behind. And old scores and new will all be settled together." Now cast out from Akatsuki, Obito knew all too well that he and Zetsu alone could never accomplish their goal. Even so, a new plan was already taking shape in the depths of his mind. Since Akatsuki no longer belonged to him, the only power he could now rely on was the five great nations. After all, Akatsuki had become the common enemy of both himself and the five great nations. And as the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. What's more, no one knew he had ever been a part of Akatsuki. Obito slowly removed his mask and tossed it into the sea. From this moment on, he no longer needed it. He would return to the world not as a shadowy figure, but as Uchiha Obito, victim of Akatsuki, a Leaf Village shinobi, and a new force in the open. If all goes well, soon I'll take the half of the Eight Tails he left behind, but everyone will believe that Akatsuki is to blame for what happened to the Two Tails and Eight Tails. He chuckled softly. "Tomorrow, I'm returning to Konoha, Kakashi. I wonder what kind of face you'll make when you find out I'm still alive. From now on, I'll stand with the five great nations and face Akatsuki together. And once Akatsuki is wiped out, when I reclaim all their half-tailed beasts and the Rinnegan, the infinite Tsukuyomi will finally be within reach. Rin, wait for me. It won't be long now. What the hell happened here?" Ramwi stared in stunned disbelief at the ruins before him, his mind blank. Ramwi Ki and Lintai had all been elite jonin sent by the Raikage to protect Yujitoni, the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails, but Yujito had refused their protection, so the three of them could only wait on the outskirts of her island. The moment they heard strange explosions from Yujito's base, they instantly sensed something was wrong and rushed over without delay, but by the time they arrived, it was already too late. Nothing remained but ruins. Lintai collapsed to the ground, despair clouding her eyes as she gazed at the devastation. "Damn it. If only we'd gotten here sooner, Lady Yujito wouldn't have been hurt," Kimui responded. "Now's not the time for regrets. We have to report this to Lord Raikage. Right away. Let's move." Kumogikure, the Cloud and Thunder Gorge, a man with pale yellow hair, dark skin, and black sunglasses, wandered leisurely through the square, jotting notes. In a small notebook, 7 swords were strapped to his body, and the kanji for iron was emblazoned on his right shoulder, marking the iron armor seal. He seemed deep in thought, murmuring to himself as he scribbled, "I'm Killer Bee of the Eight Tails. In November, I'm Chopin most flamboyant of them all. My greatest work is this joyful heart. Oh yeah, feeling good today. Just wrote some killer rhymes. This is what I'll build my new album on. Thank you very much." It was clear Killer Bee was in high spirits. He'd already sold concert tickets to his own students, and the launch of his new album was just 2 days away. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he let out a quiet sigh, closed his notebook, and turned to look beyond the square. 8 figures draped in black cloaks with red clouds slowly approached him. Nagato spoke. "Killer Bee, we are Akatsuki. You know what we're here for, don't you?" Killer Bee curled his lips into a sly smile. "Here to see my concert, huh? Sorry, all the tickets are sold out. You bunch of fools, you bunch of blockheads. Take that." Kisame let out a low chuckle, hefting Samahata onto his shoulder as he stood before Killer Bee. "I can't stand another second of that awful rap. Hey, octopus freak, enough talk. Let's see what you've got." Killer Bee waved both hands in front of his chest, mocking, "I'm a dangerous box of surprises. Better leave while you still can, or you'll be sorry." "Yeah," he burst out. "Oops, bit my tongue. Almost kicked the bucket. Man, that was close." Kisame scowled. "You weird beast, why don't you just shut your mouth for once?" But Killer Bee kept showing off his terrible singing, and Kisame finally lost his patience. He swung Samahata in a wide arc and lunged straight for him. "Overestimating yourself." Killer Bee snorted coldly. with a dramatic flourish. He tossed his 7 swords into the air, catching each one with a different part of his body in an exaggerated pose. Twisting his body, he dodged Kisame's attack at lightning speed, fatso surprisingly nimble. Kisame cursed, swinging at him again. As the next blow came, Killer Bee didn't show a hint of fear. With lightning-fast, unpredictable movements, he rushed right up to Kisame, wildly brandishing his 7 swords. Kisame, caught off guard by this bizarre technique, had no choice but to retreat and dodge at the same time. Spin and jump. I closed my eyes, never stopping, never slowing down, Killer Bee sang, attacking seamlessly as if he had all the time in the world, perfectly embodying the word leisurely. If this keeps up, I'll end up losing big time. This freak's taijutsu is no joke, Kisame thought. Grimly, seizing a moment when Killer Bee's attacks slackened, Kisame leapt aside, slammed Samahata into the ground, and rapidly formed Hand Seal's water style, Great Waterfall Jutsu. A torrent like an ocean wave burst from Kisame's mouth, flooding the plaza in an instant, and forming a massive, oval-shaped water prison. Killer Bee barely had time to react before he found himself trapped inside. It was as if the other Akatsuki members had anticipated this. They'd already retreated to a distant hillside, watching Kisame's performance with idle interest. Kakuzu muttered, Kisame's fighting style is so flashy. Isn't he worried about drawing other hidden cloud ninja here? Deidara waved him off. Relax, the Jinchuriki always hide out in the remote outskirts far from the city. There's not a soul around. No one will find us. Kisame's been holding back for so long already. Let him have his fun now. All right, Nagato said. Deidara, how's your body holding up since becoming the Two-Tails Jinchuriki? Any adverse reactions? Deidara replied, I'm fine, boss. I'm as tough as ever. If Sasori could handle it, it should be even easier for me. Once we get back, I'll definitely master a perfect transformation with the tailed beast. Even faster than he did. Believe it, Haiden exclaimed. Look, Kisame's transforming. Itachi Uchiha remained silent when 2 equally matched ninja clash. Any factor can tip the scales and shift the course of battle. At that moment, Kisame seemed utterly in his element. Like a shark in the water, he fused his body with his great sword Samahata, transforming into a shark-like being, almost a fishman. In this form, he called himself the tailless tailed beast, Shark Kisame. When a shark finds its prey, it doesn't kill it once. It takes its time, savoring the thrill of the hunt. Little octopus, I'm going to make you suffer slowly, until you beg for mercy. In the Raikage's office at the Hidden Cloud Village, Ramwi and his companions burst through the door, faces pale, as they shouted, Lord Raikage, something terrible has happened. What's going on? Compose yourselves and stand up straight when you speak to me. Lady Yujito is missing, and her base has been reduced to rubble. It's very likely the work of Akatsuki. What? Raikage's face turned grim, his powerful frame trembling. No, my brother's in danger too. Darui, alert everyone. Gather the whole force and head to the Thundercloud Gorge. With that, Raikage smashed through the window, leaping out into the open. Little brother, hold on. I'm coming to save you. Inside the massive water prison Kisame created in Thundercloud Gorge, Kisame bared his serrated shark teeth and sneered, the stronger my opponent, the stronger I become. Go on, unleash your full-tailed beast form. I know you can control it perfectly. Show me what you're capable of. Let's see if you can push my limits. Killer Bee summoned the red chakra cloak, shrouding himself in the beast's power. Against you, I don't even need to go all out. You bastard. Kisame grinned. The longer this drags on, the stronger I'll get. I don't get tired and I don't get hurt. If you're so stubborn, I'll just force it out of you now. Here I come. Killer Bee glanced around, bubbles streaming from his mouth. Damn it, I'm a rapper. My lung capacity strong, but I can't last forever underwater. First, I've got to break out of here. Yo, let's go. Just as he finished, Kisame lunged at him, and Killer Bee spun away, swimming hard for the edge of the watery prison. At that moment, Eight Tails spoke up from within. B, is this really the time for rapping? That fishman freak is the center of this whole water prison. It moves with him. Escaping like this won't work. We need to deal with him first. Killer Bee replied, fine, Eight Tails, lend me some of your ink. Killer Bee puffed out his cheeks and spat a torrent of ink at Kisame in an instant. The entire water prison gradually turned pitch black. Kisame let out a booming laugh, trying to trick me with a smokescreen. My Samahata loves your chakra. It can sense your presence. Tricks like that won't work on me. With a sudden burst of speed, Kisame hunched his body and shot forward, doubling his pace. Like a ferocious shark, he lunged again and again, tearing into Killer Bee. Under this relentless assault, Killer Bee slowly lost consciousness and began to sink. So you're not as tough as you seem. Well then, I'll just graciously accept your chakra. Just as Kisame was about to reach Killer Bee's eyes snapped open. He twisted his body, and several octopus tentacles burst forth from within, wrapping tightly around Kisame. What's this? partial-tailed beast transformation. As expected of a perfect Jinchuriki, you can push yourself this far, but maybe you don't know what I'm capable of after merging with Samahata. The Eight Tails suddenly felt its chakra being siphoned away by Kisame steadily and without end. He's absorbing my chakra. Damn it, I can't touch him. The Eight Tails quickly released its grip, and in Killer Bee's mind, it shouted, "Bee, transform fully now. If you don't, we'll never break free from this water prison." Up on the hillside, the Akatsuki members were still playing their game of Clap 7. Only Nagato and Itachi kept their focus on the battle below. Itachi spoke quietly. "From the looks of things, Kisame should come out on top." Nagato replied, "I don't know if it's just my imagination, but it feels like a lot of chakra is heading this way." Ever since acquiring Yugo's sage body, Nagato's ability to sense energy had grown tremendously. Hearing this, Itachi closed his eyes for a moment, then snapped them open, his Sharingan scanning the surroundings. Itachi said, "It seems this fight is about to draw a crowd. Soon, this place will be teeming with people. Enemies will come at us from every direction." Nagato mused, "Oh, is the Raikage bringing reinforcements? Makes sense. We've stirred up quite a commotion in the Hidden Cloud Village, but Kisame rarely gets to enjoy himself, so I'd rather no one spoil his fun. All right, everyone, we've got company." Nagato called out, "Haiden, you take the east side of the water prison. Deidara Sasori, you're on the west. Itachi, you handle the south. Conan, you're on the north. As for me, I'll take care of the skies above." Meanwhile, the Raikage was leading a squad of Cloud Ninja at top speed toward the Valley of Clouds and Lightning. At last, the valley came into view. "Lord Raikage, look, there's a massive sphere of water over there." Raikage nodded, his eyes blazing with fury as he growled, "That must have been created by the Akatsuki. Looks like my brother is fighting them right now. Everyone, move out. Surround that water sphere. If you see anyone suspicious from the Akatsuki, don't waste your breath. Just take them out." "Yes, sir." At last they arrived. Standing before them were two figures, Kakuzu and Haiden. Haiden grinned. "Hey there, everyone. My buddy's having fun with the Eight Tails right now, so don't even think about getting into the east side of that water prison. By the way, totally off topic, anyone interested in joining the Jashin cult?" Raikage snorted, "Humph, a couple of worthless pests. I'll make short work of you." Just as Raikage was about to make his move, Darui stepped in to block him. "Lord Raikage protecting Lord Killer Bee is our top priority. Leave these two to us. You take the others and get into the water sphere as quickly as you can." Though Raikage was seething with rage, his brother's safety mattered most. He gave a terse nod and dashed off in another direction, leading the rest of his team. Upon reaching the west side, Raikage prepared to break through the water prison, but suddenly a puppet clad in a black cloak appeared and blocked his path. "If you want to break through, you'll have to get past US first." Deidara and Sasori slowly emerged from the shadows, my partners having a blast fighting inside. I really don't want anyone interrupting him. Amui and Achui, leading a squad of Cloud Ninja, stepped in front of Raikage and shouted, "Lord Raikage, leave these two to us. Please hurry and rescue Lord Killer Bee." Once again, Raikage gathered his men and rushed south. As expected, he found Uchiha Itachi standing there alone, calm and silent. Upon seeing him, Raikage spoke in a low voice, the Sharingan. "You must be Uchiha Itachi." At that moment, Omoi and Karui drew their silver blades and stepped forward. "Lord Raikage, let us handle Itachi. Please save our master. We're counting on you." Omoi and Karui were Killer Bee's students. Upon hearing something had happened to him, they were more anxious than anyone. Raikage said nothing, but instead shouted to the large group of ninja behind him, "Some of you stay here to help Omoi and Karui. The rest of you, head to the north side of the water prison. There should be more Akatsuki members there. Move out." "Yes, sir." Without delay, the group split up. Some stayed behind while the others dashed north. Omoi called out, "What about you, Lord Raikage?" Raikage scoffed. "Me?" Raising his head, he looked up at Nagato, who hovered above, overseeing everything below. With a menacing tone, he said, "If I don't deal with those Rinnegan eyes up there, I doubt I'll ever get inside this water prison. The rest is up to you, that one in the sky. He's mine." With a thunderous crack, lightning surged around Raikage, covering his entire body. His blonde hair stood on end, and his muscles bulged rapidly before their very eyes. This was the signature technique of the Raikage line, the lightning release armor. After activating his body, the Raikage leapt high and charged straight at Nagato, the Rinnegan. "I swear I'll take you down." Well, if it isn't Lord Raikage himself, all this rage is bad for your health. No matter how loud you shout, you won't beat me, because I am a god. Cloud Lightning Gorge, Eastern Battlefield, facing the white-haired man before him, who wielded a massive blade and bore the characters for thunder and water on his left and right shoulders. Kakazu spoke in his usual low tone. "I know who you are. You're Garui, the one with the bloodline limit. Storm release." Kakuzu was always the most attentive when it came to those high-level dossiers. The moment Darui appeared. He recognized him immediately. Darui was taken aback. "Oh, we've never met before. Have you heard tales of me?" Kakuzu replied. "Not really, but your face is written all over with stories." "Haiden, I'll take care of this one. You handle the leftovers behind him." Haiden let out a cold laugh and drew his blood-stained triple-bladed scythe from his back. "Fine, I won't fight you for this one. But remember, the boss said to wrap things up quickly. Don't forget that." Kakuzu shrugged off his shirt. "Don't worry, I know exactly what I'm doing." Haiden snorted. "What? Taking off your shirt now? Aren't you afraid of the shirtless curse?" Kakuzu paid Haiden no mind. He bent forward, and with a piercing, agonized scream, for black earth grudge fear creatures tore out from his body. "Hey, Storm Kid, if you're not coming at me, I'll make the first move." Kakuzu taunted. Darui stared in shock at Kakuzu and the four monsters flanking him. Growing up as a proper shinobi, he was used to nothing more than trading shuriken or exchanging some jutsu with his opponents, summoning monsters from your own body. He had never witnessed anything so bizarre. Is this even a ninja? Damn, this guy's a full-on monster. Before Darui could react, the water and lightning earth grudge fear creatures had already rushed him. Lightning style, false darkness, water style, water curtain. Damn it. Darui quickly pressed his hands together at his chest, clenched his fists, and called out storm style. Laser circus. This was a jutsu born of both lightning and water styles. From his joined hands, beams of light shot forth in all directions, neutralizing Kakuzu's lightning and water attacks one by one. Phew. Thank goodness I was quick on the draw. Dealing with these monsters is a real headache. Just as Darui took a moment to wipe the sweat from his brow, Haiden suddenly swung his scythe at him. Darui dodged Haiden's strike in the nick of time, jumped aside, and complained, "You guys have no sense of honor. Weren't you supposed to be dealing with my teammates back there? You." But when Darui turned to look behind him, he realized to his horror that all his comrades were already gone. Behind him stood only the fire-natured and wind-natured grudgeful spirits. Darui could hardly believe it. Could it be? "Don't tell me." Haiden leisurely hefted his scythe onto his shoulder and strolled over to Kakuzu's side. "You guessed right. All your companions have already been dealt with by us." At these words, Darui's rage exploded, his anger almost tangible. "Damn you, you scum. I'll kill you all," Haiden retorted. "Hey, we didn't really want to hurt them. They tried to sneak into the water prison while you were fighting us. I warned you. Don't disturb my brother. You wouldn't listen, so I had no choice but to offer them up to Lord Jashin." By now, Darui's eyes were burning red with fury, and without another word, he charged at the two, sword swinging. "Enough of your nonsense, die." Kakuzu and Haiden exchanged a helpless glance. "Well, looks like we'll just have to play with you a bit longer." At the western battlefield of the Cloud Thunder Gorge, facing the large group of hidden cloud shinobi before him, Deidara's eyes flickered with a mischievous glint. Without hesitation, he sat himself down on the ground. Sasori puzzled asked, "Deidara, what are you doing?" Deidara replied, "I'm throwing in the towel. These lightning-style ninja are the natural enemies of my explosive clay. I don't want to lose to them, so I'm just not going to fight." "Sasori, big bro, give me a chance. Let me admire your art for a while." Sasori snorted. "Fine, suit yourself. I'll play with this lot myself." Seeing this, Samui and her brother Atsui couldn't help but mock that blonde brat's hiding out. "What, is he scared just because there are so many of us?" Sasori scoffed. "So what if you outnumber us? Besides, in front of me, nobody dares to claim superiority in numbers." He unzipped his cloak, revealing a torso that looked sculpted, almost unnatural. With a flourish, he sent two scrolls flying into the air. In an instant, hundreds of puppets burst forth, chakra threads gleaming from the regeneration core at his heart, danced and controlled them, bringing each puppet to life, brandishing weapons and striking battle poses, ready for war. How is this possible?" Samui stared in despair at the sky, now swarming with countless puppets. Her heavy chest heaved anxiously, weighed down by tension. "So, this is Akatsuki." At the southern battlefield of Cloud Thunder Gorge, here compared to the other fronts, it was far quieter. Uchiha Itachi stood motionless, his face expressionless as he stared down over 100 hidden cloud ninja across from him. On the cloud side, the leaders Omoi and Karui were drenched in cold sweat, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Even the silver swords in their hands clattered to the ground. Relying solely on his powerful Jinjutsu, Itachi had completely paralyzed them all. No trace of fighting spirit remained in their hearts. Only pure, unmitigated terror. Cloud Thunder Gorge, northern battlefield. Shounen floated in the air like an angel, her white wings fluttering as she looked down indifferently at the ninjas below, now wrapped in her paper sheets and mummified. "So this is the power of a great nation. How pitiful these people are." She sighed, then slowly lifted her gaze to Nagato, who hovered above the water prison. The showdown between Nagato and the Raikage had yet to begin. For reasons he couldn't quite explain, though anxious to save his brother, the Reikage dared not make a rash move before Nagato. Perhaps it was the Rinnegan. Before seeing those eyes for himself, the Reikage had scoffed at the stories, but now, standing face to face, he could truly sense the terrifying and mysterious power of the Rinnegan. Nagato remained motionless, and the Reikage hesitated to strike first. Nagato spoke in a low, distant voice. "What's the matter, Lord Reikage? Aren't you going to make your move?" Feigning arrogance, the Reikage shouted back. "You're young. Out of respect for my elders, I'll let you take the first swing." Nagato sneered, his tone full of contempt. "At a time like this, if you're afraid, just admit it, even with death at your door. You great nations can't let go of your pretentious pride. If you keep wasting time, be careful. Your brother might really die." Enduring Nagato's mockery, the Reikage could no longer hold back the fury burning in his chest. With a thunderous roar, he shot forward like a bolt of blue lightning, instantly appearing before Nagato. "I've tolerated you long enough. You force my hand. Prepare to die, brat." Just as the Reikage was about to throw his punch, all at once the members of the Akatsuki, save for Kisame, appeared in unison, stepping in front of Nagato and attacking together, forcing the Reikage to retreat. "Hey, you old man with the Super Saiyan hair. What do you think you're doing to our boss?" One of them taunted. Standing up straight on the water surface, the Reikage stared in shock at the unscathed Akatsuki members. He cried out, "Why are you all here? Where are my men? Where are the Cloud Village ninjas?" Haiden swung his triple-bladed scythe and licked the blood off it. "Oh, you mean them? They're all lying on the ground over there, looking for someone. Old man, how about you go join them for a rest too?" Before encountering the Akatsuki, the Reikage had never given them much thought. He saw them as nothing more than a band of social outcasts and wild youths, a terrorist group. At best, mercenaries if you wanted to flatter them. In his mind, they were just a bunch of rogue ninjas, rejects from their own villages, rebels without a cause. What was there to fear? But today, face to face with them, the Reikage finally realized he had been wrong, completely, utterly wrong. These were truly dangerous people, and Tsunade's wariness had not been misplaced. To save his brother, he had brought nearly all of Cloud Village's fighting force. But, to his shock, in just the span of a conversation, the entire battlefield had been emptied, leaving only himself standing. Killer Bee, trapped in the water prison, was still missing. His fate unknown. The man before him, eyes glowing with the Rinnegan, remained an enigma. His intentions unclear. Even more unsettling, the other members of Akatsuki had effortlessly slaughtered his subordinates and now stood before him, posing in scathe, as if mocking his helplessness. Since becoming the fourth Reikage, he had never faced a crisis quite like this one. The legacy built by his predecessors. He feared it might all be destroyed by his own hand today. Though he had already braced himself for the worst, he was not ready to give up. He was, after all, the one who inherited the great name. Even if it meant death, he would die with honor on the battlefield and leave something behind for the ninja world. "You villains of the ninja world, even if I die, I'll take a few of you down with me." The Reikage bellowed to the heavens, lightning surging fiercely from his body as he unleashed every ounce of his power. "Come on then, I'll avenge my fallen warriors." Just as he steeled himself, ready for a desperate last stand, the water beneath his feet suddenly began to tremble violently. Nagato's gaze shifted toward the prison, his brow creasing in concern. "This isn't good. Killer Bee is transforming. His tailed beast power is breaking the water prison apart. Everyone scatter." No sooner had he spoken than several massive octopus tentacles punched through the watery barrier, shattering the prison in an instant. All of Cloud Lightning Gorge seemed to be drenched in a heavy, inky rain. In his tailed beast form, Killer Bee spotted the Reikage and burst into song with excitement. "Yo, big bro, did you come to rescue me? Two brothers united can cut through steel. Let's take on that shark face guy together." The Reikage flickered in front of Killer Bee in a flash. "They're after you. Go now. I won't let you die here too." Killer Bee replied, "Big bro, what are you talking about? As long as we fight side by side, who in this world could ever beat us? You're not leaving?" Fine," the Reikage said, then turned back to your normal form. "I got some tactics to discuss with you." Hearing this, Killer Bee withdrew the giant octopus back into his body and leaned an ear close to the Reikage's lips. "What's the plan, big bro? Tell me." But the Reikage said nothing. Instead, he hoisted Killer Bee onto his shoulder and, gathering all his strength, shot off toward the distance. His speed was extraordinary, a streak of blue lightning vanishing beyond the horizon. "Big bro, what are you doing? I won't let Akatsuki get their hands on you. You're coming with me to the Hidden Leaf." As the black rain faded, Nagato led the Akatsuki members out from the grove. Nagato glanced down at his clothes. "Looks like I'll have to wash this outfit again when we get back." Conan smiled. "No need. I can take care of it for you." Haiden piped up with a grin. "Sister Conan, when did you get so considerate? How about you help me with mine too?" Conan shot him an exasperated glare. "Get lost." Haiden let out a long sigh. Things really do feel different once you've slept together. Kisame followed the scent and found Nagato and the others asking back when I was in the water prison. I thought I saw you guys fighting someone. Who was it? Itachi replied. The Raikage brought a group to stir up trouble, but we took care of them. Now only the Raikage is left. What about you, Kisame? Did you get the 8 tails? Kisame shook his head. Killer Bee's chakra vanished. My Samahata can't track him. He must have escaped. Nagato nodded. Yes, I saw it too. The Raikage already took him and fled. He's too fast. We couldn't catch up. What? Kisame grumbled in frustration. I wasn't even warmed up yet. And they already ran off? At that moment, Conan quickly interjected. Well, if they got away, there's nothing we can do about it. It's almost dark. Let's head back. We'll deal with the 8 tails another time. Conan had wanted to return for a while now. She just wanted to lie down in bed and not think about anything else. Kakuzu added, the Raikage must be hiding the 8 tails somewhere. Maybe we should destroy the hidden cloud village. Force him out. Hey, are you just trying to pick a fight with me on purpose? Conan snapped, her voice sharp. Our ultimate goal is to build the nation of Akatsuki, not to go on a killing spree. Kakuzu, are you losing it again? Nagato gazed at the distant spot where the Raikage had long since vanished and let out a heavy sigh. It's getting late. Deidara just captured the 2 tails. If he doesn't practice controlling the tailed beast, there could be trouble. At this point, searching for the Raikage and the 8 tails is like looking for a needle in a haystack. There's no sense wasting effort. Let's head back. Hearing this, the group exchanged glances, then could only nod in reluctant agreement. After the Akatsuki members departed, Uchiha Obito slowly emerged. There's something off about Nagato, he mused. He's always in that wheelchair, but who would have thought he'd be so tall standing up? Lost in thought, Obito landed on the battlefield. He let out a low sound of surprise as he noticed the ground was littered with Cloud Ninja, all barely clinging to life. Though they were still alive, most had utterly lost the ability to fight. What was this bunch thinking? They actually left everyone alive. That's not like them at all. The Cloud Shinobi who fought Uchiha Itachi had been immobilized by his golden binding illusion, unable to move, but their lives were spared. Conan, too, had simply wrapped her opponents in paper, restraining them without taking their lives. On the side of Sasori and Deidara, Sasori had used hundreds of puppets to leave their opponents half dead, but still breathing. Only with Kakuzu and Haiden did things take a darker turn. Aside from Darui, nearly all the Cloud Ninja they faced had been killed. The undying duo remained as bloodthirsty as ever. Obito coldly surveyed the devastated battlefield, his voice low and menacing as he muttered to himself, I don't know why you two decided to change your ways, but I'm not about to let you rewrite your own stories. Try to redeem yourselves? It won't be that easy. If you don't have the heart to kill, then I'll do it for you. I'll make sure the whole world forever despises you, Akatsuki. Only then will the 5 great nations serve my purpose. With those words, Obito prepared to set his murderous plan in motion. Just before he struck, he hesitated for a brief moment, but as resolve hardened in his eyes, his killing blow finally fell. Rin, don't blame me. I'm only doing this so I can see you sooner, and so not a soul was left alive in the entire Cloud Gorge. With the complete destruction of Kumogakure's fighting force, the shinobi world was on the brink of upheaval. Land of Fire, Hidden Leaf Village. Just moments ago, 2 significant, though now destitute, figures arrived unexpectedly at the village gates. The 4th Raikage and his younger brother, Killer Bee, the 8 tails Jinchuriki. At this moment, the brothers paced anxiously outside Konoha's entrance. There was no helping it. Konoha had strict rules. Without an appointment, no matter who you were, you had to request permission from the village leadership before entering. Before long, Tsunade and Jiraiya strolled out from within the village, taking in the Raikage's disheveled appearance. Tsunade couldn't help but mock, well, look who it is. Isn't this the so-called real man Raikage, who once tried to arm wrestle me and play dirty? What brings you here to visit this frail woman like me all of a sudden? Jiraiya chimed in, oh, actually touch your hand? How come you never told me about this? That's practically harassment. I need to teach you a lesson, kid. Listen up. The only one allowed to touch Tsunade's delicate hands and generous chest is me. The Raikage, already at the end of his patience, snapped as he heard Tsunade and Jiraiya bickering over trivialities. Is this really the time for your old grudges? Something's happened in the Cloud Village. The Akatsuki attacked both the 2 tails and 8 tails. I brought the 8 tails here for you to safeguard. And I need you to send some people back with me to wipe them out. They won't find the 8 tails, so they must still be in the village. I left the cloud for 2 whole days just to get here. Time is critical. Send help now. What did you say? Tsunade exclaimed in shock. Something this serious, and you're only telling us now? Did you give me a chance to speak? You didn't even ask. Jiraiya stepped forward. There's no time to waste. Raikage, your brother will be safe in Konoha. I'll go with you to the Cloud Village right away. Tsunade, I'm heading out. You handle the rest and organize reinforcements as quickly as you can. Understood, I'll take care of it. Immediately, Reikage and Jiraiya had been on the road for an entire day and night, pushing forward without rest at full speed. At last, they returned to the hidden cloud village. The village showed no sign of disturbance. Everything was just as usual, and the villagers went about their lives in peaceful harmony. Reikage let out a heavy sigh of relief, then looked into the distance and said, "Come on, let's go to the Cloud Thunder Gorge." When they arrived at the gorge, both Reikage and Jiraiya were stunned by the sight before them. Corpses lay strewn across the battlefield. Not a single trace of life remained. Tears of frustration welled up in Reikage's eyes and slid silently down his face. "Akatsuki, for as long as I live, I will never forgive you," he cried out, his voice thick with grief. Jiraiya looked at the carnage at a loss for words to comfort Reikage, yet a doubt began to take root in his heart. During the attack on the hidden sand village, Akatsuki had mobilized their entire force, but only extracted half of the tailed beast from Gaara. No one else was killed. This time, it was completely different, not a single survivor remained on the battlefield. What was truly going on here? Jiraiya suddenly felt something was amiss. "Lord Reikage, I have a feeling something's not right. This might not be the work of Akatsuki." "What did you just say?" Reikage shot back, his voice brimming with indignation. "How can you say that to me? I saw them with my own eyes, slaughtering everyone here. I'm the best witness there is. Jiraiya, I respect you as one of the legendary Sannin, but what do you mean by this?" Hearing Reikage's words, Jiraiya found himself unable to argue, though he still felt something was off. "Regardless, what's done is done, Lord Reikage. Grief will not help us now. It seems Akatsuki has already left. For now, we should see to the burial of these fallen heroes. Once that's done, we can turn our attention to how to deal with Akatsuki." Meanwhile, at the entrance to the Konoha Village Ninja Cemetery, Kakashi was making his way there as he often did when he had some free time. He liked to visit the grave of his friend and comrade Uchiha Obito and talk to him about the little things in life. But as Kakashi entered the cemetery, he suddenly noticed someone hard at work, digging furiously with a shovel. "Hachem? What's this kid doing?" he muttered to himself. Then realization struck him. "Wait a second. Isn't that Obito's grave?" Kakashi squinted and saw. Clearly, someone was digging up Obito's grave. His brother had led a tragic life, and now, even in death, someone was disturbing his peace. How dare they? In a flash, Kakashi appeared before the mysterious figure, snatched the shovel from his hands, and shouted in anger, "Who are you? Do you want to die?" The stranger turned around, and the smile that greeted Kakashi was one he knew better than any other. "Kakashi, long time no see. What's the problem?" "I'm just digging up my own grave. Is that so wrong?" "Obito." Kakashi finally saw the man's face. He never would have imagined that Obito was still alive. Always so reserved and composed, Kakashi could no longer contain his emotions. He pulled Obito into a fierce embrace, overwhelmed by joy and disbelief. "Obito, I never imagined, truly, I never thought you'd still be alive. Why did it take you so long to show up? Do you have any idea how much I missed you?" Have you ever seen Kakashi cry? Today he did. It made sense, really. All this time, Kakashi had been living under the shadow of the Canopy Bridge battle. If only he'd tried a little harder, been a little more careful back then, maybe Obito wouldn't have died. Obito smiled, trying to comfort Kakashi. "I'm back. Starting today, I'll fight by your side once again." Kakashi steadied himself and asked with concern, "All these years, where have you been?" "And your eye?" When he saw the scar on the right side of Obito's face, Kakashi couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. The painful memories rose up before his eyes once more. Obito broke free from Kakashi's embrace, and just like when they were kids, burst out laughing. "I was lucky. I was saved by a master. My life and my right Sharingan were spared. As for my left, he gave me a new one. Kakashi, I'm stronger than ever now. You wouldn't stand a chance against me, so don't you dare call me dead weight anymore." Seeing Obito's vibrant spirit, Kakashi finally felt a sense of relief. "Obito, since you're back, your eye. Let me return it to you." Kakashi pulled off his mask, revealing his left eye, ready to give it back to Obito, but Obito stopped him with a goofy grin. "Just leave it on your face. I gave it to you as a birthday present. There's no way I'd take it back. Enough about that. Where's Rin? How's she been lately? Hurry, take me to see her." The moment Obito spoke Rin's name, Kakashi felt a tremor in his chest and slowly lowered his head. "Rin is dead. I know, and I also know it was you who killed her," Obito screamed silently in his heart. But on the surface, he said nothing of the sort. For the sake of his plan, he had to keep up the act. "Why did Rin die?" Obito asked in feigned shock. "I'm sorry, Obito. I failed to protect her, Rin. I was the one who killed her. Just a few days left until my 100,000-word debut. So excited. I really hope everyone will like this book. Akatsuki, hee after returning to base for a few days. With the help of the members and the notes on his laptop, Deidara successfully tamed the two tails. Thus a perfect two-tails Jinchuriki was born, Deidara gazed happily at the pale blue, translucent chakra swirling around him and taunted Sasori. Hey Sasori, why do I suddenly feel like I'm even cooler than you? Sasori turned away in a huff, saying nothing. Often, when someone chooses not to explain or confront something but instead avoids it, it means they've tacitly admitted it. That's exactly what Sasori was doing now. When he witnessed Deidara's astonishing transformation, he found himself utterly captivated by Deidara's beauty. The thought of his own tailed beast form, shrouded in nothing but yellow sand, sparked a sudden sense of dissatisfaction deep within him. But regret was pointless now. He was from a village hidden in the sand, and in this lifetime, sand would always be his only companion, he sighed. Quietly, inside Scorpion's mind, the shadowy version of One Tail grumbled, Scorpion, what's with that expression? Are you embarrassed by me? Or something, Scorpion replied. How could you possibly understand the pain in my heart? I used to be Akatsuki's #1 heartthrob, short maybe, but otherwise nearly perfect. Ever since I got stuck with you, though, it feels like all the light has faded from my life. The shadowy One Tail snorted. You don't know how lucky you are. Let me tell you, Lord Shikaku is powerful. I'm the first-tailed beast, one, you get it, among all the tailed beasts. I rank #1. Scorpion muttered, all right, if you just stop talking, no one would mistake you for a mute. Just then countless sheets of white paper gathered, and Conan's figure slowly emerged in the hall. Comrades, urgent news. The 5 great nations seemed to be joining forces. A ripple of surprise ran through the members. None of them had expected the 5 great nations, each so disdainful of the others, to ally so quickly. At that moment, Nagato's brow furrowed, not because of the alliance itself, but because he sensed something suspicious behind it all. Since taking over Akatsuki, Nagato had only led his members into battle twice. Once in the land of wind, where not a single life was taken and Gaara was even spared, and once in the land of lightning, where only Kakazu and Haiden had killed some minor characters, causing little real harm to the hidden cloud village. They'd barely captured 2-tailed beasts, and even those were only half captured. In the original story, the 5 great nations didn't unite until only the 8 tails and 9 tails remained uncaptured. There had to be someone pulling strings behind the scenes. Still, what was done was done. There was no point obsessing over it. Nagato signaled for silence, then spoke in a calm, somber voice. Let them unite. It makes no difference to us. My original plan was to collect the tailed beasts first, disrupt their schemes, and then conquer the 5 great nations. But the way things are going, we'll have to change the order of our goals. The 5 great nations will surely hold a grand scheming summit to decide where to keep their Jinchuriki. Brothers, use your intelligence networks. Find me the time and place of their meeting from this day forward. The land of rain shall be known as the land of Akatsuki. Soon, we will attend their 5 Kage summit, not as outsiders, but as representatives of the land of Akatsuki. The news of the 5 great nations alliance was reliable. It wasn't just a rumor. The ones who initiated it were the Reikage and the Hokage. After the hidden cloud village suffered heavy losses, the Reikage now hated Akatsuki with a burning passion. Although it was really Obito who had caused most of the deaths in the hidden cloud village, the Reikage had no way of knowing that. Tsunade also felt that letting the Akatsuki continue their reckless actions was truly unwise. It had reached the point where something had to be done. So, they initiated a plan to collaborate with the other 3 great nations. When they learned that the fighting force of the hidden cloud village had been almost completely wiped out, Inoki and Meitarumi, wishing to protect their tailed beasts, immediately agreed to the request from Tsunade and the Reikage. Only the Kazuke Gaara had yet to respond. Kankuro watched Gaara, who seemed lost in thought, and asked with concern, Gaara, what are you thinking about? We're allies with Konoha, and now that the Hokage has come to us for help, we've got to say yes, haven't we? Gaara gazed at the sweeping yellow sands, his face expressionless, and replied, I'm thinking, if the world were truly united, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad. Kankuro was so shocked by these words that his makeup nearly smudged. Gaara, how could you think that way? Our ancestors built this foundation with great effort. Are we just going to hand it over? Gaara shook his head. It's just a thought. I wouldn't actually do it. I just don't want the villages to keep creating Jinchuriki because of the tailed beasts, one generation after another. When will it ever end? Sigh. Kankuro send out the message. The land of wind agrees to the alliance. When Tsunade and the Reikage received the letters of approval from the other 3 leaders, they nodded with satisfaction. No matter how powerful Akatsuki is, if they stand against the world, they're destined to vanish. I refuse to believe it. With the strength of the entire world combined, could we really lose to just 8 of them? Just as Tsunade, Jiraiya, and the Reikage were discussing their next steps, a knock sounded. At the door, who is it? It's me, Kakashi Hitaki. "Oh, come in." Kakashi pushed open the door and walked in with another person following behind. Tsunade raised an eyebrow at the unfamiliar face. Kakashi, who's that behind you?" "Uchiha Obito, Uchiha, Tsunade Jiraiya." And the Raikage were all stunned by the name. Jiraiya stood up and looked Obito up and down, asking in disbelief. "He was Minato's student too, wasn't he? I thought he died on the battlefield." "And your eye?" Kakashi nodded. "That's right, the Sharingan I have. It was a gift from him. With a great war looming and a dire need for talented shinobi, it was undoubtedly a boon for Konoha to suddenly have another Uchiha." But Tsunade did not let excitement cloud her judgment. She fixed her gaze on Obito and asked in a low voice, "Obito, after all these years, why have you only now returned to Konoha?" As expected, it wasn't going to be that easy, Obito thought to himself with a cold, silent laugh. He then answered aloud, "That's because after I recovered, I've been with the Akatsuki all this time." Obito's words struck the room like a sudden clap of thunder, sending shockwaves through the office. The Raikage strode right up to Obito, his voice booming with anger as he demanded, "You say you're with the Akatsuki? That can't be. I fought the Akatsuki before and never saw you among them." Yet standing before the Raikage's imposing presence, Obito remained unfazed. "Please calm down, Lord Raikage. That's because I've already left the Akatsuki." Then, amidst the suspicion of the onlookers, Obito began to spin his tale. He painted himself as someone raised by the Akatsuki, valued by them, because he was a Uchiha. They'd shaped him into a cold-blooded assassin. Yet in his heart, he had always belonged to Konoha. He claimed he had planned to stay undercover within the Akatsuki until the time was right to break free on his own terms. After hearing Obito's story, Jiraiya was far from convinced. He pressed further, "What exactly do you mean by the time is right?" A sly smile played on Obito's lips. "You still don't believe me, do you, Lord Jiraiya? When I say the time is right, I mean I've finally uncovered the Akatsuki's true purpose for gathering the tailed beasts. And what purpose is that? They intend to resurrect someone who? Madara. Resurrect him? Not a chance." Shizen moved the meeting forward and informed the other three great nations immediately. "Go now, Yes." Tsunade sat fuming at her desk, her ample chest heaving with each pounding heartbeat. The Raikage, feeling awkward, turned his face away, sneaking sidelong glances at her. "Once the Akatsuki are wiped out, I'm going to marry this fierce woman," he vowed silently to himself. As a burly, iron-willed man, the Raikage had secretly fallen for Tsunade ever since their arm wrestling match. Women with large chests weren't hard to find, but a woman who had both strength and curves, one who could outmatch him physically, was rare indeed in the shinobi world. Only Tsunade fit the bill. "Only a woman this strong is worthy of being my wife," he thought, lost in his daydreams about Tsunade. While the Raikage fantasized, Jiraiya wore a grave expression, deep in thought. Though he was known as the most perverted man in Konoha, Jiraiya never let distractions interfere with serious matters. He didn't even spare a glance at Tsunade's alluring figure. Instead, his mind was consumed by memories of Yahiko and Konan. He couldn't fathom why the Akatsuki would want to resurrect Uchiha Madara. It made no sense. Watching his grand disciple Obito speak, Jiraiya wasn't sure whether to believe him or not. "If I get the chance, I must meet them face to face and get to the bottom of this land of rain, Amage Cure." It could now just as well be called the land of Akatsuki, ever since they prepared to receive the declaration of war from the five great nations. The Akatsuki had moved their base here. Nagato and Konan had upgraded from small, dark room to a large suite with an ocean view. Another day dawned beneath endless storm clouds. Konan stood by the window, listening quietly to the rain outside as she waited to sample Nagato's newest abilities. 2,000 words are omitted here. After those 2,000 words, Konan lay nestled beside Nagato, her mind replaying the bashful moments from earlier. In a gentle voice, she said, "Nagato, these days have been the happiest of my life. How do you manage to surprise me with new skills every day?" Perhaps it was the passage of time, or maybe it was the endless trials he had endured, but Nagato felt as though he'd finally adapted to Yugo's body. The boundless potential of this vessel had been awakened, fully brought to light by Konan's passion. Nagato stroked Konan's cheek lightly. In his mind, he replayed the Tokyo hot scenes with meticulous attention, then leaned close and whispered into her ear, "There are plenty of avant-garde tricks left, as long as you're willing to join me. Anything is possible." Konan's cheeks flushed crimson, and she buried her face in Nagato's arms, feigning annoyance as she said, "My paper butterflies haven't been idle either. I believe we'll have news very soon." Nagato playfully pinched her nose and praised her impressive, balancing life and work so well. "You truly are my woman." Giggling, Konan batted her sparkling blue eyes and teased, "Since I'm so capable and you've had enough rest, don't you think I deserve a little reward?" With a graceful motion of her slender hand, she drew the snowy white sheet over them once again. Their joy lingered until dusk. As twilight descended, a paper butterfly fluttered gently to the bedside, coming to rest on Conan's smooth back, lifting her head. Conan wiped her lips with the back of her hand. She unfolded the slip of paper, glanced at its contents, let out a delicate hum, and handed it to Nagato. "What's this?" he asked. "We've uncovered the time and location for the Five Kage Summit. It's the day after tomorrow, in the Land of Iron. Phi. Knew it. Aside from the Land of Iron, they really couldn't have chosen anywhere else. The Land of Iron was the sole neutral country in the Shinobi world. Long ago, the nations had agreed never to target it. For one thing, the Land of Iron was guarded by mysterious samurai. For another, its exceptional craftsmanship and ninja tools had earned it a sterling reputation among all the nations. Let's go." Nagato rose to his feet, draping the black cloak patterned with red clouds across his shoulders. "Time is short, and the mission is critical. Notify everyone. We set out for the Land of Iron. Remind them to dress warmly. The place is buried in snow. If anyone catches a cold, they'll be of no use. By the way, I haven't asked, how are you managing with the Seven Tails?" The Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails Komi was Fu. During the years Jiraiya took Naruto away for training, Fu had been captured by Haiden and Kakazu during the Chunin exams and subsequently absorbed into the demonic statue of the Outer Path. Not long ago, after the organization moved its base to the Hidden Rain Village, Nagato had extracted the Seven Tails from the statue, sealing it within Konan in order to strengthen the Akatsuki. Now Konan herself was the new Jinchuriki of Komi, the Seven Tails. Seeing Nagato's question, Konan slowly walked up to him and spoke softly. "If I couldn't control it, how could I possibly have the leisure to linger here with you like this?" "Well done, as expected of you, Konan. So, will you reward me this time? Let's talk about that when we get back. If we delay any longer, the Five Kage Summit will be over." In the Hidden Leaf Village, in Obito's bedroom, Obito sat leaning against the headboard, holding a photograph in his hand. It was a group photo of his teacher Minato, Kakashi, Rin, and himself. But the parts showing Kakashi and Minato had already been torn off by Obito. Staring at Rin's picture, Obito spoke to himself, his voice tinged with sorrow. "It won't be long now. Rin, we'll see each other again very soon. In the world I create, a world for just the two of us." Just then, Zetsu's aloe-shaped head suddenly emerged from the ground. "Not bad," Zetsu remarked. "Your infiltration and planning went off without a hitch. The Five Kage Summit is proceeding smoothly, and the time and place have been indirectly leaked to Akatsuki. All we have to do is wait for them to wear each other out, and then we can swoop in and finish them all off. Once the Rinnegan is in our hands, our plan will be nearly complete." Obito asked Zetsu, "Tell me, if someone confesses their sins to you, would you forgive them?" Zetsu's expression instantly darkened at Obito's inexplicable question. What's with this kid suddenly saying something like that? Clearly, he can't be left alone. He's getting all gloomy again. Zetsu gave no reply, so Obito just laughed at himself with a touch of bitterness. "When I saw Kakashi again, standing before my grave, he confessed to me the real reason Rin died. He sought my forgiveness, but what he doesn't know is that I already knew everything. I even knew that it was Rin's choice. She chose to die by the hand of the one she loved to protect the leaf. Watching Kakashi seek my forgiveness, I almost found it funny, because I never hated him at all. He spent his whole life living under the shadow of Rin's death and mine, never even realizing that it was this very village, or maybe this whole world, that brought us to this point, and still he works tirelessly, giving his all to this absurd world. Don't you think he's a fool, Zetsu? Rin died for this village. She died to protect this world, but why? Why did my Rin have to bear that burden? She was just a child back then, forced to make such a choice. It's not fair, this world is not fair. It was this world that drove Rin to her death." Watching Obito, still lost in his melancholy, Zetsu was left completely speechless, but he was used to it by now. After all, every night, Obito would repeat these words so much so that Zetsu could almost recite them by heart. "White Zetsu. Haha, Obito, you finally remembered me, did you? What can I do for you?" "Your transformation jutsu. It's time to put to good use. I want to stir things up between the five great nations and the Akatsuki, spark a little more chaos." Obito Uchiha, ever the master strategist, was plotting his next ruthless move, ready to plunge the world deeper into turmoil. Land of Akatsuki Amage Cure. The members of the organization had just finished breakfast, suited up, and ready to depart for the Land of Iron. Haiden, patting his stomach in satisfaction, smacked his lips and exclaimed, "Boss, I gotta say, ever since you changed things up, everything's different. Even the food in the cafeteria, that dish, the braised pork and the egg drop soup, damn, they're delicious." Dadar chimed in, "Right, boss. For food like this, I'd stay with Akatsuki for life." Yeah, ever since he'd found himself in Nagato's body, he'd noticed that the Akatsuki cafeteria served nothing but that infamous natto rice, whose smell could waft for miles, and the same old three-color. Dango. Occasionally, Conan would secretly make something special for him, but it was always just some rice or noodles with assorted toppings. Unable to stand it any longer, Nagato had recently started cooking for the members himself. Hearing all the praise, Nagato beamed with pride and said, "That's nothing. As long as you like it, I'll cook something new for you every day. Oh, have you ever tried crab? Or mantis shrimp?" Crab, mantis shrimp? Everyone froze at these unfamiliar names. Deidara hesitated. "Boss, you can't just eat stuff like that. What about gout?" Nagato laughed. "Oh, Deidara, you don't get it. In my world, you can eat anything but bats. Itachi, put your talents to use and give me a couple of crows. I'll make stew for you tonight. And Kisame, any unruly sharks among your lot, grab a few for me, and I'll show you what real shark fin tastes like." At these words, Itachi and Kisame stiffened. They exchanged a nervous glance, shivering as they stood up, and muttered, Since it's raining today, maybe we should go for a walk, clear our heads." Kakuzu snorted. "That's a pretty weak excuse. Doesn't it rain every day in Amage Cure? Hide and shout, guys, grab your gear. These ingredients are about to make a run for it. Stop them." Laughter filled the room. Watching his teammates enjoying themselves, Nagato couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. But suddenly an odd sensation washed over him. His eyes narrowed as he said in a low voice, "Everyone, an old acquaintance has arrived." Nagato sensed his raindrops had landed on someone who shouldn't be in Amage Cure, an old acquaintance. "Who is it?" "Orochimaru." Deidara immediately sprang to his feet, shouting angrily, "That traitor, neither man nor beast dares to show up on our turf. Brothers, don't fight me for this. I'll blow that turncoat to pieces myself." "Humph." Nagato placed a steady hand on Deidara's shoulder and shook his head. "Don't get worked up, judging from his movements. He'll be here soon enough. Let's just wait for him." Nagato truly couldn't figure out what Orochimaru was after. Could he be here to ask for Yugo's body back? Impossible. He wouldn't dare. It seemed he'd have to talk to him and find out before long. Orochimaru strolled in at a leisurely pace. Faced with the members' cold, hostile stares, his voice remained hoarse as ever. So many familiar faces. "Comrades, I hope you've all been well," Sasori replied. "I was fine until I saw you. Now suddenly, I feel a bit nauseous." Orochimaru smirked. "Sasori, we were partners once. Do you really have to be so cold to me? Besides, do you even have a stomach left?" Kakuzu growled. "Can't you just shut up? Every time I hear that half-dead voice of yours, I feel like killing someone." Orochimaru spread his hands wide. "Go ahead. I don't mind. I have plenty of lives to spare. I could even donate two to you. It's no trouble." "For me," Itachi interjected. "How is my brother doing lately?" Orochimaru replied, "Quite well, actually. He has quite the appetite, but I have enough resources to manage for now." Kisame's eyes narrowed. "Orochimaru, you had the guts to come here today, are you looking for trouble?" Orochimaru extended his long tongue and licked his lips, his voice sly. "The 5 great nations are about to wage all-out war against you. I just dropped by to check in, and to have a little chat with Nagato about something else." Nagato's expression darkened. "Don't tell me you're really here to ask for Yugo's body back." A cryptic smile played across Orochimaru's lips as he looked first at Nagato, then at Conan. "Yugo's of no use to me now. Seems he's no longer a virgin. Half his sage energy has already been siphoned by Conan. Even if you handed him back, I wouldn't want him." Nagato was taken aback. "Well, well. Sharp eyes. You could even tell that." Orochimaru let out a peal of laughter. "With all my years of human experimentation, I only need a glance to judge someone's condition." Nagato, "Conan, you two have been keeping busy lately, haven't you?" At these words, Conan quickly turned her blushing face away. Nagato noticed and cleared his throat. Embarrassed, ahem. "Orochimaru, what is it you really want to say? Don't tell me you want to join the war." Orochimaru shook his head with an enigmatic smile. "I didn't start this war, so I won't take part. But if there's profit to be made, that's another matter entirely. Nagato, I'd like to offer you a gift as a token of my good faith for future cooperation." "A gift? You'd give me something for nothing? You're still coveting my Rinnegan, aren't you?" Nagato stood up, voice cold and warning. "Orochimaru, gifts can be given, but don't expect any favors from me. Don't test my limits. If you dare mention the Rinnegan again, I swear I'll make you wish you were dead." Under the oppressive gaze of Nagato's Rinnegan, Orochimaru couldn't help but shiver. Forcing a calm facade, he said, "I heard this place will soon become the land of Akatsuki. If you want to rise as the 6th great nation, you'll need ample territory, so I'm offering you my land of grass." The land of grass bordered the land of Akatsuki, and if the two merged, the territory would indeed expand significantly. Nagato asked, "And what's your condition?" "I don't believe you're doing this out of kindness." Orochimaru hesitated for a moment before finally revealing his true intention. after you destroy the Land of Fire. I hope you'll let me be the Hokage of Konoha. The Land of Fire will still be yours. Surely that's not asking too much. Nagato simply shook his head and stepped down from the platform. Orochimaru, I hadn't planned on seeking you out, but you've delivered yourself right to my door. Everyone take him! At Nagato's command, every member closed in surrounding Orochimaru. Startled, Orochimaru demanded, What are you planning to do? I'll take your land of grass. But as for your condition, I refuse. If you agree, I'll let you go. I'll come to your place tomorrow for the handover. If you refuse, then don't bother going back. You might as well stay here and help me fish for sharks. At that, Kisame slapped his forehead and exclaimed, That's right. Why didn't I think of this get-rich-quick scheme? Orochimaru is an endless supply of bait. He's got 1,000 bodies. He can spit one out whenever we need. With just one Orochimaru, we can catch a shark every time. As long as he's here, we'll never have to worry about shark fin soup again, boss. Let's keep him. As long as they didn't use his own sharks, Kisame would go along with anything. He'd been fretting over what to do if the boss asked for his sharks. But now that Orochimaru had walked right into their trap, Kisame wouldn't let him go. Orochimaru was utterly crushed, his spirit broken, as he shouted in despair, This immortality of mine wasn't meant for this. You heartless bandits! At that moment, he truly regretted coming back to this den of thieves. The thought that he of all people would be bullied by the very colleagues he once looked down upon filled Orochimaru with rage. But all he could do was grit his teeth and endure, if not for Nagato's presence. Did they really think he'd give in? There's a saying, Look at the owner before you hit the dog. Today, for your boss's sake, I'll let you off. Keep the green hills, and there will always be wood to burn. The wheel of fortune turns. One day you're up, the next you're down. Once I get Sasuke's Sharingan, I'll settle the score with each of you. After a fierce internal struggle and some physical torment, Orochimaru finally gave in. He had no way out, with these 8 fierce and intimidating men about to feed him to the fish. Who wouldn't panic? It wasn't the act of being fed to the fish that frightened him, but rather the thought of being fish food for an entire lifetime. What's worse, it seemed that Uncle Snake's life would never end. Wouldn't that mean he'd be forced to scrape by inside a shark's mouth again and again for all eternity? In that case, what meaning could immortality possibly hold? Wouldn't it be better to die once and for all and be done with it? Brave warriors, I wish you a smooth journey to the Land of Iron. I await your triumphant return, and when that day comes, I promise to personally present you with the national seal of the Land of Grass as a token of welcome. It's getting late, and I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. No need to see me out. Really no need. Watching Orochimaru slink away, dejected and defeated, Kakuzu actually managed a rare smile. Who would have thought someone would come offering us territory first thing in the morning? It's a good omen for our campaign. Kisame grinned. Itachi, why didn't you have Orochimaru send your brother back with him? Itachi replied, In the end, Sasuke will kill him and inherit his power. For now, let Sasuke gain some experience under his tutelage. Nagato spoke. Let's go, it's time to set out for the Land of Iron. The 8 founding heroes of Akatsuki's new nation traveled north, heading for the Land of Iron. Land of Fire, Hidden Leaf Village. Summoned by Tsunade, Kakashi brought Naruto to her office. Granny Tsunade, what do you want with a lowly genin like me this time? I'm really busy, you know. Naruto grumbled a moment. He stepped inside, his impatience plain as day. Tsunade's voice thundered as she scolded Kakashi. Why did it take you so long to bring him here? With a helpless smile, Kakashi replied, Please don't be angry, lady. Tsunade, I searched all over the village for him, which took some time. I finally found him at Ichiraka Ramen. Seeing Naruto's insolent expression, Tsunade clenched her fists and barked, Naruto, times are different now. We're in all-out war with Akatsuki, and you're their target. You can't just run around the village as you please anymore. For now, we've decided to gather all the Jinchuriki for group training in the Forest of Death. Naruto, you're going too. Naruto stuck out his lower lip and retorted, I'm not going. His response was exactly what Tsunade had expected. Among all the genin, no, among all the ninja, who was more rebellious than Naruto? Sasuke aside, Naruto was second to none. Every ninja in the Leaf Village showed nothing but respect to Tsunade, except for Naruto, who was the only one bold enough to call her granny. Tsunade knew Naruto's temperament well, and she and Jiraiya had already devised a plan. What if you went to the Forest of Death to train? There's someone who will teach you the most powerful technique in all of the Leaf Village. Only you can master it. Training? What kind of technique? At these words, Naruto's eyes lit up in an instant. Ever since Sasuke had left, Naruto had worked hard to become stronger, spending 3 years training under Jiraiya. But over these 3 years, aside from his lifeline, the shadow clone technique, the only real progress he'd made was that the balls he could form were slightly larger than before. He even gave it a grand name, Big Ball Rasengan. As for everything else, he hadn't learned a thing. He had no idea how strong Sasuke had become by now, but if he didn't work harder, he'd be left far behind, Granny. Tsunade, what kind of technique is there that only I can learn? Is ninjutsu really that picky? Naruto shouted excitedly. Calm down first, Tsunade pointed to the person standing beside her and said, this is Killer Bee from the Hidden Cloud Village, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. He's the only Jinchuriki who can perfectly synchronize with his tailed beast. He'll be teaching you how to control the nine tails in you. Naruto was stunned by the introduction. Wait, this muscle-bound, sunglasses-wearing guy with the wild look is really the Eight Tails Jinchuriki? Muscle-bound, sunglasses, wild look? Killer Bee's brow furrowed, and his impression of the blonde kid plummeted instantly. Seeing this, Tsunade quickly scolded, don't be disrespectful. This man is the most perfect Jinchuriki. Known as the Killer Bee, he can draw on the tailed beast's power at will in battle, and even transform into the complete Eight Tails form while staying in control. Naruto, if you could do the same with the nine tails inside you, I don't need to tell you how powerful you become to. Awesome. Naruto's eyes lit up with reverence, as if he were gazing at a god. He bowed deeply to Killer Bee. Please teach me, sir. With those sparkling eyes, who could resist? But Killer Bee simply waved his hands, unfazed. Kid, I can't stand brats. Especially you. You really get on my nerves. Get lost, you little punk. Naruto was thrown off by Killer Bee's awkward rap. What was with this guy? Killer Bee continued. I'm not going to teach you, I just heard. The Forest of Death in Konoha is full of rare and fierce beasts. I'm off to claim my title as King of Beasts, if you want to come along. Then follow me, you little brat. With that, before Tsunade or Naruto could respond, Killer Bee had already left the room. Granny Tsunade. What's going on? Isn't he a little too full of himself? Naruto complained. Tsunade replied. It's because you didn't show any respect. Hurry up and catch up with him. And listen, if you don't master perfect tailed beast transformation, don't bother coming back to see me. Yes, ma'am. Seeing Tsunade's anger, Naruto rushed out in pursuit. Sunglasses guy, wait for me. Just then, with a sudden bang and a swirl of smoke, an ANBU member appeared in the office. He dropped to one knee and spoke respectfully. Lord Hokage, the Four Tails Jinchuriki Rashi from the land of Earth and the Six Tails Jinchuriki Utakata from the land of Water have both arrived at the village. They're currently being escorted to the Forest of Death. As for the Three Tails, it has no Jinchuriki, but the land of Water has already deployed a large number of ninja to guard it. What about the Five Tails from Awagakure and the Seven Tails from Takigakure? According to replies from both villages, those two Jinchuriki are currently missing. They seem to have vanished under mysterious circumstances. The general consensus is that they've probably already been captured by the Akatsuki. Damn it, so they made their move already? Tsunade slammed her fist onto the desk. Her frustration clear. Double the guards. Secure the Forest of Death. No one is to approach without the order of the Five Kage. And under no circumstances are the Jinchuriki permitted to leave. What's got you so worked up? Jiraiya strolled in a playful note in his voice. You should be on your way to the land of Iron by now. The Raikage has been waiting for you at the village gate for quite some time. Tsunade stood up, pulling on her green jacket with a grave expression. While I'm away, the village is in your hands. And so are the Jinchuriki. Don't worry, Jiraiya broke into a hearty laugh. With me here, no one is getting into that Forest of Death. Within the borders of the land of Iron, atop a snow-capped mountain, Raikage and Tsunade were making their way swiftly toward the meeting place. Behind them trailed their escorts, Shizen, Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai. Since nearly all the powerful ninja of the Hidden Cloud had been wiped out, Raikage had borrowed two elite jonin from Konoha for protection. Just then, a pale hand suddenly reached out from underground and brushed against Tsunade's foot. Who's there? The cold, unexpected touch made Tsunade stop in her tracks and glared down at the ground, eyes blazing. Seeing this, Raikage quickly asked Tsunade, why did you stop? It felt like someone touched me. What? Who's got the guts for that? And where did they touch you? Where are they now? Tsunade scanned the area intently, but after a long moment, she still couldn't sense anyone suspicious. What's going on? Was it just my imagination? She muttered to herself then. Addressed Raikage and the others. It's nothing. Maybe just the wind. My feet are really sensitive, so I get startled easily. Let's keep moving. We don't want to delay the real business. Once the group had gone some distance, Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground. Black Zetsu asked, so, did you manage to absorb Tsunade's chakra? White Zetsu replied. I did, but she's quite something. I only touched her for a moment, and she reacted instantly. Black Zetsu snorted. That's to be expected. It was her foot, after all. You know how it is. Enough chit-chat. You need to hurry back to Konoha and carry out the plan, right? White Zetsu responded. The two then began to split apart in a disturbingly grotesque fashion. Black Zetsu's body suddenly began to split open from the skull. When the transformation was complete, White Zetsu slowly morphed into Tsunade. The resemblance was uncanny. Every detail of the body was brought to life with perfect precision. White Zetsu's transformation technique was entirely different from that of ordinary ninja. By absorbing another chakra, he could replicate it exactly, making even the most familiar companions or sensory-type ninja unable to see through the disguise. Black Zetsu said, "Go. I'm leaving the infiltration of the Forest of Death to you." White Zetsu replied, "Then I'll leave the 5 Kage summit here in the hands of you and Toby." Amidst a ferocious blizzard, the Akatsuki team pressed on without pause, racing at full speed toward the venue. Ugh. Deidara shivered, pulling his coat tighter around his chest. "This place is freezing. Honestly," Sasori said. "Deidara, hang in there. We're almost at the site. The summit might have already started." Haiden burst out. "I'm so excited. This is my first time in the land of iron. I wonder if any of the locals would be interested in joining the Jashin cult." Kakuzu snorted. "You're too naive. This is a gathering place for samurai. Ritual suicide is practically their hobby. If they joined your immortality cult, wouldn't that rob them of what they enjoy most?" "Haiden, your faith just doesn't fit here." Kisame mused. "I wonder what it'd feel like to cut them down." "Itachi, you've seen a lot. What kind of country is the land of Ire really?" Itachi explained. "This nation was founded on 3 mountains. Known as the 3 Wolves, it has its own distinct culture, unique authority, and formidable military strength. There are no ninja here. Everyone follows the code of Bushido, and the entire country is defended by samurai. Kisame, they're shrouded in mystery. Don't underestimate them." Pain gave a slight nod, adding, "With the 5 Kage summit happening, the land of iron will have tightened security. Let's keep a low profile for now. We'll wait until all 5 Kage have gathered before making our move. Remember, keep your emotions in check. Try talking to them first. Let's see if we can win them over with." "Reason," Kisame chuckled. "Hey boss, diplomacy isn't exactly Akatsuki style." Pain replied, "No harm in trying something new. Who knows, if they're moved by my charisma and offer to join us willingly, wouldn't that be ideal? Besides, it's not like I've done anything too extreme, just borrowed a couple of tailed beasts to play with, and only half of each at that compared to the original story. I'm practically gentle." Conan urged. "Let's go. The summit should be starting around now." Pain quipped. "Conan, you're always in such a hurry when we're out in the field, yet in bed, you always complain that I'm too quick." Conan was right. The 5 Kage summit had indeed begun. Inside the Iron Country headquarters in the conference hall from the Land of Wind, the 5th Kazekage Gaara arrived with his attendants Kankuro and Tamari. From the Land of Water, the 5th Mizukage Maidorumi attended, accompanied by Chujuro and Ao. Representing the Land of Earth was the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki, with his aides Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi. The Land of Lightning sent the 4th Reikage, whose attendants were Asuma and Kurinai, both borrowed from the Hidden Leaf. Finally, the Land of Fire's 5th Hokage lady, Tsunade, appeared with Kakashi and Shizune at her side. As the lights shimmered, 5 hats, each symbolizing the authority of a nation's leader, were placed upon the table. Sitting at the very center, an elderly man with heavy bags under his eyes slowly began to speak. In response to the call of the Hokage and the Reikage, the 5 Kage have gathered here today. I am Mifune, commander of the Iron Country. I hereby declare the 5 Kage summit officially open. No applause followed, nor any conversation. The leaders of the great nations simply stared each other down in silence, each waiting for the other to speak. The tension in the air was palpable, and Mifune could only sigh inwardly, cursing to himself, "These sly old foxes, why won't any of them say a word? Are they really expecting me, an outsider, to liven things up? Such is the way of the powerful. They're always sparing with their words." Watching the others maintain their airs, Gaara let out a gentle sigh and spoke up, breaking the silence. "Since all of you are holding back, and since I'm the youngest here, I suppose I'll begin there. Maybe a generation gap between us, but I hope you'll understand what I have to say." Inoki responded with a cold snort. "A brat who hasn't even grown all his hair is the Kazekage now? The Land of Wind must have truly fallen. I'm old enough to be your grandfather, and yet you speak so brazenly in front of your elders. If I recall, your father was the 4th Kazekage. He certainly had his own way of raising children." Hearing Inoki's words dripping with scorn, Kankuro, waiting behind the scenes, was instantly furious. If Temari hadn't held him back, he would have stormed forward in outrage. Maidorumi interjected, "Lord Tsuchikage, perhaps you could hold your tongue for now. Let the Kazekage finish before offering your opinion." Gaara continued, "You've probably heard about how I was previously captured by the Akatsuki. Oddly enough, they didn't seem to harbor any particular malice toward me. Perhaps their gathering of tailed beasts is actually for the sake of this world. As for what happened in the Hidden Cloud Village recently, while it's unfortunate, I don't believe it was their doing. That's all I have to say. Please continue." The Reikage seated beside him couldn't contain his anger any longer. "I don't care what you think. I care what I think. Those brutes attacked right on our doorstep, and you're making excuses for them. Kazekage, I now suspect. You're in league with the Akatsuki, otherwise, how could you return unharmed after they took you away? I want to hear your explanation. Meanwhile, on the rooftop above, the members of the Akatsuki landed, soundlessly, their feet barely making a whisper, a Nagato's signal. Everyone concealed their presence, blending into the shadows. Peering through the gap at the 5 Kage inside, Deidara spoke in a low voice. Boss, it looks like it's starting. I didn't expect we'd see Inoki so soon. Haiden said, now that everyone's here, let's head in too. Time to tell them. From this day forward, the era of the 5 great nations is over. Nagato shook his head, a hint of curiosity in his tone. No rush. Let's listen in first and see what they're planning to discuss. Nagato wanted to know why the 5 great nations were so quick to unite. After all, Akatsuki hadn't done anything drastic lately. He was eager to hear the Kage's conversation and get to the root of it all. Watching the fierce and imposing raikage, Gaara let out a long sigh. Think what you will, I'm just stating the facts as for how this meeting ends. It's not up to you or me alone. Let's hear what the others have to say. Humph. The raikage merely snorted and sat back down. In the past, he might have flown into a rage already, but things were different now. He was a commander without an army, all of Kumogakure's fighting. Strength had vanished, and even his own bodyguards had to be borrowed from Konoha. Penniless, even a hero could be brought to his knees. Now, he didn't even have a penny to his name, so all he could do was swallow his pride and endure. Seeing this, Mifune cleared his throat and spoke up. The Kazekage is finished. The floor is yours. Other Kage, Tsunade said. Then I'll say a few words. I believe Akatsuki's existence is incredibly dangerous. I'm sure by now you've all received my message. Not long ago, a missing Konoha ninja, Uchiha Obito, suddenly returned to the village. We had always assumed he was dead. Only recently did we learn the truth. He'd been hiding within Akatsuki all along. According to him, Akatsuki's goal is to collect all the tailed beasts and to resurrect Uchiha Madara. Madara's ideology is extremely dangerous. He was my grandfather's lifelong enemy. If he were to be revived, this world would be doomed. What in the world? I'm going to resurrect Uchiha Madara. Resurrect him? I've been avoiding him more than anyone. At last, Nagato realized that all the chaos behind the scenes had been orchestrated by Obito. Conan said, I never imagined Obito would dare return to Konoha. He really is bold. Itachi added, he didn't have much choice since we no longer work for him. He had to find support elsewhere. Besides, no one but us knows he's a member of Akatsuki. This just proves once again that he's a true schemer. Sasori chimed in. Obito was deceived by Zetsu too. If he'd seen all the evidence, I think he might have turned back. Nagato said, once this is over, maybe we should pay a visit to Konoha, see if we can pull Obito out of the darkness. I do feel a bit of sympathy for him. Besides, I've always felt Akatsuki wouldn't be complete without him. The 5 Kage summit continued. After listening to Tsunade's remarks, Inoki spoke up. I know about Uchiha Madara. I met him once. Before. He truly is dangerous. Tsunade, are you certain about this information? Tsunade replied, this is what Obito said. While there's no solid evidence yet, I have a strong feeling it could be true. Otherwise, why would they be gathering the tailed beasts? To keep them as pets. Inoki responded, in the land of Earth, we now have only one Jinchuriki left. Rashi, the host of the 4 tails. I was careless before, and since the Jinchuriki are naturally powerful, I allowed them to live freely instead of keeping them under control. It wasn't until recently that I realized Han, the host of the 5 tails, had gone missing. In fact, it seems he's been gone for quite some time. This is a disgrace to our nation, and I will make Akatsuki pay for it, but I will not do so alongside you, Tsunade questioned. What do you mean by that? Are you refusing to form an alliance? Inoki replied, the claim that Uchiha Madara will be resurrected is nothing more than hearsay from a missing ninja of yours. I simply don't believe it. Besides, the land of Earth is vast and rich, and Iwagakure boasts many powerful shinobi. Even without your help, I trust we can handle Akatsuki ourselves. It's not that I don't want an alliance. I just don't trust you. As a veteran shinobi who had weathered many wars, Inoki had long since lost faith in treaties. Those mere pieces of paper. Even when nations cooperate, they often undermine each other in secret, sometimes even breaking their agreements outright. If such is the case between 2-inch, how can 5 nations possibly unite sincerely? The raikage gave a snore of disdain. Stubborn old man, when you're truly face-to-face with Akatsuki, you'll see things differently. Having encountered the Rinnegan himself, the raikage understood all too well just how dangerous Akatsuki was. He had paid the price for his own arrogance once before. Looking at Inoki now, he felt as though he were staring at his younger self. The raikage realized that words would not persuade the old man. Only experience could teach him, Inoki retorted. Perhaps in your eyes, I'm just a stubborn relic, but to me, you're nothing more than inexperienced youngsters. As a great nation, we must maintain our dignity and authority. Instead of begging other countries for help when trouble arises, it's better to use that time to strengthen ourselves and restore our honor by our own hands. Meitarumi interjected, let's set aside these rigid arguments, even if we lose. The tailed beasts, Akatsuki, won't be able to use them immediately. It takes knowledge, technology, and time to control the tailed beasts. No matter how strong Akatsuki is, it's impossible for them to harness that power in such a short time. Besides this claim that gathering the tailed beasts can somehow revive Uchiha Madara. It's hard to believe. At those words, the Raikage could no longer hold back. He shouted, I see how it is. Mizuki Tsuchikage, the two of you simply don't want to cooperate, is that it? Then why did you send your own Jinchuriki into Konoha's Forest of Death? Was it just to steal my brother Killer Bee's technique for controlling tailed beasts? So listening in really does have its perks. So, all the Jinchuriki are in the Forest of Death now. Nagato let out a cold chuckle. Information just falls right into my lap, doesn't it? There's nothing quite as entertaining as watching people scramble. The Raikage continued, I don't care what you all think. That group of demons from the Akatsuki, mark my words, I will tear them to pieces. Not only did they take away Yujito Ni from the hidden cloud, they slaughtered every single ninja in my village. Not one was left alive. When you finally cross paths with those degenerates, you'll pay dearly for your arrogance. What? Upon hearing the Raikage's words, the Akatsuki members were completely thrown off. When did we ever capture Yujito Ni? Since when did we wipe out every ninja from the hidden cloud? This is absolute nonsense. We're not taking the blame for that. At this moment, the Raikage was still fuming, his words thundering through the room. Akatsuki is nothing but a pack of irredeemable murderers. They have not a drop of mercy in them, just cold-blooded killing machines. And the worst of the lot is the one with the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan was once the eye of the Sage of Six Paths, meant to bring peace and tranquility to the ninja world. And he uses those eyes to consort with criminals and commit every atrocity imaginable. Don't we have a duty to rid the world of such monsters? Even the gentlest soul would be driven to fury by such baseless accusations. Nagato felt a surge of anger boiling up inside him, his fists clenching as he growled, Brothers, I can't hold it in any longer. I'm going to teach him a lesson. Itachi spoke up. Nagato, calm down. Weren't you just telling us all to keep a low profile? Low profile? I said that. Well, forget it, I take it back. Nagato's Rinnegan snapped open, and an invisible force exploded outward. With a deafening crash, the roof above them collapsed under the pressure. Boom. The sudden chaos shocked the five Kage, and their guards rushed forward to protect them. What's going on? What happened? The swirling dust and falling snow inside the room clouded everyone's vision. When it finally cleared, Nagato was standing atop the Raikage's desk, glowering down at him and speaking in a low, chilling voice. Raikage, you're really something, aren't you? Raikage, you're really something, aren't you? The Raikage was stunned. He leaped aside, pointing at Nagato and shouting, The Rinnegan! It's you! The guards immediately sprang in front of the Kage, glaring furiously at Nagato. Tsunade stared at Nagato, momentarily taken aback. That face. Could it be? When Tsunade first received the portrait sent from Sunagakure, she couldn't shake the feeling that Pain's Deva path looked eerily familiar. Almost like those children she'd seen back during the war in Amagakure, the ones who had eaten her biscuits. Those same kids had later spent a few years under Jiraiya's care, so by all rights Jiraiya should have recognized them too. Yet when Jiraiya saw the portraits, he barely reacted, which made Tsunade dismiss her suspicions, thinking perhaps her memory was playing tricks on her. But today, seeing Nagato in person with Conan at his side, Tsunade was finally certain. They were indeed those same children. If she could recognize them, why had Jiraiya never said a word? This was something she would have to get to the bottom of. Once she returned, the entire Akatsuki organization stood together atop the table, gazing down at the stunned faces of the Kage and their escorts below. With a steely tone, Nagato demanded, Raikage, you owe us an explanation. Why do you insist on slandering Akatsuki? Raikage shot back. When have I ever slandered you? Or is it that Akatsuki doesn't dare admit to what it's done? Say it. Here and now, in front of everyone, at the Yunlei Gorge. Aside from me and my brother, weren't all the others killed by your hand? And what about Yujito Ni? She's still missing to this day. Can you honestly say that wasn't your doing? Nagato shook his head, denying it outright. It wasn't us. Impossible. My men told me themselves that the Two Tails was taken by you. I saw the devastation at Yunlei Gorge with my own eyes. And Jiraiya from the Leaf can back me up. Who else could it be but you? I'm done explaining myself to you. By now, Nagato understood. The reason Toby dared to show up in Konoha was because everything had been meticulously planned. It was obvious that all these troubles were the work of Tobi and Zetsu, and since what was done, and considering he had indeed caused chaos in the Hidden Cloud that time, there was no way to clear his name without solid evidence. Even if he swore his innocence, no one would believe him, so Nagato chose to stop explaining. After all, that wasn't why he'd come here. Today, in the eyes of you great nations, we're always painted as villains. In the end, every misdeed gets pinned on Akatsuki. I suppose there's no point trying to explain myself further. Think what you will. No matter how much I clarify, it won't make you like me any better. Inoki spoke up. Then I'll take that as your tacit admission. Deidara, you brat. Not only did you betray your village, but you had the nerve to join Akatsuki. You really never failed to give me a headache. Unlike the somewhat apprehensive Raikage, Inoki showed no fear at all in the face of the entire Akatsuki. Looking at these juniors, all much younger than himself, his gaze was filled only with disdain. Deidara replied, "Oh, shut it, old man. You never understood my art. Life in Akatsuki suits me just fine." Inoki demanded. "You in the middle, the red-haired kid with the Rinnegan. Are you the leader of the Akatsuki?" Kankuro quickly interjected, "That's not right. He's not the only one with the Rinnegan. When they invaded the hidden sand village, the one with the Rinnegan wasn't this guy." Gaara spoke up as well. "When I was captured and held in the Akatsuki's prison, there were 2 people with the Rinnegan watching over me. It seems there are actually 4 people with the Rinnegan. Back then, when Pain Tendo was busy convening a meeting with the other members, he left Azura Path and Human Path to guard Gaara in the prison." What? Each shocking revelation left everyone present utterly stunned. Among the 5 great nations, not a single person possessed the Rinnegan. Yet in the Akatsuki, it seemed to be everywhere. Was the Rinnegan as common as cabbages among the Akatsuki? The gathered Kage were at a loss for words. This was especially true for Meitarumi and Ao. In the Hidden Mist Village, Ao's Bikugan was one of a kind, and he was treated as a precious asset. But in the Leaf Village, not to mention the Sharingan, those with the Bikugan were almost too many to count. Comparing these 2 situations, weren't they basically the same? It seemed that those who possessed such gifts never truly cherished them. Inoki pressed on, his tone grave. "Exactly how many people in your organization have the Rinnegan?" Nagato replied coldly, "That's classified." He continued, "I didn't come here to discuss these matters with you. I'm here to announce something important." Inoki, having been rebuffed, wasn't about to let it go. He formed a hand sign, glared fiercely at Nagato, and threatened, "Whatever it is you want to announce doesn't matter to me. Since you're here, all I need to do is kill you all, and every problem will be solved." Nagato retorted, violence, day in and day out. "That's all you know. If killing people solved everything, would I really be wasting my time talking to you now? But even if I kill you, there'll be a 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th generation, descendants forever, without end. I understand that, but do you, stubborn old man?" Inoki demanded. "Then what is it you want to say?" "Hold on a sec," Nagato replied. He reached in his robes and pulled out his ever-present laptop. "Everyone, be careful. It might be a trap." Seeing Nagato wield this strange ninja tool, everyone tensed, readying their defenses. Cowards scared at the slightest thing, Nagato scoffed, then opened the laptop and played a track of music. It wasn't just any music. It was the Akatsuki's iconic theme, the same dramatic BGM they use for their grand entrances in the anime. "Nothing sets the mood like a soundtrack," Nagato remarked with satisfaction as the stirring music filled the hall. With the thunderous theme playing, Nagato turned to address everyone present. "We, the Akatsuki, are here to inform you. From this day forward, the land of Rain will officially be renamed the Land of Akatsuki, and will ascend to become the 6th great nation. The Land of Dawn was established with a single purpose: to unite the entire shinobi world and bring every territory under its rule, including your 5 great nations. In addition, I have no desire for bloodshed, and I certainly don't wish to harm any civilians. So what do you think? Would any of you consider simply handing your lands over to me? But honestly, I doubt you'd ever agree to that, so I have a second request. Hide your civilians well. I don't want any of them caught in the crossfire when we come to claim your territories. After all, they'll soon be my people too. Well then, why don't you take a moment to discuss among yourselves and come up with an answer? I'll give you a little time to think it over." Down below, the 5 Kage and their guards fell into silence. It wasn't fear that gripped them, but utter stupefaction, as if they'd been turned to stone. This brat, what makes him so arrogant to dare say such things in front of the 5 Kage? Does he really think his group of 8 is invincible? You want to fight? Fine. The 5 great nations accept Akatsuki's challenge. The Kage, who just moments ago had all been harboring their own schemes, now stood united as one. These lunatics. If we don't put them in their place, they'll never understand the true might of the 5 great nations. Far off in the distance, Zetsu watched the proceedings like a war correspondent, reporting in real time. White Zetsu's clone muttered, "What's going on with these people? Why haven't they started fighting yet?" Black Zetsu replied, "Wait. It looks like the Kage can't hold back any longer." Back at the conference, Inoki could restrain himself no longer. In all his long years, he'd only ever been threatened once, by Madara Uchiha. That was a fight he couldn't win since, in the shinobi world, strength ruled above all else. From that day, he had sworn to grow stronger, promising himself that if anyone ever threatened him again, he'd take them down. Madara Uchiha was one thing. He simply couldn't win, but this red-haired brat in front of him. Inoki still had confidence, so what if he possessed the Rinnegan? Inoki wielded Dust Release Ikeki. Toda, even more formidable than any bloodline limit. "You insolent child, I'll show you what happens when you overstep your elders. Watch. As I end you in an instant." Dust Release, detachment of the primitive world technique. Inoki pressed his palms together before his chest, forming a small, transparent cube of energy between them. As the cube gradually expanded, the next moment it suddenly engulfed all the Akatsuki members, locking them firmly in place. The Akatsuki members, having seen his techniques before, recognized this as Inoki's signature move, and the most troublesome one at that. Troublesome, yes, but all the members remained calm and composed, showing not a hint of panic. Because they knew this technique was useless against the Rinnegan. Nagato's eyes flashed with fury, and a surge of immense power erupted from him. Shinra Tensei, the cube that had trapped the Akatsuki members, was hurled away in an instant, dissolving without a trace. So this is the power of the Rinnegan. Inoki let out a cold snort, though he was not overly surprised. If we can't even manage this, then we don't deserve to call ourselves the foremost among the three great eye techniques. Kisame said, "Boss, we're here, trying to negotiate calmly with him, but he insists on fighting. Looks like as always. Strength will decide the outcome. Just give the word. I can hardly hold myself back." The moment Kisame entered and saw Chojuro carrying one of the 7 ninja swords, the Hiramakiri, his fighting spirit began to stir. The previous wielder of Hiramakiri had been his old colleague, Mangitsu Hozuki, to inherit such a blade. Chojuro surely wasn't just anyone. As a senior, Kisame was eager to test Chojuro's mettle right away. Seeing Kisame preparing to attack, Chojuro hastily drew Hiramakiri and called out to the group, "That man with the samahata on his back and shark gills on his face. He's Kisame Hashigaki. His chakra rivals that of a Jinchuriki, and his sword samahata can even fuse with him." "Everyone be on your guard," Inoki responded. With a sneer, "Of course I know that, but with the 5 Kage gathered here, I don't care if he's a shark or a sea base. It won't help him." Rakage, cracking his knuckles as he strode beside Inoki, added, "Back in the Valley of Clouds and Lightning, he trapped my brother in a water prison. Seems today, I finally get my revenge." "Inoki, didn't you just say you didn't want to work with us? What changed your mind?" Inoki huffed, "This alliance is only for today. Once we finish them off here, don't bother this old man again unless it's absolutely necessary." Haiden chimed in, "Hey, another brawl? Haha, let's see. Who should I curse today?" Just as everyone was bracing for battle, Nagato roared, "Enough. I've said it before, we're not here to fight. We're just here to remind these people of something. If you want to battle, take it to the battlefield later. Now is not the time." Nagato spoke this way because he was concerned about one person, Obito Uchiha. Moments ago, he learned from Tsunade that Obito had returned to the Hidden Leaf. He also knew the other nations had hidden the remaining Jinchuriki in the Leaf's Forest of Death. With the 5 Kage summit underway, and Tsunade here, the Leaf was leaderless. Obito would surely seize the chance to snatch the Jinchuriki from right under their noses. The timing and location couldn't be better for him. He would never pass up such an opportunity. With the Akatsuki's declaration as the 6th great nation conveyed to the Kage and their challenge issued, their purpose was achieved. There was no reason to linger. Now the priority was to rush to the Hidden Leaf. If Obito succeeded, things would become dire. The tailed beast must not fall into his hands. Nagato quietly reminded his comrades, "Everyone, it's time to go. We're heading to the Forest of Death in the Hidden Leaf." Deidara was a bit speechless. "I was just getting in the mood, boss. Can't we stay a little longer? I want to have some fun with the old man." "Ichem," Kakazu snapped, "Enough, Deidara. Follow the organization's orders," Sasori commented. "If we just walk away like this group might not let us go so easily," Itachi offered. "How about I take care of the cleanup?" Kisame interjected. "No, please, Mr. Itachi. I'm riding high on adrenaline right now. Let me give them a spectacular final act." Haiden chimed in, "My techniques are pretty straightforward, so I'll sit this one out and leave the spotlight to you." Conan added, "Since this is a formal challenge, we can't do it without paper. I'll donate some to them and write the words challenge letter on every single sheet," Nagato declared. Enough arguing. Deidara, it's your turn this time. Show them your new technique. Deidara burst out laughing. No problem at all. With a wild laugh, he stepped out from the group and shouted, "Take this!" Maybe the others didn't get it, but Inoki, Kuratsuchi, and Akatsuchi knew Deidara all too well. Kuratsuchi warned everyone, "Be careful. Watch your surroundings. Deidara is about to set off an explosion." At her words, everyone braced themselves in a defensive stance. But after a long moment, nothing happened. The area remained eerily quiet. Noticing the accusing looks from everyone, Kuratsuchi blushed at her mistaken alarm. She pouted at Deidara, half angry and half teasing. "Deidara, what's going on? Are you changing your style? Where's your explosive clay? Where's your art? You," before she could finish complaining, the sight before her left Kuratsuchi utterly stunned. Deidara now looked like a character straight out of an anime, his whole body enveloped in a pale blue cloak of Two Tails chakra, seamlessly fused with his own. He radiated an intense, blinding light. The Reikage erupted in anger. "You Akatsuki have the nerve to claim you had nothing to do with Yujito Ni's disappearance? I don't even need to investigate. You've exposed yourselves, the five Kage." All understood. Deidara had achieved perfect control over the Two Tails form. Meitarumi exclaimed, "Impossible. It's only been a few days since they captured the Two Tails. How can he already wield the tailed beast's power so flawlessly?" Inoki fixed Deidara with a dark, furious stare. "Deidara, you've fallen so far. I never thought you'd go so far for power that you'd become a Jinchuriki." Although Inoki appeared furious, inwardly he was delighted. In time, if he could persuade Deidara to return to a Wagakure, the Two Tails would belong to the land of Earth. Such is the cunning of the older generation. Even at a time like this, they still think of their own village's interests. As long as Deidara was willing to come home, he wouldn't even mind marrying off his granddaughter Kuratsuchi to him. After all, they'd grown up together. No one would object. Deidara had no idea about Inoki's little shipping thoughts. He simply threw his head back and laughed loudly. In front of the stunned crowd, "My art isn't just dazzling now. It comes with good looks. Old man, can you still deny my art this time?" As he spoke, Deidara rolled a white figurine between his hands. It was his signature move. See 3 number 18. Only this number 18 was unlike any before. Laced atop the explosive clay, blue flames flickered, and around it pulsed the unique black chakra of a tailed beast bomb. "5 Kage, it's time to appreciate true art. I'm a generous guy. I won't charge you an entrance fee. The only price is your lives." With a shout, he hurled the figurine. In an instant, not just the entire conference hall, but the headquarters of the Land of Iron itself was reduced to rubble beneath the enhanced power of number 18. Before long, a single slug wriggled up from beneath the debris, its body sheltering Tsunade inside. Then one after another, more slugs emerged, crawling out slowly. Thanks to their protection, the 5 Kage and their guards escaped with only minor injuries. With lingering fear, the Reikage looked around at the devastated headquarters and said, "Inoki, if you hadn't warned me to channel lightning style in a number 18, its power wouldn't have been halved. It would have unleashed the full force of that tailed beast chakra. Not even the slugs could have shielded us from such a blast." As Deidara's mentor, Inoki knew all too well about his former student's fatal flaw. So before the explosion, he'd hurriedly shared this critical tip with the Reikage. Dusting herself off, Tsunade turned to her Konoha guards with concern. "Is everyone all right?" "We're fine, thank you," Lady Tsunade answered. Kakashi and the other Konoha joined in unison. Meitarumi asked, "Where did those Akatsuki members go?" Gara replied, "It seems they've left." This attack was only a distraction to cover their escape. Furious, the Reikage slammed his fist into the ground. "Damn it, I can't believe they're turning their own members into Jinchuriki." "Those bastards," Gara added. "It's not just Deidara, that short red-haired one has also become a pseudo-one-tail Jinchuriki. I saw him back in the Akatsuki prison. He called himself Sasori of the Red Sand." Kankuro muttered anxiously, "How can Akatsuki perfect tailed beast transformations so quickly? If they capture all the tailed beasts, will they all become Jinchuriki? That's terrifying." Tsunade's voice was steely. "I won't let that happen. At the very least, I'll never hand over the 9 tails. We have no time to lose. The 5 nations must unite and start mobilizing our forces at once." The others nodded firmly in agreement. In the distance, the 2 clones of Black Zetsu and White Zetsu watched everything unfolding at the meeting. Though they were anxious, there was nothing they could do. "Damn it, why hasn't Obito shown up yet?" Just then Obito finally appeared, arriving late. Black Zetsu snapped, "Why are you only just getting here? The 5 Kage summit is already over. Nagato has taken the entire Akatsuki and left." At this moment, Obito wasn't wearing his mask. He ignored Zetsu's complaints and simply replied in a calm voice, "It's fine, fine. Them. I want to meet with them. Zetsu found it harder and harder to read Obito's intentions, but deep down, Zetsu knew that under no circumstances could he allow this meeting to happen. If Nagato revealed Zetsu's true purpose to Obito, a millennium of planning would be ruined in an instant. Seeing Zetsu's lack of response, Obito scolded him sharply. Zetsu, did you not hear me? Locate them now for you. That shouldn't be difficult, Black Zetsu retorted. What's gotten into you? Is this really the time to go looking for a chat, since we missed the aftermath of the Akatsuki and the five Kage's mutual destruction? We should hurry back to Konoha and collect the tailed beasts. White Zetsu is there alone, and I'm worried about him. White Zetsu's clone chimed in. That's right. Obito shot Zetsu a glare and barked. I said I want to meet them. And that's final. He needed to understand why Nagato had betrayed him and why the rest of the Akatsuki were so willing to follow Nagato's lead. Seeing Obito's unwavering attitude, Black Zetsu sighed in resignation and agreed, fine. If that's what you want, I'll take you to them now. Meanwhile, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu's clone communicated covertly. If we really do run into them, we'll have to play it by ear. No matter what, Obito must not discover our secret. Once again, snowflakes filled the sky as the Akatsuki members raced toward Konoha at full speed. Itachi spoke. Nagato, once we return to Konoha, I want to accompany you to the Forest of Death. There's something urgent in Konoha that I need to deal with. Kakuzu, hearing this, questioned him. Itachi, do you still have feelings for Konoha? We treat you like a brother now. Are you planning to betray us? Nagato intervened. Calm down, Kakuzu. Itachi, what is it? Can you tell us? Itachi paused for a moment before replying slowly. I'm going to find Danzo. My brother, Shursui Uchiha's eye is in his possession, and I intend to take it back myself. Deidara scoffed. Oh, so that's it. I always thought that. Danzo was up to no good, even in the original story. Itachi, count me in. Yeah, Nagato nodded. If it concerns your brother, it concerns us all. Let's go. It shouldn't take long to deal with him anyway. Itachi, we're with you. Itachi nodded as well, showing a smile that hadn't been seen in a long time. Suddenly, Nagato seemed to sense something and came to an abrupt halt. The rest of the members, seeing this, immediately stopped as well. Nagato fixed his gaze intently on the ground, not far ahead, and spoke. In a cold voice, come out. There's no point hiding anymore. A short distance away, Zetsu emerged from the earth, and Toby appeared out of thin air beside him. Nagato smirked. Well, what do we have here? I was just worrying about not being able to find you, and you've come right to my doorstep. Toby said, Nagato, I want to know, why? Did you betray me? Nagato replied. If you want to know the answer to that, we'll have to start with that aloe head next to you. Zetsu, do you feel like sharing your story? Black Zetsu hadn't expected Nagato to cut straight to the heart of the matter so quickly. He hurriedly whispered to White Zetsu's clone. What do we do? If Toby finds out about this, we're in trouble. White Zetsu's clone narrowed his single eye and growled. Don't worry, I've got this. He fully revealed himself and started cursing at Nagato. Which story do you want? I've got so many. Take your pick, Nagato replied. How about we start with your mother? White Zetsu's clone snapped. What the hell? You want to hit on my mom? Nagato was caught off guard, quickly waving his hands. No. That's not what I meant. I already have Conan. What I meant was in front of Toby. How about you? And I talk about your mother. White Zetsu's clone shot back. You're disgusting. You actually want me to talk about my mom with you in front of Toby? You're out of your mind. The sudden turn of events left Toby completely bewildered. He stared blankly and asked Zetsu, you look like that and you actually have a mother. Toby had known Zetsu since childhood and always thought Zetsu was something Madara Uchiha created. Only now did he realize that Zetsu was actually formed from a fertilized egg. Looking at Zetsu's grotesque face, Toby couldn't help but ask Zetsu, I mean, no offense, but what does your mother look like? Hidden in the shadows, Black Zetsu secretly cheered White Zetsu's clone on. Nice one, White Zetsu. The topic's completely derailed now. Toby persisted. Zetsu, I swear I mean no offense, but what does your mother look like? Nagato chuckled and answered, Zetsu's mom is stunning. They call her the fallen goddess. Her skin, absolutely flawless. Toby's curiosity only deepened. Is that so? Zetsu, why have you never mentioned her? If she's really as beautiful as Nagato says, how did she end up giving birth to someone like you? Hold it in. I have to hold it in. For the sake of my grand plan, I must endure. Although Toby's careless jibes made Zetsu seethe with fury, he knew he'd set the conversation on this path to deflect attention, so he didn't dare say more. Mother, forgive your unfilial son. For the sake of your resurrection, please bear with a little more of their nonsense. Just as Zetsu was about to escalate the conversation, he suddenly sensed a surge of chakra rapidly approaching. Instantly delighted, he quickly warned Obito, we'll talk about my mother later. Just the two of us. We have to go. The five Kage and their guard are closing in. You're not wearing your mask. If you're recognized, everything we've done will be wasted. He wasn't lying. The five Kage were on their way back to the village, and this was the only road they could take. Obito's expression changed as he turned to Nagato and declared, "Nagato, we're not finished with this conversation." With that, he vanished into his Kamui space. Zetsu, too, slowly melted back into the earth below. The members of Akatsuki, seeing Zetsu trying to escape, were about to intervene, but Nagato stopped them at once. "Stay calm. The 5 Kage are almost here. There's no need to waste time on it now. Let's head for Konoha." Konoha Village, Land of Fire, the root base of the ANBU. At this moment, Danzo stood on the podium, leaning on his cane, giving a stern lecture. "So much has happened in the ninja world. Yet that Tsunade girl hasn't reported a single thing to me. She must truly look down on me." He snorted. "Fortunately, my information network is unrivaled. It's possible I already know more than she does." Such a stubborn competitiveness. Despite his age, he still loved to measure himself against others. After a moment, Danzo calmed himself before asking, "What's the situation?" "In the Forest of Death," Aburame Torian replied. "Lady Hokage has already ordered strict security there. Only the 5 Kage and Jiraiya are allowed inside. Our members cannot enter at the moment and can only observe from a distance. So far, we haven't received any updates from them." Danzo scowled. "Tsunade is a fool. Right now, Rashi of the 4 Tails, Utekata of the 6 Tails, Killer Bee of the 8 Tails, and our own Naruto the 9 Tails are all in Konoha. What an opportunity! If we could seize them, the Land of Fire would undoubtedly become the greatest nation in the ninja world. Making her Hokage is ruining Konoha's future." He paused, then asked, "Who's in charge of guarding the Forest of Death this time? Can't we use the mind-body switch technique to control him?" Yamanaka-fu responded, "Lord Danzo, this won't be easy. The person in charge of the guards this time is Lord Jiraiya himself. If I tried to use the technique on him, he'd probably notice him." Danzo pondered for a moment, then said in a low voice, "It seems I'll have to handle this myself." As he spoke, Danzo tossed aside his cane and walked down from the stage, his tone icy. "Come, we're going to the Forest of Death?" I refused to believe Jiraiya would dare block his own elder. Sai hurried onto the stage, picked up the cane, and respectfully handed it to Danzo. "My lord." "Your cane, huh?" Danzo shook his head. "In battle, this kind of thing is useless to me. It's just a disguise. With it, I limp along. Without it, I move as swiftly as the wind." A few minutes later, at the Forest of Death. Now, the Forest of Death was protected by more than 500 elite ninja, and the strongest defensive barrier in the Hidden Leaf Village had been erected all around. The moment anyone tried to sneak in, the barrier wardens would be instantly alerted. Jiraiya sat beneath a pavilion at the forest entrance, a pen held loosely between his lips as he mulled over ideas for his new work. So much had changed in the ninja world recently that he hadn't even had time to visit the hot springs for inspiration. He felt stuck, unsure where to begin. Suddenly, he sensed a cunning, slippery presence approaching. A scent he knew all too well. It was none other than Danzo Shimura. That stubborn old man. As if stationing so many root ninja on the outskirts wasn't enough, he had to come in person. Jiraiya muttered to himself. He closed his notebook, stepped out from the pavilion, and called out with a hint of resignation, "Danzo, what brings you here?" Danzo's face was unreadable as he replied, "I'm here for the sake of the leaf. Jiraiya, I want you to understand me. Tsunade is wrong. This is an opportunity we can't afford to let slip. Let me in. I intend to make all these tailed beasts property of Konoha." Jiraiya burst out laughing. "Danzo, have you finally lost it? The 5 great nations are about to unite. Now is the time for solidarity, not betrayal, and you want to seize the other villages' tailed beasts for yourself. Do you really think that's the right thing to do? On top of that, do you really believe you have the strength to take down their Jinchuriki?" Jiraiya kept that thought to himself, out of respect for his elder. Danzo snorted. "I never expected anything from them for this war. With the power of the tailed beasts on our side, what have we to fear? You and your master. Your thinking is far too naive." Every time Danzo saw Tsunade or Jiraiya, he couldn't help but remember his old friend and rival, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi. A mix of affection and resentment stirring within him. He found the so-called will of fire both baffling and unspeakable, and wanted nothing more than to never hear it mentioned again. Now, with Tsunade absent, it was the perfect chance to launch his coup. As for the 2 senior advisors of Konoha, Hamura Kato and Kohar Udatane, they were nothing more than weathercocks, always siding with whoever held power, and hardly worth worrying about. All he had to do was defeat the bushy-maned man before him, and the position of 6 Hokage would be well within his grasp. By tomorrow, his own handsome, heroic face would be carved into the Hokage rock. Jiraiya, ever the straightforward man, had no idea of the schemes brewing in Danzo's mind. He simply replied, almost casually, "Say whatever you like, but I'm afraid not, uncle. As long as I'm here, you're not getting into the Forest of Death." Danzo said, "Very well. It seems I'll have to settle this by force. Jiraiya, you know my reputation. I'm a man of action if we can't come to an agreement. Don't blame me for what happens next. Behind Danzo, nearly all the members of the covert route unit had assembled. Jiraiya had noticed them from the start, but it had never crossed his mind that Danzo would actually make a move against him in such a critical moment. Jiraiya fixed Danzo with a fierce stare and growled, "Danzo, have you lost your mind? If Akatsuki attacks while we're fighting among ourselves, it'll be too late for regrets." Unwrapping the bandages from his right arm with calm deliberation, Danzo replied, "Don't be ridiculous. There's no way our timing could be that unfortunate. Anyway, I've already decided there's no turning back from this fight. After all these years, you still don't understand how ambitious I am. Let me spell it out for you. This isn't some petty internal dispute. This is a coup." Jiraiya was stunned by his words. "A coup? Danzo, are you serious?" By now, Danzo had finished unwrapping his right arm, revealing a golden metallic limb. "Don't take it personally, Jiraiya. I'm doing this for the good of the Leaf Village." He turned to his subordinates and, cold as ice, gave a single order: "Move in." In an instant, all the root members who had been lurking in the shadows revealed themselves, surging toward the Forest of Death. The 500 guards Tsunade had dispatched quickly drew their kunai, clashing with the attackers. Outside the Forest of Death, the scene erupted into chaos. A battlefield of 1,000 men. Shouts of pain, cries of outrage, and the metallic clang of ninja tools rang out from every direction. Yet in the heart of the chaos, Jiraiya and Danzo stood face to face, neither making a move. Jiraiya looked at Danzo in bitter disappointment, his voice rising with anger. "Danzo, by doing this, you're condemning yourself to an endless abyss from this moment on. You are a traitor to the Leaf Village." Danzo scoffed, utterly unmoved and without a hint of remorse. "Today, nothing will stand in my way. I'm sweeping aside corruption and obstacles for the sake of Konoha's future. Don't call me a traitor. Tomorrow, I will be the 6th Hokage." Seeing that words were useless, a deadly intent finally flickered in Jiraiya's eyes. "Very well, you're my elder, so I'll let you strike first." Danzo retorted, "You think I don't want to go first? Hold on, there's just one last screw on my right arm." With that, another 10 seconds passed. As the final screw hit the ground, the metal locks on Danzo's arm fell away, and a mass of Sharingan eyes was revealed. Jiraiya's brow furrowed at the sight, and he demanded sharply, "How did you get so many Sharingan? Tell me, where did they come from?" A sense of foreboding rose in Jiraiya's heart. Perhaps there was more to the Uchiha clan's destruction than anyone had realized, and Danzo was at the heart of it all. Before Danzo could make his move, Jiraiya had already assumed a fighting stance. "Danzo, I'd intended to spare your life once all of this was over. After all, no matter what else can be said, you've contributed greatly to Konoha over the years. Your methods were questionable, but your crimes weren't unforgivable. But things are different now. The Uchiha are our family in Konoha too. And you dare to harm them like this, I'll strip away every sordid secret you've kept hidden. Ninja art. Toad oil bullet," without giving Danzo a chance to react. Jiraiya spat out a stream of toad oil infused with chakra, sticky and highly flammable, pinning Danzo firmly in place. No sooner had this technique ended than Jiraiya launched his next attack. Fire style. Flame bullet. A torrent of blazing fire erupted from Jiraiya's mouth, igniting the toad oil that coated Danzo, engulfing him in flames and reducing him to nothing but ashes. The battle ended so abruptly that Jiraiya was left with a nagging sense of doubt. Yet the ashes on the ground were unmistakably human remains, not the product of a shadow clone or any substitution technique. How could that old man die so quickly? Did I overestimate him? Jiraiya muttered to himself. Suddenly, Danzo's sinister voice rose from behind him. "Kid, you don't play fair. Weren't you going to let me attack first?" Wind style. Vacuum wave. A razor-sharp blast of wind, like the swipe of an invisible scythe, shot from Danzo's mouth. In the blink of an eye, Jiraiya dodged while the wind blade sliced through the root shinobi and Konoha's elite who were clashing behind him, cutting them clean in two. "Humph, you're pretty fast," Danzo sneered, utterly unfazed by the deaths of his own men. Puffing out his cheeks, he unleashed several more wind blades at Jiraiya, who was now airborne. Wind style. Vacuum serial waves, forced into the air to evade Danzo's earlier attack. Jiraiya now faced a barrage of wind blades. Realizing he couldn't dodge them all, he quickly formed a massive Rasengan, meeting each blade head-on and neutralizing them one by one. Phew, that was close. Having countered Danzo's assault, Jiraiya landed steadily, letting out a breath of relief. But in those few short seconds, Danzo's shadow loomed before him. They were so close, barely a hair's breadth apart, that a single misstep would have brought their faces together. Before Jiraiya could react, Danzo swung his arm in a swift motion, aiming straight for Jiraiya's throat. "Kid, try this on for size. Sealing Jutsu." Curse of Binding. Jiraiya knew this technique well. Once the target's throat was locked, a curse seal would be inscribed, leaving the victim completely immobilized. No, I can't let myself be caught by this technique. A sudden idea struck Jiraiya. His hair began to grow at a visible speed, quickly enveloping his entire body, leaving Danzo with no way to attack him. Danzo paused for a second, then leapt backward, calmly praising. As expected of Hiruzen's disciple, your repertoire of jutsu is truly impressive. Jiraiya slowly returned his hair to normal, his expression grave as he stared intently at Danzo. His mind was still caught up in the recent battle, unable to understand why Danzo was still alive. I was certain I killed him. How could he have come back? Though both Jiraiya and Danzo were ninja of the Hidden Leaf, with Danzo even being Jiraiya Sr., Jiraiya actually knew very little about him. He only knew that Danzo specialized in wind release and sealing techniques. Everything else about his abilities remained a mystery. It was hardly Jiraiya's fault. Danzo had always worked from the shadows, hiding himself too well. If that's the case, I'll have to analyze his techniques as I fight, Jiraiya resolved, steeling himself. He was just about to form hand seals when a powerful, commanding voice suddenly rang out. What are you doing? Stop this at once. This voice was unmistakable. Every ninja in the Leaf Village recognized it. The moment it echoed across the battlefield, everyone froze in place. Following the sound, they saw a woman with light blonde hair and an imposing presence striding confidently between Jiraiya and Danzo. Her figure was unmistakable, and her aura even more so. Jiraiya stared at her in astonishment. Tsunade, you're back. How did you return so quickly? Tsunade shot Jiraiya a glare and demanded, what's going on here? Why are you and Danzo fighting? Jiraiya stepped to Tsunade's side and whispered in her ear, that old relic is trying to enter the forest of death. He's also plotting to betray us and become the 6th Hokage. Oh, is that so? Tsunade raised an eyebrow and turned to Danzo, her tone laced with mockery. Danzo, your ambition knows no bounds, does it? Umph. Danzo snorted coldly. Though surprised by Tsunade's arrival, it was still within his calculations, facing 2 of the legendary Sannin. He didn't believe he would lose. Tsunade surveyed the battlefield, her eyes taking in the fallen and wounded, all of them Leaf Ninja. Her anger flared. Do you have any idea what time it is? Is this really the moment for infighting? We need to preserve our strength and prepare for the coming war. Danzo, listen to me. As long as I'm back, you can forget about becoming Hokage. And Jiraiya, you too, Danzo, just wants to check on the Jinchuriki in the Forest of Death. Why are you so opposed? After all, he is a high-ranking member of the Leaf. If we deny him even this much authority, of course he'll start harboring thoughts of rebellion. Danzo, come with me. I'll take you inside. Myself, Tsunade's words left not only Jiraiya, but even Danzo momentarily stunned. What's going on? What's gotten into her today? Why is she being so agreeable toward me? This girl is definitely not acting normal, but if she can get me into the Forest of Death, I don't care. Tsunade, no. You absolutely cannot bring Danzo inside. Tsunade's actions left Jiraiya utterly stunned. After working together for so many years, he had always believed that he and Tsunade were perfectly in sync. Most of the time, a single glance was enough for them to understand each other's intentions, but today Tsunade felt like a completely different person. Not only did she avoid eye contact, she even went so far as to help someone who was her political adversary. What on earth is going on? You're not some airhead woman just because you're well endowed. Jiraiya strode up to the gate of the Forest of Death and blocked their path with his body. Tsunade snapped, her voice sharp. Jiraiya, stop making trouble. Don't you understand I'm doing this for the greater good? I'm trying to stabilize morale. If we start fighting among ourselves now, we'll only become a laughingstock for the other shinobi villages. Jiraiya wasn't about to back down. Speaking of other villages, where's the Raikage? Wasn't he supposed to come back with you? And what about Shizune and Kakashi? Why didn't they return with you? The more he spoke with her, the more Jiraiya felt that something was off about Tsunade. Tsunade shook her head and explained patiently, you know, the Hidden Cloud suffered heavy losses recently. It wouldn't be appropriate for the Raikage to linger in Konoha. He needed to return home and reassure his people. I wasn't comfortable sending him back with only Kurenai and Asuma, so I asked Kakashi and Shizune to escort him as well. Her explanation was flawless, not a single crack to be found, yet Jiraiya still couldn't bring himself to trust her. Just then, a Byakugan user from the Hyuga clan quietly approached Jiraiya and whispered, Lord Jiraiya, I checked Lady Tsunade's chakra with my Byakugan. There's no mistake, it's really her. Hearing even a Hyuga confirm it, Jiraiya began to doubt himself. Could it be that he was just imagining things? Feeling uneasy, he edged closer to Tsunade, rubbing the back of his head as he apologized nervously. Sorry, Tsunade, I must have misjudged you. Tsunade huffed. Good. As long as you understand, there's no time to waste. I'm taking Danzo for a quick tour inside. Make sure you guard this entrance. No one is to go, and understood. With that, Tsunade marched into the forest of death without so much as a backward glance. Danzo, seeing this, hurried after her in a disgruntled manner. At the gate, the elite Konoha barrier ninja sensed their passage. After a moment, he nodded to Jiraiya. No doubt about it. It's Lady Tsunade's chakra, if even the barrier specialist said so, then perhaps he really was just being paranoid. Jiraiya watched as Tsunade and Danzo's figures faded into the distance, but an uneasy feeling gnawed at him all the same. No, this isn't right. I have to follow them and see for myself. Jiraiya turned to the assembled ninja and said, now that the grievances between you have been resolved, there's no longer any need for bloodshed among yourselves. Remember, all of you are ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village. Protecting this place is what truly matters. With those words, Jiraiya dashed swiftly into the forest of death. Deep within the forest of death, Naruto had already been there for quite some time. At his side stood Rashi, the four-tails Jinchuriki, and Utakata, the six-tails Jinchuriki. Behind them, a great throng of wild birds and fierce beasts from the forest gathered. Yet unlike their usual unruly behavior, all their eyes were fixed respectfully on a massive grandstand constructed by Naruto's shadow clones. Atop the grandstand, Killer Bee gripped the microphone, thoroughly absorbed in performing his rap. Back when he was on Paradise Island in the Land of Lightning, Killer Bee had already conquered every fearsome beast there, crowning himself the king of all beasts. Now that he had come to the forest of death in the Leaf Village, things were no different. At this very moment, he was forcing every species present to attend his concert, including the other Jinchuriki. Initially, the Jinchuriki were reluctant, but since they hoped to learn the art of perfect-tailed beast transformation from him, they had no choice but to play along. Yo, my friend in the front row, if you're being threatened, just blink a little. Silence, I can't take it anymore. Perhaps it was the long days of torment, but Naruto finally lost control. He immediately dispelled his clones and shouted at Killer Bee, who had just jumped down from the stage. Hey, Sunglasses old man, do you have any idea how chaotic things are out there? And you still have the mood to rap here? I've had enough. I'm done playing along. If you won't teach me, I'll just go train by myself. With that, Naruto turned and prepared to leave. Even as he walked away, he kept repeating in his heart, please, stop me. Please, someone stop me. But an entire minute passed and not a single person spoke up. Not even Utakata or Rashi made a move to stop him. Naruto, flushed with anger, spun around and yelled at them. He's cold-hearted. Are you two heartless as well? We're all Jinchuriki. Aren't you going to say something to stop me? Utakata looked at Naruto coolly and replied in a detached tone, you're the one who said you wanted to leave. Rashi added, honestly, I've never liked you. No manliness at all. Those six-whisker marks are a disgrace to all men. Just then, the sound of fierce fighting came from the distance, drawing everyone's attention. What's going on? All the beasts of the forest should be here already. Could there be some that haven't arrived? Killer Bee was fuming. For someone to disrupt his grand concert on such an important occasion was an insult he couldn't ignore. Let's go. We'll see who's causing trouble. Meanwhile, the source of the commotion was Tsunade and Danzo locked in combat. Not long after following Tsunade into the forest, Danzo began to entertain improper thoughts about her, though these were not the usual kind of improper thoughts. Danzo's only intention was to kill Tsunade. Tsunade bit her lip and questioned him sternly. Danzo, what are you trying to do? Didn't I already let you in? Danzo replied with a cold, expressionless face. You're too young, Tsunade. I appreciate you letting me in, but coming here alone with me was your mistake. The seat of Hokage is not something you can hold on to. Let me take your place instead. Instead of getting angry, Tsunade burst into laughter, a chilling, unnerving sound that echoed through the room. Danzo narrowed his aged eyes at Tsunade's inexplicable reaction. You're acting very strange today. Have you given up already? Well then, I suppose I'll let you live a bit longer. Tell me what happened at the 5 Kage Summit, and then I'll let you die. A sly, eerie chuckle escaped Tsunade's lips. Ha ha. Danzo, you old relic. How about we work together? Being Hokage is dull. I can help you become the ruler of the entire shinobi world. As she spoke, Tsunade's figure slowly shimmered and transformed, revealing the form of White Zetsu. The sudden transformation left Danzo momentarily stunned. Who are you? Danzo's suspicions were immediately aroused. I knew it. If you were really Tsunade, there's no way you have brought me in here. His gaze turned icy as he demanded, who are you? He had never met White Zetsu before. Staring at this bizarre creature, who looked like some kind of mutated plant, Danzo grew intensely cautious. The fact that this being could imitate Tsunade so perfectly, even fooling the Byakugan and the security seals, meant he was no ordinary foe. Danzo didn't dare strike rashly. It was more important to figure out this person's true intentions. Noticing Danzo's wary stance, White Zetsu continued, "My name is Toby. I know everything about you, and I'll tell you everything about myself too. Just listen, and you'll understand. This all starts with the source of Chakra, the Ten Tails. Danzo, you must have heard of the Sage of Six Paths, right? The god of shinobi also had another identity. He was the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, and now I'll tell you even more. Ever since the Akatsuki strayed from his original plan, Zetsu found himself left with only Uchiha Obito at his side. But after spending time with Obito, Zetsu realized there was a problem. Obito was a risk. His heart was consumed by his obsession with Rin, and he was prone to emotional outbursts. If Nagato ever made things public, Zetsu was certain Obito would immediately turn traitor. So he set his sights on Danzo. Danzo was different. Zetsu had watched all 720 episodes and knew exactly what kind of person Danzo was. His obsession wasn't love, nor friendship. It was the village. Danzo's sole aim was to make Konoha stronger, to unify the shinobi world under its banner. No matter how many sacrifices it took, no matter what the cost, he would not hesitate, cold and ruthless. That's the kind of man he was, full of grand ambitions, yet never holding the ultimate power to decide his own fate. This was the pain that haunted Danzo his entire life. But Zetsu needed someone just like him, someone obsessed with power, someone merciless in their methods. What's more, Danzo carried the cells of Hashirama Senju within his body, and even possessed the Sharingan. Perhaps in the future, he could become the perfect vessel for the Ten Tails, a promising candidate indeed. Zetsu shared with Danzo his own version of the origins of the tailed beasts and the tale of the Ten Tails, yet there was one crucial detail he deliberately left out. The Ten Tails was originally the seedling of the divine tree, itself. He said not a word. When Zetsu finished speaking, Danzo stood rooted to the spot, unable to calm the storm within him. His entire worldview had been shattered. At that moment, he needed to compose himself. Zetsu pressed on, "So, what do you think? Are you interested in becoming the second founder of the ninja world, the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, just like the Sage of Six Paths? In this era where strength dictates all, only the powerful can claim supreme authority." To be honest, Zetsu's proposal stirred something deep within Danzo. Ever since childhood, he had been chasing after Hiruzen Sarutobi, always hoping that one day he could catch up to him, even if only to stand as his equal. It was precisely this mindset that fueled Danzo's obsession with the seed of Hokage. But now, if what this nobody was saying truly came to pass, he wouldn't just be Hiruzen's equal. He could even surpass him. Danzo could become the very first Hokage to unite the world under the land of fire. The name Shimura Danzo, forever etched in history. After pondering for a moment, Danzo asked, "How am I supposed to know if your words are true?" Zetsu burst out laughing. "Believe it or not, that's up to you. Either way, I'll be working behind the scenes to help you become Hokage. I'll see to it that all the tailed beasts are brought under the land of fire. Today marks the beginning of my aid to you. In a little while, I'll share with you everything I know about the Akatsuki members, their abilities and characteristics. Let the 5 great nations battle it out against Akatsuki. Whoever wins, it hardly matters. You and I need only to quietly seal away the tailed beasts in Konoha. Then, when both sides are exhausted, we'll reclaim the tailed beasts and the Rinnegan from Akatsuki. With those in hand, your days of becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki are not far off." At this point, Zetsu suddenly sensed something, and once again transformed into Tsunade's appearance. In a quiet voice, he warned Danzo, "Someone's coming. Not far away, killer." B came running at full speed. Soon after, Naruto, Yujito, Rashi, and a throng of animals followed close behind. Naruto glanced at Danzo, standing next to Tsunade, and called out, "Granny Tsunade, what are you doing here? Huh? And who's this old man?" Just as Tsunade was about to answer, Jiraiya suddenly appeared. "I finally caught up with you, Tsunade." Danzo, "Oh, Naruto, you're here too. What's going on? Why is the pervy sage here as well?" Seeing their sudden appearance, Naruto broke out in a cold sweat, muttering to himself, "This is bad. This is really bad. Granny Tsunade and the pervy sage aren't here to check how far I've gone with my tailed beast training, are they? Damn it. I haven't even started yet. It's all that sunglasses guy's fault." Just as Naruto was about to complain to Tsunade and Jiraiya's large hand suddenly landed on his shoulder, pushing him behind with a protective gesture. He stared coldly at Tsunade and spoke, "Who are you?" "You're not Tsunade." Tsunade let out a sinister laugh. "Jiraiya, are you out of your mind? Didn't we just run the tests? What more do you want?" Jiraiya shook his head. "I don't trust those things. The only thing I trust is my own instincts. Naruto, take the other Jinchuriki and run. The Tsunade in front of you and Danzo beside her are here for you." But at that moment, a strange voice suddenly called out from the trees nearby. Well, what a lively gathering. "All the Jinchuriki I'm looking for are right here." And Danzo too. Saves me the trouble of hunting you down. The speaker was none other than Nagato. On either side of him stood the assembled members of the Akatsuki. Just now the entire Akatsuki had arrived in the Hidden Leaf Village forcing their way in. They cut down anyone in their path. No 1-inch not shinobi nor monk could stop them. Led by Itachi, the group fought all the way to the Forest of Death, taking down the guard station around its perimeter, and began their search for the Jinchuriki. At last they found their targets. Nagato, Conan, it really is you. Seeing these familiar faces, Jiraiya felt a chill settle in his heart. The appearance of the entire Akatsuki didn't seem to surprise Tsunade much. White Zetsu had already received word from his clone that Akatsuki would be coming, though he hadn't expected them to arrive so soon. He shot Danzo a meaningful glance, signaling him to make a quick escape. But before Danzo could react, Uchiha Itachi was already standing before him. "Give me back Shirsue's eye." Feeling the intent to kill radiating from Itachi, Danzo replied coldly, "Itachi, this isn't what we agreed on. Why have you returned to the village?" From up in the trees, Kisame grinned at Killer Bee. "Since Mr. Itachi has already picked his opponent, I'll do things my usual way. That rare 8-tailed beast. Don't any of you try to steal him from me." With that, Kisame hefted his sword Samahata and charged straight at Killer Bee. Nagato gazed at Jiraiya, his voice low and distant. "Jiraiya is mine. After all, he was my teacher. I owe him an answer. The rest of you handle things as you see fit." Hiding glanced around, locking eyes. "Han, no problem, boss. That fair-skinned one. Surely Lord Evil God would like him." "I'll take him," Sasori chimed in. "Then the old man Rashi is mine." Deidara protested loudly, reluctant. "Hey, that's not fair. You guys picked all the strong ones. Who am I supposed to fight, huh?" Kakaza glanced over. "Isn't that Ninetales kid still there?" But Deidara, I lost to him in the original story. "Let me have him today. Time to settle the score." Deidara looked at the group of trembling birds and beasts cowering behind the Jinchuriki and sighed helplessly. "Whatever's sitting around isn't my style. Guess you guys will have to do. Hey, even grasshoppers are still meat." Once the site of the Chunin exams, the Forest of Death had now become the battleground that would decide the fate of the ninja world. The entire field was divided into 7 grand arenas. Uchiha Itachi versus Shimura Danzo, Kakuzu versus Naruto, the Ninetales Jinchuriki, Nagato versus Jiraiya, Kisame Hashigaki versus Killer Bee, Sasori the Red Sand versus Rashi, the 4-tailed Jinchuriki, Haiden versus Utakata, the 6-tailed Jinchuriki, Deidara versus the assorted beasts and animals. What about me? Why is nobody paying attention to me? Surrounded by fire, water, and earth-style techniques streaking through the air, White Zetsu, now transformed into Tsunade, stood frozen in place right now. "I'm Konoha's top beauty, the 5th Hokage. Is my presence really so weak that no one even wants to fight me? Well, if no one's going to bother with me, that suits me just fine. I'll just burrow underground." "Wait, where do you think you're going? Do you really have a nerve to call yourself the #1 beauty in front of me?" Conan's voice rang out from behind. She teased Tsunade. "I never thought you'd come back so quickly." She hadn't realized the Tsunade in front of her was actually Zetsu in disguise. Tsunade sneered coldly, her body slowly sinking into the earth. "Today, I won't be keeping you company." "Huh?" Conan stared in bewilderment as Tsunade vanished right in front of her eyes, muttering to herself. "What's going on? Since when did Tsunade know Earth-style Jutsu? And as the Hokage, she just ran off like that. That's too much. How can a Kage from one of the great nations just flee like this? I won't let you get away." Dance of the Shikigami. Paper shuriken technique. Several sheets of chakra-hardened paper shot forth like shuriken towards Tsunade. By now, her lower body had already disappeared beneath the earth, but her upper body was riddled with holes by Conan's attack. Gradually, her form changed into the corpse-like appearance of White Zetsu. "What the? So it was White Zetsu again. That guy really is everywhere." Meanwhile, on Jiraiya's side, he faced his former student with a face full of disappointment and sighed, "Nagato, I never imagined you'd fall so far." "You, enough." Before Jiraiya could finish, Nagato cut him off. "I am Nagato, but not the one you once knew. First of all, cut the chatter. I'm not here for a lecture. I came to lead my brothers into battle. And another thing, I'm certain that in this lifetime, I am without a doubt the prophesied child that the great Toad Sage spoke of. There's no mistake. Master, maybe you don't understand me now, but one day you definitely will. So, could you just step aside from the battlefield and let me take these Jinchuriki with me? Don't worry, I won't harm them. I just want them to play along with me for a day. Tomorrow, I promise I'll bring them all back. What do you say?" After hearing Nagato's words, Jiraiya was left utterly stunned. What does he mean he's not the Nagato I know? And how does he know about the child of prophecy? But that isn't even the main point. The real question is, why should I let him have his way? This is happening in the Hidden Leaf, and as one of the legendary Sannin, how could I just stand by and do nothing? Arrogant. Not only has he failed to learn anything good, he's picked up the bad habits of street thugs as your master. It's my duty to set things straight, even if it means facing you myself. Seeing the murderous glint in Jiraiya's eyes as he glared at him, Nagato could only sigh in exasperation. Jiraiya, honestly, you're lucky it's me. If it were the old Nagato, he absolutely would have killed you before long. If you insist on fighting, don't blame me for going all out. I have just one goal: to make sure none of my members die, and that we all reach heights you can't even imagine. Anyone who stands in my way, no matter who they are, I'll take them down. As he spoke, Jiraiya had already formed a Rasengan and suddenly appeared before Nagato. Do you really think you can kill me, you foolish student? Just as the swirling sphere was about to slam into Nagato, Jiraiya was struck by a sudden crushing force that made it impossible for him to breathe. In the blink of an eye, his body was flung aside by an invisible power, slamming him into a nearby tree. Damn it, so this is that technique that can repel anything. Jiraiya rolled to his feet, ready to attack again, when he suddenly noticed not far away, Naruto had been beaten half to death by a masked man and lay unconscious on the ground. With Naruto in danger, Jiraiya couldn't afford to worry about himself. He prepared a rush towards Kakashi, who was about to strike at Naruto, but at that moment, a powerful gravitational force interrupted him. He turned to see Nagato, arm outstretched, watching him coldly. At his peak, Nagato wielded the full power of the Six Paths, bolstered further by Yugo's sage body. No matter how strong Jiraiya was, he could never defeat him. Nagato was absolutely confident in that. He would not give Jiraiya the slightest chance to enter sage mode. As Jiraiya's body was being dragged toward Nagato, he quickly used the Wild Lion's main technique, sending his hair snaking out to wrap around a giant tree, anchoring himself in place. The colossal roots and stems of the trees in the Forest of Death were vast beyond imagination. Yet even their size paled in comparison to Nagato's strength. With a surge of power, the giant tree was uprooted completely. As the mighty tree crashed down, Jiraiya's body was finally drawn into Nagato's grasp. From the sleeve of Nagato's robe, a black rod slowly emerged. The sharp sound of flesh being pierced filled the air. Bright red blood welled from Jiraiya's waist, staining the ground beneath their feet. I'm sorry, master, Nagato whispered. Though I respect you deeply, I am Akatsuki from the heavens. Watch me. Watch how I reshape the fate of the ninja world. Elsewhere, on another battlefield, Haiden lay sprawled atop his ritual circle, his skin darkened with curse markings. Nearby, Yujito's dying body was slumped on the ground. Isn't it over yet, Haiden? Kakazu stood by, impatiently swinging the unconscious Naruto's limp body. Come on, big guy. I'm just getting started. Can't you be a little more patient? Haiden grumbled, though, with a twisted grin. Still, I have to thank you. Without your help, I'd never have gotten a taste of this Six Tails Jinchuriki's blood. The bubbling foam had given Haiden, reckless as he was, quite a lot of trouble. At that moment, Sasori walked over and casually tossed Rashi's body atop Yujito's. Kakazu frowned. Why were you so slow? Was the Four Tails Jinchuriki really that difficult? Sasori shook his head. I wanted to test the limits of my tailed beast transformation, so I toyed with him a little longer. How's it going on the boss's side? From his perch atop a tree, where he'd already finished his fight and was pretending to nap, Deidara suddenly chimed in. It's wrapping up soon, didn't you see that guy, Jiraiya? Blood was spurting out his side like a fountain. Now only Kisame and Itachi are left. Once I'm done blowing up these beasts, I'll go give them a hand. But guess what? Those two won't let me, but in it all, I'm annoyed. Kakazu said, look at those two. One's all about strategy, the other's brute force. The contrast couldn't be starker. They really do make a perfect team. Meanwhile, Kisame was still locked in a ferocious battle with the tail beast transformed Killer Bee, the fight devolving into a brutal, bloody struggle. Ha, fantastic. Come on, let's go another 300 rounds. Kisame roared with savage delight. On Itachi's side, he and Danzo faced each other in silence, as if engaged in a deep conversation. Back at Konoha headquarters, with Tsunade still absent, Jiraiya lost in the Forest of Death, and Danzo's whereabouts unknown, the senior advisors. Hamura Mitokado and Kavayudatane were left to coordinate wave after wave of ninja, all dispatched toward the forest. Hayashi Hyuga, Shibi, Aburame, Inoichi Yamanaka, Shikaka Nara, Choza Akimichi, gather all the strength of your clans and head for the Forest of Death. The Akatsuki are inside, and you must protect the Jinchuriki at all costs. What about Guy? Where's Mike Guy? Reporting in. Mike Guy is away on a mission. Damn it, why is he always off on a mission at critical moments like this? On the battlefield of the Forest of Death, Itachi and Danzo were still locked in a standoff. Danzo spoke first. Itachi, according to our agreement, I have never laid a hand on your clan's only survivor, Sasuke Uchiha. Why have you come back to the village? Itachi replied, no, It's not that you refrained from attacking him. You simply never had the chance. Danzo narrowed his eyes. What are you implying? Itachi's voice was calm and cold. I see right through you now, these eyes of mine. Not only remember everything, they can see into the future. Isn't there someone named Sai in your ANBU route? You sent him to Orochimaru's hideout to assassinate Sasuke. I saw it all. If Naruto's power to persuade with words hadn't changed Sai's heart, Sasuke might already have died at your orders. Danzo was momentarily stunned. What nonsense is this? It's true that I have a subordinate named Sai, but I never sent him to Orochimaru's base. I certainly never ordered him to kill Sasuke. Danzo was telling the truth. At least in this world, he had not done those things. But in the original timeline, he absolutely had. His murderous intent towards Sasuke, who had betrayed the village and sided with Orochimaru, was real, and that intent alone was the clearest evidence of his betrayal of the promise he made to Itachi. Itachi had already seen it all in the original story. That was why he said he could see the future. Now Itachi's trust in Danzo, who had broken his word, was utterly gone. You want to kill my brother? Absolutely not. I won't allow it. Not even the thought of it. With an expression as cold as stone, Itachi spoke. Danzo, I'm going to kill you today. Return Shursui Uchiha's eye to me, and I'll let you die with your body whole. Danzo let out a frosty chuckle. If I give the eye back, how could I possibly die intact? Itachi, you once promised never to return to the village. Yet this is already your second time. If anyone has broken the agreement, it's you. I've wanted to eliminate you for a long time. Looks like today's the day. A voice cut in brash and mocking. Hey, you stubborn old man, say. That again? Who's finished here? Go on, try laying a finger on Itachi. I dare you. Nagato, leading the members of Akatsuki, strode up to stand beside Itachi. Draped over their shoulders were the bodies of four-tailed beast hosts. Even Killer Bee had been taken down by the Akatsuki's combined might. At this, even Danzo, who always wore the face of death itself, began to show signs of panic. The Rinnegan. Is that really the Rinnegan? Even with death looming over him, he could not let go of his obsession with Nagato's Rinnegan. Nagato clapped Itachi on the shoulder and said, Itachi, go ahead. There's no point wasting words on someone like him. If he dares resist, the brothers behind you will join in to help. A faint smile flickered on Itachi's lips as he began to walk steadily toward Danzo. Finally losing his composure, Danzo shouted in desperation, Itachi, you're a shinobi. You're a leaf shinobi. I always believed in your potential. Are you really going to become a traitor to the leaf, you? At that moment, Kisame's shark-like eyes suddenly narrowed as he stared intently at Danzo's sleeve and warned Boss Danzo's sleeve just moved. He's about to attack Itachi. Hearing this, Nagato shouted furiously, I already told you not to make a move against Itachi. What do you really think we're pushovers? Everyone go! In the next instant, the entire Akatsuki group appeared at Danzo's side. What are you doing? My sleeve only moved because of the wind, Danzo wailed, but the others paid him no mind. Don't hold back. Kill him a few more times just to be sure. This old man has more than one life. Deidara, where are you kicking him? Watch out for his eyes. That's Shusui's eye. We need to save that for Itachi. Boss Danzo's trying to use a sealing jutsu. Looks like he wants to seal his eye just like in the original story. Don't even think about it. Old man, hand over that eye right now. As Itachi watched his comrades unleash their fury on every one of Danzo's corpses, he slowly lifted his head and gazed at the sky. Shursui, the clouds above the Uchiha clan haven't changed much after all. That's enough. We're done here. He should be well and truly dead by now. Nagato blocked the others, who were still fired up, and handed Itachi the right eye he had taken from Danzo's face earlier. Itachi calmly picked up his friend's eye, summoned a crow, and placed the eye in the bird's right socket. After the exchange, the crow blinked a few times, then looked as good as new, and so Itachi's crow now possessed both of Shursui's eyes. Nagato looked on in astonishment. Damn, your clan's Sharingan is way too convenient. Just pop one out, and it's ready to use. Conan cut in, save the sarcasm. We need to go. My paper clone spotted a large group of leaf ninja heading this way. We've already secured the Jinchuriki. There's no reason to waste any more time here. All right, let's move out. After Akatsuki's retreat, Zetsu carefully emerged from underground next to Danzo's corpse. This body doesn't look too appetizing. Danzo, you should feel lucky to have met me. I'll make sure you get a shot at revenge. After taking care of Danzo's remains, Zetsu moved over to Jiraiya's side. TSK. He's in rough shape too. His kidneys are completely shot. Without his weapons, who knows how many masterpieces the ninja world will miss out on now. Just as Zetsu was about to deal with Jiraiya's body, he suddenly sensed a surge of chakra approaching. Time to split. This body isn't worth taking. As Zetsu slipped back underground, the Leaf's backup ninja finally arrived. Just a little too late, they quickly spotted Jiraiya lying on the ground. Lord Jiraiya, Narashikaka leading the squad, immediately rushed to Jiraiya's side and pressed his ear to the old man's chest. Thump thump. Thump thump. There's still a heartbeat. Medical team, hurry. Bring Lord Jiraiya back. The medical team rushed over and carefully lifted Jiraiya onto a stretcher. Looking around at the devastation, Shikaku felt a wave of despair well up inside him. He turned to Hayashi Hyuga and asked, "How is it? Did you spot the Jinchuriki or any members of Akatsuki?" Hayashi swept the area with his Byakugan, his gaze darting swiftly from one point to another. After a moment, he shook his head. "This is troublesome." Shikaku sighed heavily. "Lord Jiraiya is gravely wounded, and the Jinchuriki have disappeared. If the four great nations start asking questions, how are we supposed to explain any of this?" Long after the battle in the Leaf Village had ended, Tsunade the Raikage and their escorts finally made it back. "What did you say?" The Raikage roared after hearing the Gate Ninja's report. "All the Jinchuriki were taken by Akatsuki. Are you telling me my brother is among them?" He glared furiously at Tsunade. "Tsunade, maybe entrusting the Jinchuriki to you was a mistake from the very beginning. I never asked you to." Tsunade shot back. "Raikage, don't forget, you're the one who sent your brother here. There's no point in us arguing now." Though anger burned inside her, Tsunade knew words would do no good. This wasn't the time for blame. The Raikage, too, understood. He had witnessed the violence of these enemies firsthand. With no choice, he let out a weary sigh and asked, "Where's Jiraiya? Wasn't he supposed to be guarding the Forest of Death?" "Lord Jiraiya is badly injured. He's in the infirmary fighting for his life." "What? Why didn't you tell me this sooner?" Without another word, Tsunade bolted into the village, her heart pounding. Inside the infirmary, Jiraiya lay on a hospital bed. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Seeing him awaken, Shizen cried out in delight, "Lady Tsunade, Lord Jiraiya is awake." Tsunade hurried to Jiraiya's side, her voice soft but anxious. "Jiraiya, how are you feeling?" "And Naruto? Where's Naruto?" Everyone turned away, unable to meet his gaze. No one answered. Their silence spoke volumes. Jiraiya understood at once. Asked nothing more. Forcing a faint, bitter smile, he looked up at Tsunade, her face glistening with sweat. "I'm fine, Tsunade. Thank you for all the trouble you've gone through for me." Tsunade shook her head. "It's my fault. I should have sent more ninja to help you, no? This isn't something that can be solved by sheer numbers. Their power is simply overwhelming." Shizen gently helped Jiraiya sit up against the headboard. After a pause, he continued, "We need to find a way to separate them, pick them off one by one. If we let Akatsuki continue moving as a group, even if the best ninja from all 5 nations united, we'd still be no match." Tsunade and the Raikage listened in grim silence, fists clenched, frustration etched on their faces. They had no words to refute him. Shizen frowned. Both the Hidden Cloud and the Leaf are heavily wounded now, even after the 5 great nations have formed an alliance. They can't muster their full strength. Lord Jiraiya's plan is sound, but how exactly are we supposed to break this group apart? That was indeed a thorny issue, as everyone sat there stumped and at a loss. A sudden knock came at the door. "Hokage-sama, the leaders from the land of water, the land of earth, and the land of wind have all arrived. They're waiting for you in the council chamber." "All right, I understand. I'll head over now." Tsunade exchanged a glance with the Raikage, both nodding in tacit agreement. Then she turned to Jiraiya and said, "Focus on your recovery. I'll be back after." This meeting, once Tsunade and the Raikage had left, the others offered Jiraiya a few words of encouragement, telling him to take care of his health, and then followed them out one after another. Now, only Jiraiya remained in the room. He stretched his limbs, gazed out the window, and sighed quietly. "Orochimaru, it seems the time has come to seek you out. Who would have thought that the village's last hope would rest with you after all?" Leaf Village Headquarters, Council Chamber. Less than 2 days had passed since the last 5 Kage Summit, yet the 5 leaders had gathered once more. Inoki spoke first. "Tsunade, you gave me your word. You swore that our village's Jinchuriki would be safe here. Now, this has happened. Don't you think you owe us some sort of explanation?" Tsunade replied. "Do you think I wanted this to happen? The Leaf is just being made a scapegoat. No matter where the Jinchuriki were kept, do you really believe they could have escaped Akatsuki's grasp?" "Humph." Inoki snorted coldly and turned his head away, refusing to say more. Meichirumi interjected. "What's done is done. We should focus on how to fix it. I've already gathered all the forces of my village. We're ready to move at any time." Inoki added, "Preparations on my side are almost complete as well. My suggestion is to storm the Hidden Rain village directly and annex it." The Raikage cautioned, "Don't underestimate them. If we concentrate all our strength on the Hidden Rain, we might suffer a total defeat, and then we'd be finished." "I still think Jiraiya's approach is the right one. Divide them and pick them off one by one." Tsunade agreed. "I support that plan as well. Not only will it minimize our casualties, but it will also weaken Akatsuki's power." Mei nodded. "Count me in." Though she had never faced Akatsuki directly, Mei understood the limits of her own village's strength. If even the Leaf and Cloud couldn't withstand Akatsuki's assaults, her own mist village would fare even worse. She was determined to prevent the same fate from befalling her home. At this, Inoki turned To Gaara, Kazekage, what's your opinion? Gaara replied, I agree with Jiraiya. Let's try this plan first. If it fails, we can still resort to your more forceful method. Seeing that the other four Kage had made their positions clear, Inoki, standing alone, couldn't say much more. He could only agree grudgingly. At that very moment, Shizen suddenly burst into the conference hall, interrupting the conversation among the five Kage. Tsunade rebuked her sharply. Shizen, what are you doing? Haven't you any sense of proper decorum? Shizen, panting for breath and clutching the doorframe, spoke haltingly. Something terrible has happened. Lady Tsunade. Lord Jiraiya. He's gone missing. Beyond the borders of the Hidden Leaf Village, by the shores of an unknown lake, a large blue toad emerged from the water, its mouth stretched wide, and all of a sudden a hand reached out from within the toad's mouth. It was Jiraiya. Thanks to Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, his damaged kidney had been removed, and Jiraiya's body was recovering swiftly. Most of his external injuries had already healed. This time, he had slipped away from the village in secret, with only one purpose in mind, to find Orochimaru after his battle. With Nagato, Jiraiya had truly witnessed the terrifying power of the Akatsuki. He knew that even the alliance of the great nations would not be enough to stand against them. Even if they managed to break the Akatsuki apart, each member would still pose a formidable threat. He desperately needed to secure a trump card for any unforeseen crisis that might lie ahead. Of course, this was a last resort. If everything went smoothly, Jiraiya wouldn't reveal this card easily, and that trump card was the forbidden technique in Orochimaru's possession. Edo Tensei, the Reanimation Jutsu. In today's world, Nagato was invincible. Perhaps it was time to rely on the power of the legends who came before. Land of Akatsuki, Hidden Rain Village. Haiden stood before the platform, arranging four Jinchuriki in a neat line. Nagato spoke, the four-tailed sun. Goku, the six-tails Saiken, the eight-tails Gyuki, the nine-tails Kurama, and the five-tails Kokuo sealed within the demonic statue of the outer path. Choose as you wish, Kakuzu replied. Right now, the only ones without a tailed beast are Mikas and Itachi. Haiden, and you, boss. That's just enough. For one each. Kisame shook his head. I'll pass. The world already calls me the tailed beast without a tail, and I've grown rather fond of the title. Adding another would be overkill. Haiden chimed in. I'm from the cult of Jashin, so Chakra doesn't do much for me. But if I had one inside me, at least I'd have someone to chat with when I'm bored, whichever of these beasts is the most talkative. That's the one I want. Sasori remarked. In that case, we should have given you the one tail. You two could do stand-up comedy together. At these words, the Een one tail sealed. Inside, Sasori protested at once. You little brat. Who are you calling a chatterbox? I just have a way with words, that's all. Right then, the bodies of Killer Bee and Naruto lying on the ground suddenly began to bubble with crimson blisters. In an instant, two overwhelming auras of chakra flooded the entire chamber. The unmistakable signals of imminent tailed beast transformations. Kisame muttered. What's going on? I thought we'd already beaten the Jinchuriki half to death. How are they still able to transform into tailed beasts? Nagato's expression darkened. It seems their tailed beasts aren't willing to leave their host behind. In that case, I suppose it's time we had a proper conversation. As he spoke, Nagato slowly closed his eyes. In the next instant, he snapped them open, and his consciousness plunged into a black void-like space. On either side of him stood the Ox Demon and Kurama, the Nine Tails. However, Kurama was locked inside a cage, and a large sealing talisman was plastered across its entrance. Kurama glared at Nagato with a fierce, menacing look, his voice cold as ice, as he demanded, Kid, why? Do you have the old man's eyes? The old man Kurama referred to as none other than the Sage of Six Paths. Nagato sneered at this. Kurama, now, I understand why you were so quiet when we were capturing Naruto. Just now, you didn't lend him a single trace of your chakra, letting us take him without resistance. So, this is what you wanted to ask me all along, huh? What does this boy know my name is Kurama? Could it be? Is he really the old man reborn? Kurama's gaze softened ever so slightly as he looked at Nagato. He spoke in a gentler tone. If you already know the reason, then I hope you can give me an answer. The answer his heart had longed for. But it wasn't just Kurama. All of the tailed beasts shared the same fate, ever since the 10 tails split in a 9-inch. Not once had anyone truly treated them with kindness. They had always been forged into weapons of war and objects of mankind's hatred, except for the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage was the only one who genuinely saw them as his children, showering them with the warmth and tenderness he had gathered over a lifetime. Yet after his passing, the tailed beasts' lives descended into misery. In this world dominated by humans, the power of the tailed beast stirred both fear and covetousness in people's hearts. For the sake of power and ambition, humans began fighting over the tailed beasts. Kurama was the perfect example. During the Warring States period, the Second Raikage, under the banner of justice and strengthening his nation, sent the Gold and Silver Brothers to capture the calamity. The Nine Tails, though they failed, the brothers managed to devour parts of Kurama's flesh and absorb his chakra. Not long after, Madara Uchiha used his Mangekyo Sharingan to take control of Kurama, wielding him in his epic battle against Hashirama Senju in the Valley of the End. After Hashirama's victory, in order to contain Kurama, he sealed the Nine Tails inside his wife, Mito Uzumaki. Everyone branded the tailed beasts as terrifying monsters, disasters upon mankind, calamities to be feared. But when had the tailed beasts ever attacked humans unprovoked? It was always humanity who set things in motion. Human greed, desire, and cold indifference had made the tailed beasts lose all faith in this world. And still the nations would not let them go, fighting over them, sealing them away, all just to bolster their own military power, never once had anyone asked how the tailed beasts felt, so they were doomed to live forever trapped inside, one Jinchuriki after another, generation after generation. In this eternal prison, freedom and indulgence became nothing but unattainable dreams. But today, the Rinnegan had appeared within Naruto's body. Kurama was well aware of everything that had recently transpired. He wished to confront Nagato directly, to ask him about his true intentions behind gathering the tailed beasts. After all, Nagato possessed the Rinnegan that had once belonged only to the Sage of Six Paths. Nagato paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "Kurama, my goal is to create a new world, a world where the tailed beasts are free to exist in the world. As it stands, you are nothing more than prisoners. With such a vast world, is there truly no place where you can belong? I intend to gather all of you, whom the world calls weapons of war, and with my power, combined with yours and Akatsuki's, we will unite this fractured world. In the end, I will release you all. You deserve your freedom, and it will be within the world I create, a world with only one nation. That nation shall be called Akatsuki." Kurama and Gyuki exchanged glances, stunned, unable to regain their composure for a long while. After a moment of silence, Kurama quietly asked, "Are you truly serious?" Nagato smiled again and replied, "If you wish to know whether I'm serious, just watch what I do next. For you it makes little difference whose belly you're trapped in. Why not stay with us for now? Soon enough, your own eyes will see the answer." Not long after, Nagato's consciousness returned to reality. The red bubbles of chakra enveloping Naruto and Killer Bee gradually faded away. Nagato opened his eyes slightly and let out a breath of relief. Conan approached him with concern. "How did it go? Did the tailed beasts give you trouble?" Nagato turned, gently cupping her cheek, and replied softly, "It's all right. Everything has been resolved." With that, Nagato walked to the front of the room and looked out over the crowd, his gaze unwavering and resolute. "Let's begin. Soon, each of you will become a Jinchuriki, and I believe your transformations will be smooth. The tailed beasts will not trouble you. In return, we must work for the hope of the tailed beasts as well. You could also say for the hope of Akatsuki." Uchiha Itachi spoke coolly. "What about Naruto? We know he only carries half of the Nine Tails. If we extract it, he'll die." Nagato glanced at Naruto, who lay on the ground. He fell silent for a long while before speaking in a low voice. "There's no other way. From today on, the world will be without the ninja who always brought the unexpected." Deidara smiled faintly. "Since the brat is going to die here, and this story is being written by us, by Akatsuki, do you really think it's fitting for Naruto's words to be on the cover?" "HM," Nagato was taken aback, murmuring, once things settle down, I'll consider changing it. Humble author here, praying online for your support, kind sirs." 3 days later, Land of Dawn, rain-hidden village. With a gentle rain falling, all members of the Akatsuki stood by the village gate, ready to set off for the Land of Grass. Nagato asked, "Now that you've become Jinchuriki, how is everyone feeling?" Conan replied, "It's pretty good ever since you had that talk with the 8 Tails and 9 Tails. I feel like Chome, the 7 Tails, treats me much more warmly." Sasori chimed in, "Shikaku inside me is still the same. Always looking for something to nag about. Good thing I keep him locked up. If he were out, that big ball of blubber would be the life of the party for sure." Deidara grinned. "My 2 Tails kitten is actually pretty nice, polite, easygoing, makes me want to become a gentleman myself." And Kakuzu added, "After sealing Son Goku the 4 Tails, I feel like I've gained another life. 5 nature transformations weren't enough, but from now on, I've got lava release too. Hide and burst out, getting corroded by the 6-tailed slug is wild, man. What a rush. I can't wait any longer. I just want to find someone to curse so they can experience it with me." Itachi said quietly, "My 5 Tails, Mu Wong, is quite similar to me, calm and composed, like a true gentleman. It's a shame he doesn't have a younger brother." Nagato smiled. "Looks like you're all getting along well. My Kurama is a bit different, aloof as ever, He hasn't spoken a word to me. Just keeps lying there, deep inside Nagato the Nine Tails. Huffed in annoyance. If you want me to treat you better, keep your promises. It's been 3 days when you're not rolling around with Conan. You're sneaking extra supplements. Can't you show a little ambition? Nagato blurted in shock. What the Kurama? You're spying on me too. You peeping maniac, Kurama scoffed. Is it spying when I open my eyes and all I see is you two? You think I want to watch, with all that rackets? Impossible to sleep. I never understood why you humans are so obsessed with that stuff. Hashirama and his wife were bad enough. Don't make me suffer through it. Again, Nagato stifled a laugh and teased, Kurama, just curious. Between me and Hashirama, who's better at it? Kurama shot Nagato a disdainful glance. He can. Turn that thing into wood, can you? Do you know how hard his wood release is? Nagato was petrified on the spot, seeing his strange expression. Conan asked in confusion, Nagato, what's wrong? Nagato snapped back to reality and quickly replied, huh? Oh, nothing at all, Conan. Let's not follow Hashirama's lead. He cheats. Conan looked even more puzzled. Huh? Hashirama. Learn what from him? The rest of the group hadn't heard Nagato and Kurama's private conversation. Nagato gave an awkward laugh. I've just been so tired lately, talking nonsense all the time. Don't mind me, Kisame the Tailless. Jinchuriki, who had been silent until now, sneered. Ever since you guys became Jinchuriki, you've developed this habit of zoning out for no reason. One moment you're laughing, the next you're furious. I just know you're chatting with your tail beasts. Honestly, if you keep this up, it won't be long before you all go insane. The rest of the members hearing this turned their heads away in embarrassment and fell into an uneasy silence. Nagato waved his hand dismissively. All right, enough about that. Kisame, the 3 tails and 8 tails still haven't been claimed. Aren't you going to pick one? I really think they'd both suit you. I bet they'd like you too, since you could give them their own ocean to play in. At the moment, the 3 tails Isebu was still drifting in a lake in the land of water. The 8 tails Gyuki, on the other hand, had holed himself up in isolation, feeling downcast. He was close to Killer Bee, and since none of the Akatsuki had chosen him, he'd sunk into a bit of funk. Kisame shrugged. No thanks, I'm not exactly running short on chakra. If you don't know where to put them, why not just recruit a couple more members? Nagato let out a helpless sigh. You lot already keep me busy enough. If I add any more, I'll never keep up. Let's leave it for now. Time to move out. Our next stop is the Land of Grass. Meanwhile, within the borders of the Land of Grass, relying on his vast network of informants, Jiraiya had finally tracked down Orochimaru's hideout. In truth, he'd always kept close tabs on Orochimaru's movements. Much the same way Naruto always kept an eye on Sasuke. Gazing up at the Yellowstone Mountain before him, Jiraiya sighed. Orochimaru, so this is where you've chosen to live. Just then the middle of the mountain silently slid open, slowly. Orochimaru and Kabuto emerged. Uncle Snake greeted him with that ever-serene, all-encompassing smile. His voice was calm, almost haunting. Old friend, I never expected you to seek me out. What brings you here? Jiraiya grinned. Well, I have to say, being met at the door is quite the welcome. I feel honored. Orochimaru's tone cooled. Jiraiya, I doubt you came all this way just for idle chit-chat. Jiraiya's smile faded, his expression growing serious. You must have heard about Akatsuki's recent moves. Orochimaru nodded. Of course, they're making headlines every day. It's all anyone talks about lately. Jiraiya pressed on. The entire ninja world is on the brink. Are you really just going to stand by and do nothing? A cold laugh slipped from Orochimaru's lips. That's your problem, not mine. As long as no one stands in my way, I won't interfere whatever happens. To the ninja world means nothing to me. I'm only interested in my own experiments. I am someone who seeks immortality, not like you. Little leaves fluttering in the wind of Konoha. No matter how powerful Akatsuki becomes, I can simply outlast them all. Jiraiya's gaze sharpened. Tell me, do you remember my student, Uchiha Obito? He was also a former member of the Akatsuki. Not long ago he returned to Konoha and revealed all the information about the Akatsuki members to us. Although the specifics of the Renegade's powers are still unclear, we know everything else in detail. There are also a few people in the Akatsuki who simply cannot die. You should be aware of that. Another Uchiha, a former member of the Akatsuki. How come I've never heard of him? Orochimaru's serpent-like eyes gleamed with interest as he asked, oh, so Konoha has a new Sharingan wielder? It seems I have a new target now. Jiraiya, if you hand him over to me, maybe I'll help you. Orochimaru suddenly found himself quite intrigued by this Uchiha, who claimed to be a former Akatsuki member. Obito. Jiraiya hesitated for a moment, not agreeing to Orochimaru's proposal right away. Seeing this, Orochimaru couldn't help but scoff. Tisk. Jiraiya, don't pretend. I know you'll hand him over to me. Isn't sacrificing one person for the sake of the village the willingness to give up the few for the many? the hallmark of Konoha's will of fire, rather than wasting time wrestling with your conscience. Wouldn't it be better to just tell me how you want me to help you? Jiraiya lifted his head, as if he'd made up his mind, and replied, coldly through gritted teeth, give me the scroll for the forbidden jutsu. Edo Tensei, if you agree, I'll hand Uchiha Obito over to you. But not now. It'll have to wait until the war is over, provided he's still alive by then. Fine, take the scroll. Orochimaru agreed. Without hesitation, Jiraiya was momentarily stunned and thought to himself, since when has Orochimaru been so agreeable? Of course. Orochimaru had his own plans for agreeing, whether it's the allied shinobi forces or the Akatsuki. I don't care who wins or loses. You're all just obstacles in my path. The best outcome would be for your strengths to cancel each other out, leaving both sides battered and bruised. When that time comes, I, Orochimaru, will be the ultimate victor among you, the Rinnegan, and Konoha itself. We'll all be mine. Orochimaru led Jiraiya into his secret base and handed him the scroll containing the Edo Tensei technique. Jiraiya unrolled the scroll, carefully examined it, and nodded in satisfaction. Thanks. With that, he prepared to leave. Orochimaru called after him, wait, aren't you forgetting something? Hey, Chim. Jiraiya paused, puzzled by Orochimaru's words. I can pretty much guess who you want to summon with Edo Tensei. Without these, the technique would be useless in your hands. Orochimaru pressed his hands together at his chest and, with a low grunt, summoned 3 coffins from the ground. Each coffin was marked with a number 1, 2, 4. Staring at the coffins before him, Jiraiya finally understood and said, a bit embarrassed, look at my memory. These 3 coffins contain the first Hokage Hashirama, the second Hokage Tobirama, and the 4th Hokage Minato. Orochimaru continued. That's not all I have. If you want, I can even give you the elite corpses and flesh I've collected from every nation. Jiraiya was taken aback, a trace of suspicion coloring his tone. You're unusually generous today. Orochimaru, what's your angle? Don't tell me you're still sentimental. About the Hidden Leaf Village, Orochimaru burst into chilling laughter, his voice twisted as he replied, what kind of joke is that? The only reason I'm doing this is because I don't want the leaf to be bullied by outsiders. The only one with the right to bully Konoha is me, Jiraiya. Couldn't quite grasp Orochimaru's true intentions. He knew all too well that Orochimaru wouldn't help him just to deal with Uchiha Obito. Still, to defeat the Akatsuki, Jiraiya had no choice but to rely on Orochimaru. Orochimaru tossed him another scroll, his tone soft yet proud. This is my pride. Enjoy. An army raised by the impure world reincarnation. Use it as you wish. No need to thank me. Jiraiya glanced at the scroll in his hand, gave a cold snort, and disappeared into the shadows. Watching Jiraiya's retreating figure fade away, Orochimaru let out a low, sinister chuckle and murmured, once you all defeat the Akatsuki, my army of the reanimated dead will immediately turn on you under my command. Jiraiya, when that time comes, I'll be sure to thank you properly. A few hours after seeing Jiraiya off, Orochimaru was accompanying Sasuke in a deadly training exercise. Though the purpose was to kill, Sasuke avoided fatal blows, merely rendering his targets incapable of movement. After felling the final opponent, Sasuke, bathed in the vibrant spring sunlight, closed his eyes for a moment, tilted his striking face to one side with an air of elegance, and swept aside 2 loose strands of hair. With practiced grace, he slid his sword back into its sheath. As the chilly wind gusted around him, the white robe over his chest fluttered open and closed, revealing sculpted, proud muscles. Beneath, this deliberate pose radiated the aura of a true king. Orochimaru, his loyal audience, gazed at Sasuke's back in rapt admiration, sighing in intoxicated delight. Those eyes. My future eyes, absolutely magnificent. At that moment, Kabuto appeared beside Orochimaru and quietly murmured a few words. Orochimaru-sama, the barrier around our base has been breached. The Akatsuki may arrive any minute now. Orochimaru showed no surprise at the news. He responded coolly, humph, so they're here sooner than expected. Impatient, aren't they? Kabuto, clearly anxious, asked, what should we do? Orochimaru-sama, maybe we should fight them head-on. If you unleash your full power, and with those corpses at your command, I think we still have a chance. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed, his tone full of pride and obstinacy. What a foolish notion. Still too young. Kabuto, go pack our things. We're moving. Go tell Sasuke that I'll be there soon. And remember, leave through the back door. Not long after, following the address Orochimaru had given them, Nagato and his companions finally arrived at the entrance of Orochimaru's base. Orochimaru had been waiting there for quite some time. He spoke first. You've pulled off a few earth-shattering feats these past days, Nagato. I must say, I'm not surprised. Nagato had no patience for small talk and cut straight to the point since you're here waiting for me. I take it you made up your mind? Of course, Orochimaru replied smoothly. From this day on, the land of grass is yours to commemorate this occasion. just now, I've already spread the word about the merger of the land of grass and the land of rain. I imagine it won't be long before the five Kage and the other small nations hear of it. Oh, Nagato raised an eyebrow, a trace of amusement in his voice. Then I suppose I owe you my thanks. No need, Orochimaru replied. It's only right, since this is no longer my territory. I'll leave you to your business. I'll be going now. Orochimaru turned and began to walk away. He hadn't gone far when Nagato suddenly called out to him. Uncle Snake, wait a moment. Orochimaru turned back, his eyes curious. I've already handed over the land of grass to you, and you still won't let me go? Nagato smiled and shook his head. That's not it. I just wanted to ask, would you be interested in rejoining the Akatsuki? Orochimaru was taken aback, and so were the other Akatsuki members present. Deidara scoffed, boss. Have you lost your mind? Why would you come up with something so bizarre? Orochimaru always brings a chill with him. Wherever he goes, he speaks in riddles, and his jutsu are creepy as hell. Just looking at him puts me in a bad mood. Sasori chimed in. I feel the same. Our personalities clash. There's no way we could get along. This time, I'm siding with Deidara. The other members didn't say much, but from the looks on their faces, none of them seemed particularly enthusiastic. Orochimaru had no intention of returning in the first place, and seeing the group's reaction only strengthened his resolve. I prefer a life with a bit more freedom. Serving under someone else holds no appeal for me. Nagato, I appreciate the offer, but I'll have to decline. With that, Orochimaru vanished. Nagato could only sigh in resignation and turn to address the others. You're the ones who wanted me to recruit. But now you're not even on board yourselves, Sasori retorted. Recruiting is fine, but can't you find someone a bit more normal? Why does it have to be Orochimaru, Sai? Nagato asked. Then do any of you have suitable candidates in mind? The group fell silent, exchanging glances and shaking their heads. Forget it. Let's just take things one step at a time. Yeah, who should we even recruit? News of Akatsuki's annexation of the land of grass soon spread across the world, although it was only the occupation of a small nation. It undoubtedly served as a wake-up call for the five great nations. The Akatsuki had officially begun their campaign of aggression. During this period, the entire world was anything but idle. Not only did the five great nations take action, but their neighboring smaller countries also scrambled to either apply for inclusion in the allied shinobi forces or invest in military armaments in hopes of self-preservation. Among them, the Land of Iron, led by Mifune, pledged the full strength of their nation and joined the allied forces. The Land of Waves, though lacking in ninja, had a highly developed construction industry and agreed to provide technicians and laborers to build temporary field bases. The Land of Craftsmen, while offering no troops, promised to supply the coalition with the finest ninja tools and war supplies. Other nations, such as the lands of islands, waterfalls, frost, hot springs, and rivers, contributed only money in return for the coalition's protection. Refraining from committing any military forces, the only remaining nation, the Land of Rice Fields, had yet to make a move. After all, it was Orochimaru's domain, the birthplace of the Sound Village. It was unlikely they would join the allied forces or cooperate with Akatsuki. With the support of the smaller nations secured, it became the coalition's responsibility to act in return for the funds and resources they had accepted. The lords and leaders of these countries all demanded military support from the allied forces to guard against Akatsuki's invasion. But even though the allied forces were vast, if they split their troops among so many countries, their strength would be scattered, reinforcements would be slow, and there was a real risk that Akatsuki could defeat them one by one. This was the dilemma the five Kage faced now, whether or not to dispatch troops to protect the smaller nations. Each Kage found themselves at a loss, unable to reach a satisfactory conclusion, and so they merely exchanged uncertain glances. At that moment, Chakra, Konoha's chief strategist, suddenly stepped forward to share his opinion. During the Five Kage Summit, Lady Tsunade briefed me on the conversation with Akatsuki. Akatsuki mentioned something that day. Hide your civilians well, isn't that right? The assembled Kage nodded in agreement, indicating for him to continue. Shikaka went on. I believe Akatsuki's words are credible in their previous attacks on Sunagakure, Kimogakure, and even our own Konoha. While our ninja did suffer casualties, the civilians were left unharmed. If Akatsuki refrains from killing civilians of the great nations, then it stands to reason they will not harm those of the smaller nations either. Therefore, I don't think we need to deploy forces to protect the small countries. We only need to gather their lords and leaders and ensure their safety. Even if Akatsuki seizes these small nations, it won't matter, as long as we prevail in the final battle and wipe them out. These countries will naturally be restored. For now, our priority is to reassure the small country leaders, explain our thinking to them, and urge them not to fret about temporary losses. The allied forces will help them reclaim what's theirs. Inoki was quite satisfied with Shikaka's proposal and praised him. This is a good plan. Let's just inform those daimyo directly. After all, they have no choice but to rely on our allied forces now. Even if they're reluctant, I'm sure they'll agree. Tsunade added, that settles this issue. Now comes the real headache. How do we defeat them? Meitarumi spoke up. Except for the 3 tails in the land of water, the Akatsuki have already captured all the other 8-tailed beasts. We witnessed in the 5 Kage summit how they can achieve perfect tailed beast transformations in such a short time. I fear that all 8 of them are now Jinchuriki. The 5 Kage all understood. Akatsuki was already an overwhelming threat, and now with 8-tailed beasts on their side, even if the Kage joined forces, they might not stand a chance. Feeling the heavy atmosphere settling over the room, Inoki suddenly burst out laughing. When the enemy advances, we counter. When the flood rises, we build a dam. Justice will never lose. In the end, don't lose heart. When the time comes to fight, we'll find a way. For now, the priority is to locate them as quickly as possible and split up their forces. Having weathered many wars, Inoki knew this was the toughest and most uncertain battle he'd ever faced. Yet as a veteran leader, he could show no weakness. He had to keep morale steady. If he crumbled, the allied forces of the 5 nations would be doomed. Looking at Inoki's confident, hearty expression, deliberate as it was, the other Kage understood, he was bolstering their spirits. After all, if even their leaders believed they would lose, how could they face the countless shinobi ready to risk their lives for this war? With that thought, the 4 other Kage's expressions grew resolute, the oppressive mood lifting from their faces. In sharp contrast to the tension among the 5 Kage, things were quite relaxed on Nagato's side. At that moment, he was leading his entire group in conversation at the daimyo's residence in Kusagaku, the daimyo of the Land of Grass. His belly protruding, stood eagerly beside Nagato, overflowing with gratitude. Lord Nagato, it's such a blessing to have you here at last. Our country is free from Orochimaru's torment. So many of our villages have lost people to his abductions. He's a rogue ninja from Konoha, and I've protested to them so many times, but Konoha never sent anyone to help. They just let Orochimaru do as he pleased. I've long seen through the ugly face of the Land of Fire, but you, Lord Nagato, you are the true benefactor of the Land of Grass. To repay you, our country will henceforth become a vassal of Akatsuki. I'll offer you yearly tribute. Nagato's response was cold and unyielding. No, I don't need your tribute. What I require is for the Land of Grass to disappear from the map permanently. Upon hearing this, the feudal lord immediately collapsed to the ground in terror, frantically shouting, "Take them! I'll give you all my villages. Just please don't kill me. I beg you." Nagato chuckled and shook his head, saying, "What are you thinking? Get up. Did I ever say I wanted to kill you? Life will go on as it always has for you and your people. My aim is unification, not senseless slaughter. All I ask is that you and your subjects submit to me from today onward. Orochimaru will no longer trouble you, and now you and your people are citizens of the land of Akatsuki. For the time being, you'll continue to manage this land. Once I have unified everything, I will provide you with a new system of governance. Remember this: if anyone like Orochimaru appears again, persecuting and endangering the common people, let me know. I will see that justice is done. In a moment, ninja from our hidden Akatsuki village will arrive to help maintain order here. Make sure you receive them properly." With that, Nagato rose from his seat and swept out of the room, his robes billowing behind him. In Konoha village, inside Obito's bedroom, Zetsu watched the long silent Obito, then asked softly, "Do you think the 5 great nations can be relied upon?" Obito replied coldly, "No. Right now, the strength of Akatsuki's members has almost doubled, and they always stick together. At this rate, even if Madara and Hashirama were resurrected, they wouldn't be able to control them." Hearing this, Zetsu sneered inwardly. "Foolish boy. That's only because you've never seen those 2 at their full power. If you truly knew what they could do, you'd never think this way." Obito, face clouded with worry, gazed out the window and continued, "If things keep developing like this, Akatsuki will soon crush the 5 great nations single-handedly. We need to come up with a way to weaken their power." Zetsu asked, "Do the 5 great nations have any strategies to counter this?" Obito replied, "They're hoping to break up the Akatsuki members and defeat them one by one. It might work, but times have changed. It won't be easy to separate them now." Zetsu said, "Oh, is that all? That's not so difficult. I have an idea." "Oh." Obito raised an eyebrow. "Let's hear it." Zetsu continued, "I haven't figured out a plan for the others yet, but there's one person I can definitely lure out alone, because he has a weakness." "Who?" "Uchiha Itachi. His weakness is his younger brother." The next morning, Tsunade had just arrived at her office when she suddenly noticed Obito and Kakashi standing at the door, as if waiting for her. Surprised, Tsunade asked, "Is there something you need?" Kakashi replied. "Yesterday, Obito came up with an idea. It might be enough to lure Uchiha Itachi out on his own." Tsunade said, "Let's hear it." Kakashi turned to Obito. "You'd better explain it to Lady Tsunade yourself." Obito nodded, then proceeded to tell Tsunade the full truth about Uchiha Itachi, leaving nothing out. After listening, Tsunade was truly stunned, unable to calm herself for a long time. She never imagined that it was her own teacher, the third Hokage, who ordered Itachi to annihilate the Uchiha clan with his own hands, and even branded him a rogue ninja. A long while passed before Tsunade finally asked, "How do you know all this?" Obito replied, "Itachi told me himself. After all, we used to be colleagues. I remember after Orochimaru killed the third, Itachi returned to the village once, just to intimidate Danzo and prove he was still alive." Tsunade continued, "So, Itachi did all this to protect his little brother Sasuke Uchiha." Obito nodded, "Exactly. Sasuke is his only weakness. We can take Sasuke back from Orochimaru and use his life to threaten Itachi, forcing him to return to the Leaf Village alone. Once we kill Itachi, the Akatsuki's strength will be seriously weakened. In the wars to come, we'll face far fewer troubles." Tsunade frowned slightly. If they really had to do this, it felt far too ruthless, but she had to admit it was an effective plan. With a heavy sigh, she murmured, "For the sake of the village, perhaps this is the only way." After wrestling with her decision for a long time, Tsunade finally steeled herself. "Kakashi, Obito, call us Suma, and Shizen. The task of bringing Sasuke back will be entrusted to you. Remember, you must act quickly." "Yes, ma'am." Once Kakashi and Obito had left, Tsunade turned her chair and gazed out the window. "To rescue Naruto and protect the village, this is the only path left to me. Sensei, now that I sit in the Hokage's seat, I think I finally understand why you made the choices you did. Jiraiya, where have you gone? If you were here, would you have made the same decision as I have?" At the gates of the hidden Leaf Village, Kakashi, Obito, Shizen, and Asuma prepared to set out in search of Sasuke. Asuma spoke up, "To find Sasuke, we'll need to track down Orochimaru first. Do any of you know where his base is?" Obito answered, "I do. I spent years in Akatsuki and learned a lot. Follow me." With that, Obito dashed off. Ahead, Kakashi was about to follow when Asuma suddenly grabbed his shoulder, his tone grave. "Kakashi, can we really trust Obito?" After all those years missing, Obito had suddenly returned, and now they were heading out together on a top-level mission. If Asuma didn't believe in his teammate, he would never entrust his back to him. Shizen's expression reflected the same uncertainty. She too was unsure about Obito. Sensing their doubt, Kakashi smiled reassuringly. "You could trust him. I vouch for Obito with my own honor. It was his idea to break up the Akatsuki. He's still a Leaf Village shinobi at heart. Please believe in him." Asuma said, "All right, since you put it that way, I'll trust you." Shizen added, "Me too. Let's hurry. Time is running out. Before the Akatsuki makes their move, we have to bring Sasuke back." After leaving the land of grass, since the northern stronghold had long been destroyed by Nagato, Orochimaru had no choice but to return to the Sound Village. Along the way, it was just the three of them: Orochimaru, Sasuke, and Kabuto. Naturally, all the luggage ended up on Kabuto's back. Once they returned to the Sound Village, Kabuto felt a little resentful, though he dared not voice it. Instead, he cautiously asked, "Lord Orochimaru, watching the foundation you built with your own hands being chipped away by Akatsuki, I find it hard to accept. Why don't you fight back? With all the aces you have, no matter how strong they are, I doubt you'd lose." Hearing this, Orochimaru let out a cold laugh. "I've already handed my best cards to Jiraiya. Not just the Hokage, but my entire army of reanimated corpses as well." Kabuto couldn't comprehend why Orochimaru would hand over his trump card to an enemy. Seeing Kabuto's confusion, Orochimaru explained, "Ha, it's fine. Even if Jiraiya summons them onto the battlefield in the future, the army of the dead will still obey my command. I've placed a unique technique on their bodies. I'm simply using Jiraiya's hand to strike at Akatsuki. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to act directly." Orochimaru pulled out a scroll and continued, "Besides, without this, Jiraiya couldn't summon those three Hokage anyway." "Tisti? What is that?" Kabuto stared intently at the scroll in Orochimaru's hand and finally recognized the markings on it. "The release. Dead Demon Consuming Seal." Orochimaru nodded and instructed, "The Great War is approaching. We must make haste as well. Kabuto, go to the Uzumaki clan's mask hall outside Konoha and bring back the mask described in this scroll. With it, both my hands and the souls of the four Hokage will return." At last, Kabuto understood Orochimaru's plan and praised him as expected of you, Lord Orochimaru. This is a masterful move. I bet when the time comes, Jiraiya will bring out the third Hokage's body. Long buried in Konoha for use, we were just worrying about how to get hold of it. With a proud tilt of his head, Orochimaru said. With satisfaction, go Kabuto. Make it quick. Now is the best time. Konoha won't be paying attention to the Uzumaki clan's mass call. Outside the village. Not with the war imminent. Yes, I'll go right away. Kabuto nodded emphatically, then vanished from sight. Once Kabuto had left, Orochimaru turned and prepared to return to his room for a nap, along with his hands. Just then, with a sudden puff of smoke and a loud pop, Kabuto reappeared right in front of Orochimaru. This sudden turn of events startled Orochimaru so much that his cold, calculating heart pounded anxiously. He snapped in annoyance, Kabuto, what are you doing? Weren't you sent out on a mission? Why have you come back? Kabuto immediately knelt on one knee and respectfully reported, Lord Orochimaru, I suddenly remembered there's something important I haven't told you yet. Orochimaru barked. What is it? Speak quickly. Don't interrupt my good work. No, don't disturb my rest. Kabuto hesitated for a moment, then said, During the move, as I was packing, I came across this item by chance. I thought it might be useful, so I decided to bring it back with me as well. As he spoke, Kabuto drew a scroll from his robes. Unfurling it, he performed a few symbolic hand signs, and in an instant, a figure clad in a gray robe emerged from the scroll. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, surprise flickering across his face. Isn't this the failed experiment from before? Kabuto nodded. That's right. Later, when I had some free time, I made a few improvements. Now, no matter what tailed beast it encounters, it can't escape its gaze. I've also enhanced its abilities well beyond the original version, so its capabilities have increased dramatically. That's why I thought perhaps it could help us cause some trouble for the Akatsuki. Even if it can't defeat them, at the very least, it should be able to bring back some tailed beast chakra. And since this is our secret project, the Akatsuki knows nothing about it. Even if they try to trace the source, they'll never link it back to me. Who knows, they might even vent their anger on the 5 great nations. Orochimaru chuckled darkly. Kabuto, as always, you're truly devious. He nodded approvingly, gazing with satisfaction at his protege, who had so perfectly inherited his legacy. Then he continued, if I recall correctly, after Nagato left the land of grass, he headed toward the land of rivers. TSK. Kabuto, you go on with your mission. Leave this one to me, understood? Kabuto bowed once more and vanished without a trace. Orochimaru looked fondly at the figure before him, a sly smile curling across his lips. Nagato, no matter how strong you are, defeating this one won't be so easy. Hey, go, my child, bring those tailed beasts back to me. He patted the mysterious figure on the shoulder and made a few final adjustments behind it. In an instant, the figure's eyes turned crimson, and it shot out into the night. The neighboring land of grass had already been reclaimed, and Nagato's next target was the land of rivers. The land of rivers was a rather secluded nation. In the original story, it was rarely depicted, only coming into focus when Konoha and Akatsuki clashed over Gar's body, and the battlefield was set there. Long ago, Salamander Hanzo ruled Amagakure, which split from the land of rivers and became the land of rain. After losing Amagakure, the land of rivers was left with almost no shinobi, save for the hidden valley village, and their only thriving industry was agriculture. The Akatsuki team was traveling down the road, gazing at the distant land of the land of rivers still far ahead, Deidara unable to hold back his frustration. Complain, boss, do we really need to go through all this trouble? Why don't we just wipe out the 5 great allied forces first? After that, dealing with these small countries would be a breeze. We could just send 1 or 2 members, and it'd be done. But if we keep going to every single country like this, when will it ever end? It's exhausting. Nagato let out a soft chuckle at this. Deidara, it seems you still don't understand my true intentions. Let me explain it to all of you. He halted in his tracks, turning to address the group. What I seek is everlasting peace, and everlasting peace cannot be achieved by force alone, even if we conquer all the lands. In this world, we still won't win the hearts of the people. In time, perhaps even in the far future, there will always be those who rise in rebellion. What I want is to rescue the citizens of other nations from this unjust world, to make them truly accept what we are doing from the depths of their hearts. What we are doing isn't invasion. It's liberation. Let's keep moving. Soon, I'll make you understand, Deidara. Just as Nagato and the others were about to continue on their way, a sudden rumble echoed from the sky. Out of nowhere, a mysterious figure clad in a gray robe dropped down in front of Nagato, blocking the Akatsuki's path. Who's this guy? The group looked at each other in confusion. Kakashi grumbled, what the heck? Is this a robbery? Interesting, I've always been the one robbing others. This is the first time someone's tried to rob me. You've got some nerve to go after my money, you. Must have a death wish. As Kakashi rolled up his sleeves, ready to charge forward, Nagato pulled him back. Kakashi, you're letting your emotions get the better of you. He hasn't even said he's here to rob us. Let's at least ask what he wants. Nagato cleared his throat and asked in a firm voice, "Who are you, and why are you blocking our way?" The mysterious figure remained silent, seeing this. Haydn, never one to hold back, couldn't contain his temper. Swinging his crimson scythe, he shouted, "Boss, this punk's got some nerve, ignoring you like that. Unless he's a mute, I swear I'll offer him up to Lord Jashin." At that moment, the mysterious figure suddenly looked up, revealing a pair of gleaming red eyes. Sharingan. The group gasped in shock. Uchiha frowned and shook his head. "No, that's not right. The Sharingan doesn't shine like that in daylight. It must be some other mutation of ocular power we don't know about. Everyone be careful," as the members of Akatsuki stood tense, bracing themselves for the mysterious figure's next move. He suddenly threw off his gray robe, letting it flutter through the air, and spoke in a flat, emotionless tone. "Want the tailed beasts?" A heavy silence fell. What on earth is this thing?" Everyone was stunned as the stranger's face was revealed. Short, spiky blonde hair, a silly outfit in black and yellow, and most striking of all, 3 whisker marks on each cheek. "Naruto, how is that possible?" While the group stood in utter bewilderment, Nagato shouted a warning. "No, that's not Naruto. That's the mech Naruto that Orochimaru created. He invented it in the original story to try and take the 9 tails." The others puzzled over this for a while, shaking their heads, "But we read the original story too. How do we miss that?" Nagato explained urgently. "Those episodes with the mech Naruto had nothing to do with the main plot. They were just filler to pad out the episode count. I skipped them to save time, so you never saw them. I never thought Orochimaru would actually use that thing against us." Deidara scoffed, a cold smirk on his lips. "If it's one of Orochimaru's toys, then I'm going to blow this scrap heap to dust. Give me the length of a song, brothers. Take a break. I'll handle it in no time." But before Deidara could make a move, the mech Naruto suddenly opened its mouth wide. In an instant, all the tailed beast chakra within the Akatsuki members, except for Kisame, began to surge out of their bodies, drawn into the machine's gaping maw. Nagato shouted, "Everyone get away from it. This thing can absorb tailed beast chakra." Sasori shouted in frustration, "Damn it, that sly Orochimaru really knows how to stir things up. To think he could invent something like this. The next time I see him, I'll kill him for sure." As the members felt their chakra being sucked away, they tried to leap clear, but to their horror, they discovered even that simple movement was beyond them. 1 by 1 inch, they collapsed to the ground, drained of strength. Kakashi dug his hands into the earth, struggling to support himself. He tried to split off a few earth grudges, but they simply wouldn't come forth. He cursed bitterly. "Isn't this thing supposed to only absorb tailed beast chakra? Why can't I even access my own chakra? I can't even use my earth grudges." Nagato's face twisted in pain as he forced out his words. "I don't know either, but that's how it worked in the original story. When Naruto's chakra kept getting drained, the Rasengan he managed to form was only the size of Itachi's favorite, a 3-color dango. Looks like even our own chakra is affected." Deidara thrust his hand into his pouch, yanking out a lump of explosive clay. Without even bothering to mold it, he hurled it straight at Mecha Naruto. "Go to hell, you monster! HM!" Just as the clay was about to land beside Mecha Naruto, Deidara shouted, and the clay detonated instantly, sending up a great cloud of dust and smoke. The outcome, as one might expect, was obvious. Wherever there's smoke, no matter the story, there's never any real harm done. As the haze cleared, Mecha Naruto emerged utterly unscathed. It crouched low, crawling slowly toward the group. With every inch it drew closer, the amount of chakra it absorbed increased dramatically. On its forehead protector, numbers flashed like a digital display, ticking rapidly with each burst of light until 4 digits settled into view. 7610. Haydn stared. "What does that mean?" Kakuzu rolled his eyes. "Idiot. It's just the way Naruto's name is pronounced. 7, not 6, are you?" 10 to Haydn read aloud, smacking his forehead as realization dawned. "Oh, come on. It just says Naruto." Sasori cut in. "This isn't the time to be nitpicking. We need to figure out how to shake this thing off. It can't keep draining our chakra." Deidara groaned. "Damn it, this is the first time being a Jinchuriki has ever felt like a curse." "Hey, where's Kisame?" "Kisame, bro. He's not a Jinchuriki." Mecha Naruto shouldn't be able to touch him. "Hitch him." At this, everyone turned to look for Kisame. Sure enough, he was lounging off to the side, grinning mischievously like an uncle enjoying the show. Haydn shouted, "Hey, Kisame, what are you doing just standing there? Help us out. Come on, take that thing down already." Kisame chuckled darkly. "Ha, I can't help it. Watching you bunch, usually so full of yourselves, finally getting knocked down a peg. It's just too satisfying." Haydn snapped, "The hell's wrong with you? At this rate, we're done for." Kisame shrugged. "You always say you couldn't die. Now's your chance to prove it. Let's see if you can survive being dried up." Haydn glared. "Kisame, if you keep joking around, I swear if I make it through this, I'll curse you the first chance I get." Nagato called out, "Kisame, help." Us already. I can't take much more of this. Kisame turned his head away. Nope. Even Itachi, struggling under the strain, managed to speak. Kisame, now is not the time for stubbornness. Hearing Itachi's voice, Kisame hesitated for a moment, but still turned away. Defiantly, nope. I wouldn't miss this for the world. You have no idea how long I've waited for a chance to see you all like this. I'm already thinking about how I'll tease you about it later. The demon shark simply refused to obey. Nagato turned to Itachi and said, Itachi, quickly. Use your Sharingan to control the Mecha Naruto in the original story. Your eyes worked on it. As for the logic behind that, Kishimoto never bothered to explain. Hearing this, Itachi's eyes widened, and he poured all his strength into casting a Jinjutsu on Mecha Naruto. But as the seconds ticked by, nothing happened. It's not working. Useless. Itachi shook his head in frustration. Deidara chimed in, boss, are you sure you remember it right? How could Itachi's Sharingan possibly work on a pile of scrap metal? Nagato paused for a moment, gritting his teeth. I've watched Naruto so many times, there's no way I'm mistaken. Looks like Orochimaru's upgraded it. I thought it was strange from start. This thing used to only absorb one person's chakra, but now it can drain all 7 of us. Orochimaru must have tinkered with it again. Perhaps the demon shark had seen enough. With a cold snort, he hefted Samehada onto his shoulder and strode slowly up to Mecha Naruto, his voice low and eerie. I didn't expect your chakra-absorbing ability to be even stronger than my Samehada. You've put up an impressive fight, managing to defeat all 7 members of the Akatsuki. You'll have something to brag about in the underworld. With that, the demon shark swung Samehada with all his might. Mecha Naruto dodged swiftly, leaping aside. As the distance grew, the chakra absorption finally broke off. Once they regained their strength, the group wasted no time scattering and keeping a safe distance from Mecha Naruto. Kisame, he's all yours now. We'll be waiting for your good news. Don't let your guard down. If I can't beat a pile of junk like this, I don't deserve to be called the tailless-tailed beast, Kisame replied coldly, his eyes never leaving the machine. Suddenly, Mecha Naruto's form began to change. Its limbs split into 4 wheels, a glider wing extended from its back, and its head split apart, revealing a ring of spinning blades. Deidara's eyes went wide, sparkling like 2 red hearts. He shouted in excitement, no way this is... Frankie, still a teenager, Deidara was endlessly curious about anything new. Whenever he had free time, he'd bug Nagato for a look at his laptop to watch videos. Nagato's computer wasn't just full of Naruto clips, but also had the latest episodes of One Piece. Over time, Deidara had become a devoted fan, with Frankie as his favorite character. After all, what rebellious teenage boy doesn't love a cool giant robot? Of course, the laptop also contained other, more secret videos. Since Deidara was still young, Nagato kept those hidden away, saving them for private viewings with Conan, strictly for research and inspiration. Of course, Kisame grinned wickedly at the scene. This is just like the Azura path from the 6 Paths of Pain. Not bad. Looks like this thing is worth a good thrashing. Before Kisame could make a move, Mecha Naruto had already soared into the sky. Its abdomen suddenly opened up, and aiming at Kisame on the ground, it unleashed a barrage of powerful bombs like a bomber plane. A thunderous roar shook the battlefield, each explosion echoing across the landscape. Deidara could no longer contain himself. He was utterly enthralled, lost in the beauty of this picture-perfect scene of war. Unable to stop himself, he exclaimed, Sasori, did you see that? Now this is what I call true art. Sasori merely grunted in response, despite the wild bombardment. The bombs were, of course, useless against Kisame. Without hesitation, Kisame performed a water release technique, channeling chakra into his throat and unleashing a massive torrent from his mouth. The water surged forth, forming a great dragon that crashed towards Mecha Naruto in the sky. Haiden, witnessing the spectacle, shouted excitedly, nice one, Kisame. Blast it until it rusts. Kakashi nodded in approval. All that scrap metal on its body. I can salvage it. Maybe I'll make a few bucks at the junkyard. Sasori shot him a look of disdain and said with obvious contempt, do you really have to be that petty? Is even that small change worth your trouble? Kakazu replied, you don't manage the account, so you wouldn't understand, big or small. Money's money to me. As the members exchanged their thoughts on life, Mecha Naruto suddenly burst through the water dragon, landing at high speed on the ground. It retracted its glider wings and the wheels beneath its feet. Its upper body gradually straightened, shifting into an upright, humanoid stance. Then 2 tufts of hair atop its head shot up, transforming into twin beams of light that solidified into glowing swords in its hands. With blades at the ready, Mecha Naruto faced off tensely against Kisame. So you want to test your sword skills against mine? This could be interesting, Kisame sneered. Mecha Naruto lunged at Kisame with surprising speed and agility for a machine, its twin lightsabers flashing. As it aimed strike after strike at Kisame's vital points, as a member of the legendary Seven Ninja Swordsmen, Kisame's swordsmanship was unparalleled. With expert precision, he blocked each of Mecha Naruto's vicious attacks, using Samehada, his monstrous sword, seizing the right moment. He brought his blade down in a single decisive slash, cleaving Mecha Naruto clean in two. A shower of sparks and a crackling burst marked the end as the two halves of Mecha Naruto crashed down on either side of Kisame. It looked well and truly finished. What's this? It only took one strike? I thought you'd at least put up a better fight, Kisame scoffed, waving dismissively to the others to come over. Kakuzu was the first to step forward, lifting up Mecha Naruto's corpse, preparing to seal it away in a scroll. Wait, Deidara cried. Out, rushing to stop him. Kakuzu, please. I really love this thing. Can you give it to me? I want to add it to my collection. Kakuzu paused, a sly smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Sure, but you'll have to pay for it. Huh. Deidara protested, his enthusiasm wavering. Why should I? Kakuzu explained coldly. I'm the head of finance for Akatsuki. This is considered Akatsuki's spoils of war, so naturally, I should take charge of it. I'll sell it off, and the money will go into our coffers. I'm just following the rules. Any objections? Hearing this, the other members, including Nagato, all nodded in agreement and said in unison no problem. Seeing everyone siding with Kaku, Deidara reached into his own pockets with a pout, only to find nothing but his explosive clay, not a single coin to his name. What am I supposed to do if I have no money? Little Deidara was on the verge of tears. Kakuzu remained indifferent. Simple. Pay in 2 installments. I'll deduct 2 months' salary. Deal? It's settled. Deidara agreed without a moment's hesitation, instantly snatching the Mech Naruto from Kakuzu's hands, lifting it above his head, and admiring it under the sunlight with an almost obsessive gaze. Humph. Children really are easy to fool. Kakuzu sighed inwardly. Haiden sidled up to Kakuzu with a mischievous grin and whispered, not bad. That's some classic, getting something for nothing. Just as everyone thought the matter was over, the Mech Naruto's hand suddenly twitched, its palm slowly splitting open. Something fell out. A strange stick. Deidara picked it up, examining it with curiosity. What's this? Why is there a button on it? Nagato's eyes widened in alarm, and he shouted a warning. Deidara, don't touch that button, whatever you do, but it was too late. Driven by curiosity, Deidara had already pressed it. Suddenly, a tremendous tornado swept across the ground. When the dust finally settled, a deafening roar filled the air, and an enormous mech Ninetales appeared right in front of them. Deidara exclaimed, "Whoa, this one's even cooler." Sasori commented, "Orochimaru really deserves the title Snakestein of the ninja world. When it comes to creating things, I can't compare." Haiden asked, "Hey, does this thing bleed?" Kako muttered, "What a massive pile of scrap metal. I'm gonna make a fortune." Kisame hefted Samehada and grinned. "Looks like I found a new target for some unfinished business." Itachi remained silent. Conan shook her head in bewilderment. "I'll never understand why men like such ugly things." As the mech Ninetales appeared, it seemed to pay no attention to them at all, obliterating everything around it as it pleased, wild energy blasts flying from its mouth. Nagato called out urgently, "It looks like it's out of control. It's just a mindless destroyer. We need to take it down quickly, or the whole landscape will be changed." Kisame stepped forward, brandishing Samehada. "Leave it to me." At that moment, Nagato suddenly heard the voice of the real Ninetales in his mind. "I let it slide when you drained my chakra, but now you're copying me with this ugly contraption. I'll settle this myself." Nagato transformed into Ninetales. "Let me give this hunk of junk the beating it deserves. I can't take it anymore." "Oh, all right." Nagato was overjoyed the moment he heard this. He had been trying to communicate with the Ninetales for a long time, hoping to practice tailed beast transformation, but the Ninetales had always ignored him. Yet now, it was Kurama who took the initiative. How could Nagato let such a rare opportunity slip by? He quickly rose into the air, and as he felt the Ninetales chakra flooding through his body, he let out a powerful shout. Suddenly, a radiant golden Ninetales appeared right in front of the mechanical Ninetales. At this moment, Nagato hovered within the body of the Ninetales, garbed in a golden battle cloak, his entire being enveloped in blazing golden flames. The front of his robe was turned out, revealing rows of black Magatama beads along the collar on either side. Staring in awe at his transformed body and the golden Ninetales enveloping him, Nagato couldn't help but marvel. So this is Kurama mode? Seeing it with my own eyes, and from the first-person view no less, it's just unbelievably cool. But before Nagato could even try to control it, the golden Ninetales had already lunged at the mechanical counterpart and landed a heavy punched straight to its face. The sheer force of the blow instantly knocked the mech's head clean off, sending shockwaves rippling through the air around them, truly worthy of being the mightiest among the tailed beasts, Kurama, the Nine Tails. And this was only half its power. If it were the complete Nine Tails, the devastation would be unimaginable. With its head knocked off, the mechanical Nine Tails lost all strength and slowly collapsed to the ground. The real Nine Tails gazed down at the defeated imitation and sneered coldly. With that pitiful strength, you dare imitate me? You really have no idea what you're messing with, seeing that the Nine Tails was still fuming. Nagato quickly tried to calm it down. How could a fake ever compare to the real thing? Don't get so worked up. Just look at how miserable it ended. Kurama, I never thought you'd be so protective of your copyright. You're almost as strict as the second Hokage, Tobirama. Humph. Kurama didn't bother replying, only letting out a disdainful snort. In the next instant, its body vanished, and Nagato slowly reverted to his original form. Huh, it's over already? Kurama, couldn't you hold on a little longer? You've had your fun, but I barely got started. Silence. Don't repeat the nonsense Conan says to you. Although the Nine Tails' attitude remained as aloof as ever, Nagato was still quite pleased. At the very least, they were talking much more often than before, and he'd even managed a successful tail beast transformation with Kurama. Force perhaps, but still a breakthrough in its own way. After dealing with the mechanical Nine Tails, the Akatsuki Sky Team finally arrived in the Land of Rivers as evening fell. At that moment, the daimyo of the Land of Rivers had just received a message from the allied shinobi forces. The message stated that they would send ninja escorts to bring him to the Alliance headquarters in Konoha for protection, and explained why no troops would be stationed in the Land of Rivers itself. The daimyo, bristling with anger, threw the letter to the ground and shouted furiously, "These hypocritical great nations! I paid their protection fees, I've supplied them with grain, and in the end, all they tell me is that they can only guarantee my personal safety. What about my country? What about my territory? What about the safety of my people? They're shameless. I should never have trusted them." His advisor hurried to calm him, pleading, "My lord, what are we going to do? You have to save me. I've heard that the Akatsuki are nothing but gang of thugs. They loot, burn, and kill without remorse. If the great nations turn a blind eye, my entire family will be doomed." Suddenly, a cold, menacing voice echoed from the doorway. "Hey, who exactly are you calling thugs?" Both the daimyo and maid started an alarm and called out, "Who's there? Who's speaking?" The door creaked open. In the dim evening light, a mysterious group appeared before the daimyo of the Land of Rivers, their eyes shimmering in the colors of the rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. "You must be." As the enigmatic figures drew closer, the daimyo and his advisor could finally make out their uniforms and faces. They stood frozen in disbelief. 7 men and 1 woman, all dressed alike, each with their own unique hair, color, and style. Who else in the world could appear in such a fashion? There was no need to guess. It could only be the Akatsuki. Despair flickered in the daimyo's eyes as he murmured, "Lords of the Akatsuki, you're here." Nagato spoke in a chilling tone. "Just now. Did you say we're thugs?" No, not at all." Feeling the icy sharpness in Nagato's gaze, the daimyo shook his head frantically, begging for mercy. "Please, don't kill me. I'll give you anything you want, money, women. Just please. Save your breath. Listen to what I have to say first." Nagato cut him off, his voice heavy. "From today onward, the words Land of Rivers will disappear from the map of the ninja world. Do you accept?" At these words, though resentment simmered in his heart, the daimyo glanced at the row of fierce warriors behind Nagato and shuddered uncontrollably. His voice turned limp as he replied, I agree, I'll leave at once." Smack! Before the daimyo could rise, Nagato pulled 3 books from his robe and tossed them on the floor before him. Nagato said, "No need to leave. You'll continue to govern here, but your only task is to thoroughly study these 3 books for me." "Really? That's easy. Not just 3. 30-inch, I could memorize them all," the daimyo exclaimed, snatching up the books excitedly, reading the titles aloud. He said, "The Akatsuki New Dictionary of Summer Script, Handwritten Edition, the Akatsuki Penal Code, People's Edition, the Akatsuki System of Measurement." What does this mean?" Nagato, face expressionless, explained, "Since you've submitted to us, you must adhere to the language and culture of the Akatsuki. Your characters are too ugly and hard to pronounce, all tangled up and awkward. Out with the old. From now on, you're only allowed to use the summer script exclusive to our Land of Dawn. Study that Land of Dawn summer script, new dictionary carefully. Once you high officials have mastered it, you'll teach it uniformly to the people. The Land of Dawn Penal Code, as the name suggests, it's the law. Gather some clever people to set up a legal department and a police department to study this book and enforce its standards from now on. As long as it's within the territory of the Land of Dawn, Unless there's an invasion by outsiders, killing anyone is a crime. The land of dawn units of measurement is also something everyone needs to learn. I remember your country's largest Guin village is famous for its grain industry. From now on, all personally cultivated land will be measured in mu. All the details are in the book C4. Yourself, in short, as long as you obey and carry things out as I say, you'll remain the administrator here. I'll rename this place Chuan Province, and your new title won't be daimyo anymore. Doesn't sound good. From now on, you'll be called governor, do you understand? When Nagato finished, not only the daimyo and his advisor Meidu, but even all the members of the Akatsuki organization were left dumbfounded. All except Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi understood perfectly. What Nagato was doing was called cultural invasion. He was directly altering a country's culture and traditions. Compared to straightforward military conquest, this strategy was far more ruthless. The daimyo stood there stunned, though he was bewildered at first. He soon caught on and understood Nagato's intentions. It's not scary when a thug's just a thug, but when a thug is cultured. Now that's dangerous, he thought to himself, still having saved both his life and his position. The daimyo was actually quite willing to accept these terms. Compared to the 5 great nations who only took money and did nothing, he much preferred Nagato's way, getting things done without demanding payment. The daimyo nodded. I agree. I'll do my best. I'll start organizing everyone in the land of Chuan to study tomorrow. No, I mean Chuan Province. Listen to me, I still can't get used to saying that. Good. Then get to your business. We'll be staying here for the night and leave tomorrow. 7 single rooms. Make sure the food and drink are top-notch. Hearing this, the daimyo quickly stood up to see them off. Of course, that's easy. Wait, aren't there 8 of you? Won't 7 rooms be too few? Nagato shot the daimyo glare. I said 7 rooms, so it's 7. Don't argue with that. Nagato led the Akatsuki members out the door. Few. Seeing the Akatsuki leave, the daimyo let out a long, heavy sigh of relief. His advisor, Meidu, hurried over to praise him. Truly worthy of the title daimyo. You were stalling for time, weren't you? Wait here, I'll go. Inform the allied shinobi forces right away and tell them Akatsuki is hiding here. But as Meidu turned to leave, the daimyo grabbed his arm. What's stalling for time? I meant every word I said. The land of Chuan. Let them have it. Huh? What do you mean, huh? If Xiao finds out we've secretly broken our agreement, I'd say our Chuan country wouldn't last a single day. Isn't his proposal pretty good? All we did was change the name. I'm still in charge here. No one's dead. And we haven't spent a dime. Where else could you find a deal like this? This is way better than those 5 great nations who just take your money and do nothing. Just then, the door to the room swung open again. A shadowy figure slowly walked in. Everyone recognized him. It was the same person who had been standing behind Nagato just moments before. Hey, my name's Kakuzu. I'm the Minister of Finance and Taxation for the land of Xiao. Our boss forgot to mention one thing earlier. So I'm here to remind you, he said, pulling out a thick stack of papers from inside his cloak. His voice as cold as ice. These are our tax policies from now on. You'll be following these rules. Don't worry, they're not expensive at all. I promise. Just look at me, and you'll know I'm not someone who cares about money. After finishing his little money-making scheme, Kakuzu walked out of the room. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw all the other members waiting for him. Kakuzu was a bit surprised. What's going on? Why aren't you all at dinner? Nagato spoke up. We agreed to stick together. Never apart. Unless you're sleeping or using the bathroom, everyone's got to be present. By the way, did things go smoothly with that guy? Kakuzu said, not bad. At first he seemed reluctant. I thought he was being slow, so I gave him a gentle pat. And wouldn't you know it, the old man suddenly understood everything. He even took the initiative to raise the tax rate by 2 points. You'd even lay a hand on an old man? Never mind, let's go, time to eat. The group returned to their room, waiting for the servants arranged by the daimyo to serve the meal. Deidara piped up, boss. What exactly were you talking about with that old guy just now? And what's the deal with those 3 books? I didn't really get it. Seeing that everyone seemed confused, Nagato smiled and said, do you remember what I said at the end of the 2nd chapter of the story we're writing together? Unify the written language, unify the laws, unify the system of weights and measures. As he spoke, Nagato pulled a scroll out of his pocket. After weaving a quick hand sign, he grunted softly, and 6 books appeared on the scroll before everyone's eyes. Nagato signaled to Konan, who nodded in understanding. She distributed 3 books to each member. You can take a look whenever you have time. Especially the first one, the new Xia Dictionary of the Land of Xiao. This is the new language and script I've created. Make sure you spend some time learning it. Haiden flipped through the book with a gloomy expression, clearly at a loss. Why is it all in writing I can't understand? What if I can't learn it? With my IQ, this is going to be rough. Kakuzu snapped at the words, if you can't learn it, then spend your free time reading. We're the ones who are about to rewrite the entire ninja world. What's a little difficulty compared to that? Just moments ago, Kakuzu had made a hefty profit from the daimyo of the Land of Rivers and that was only one country's tax revenue. If they were to unify the whole ninja world, just imagine how much they'd collect from all those countries. Before Akatsuki changed its policy, they took on any job they could get no matter how much money was involved just to make a name for themselves. As the head of Akatsuki's finance department, Kakuzu would even moonlight as a bounty hunter for the good of the organization. But now after Akatsuki shifted its strategy, they struck it rich in an instant. Tasting the sweetness of this windfall, Kakuzu secretly resolved that, from now on, he would always be the first to obey any plan that Nagato laid out. Money was rolling in far too quickly. Although some of the other members seemed a little reluctant, Nagato's decision left no room for argument. Besides, it really did make sense, so everyone could only nod in agreement. Itachi Uchiha carefully paged through the dictionary, as if searching for something. At last his eyes landed on the most recent entry, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. Kisame, surprised to see Itachi smiling, asked, "Mr. Itachi, what's got you in such a good mood?" Itachi lifted his head slowly and smiled. "Do you know what my younger brother's name is?" Kisame paused for a moment before replying, "Of course, it's Sasuke." Itachi corrected him, "No, it's Sasuke." Kisame replied with a sheepish "Oh, right." After dinner, at Nagato and Konan's stern urging, the members all carried their dictionaries back to their own rooms. Konan and Nagato themselves retired together to their bedroom. Through the night's wind and rain, dawn arrived. The next morning, Nagato led the members once again to the provincial council hall of the Land of Rivers. The governor had been waiting there for quite some time. As soon as Akatsuki entered, he rushed up to Nagato, singing his praises. "I didn't sleep a wink last night. I spent the whole time studying these 3 extraordinary books. After reading them, I feel completely invigorated. The script of the land of Akatsuki is simply marvelous. The laws are comprehensive, and the units of measurement are so convenient. If only we'd known about this sooner. Our Land of Rivers. No, our province wouldn't have been in such chaos before." Nagato reminded him, "Don't forget, the most important thing is spreading this knowledge. We'll be leaving soon, but I've arranged for Akatsuki Hidden Village Shinobi to come and help you set up the departments of law and police." The governor, thumping his chest in assurance, declared, "Rest assured, I'll give it my full cooperation." Nagato nodded. "Good. Unless something unexpected happens, I'll return for an inspection in due time. If the results are unsatisfactory, I might just relieve you of your post as governor. That's all. Get to work. We Akatsuki are off to the next country." "All right, take care on your way." After leaving Sichuan province, Deidara glanced around, feeling a bit bored, and remarked, "Strange. I thought that old man would have tipped off the 5 great nations. I was even hoping for a big fight this morning. Who would have thought he'd actually keep his word?" "Humph." Haydn chimed in, "Where are we heading next? Why don't we go to the neighboring land of Wind? It's closer, and honestly, I'm too lazy to walk any farther." Kakuzu objected. "No, that place is nothing but sand, dirt poor too. Let's pick somewhere else." Nagato decided. "Let's just go to the Land of Wind. Sooner or later, we'll have to deal with it anyway." Just then a paper butterfly fluttered over from afar and landed gently in Konan's hand. As the butterfly merged into her, Konan frowned slightly and spoke to Itachi in a low voice. "This is the latest intel on the streets. Itachi, your brother Sasuke has fallen into the hands of the allied shinobi forces. They're using his life as leverage, demanding that you return to the Leaf Village alone." Itachi showed no emotion at first, but Kisame, who stood closest, noticed that Itachi's body was trembling ever so slightly, especially in his Sharingan eyes. A murderous intent flashed in them, fleeting but sharp enough for Kisame to catch. In that moment, Itachi was truly enraged. Haydn grumbled, "What's going on? They must have realized they can't beat us, so now they're playing dirty, right?" After a moment's silence, Itachi turned to Nagato and said, "I need to return to the Leaf Village. You all go ahead to the Land of Wind. Once I've settled my affairs, I'll meet you back at Akatsuki Village." Kisame protested. "With something this serious happening, why should we still head to the Land of Wind?" "Itachi will go to the Leaf with you." Konan quickly warned, "No, that's not an option. The allied shinobi forces have made it clear. It has to be Itachi alone. If their sensory ninja discover we're following, they'll kill Sasuke on the spot." Kisame cursed under his breath. "Damn, those 5 nations. Shameless. Using Sasuke to threaten us." Nagato thought for a long time, his gaze sharpening, and said earnestly, "I'm certain the one behind all this is Obito. It'll be dangerous for Itachi to go alone." Nagato's words rang true. In the minds of the allied shinobi forces, Sasuke and Itachi should be mortal enemies, destined to kill each other on sight, for the Leaf Village to use Sasuke to threaten Itachi. They must have uncovered the truth about him. And in this world, aside from the deceased 3rd Hokage and Danzo, the only one who knew the truth and had just returned to the Leaf was Obito. To understand how this began, we must go back 3 days. Tsunade had agreed to Obito's plan, and so she dispatched Obito, Kakashi, Asuma, and Shizen to Orochimaru's base to search for Sasuke. After they left the village, Kakashi turned to Obito and asked Obito which way to Orochimaru's hideout. Obito said he's as cunning as they come. From what I learned during my time in the Akatsuki, he has 4 bases. We'll have to search them one by one. By the way, there's something I want to ask you, Kakashi replied. What is it? Obito continued. Last night were you practicing with your Sharingan? Kakashi was startled. How did you know? Were you spying on me? Obito sighed. What I meant is you've gotten really good at using your Mangekyo, but don't use it again next time. Kakashi was taken aback once more. How did you know I activated my Mangekyo? Obito muttered, his tone dark. Last night, I was sleeping soundly in bed when suddenly a bunch of explosive tags got transferred into my dimension. Gave me quite a scare. Kakashi paused. So that means you also? Obito nodded. That's right, I activated as well. Anything you send gets sent to me. Unfortunately, my eye's only good for storage, not for attacking like yours. Still, you really surprised me. I never expected someone not from the Uchiha clan to awaken the Mangekyo. You truly are a genius. You've always managed to astonish me, ever since we were young, after saying this. Obito's gaze grew colder as he looked at Kakashi. Kakashi felt uneasy under Obito's stare and gave an awkward laugh. Well, since this right I was a gift from you, of course I treasure it. I just ended up activating it without realizing. Haha. Obito didn't say anything further and simply kept walking. After traveling swiftly for some time, Obito looked coldly toward a distant hillside. That's one of Orochimaru's bases. We need to be ready. Don't let yourselves be discovered. Asuma and Shizen nodded their expressions becoming tense, but things didn't go as they expected. The base was completely empty. What's going on? Obito, are you sure you remembered correctly? Shizen searched for a long time, but found no one. Looks like Orochimaru has abandoned this base. Let's go. Head to his northern stronghold. When they reached the northern stronghold, they found the entire island reduced to rubble. Asuma sighed helplessly, pulling a cigarette from his pack and clenching it between his teeth. Let's move on. He's not here either. Obito, where's the next base? But this place is strange. It looks like it's been bombed. Did Orochimaru offend someone recently? Obito gazed at the devastation, his expression grave. He knew without a doubt this was Nagato's doing. The destruction was concentrated along the island's shoreline. It was obvious. The explosion began at the island's center and spread outward. This was the power of the Deva path. Seeing Obito lost in thought, Asuma cleared his throat impatiently. Hey, I'm talking to you. Where's the next base? Things are already like this here, so why are we still wasting time? Although before leaving the village, Kakashi had assured Asuma of Obito's character, Asuma still couldn't bring himself to trust Obito. He always felt there was something off about him. Seeing Asuma's displeasure, Obito explained, I just think the devastation here is a little strange. Sorry for holding us up. Orochimaru has 2 more bases, one in the land of grass and one in the land of rice fields. But the land of grass is already under Akatsuki's control. Knowing how much Orochimaru hates Akatsuki, I doubt he'd stay there. Let's move. Our only option left is the land of rice fields. After another long journey, they finally arrived at the village hidden in sound in the land of rice fields. This was the domain of Orochimaru's followers, the Sound Ninja, while Kakashi was still analyzing how to infiltrate the Sound Village. Obito had already grown impatient and dashed straight ahead. Kakashi called out anxiously, Obito, what are you doing? Don't you care about being discovered? By now, Obito had reached the village gates. There's no time to waste. Let's storm in and force Orochimaru to show himself. Damn it, when did he get so reckless? Back when we were kids, I was always the one charging ahead with my Chidori, worried that Obito would get himself into trouble. Kakashi hurried after him with Asuma and Shizen close behind. The Sound Ninja wandering the streets were startled to see a brash young man charging into the village. Who is this fool? Look, he's wearing a leaf forehead protector. He's a ninja from Konoha. Kill him, fire style. Great fireball jutsu. Just as the Sound Ninja prepared to attack, Obito had already finished his hand signs. A roaring fireball burst from his mouth, incinerating the adversaries before him. Suddenly, dozens more Sound Ninja appeared behind him, kunai in hand, aiming for his blind spot. But before any could reach Obito, Asuma surged forward, wielding a pair of chakra blades. Blades glowing with fierce blue energy, he swiftly slashed each attacker's throat with deadly precision. With the path now clear, Asuma turned on Obito, voice sharp with anger. Obito, do you have any sense of teamwork at all? How could you just rush in and leave the rest of us behind? Obito snorted, then pointed ahead. Look, our main opponent has arrived. Orochimaru was approaching from the distance, gliding forward with his signature serpentine gait. Well, a gathering of old acquaintances. Aren't you supposed to be fighting Akatsuki? What brings you to my Sound Village? Orochimaru's voice was as raspy as ever. Kakashi Shizasuma, all jonin. Quite the lineup. Did the leaf really send you to kill me? Just then, Orochimaru's eyes landed on Obito's right eye. A Sharingan? Don't tell me. Suddenly, he recalled what Jiraiya had once mentioned to him. Uchiha Obito, Kakashi is the left eye, and you are the right. Not bad at all. You two make a perfect pair. Honestly, that's Tsunade. If she wanted to give me a Sharingan, she could have just said so. I'd have gone to Konoha to fetch one myself, making you all come here. I really feel a bit embarrassed. As soon as Asuma and Shizen realized Orochimaru had set his sights on the Sharingan, they immediately stepped in front of Obito and Kakashi, shielding them. Staring at the man who had killed his own father, Asuma threatened coldly, Orochimaru. Hand over Sasuke. A chilling laugh slipped from Orochimaru's lips. So you're here for Sasuke, are you? He sneered, but what if I don't? What will you do? Fight me. Come on then. I dare you. Rage finally burst forth in Asuma's chest, and I'll take you on right now. But just as the words left his mouth, Asuma suddenly felt a sharp, aching pain in his back. Slowly his mind began to cloud, his thoughts growing fuzzy. It wasn't just him. Shizen and Kakashi felt the same cold sensation creeping through them. Each of them had a kunai plunged straight through their backs, piercing their hearts. The one who wielded the kunai was none other than Obito. Asuma stared at Kakashi in shock and anguish, his voice trembling. Kakashi, you said we could trust him to watch our backs. Kakashi gazed at Obito, his face twisted with terror and betrayal, despair filling his heart. Obito, why would you do this to us? A low, chilling chuckle escaped Obito. Because I'm taking back what belongs to me, my eye. As for the two of them, well, bad luck for them, being assigned to this mission. Before you die, let me tell you, our man Gekyo has a name known far and wide. Obito didn't hesitate. With no trace of mercy, he reached down and plucked the Sharingan from the dying Kakashi's eye. As Kakashi, Shizen, and Asuma collapsed to the ground, their lives faded away with them. The entire scene left Orochimaru utterly stunned. He couldn't comprehend why Obito had acted as he did, but he couldn't help being impressed by his ruthless decisiveness. Incredible. This kid. So quick to kill without a moment's hesitation. He's got a real future ahead of him. Your eye might be even better than Sasuke's. Hidden shadow, snake hands, tongue flickering hungrily. Orochimaru launched himself at Obito, intending to kill him and steal the Sharingan for himself. His arm transformed into a mass of writhing serpents, striking toward Obito with lightning speed, but Obito remained where he stood, coldly gazing at Kakashi's corpse as he placed the Sharingan into his left eye. So you look down on me, not even going to dodge. Orochimaru was baffled by Obito's inaction, but in the next moment he was utterly shocked. The serpents passed right through Obito's body, not leaving so much as a scratch. Orochimaru cried out in alarm. Is this a space-time ninjutsu? Actually, no space-time ninjutsu. Obito paid absolutely no attention to Orochimaru's words. He simply continued speaking to Kakashi's corpse. Did you see that, Kakashi? This is the power of my right eye. Just now, I wasn't telling the truth. At this moment, Orochimaru was already beside himself with rage. Ever since he'd been effortlessly defeated by Itachi, nothing had gone smoothly for him. It felt as if he'd been tainted by some lingering misfortune. Could this be the curse of the Uchiha clan? He couldn't best Uchiha Itachi. He'd been utterly tamed by him. After much trouble, he'd finally captured Itachi's younger brother Sasuke, but it was as if he'd caught himself a father. Never once did Sasuke show him any respect, and Orochimaru even found himself having to curry favor with his captive from time to time. And now, yet another Uchiha. He'd come here to seize an eye, but this man called Obito didn't even spare him a glance. Uchiha. Did I one of the legendary Sannin owe your clan in a past life? Orochimaru was on the verge of madness. Just as he was about to strike again, he suddenly realized that both his body and the surrounding space had begun to distort and twist. What is this? Orochimaru looked toward Obito in panic, only to see Obito staring intently at him with his Mangekyo Sharingan. Those crimson eyes locked on him with unyielding focus. Damn, this is the power of his eyes. Although Orochimaru possessed a body that could not die, in this moment he felt a surge of fear. He knew all too well this ability was his bane. Just as despair began to set in, Orochimaru's body snapped back to normal, and the space around him returned to its original state. Obito had withdrawn his technique. What do you mean by this? Orochimaru demanded. Obito replied, You're not my target. I'm here only to discuss a partnership. A partnership? Orochimaru echoed warily. What exactly do you have in mind? Obito stepped over Kakashi's body, slowly approaching Orochimaru. His voice was icy as he said, Lend Sasuke to me for a while, and I'll help you wipe out the Akatsuki. They've been quite a thorn in your side lately, haven't they? And if I refuse? Orochimaru challenged. Obito said nothing. He simply turned his head with cold deliberation, locking his burning red Sharingan on Orochimaru, staring at him silently, unblinking. The snake master shuddered under that gaze, instinctively taking a step back. He had already experienced the power of those eyes, and had no desire to test them a second time. On top of that, he had a strong hunch. Those eyes were far from simple. Orochimaru had heard the rumors. Once a member of the Uchiha clan awakened Mangekyo in both eyes, their power would increase dramatically, and their abilities would become all the more terrifying. Part of him wanted to test it out, but his instincts screamed at him, "Don't court death." "Fine, I agree to your terms." After a fierce internal struggle, Orochimaru finally gave his answer. Though the words were against his will the moment he uttered them, he felt as if a great burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Obito said, "Then go and bring Sasuke to me. I'll wait here. And remember, don't try any tricks, Alright, after Orochimaru left, 3 white Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground. Obito asked, "Did you absorb their chakra?" White Zetsu number 1 replied, "We did. Right after you knocked them out with your kunai, while they were still breathing, we each took a bit of their chakra." White Zetsu number 2 muttered, "That Orochimaru still looks just as disgusting as ever." White Zetsu number 3 snapped, "Quit your yapping and get to work." At that moment, the 3 white Zetsu suddenly transformed, using their signature transformation jutsu. All 3 became Asuma. Obito was speechless. "Are you kidding me? Have you all lost your minds? Why did you all turn into the same person?" The 3 white Zetsu glanced at each other, equally baffled. White Zetsu number 1 said, "Well, that's unexpected, you two. Better change back. Let me handle Asuma's disguise." White Zetsu number 2 protested, "No way. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Let's stop pretending. It's all because of Asuma's wife Kurenai, isn't it? This disguise will last at least a month, and neither of you have the acting chops or the skills for such a tough job. Let me take this one for the team." White Zetsu number 3 declared, "Absolutely not. I'm not giving up on Kurenai." Obito felt a surge of anger rise in his chest. He shouted, "Are you all blind? I've seen Kurenai around lately too. Her belly is already starting to show. She's clearly pregnant." The 3 white Zetsu were stunned into silence. But as fate would have it, among any group of 3 fools, there's always one who's a little smarter. White Zetsu number 3 instantly morphed into Shizen. The other 2 could only shake their heads in resignation. One chose to become Kakashi, the other remained as Asuma. The corpses of Kakashi and the others were dealt with by the Zetsu as well. Not long after, Orochimaru and Sasuke finally arrived. What's going on here?" Orochimaru was taken aback when he saw Shizune and the other 2 looking perfectly fine. "This can't be right. With my own eyes, I saw them dead just moments ago. What is this? Zombies?" Sasuke didn't even bother to question Orochimaru's odd reaction. He simply fixed a cold gaze on his former teacher, Kakashi. Kakashi, feeling Sasuke's stare, gave an awkward greeting. "Yo, my dear student, long time no see." Sasuke frowned slightly, suspicion flickering in his mind. Who is this idiot? Yet the chakra was unmistakably Kakashi's. Could he have changed this much in just 3 years? Did he go mad after I left the leaf? Perhaps sensing the doubt in Sasuke's eyes, Kakashi simply forced a sheepish smile and said nothing. Although Sasuke possessed the Sharingan, he couldn't see through White Zetsu's transformation technique, a fact White Zetsu was well aware of. After all, White Zetsu had read the original story. During the 4th Great Ninja War, countless White Zetsu clones had morphed into the likenesses of ninja from all nations, and even those with the Sharingan like Kakashi or the Byakugan like the Hidden Leaf Ninja couldn't tell the difference. In the art of transformation, White Zetsu truly stood unrivaled in the ninja world. Sasuke said, "I heard from Orochimaru that someone named Uchiha Obito wants to see me. I haven't met you before, but judging by your cold, handsome face, you must be from the Uchiha clan. What business do you have with me?" Obito replied, "I want to take you back to the Hidden Leaf." Sasuke's brows furrowed. He turned around and began to walk away. Mocking as he went, "There was a blonde kid who said the same thing to me before. But after I beat him down, he learned his lesson. Do you want to end up like him?" Obito responded, "You mean Naruto? He's been taken by the Akatsuki for days now. By now, he's probably long gone." Upon hearing this, Sasuke stopped in his tracks, stunned where he stood, but it only lasted for a few seconds. Without turning back, Sasuke resumed walking. Obito called out in a sharp voice, "Sasuke, come with me. I'll give you a chance to kill Uchiha Itachi with your own hands." That name, Itachi, hadn't been spoken in Sasuke's presence for a long time. Sasuke turned his head, his Sharingan burning with murderous intent. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely. As long as you come, I guarantee you'll have your chance. Fine. I'll go with you." Before leaving, Orochimaru asked, "Sasuke, aren't you afraid he might deceive you?" Sasuke replied, "I won't let any chance to kill Itachi slip by." On the way back to the Hidden Leaf, Obito told Sasuke everything that had happened recently in the ninja world. Sasuke, however, seemed indifferent. His eyes blazed only with anger. Are you certain that by using me as bait for Itachi, he'll actually show up? He couldn't care less if I live or die, Obito answered. If he truly wanted you dead, you would have been gone long ago. Don't worry. He'll come. When the time comes, you'll understand. Why? I'll make sure you have your shot at him. In the meantime, while you're in the Hidden Leaf, keep your head down and don't cause trouble. Sasuke fell silent. After some time, the group of 5 finally returned to the Hidden Leaf. Tsunade arranged for Sasuke to be placed in prison. Given that he was considered a rogue ninja from the Hidden Leaf, it was inappropriate to let him roam free. Sasuke heeded Obito's advice, offered no resistance, and waited in his cell for Itachi to appear. News quickly spread across the world, pushed by the Five Nations Alliance. Sasuke had been captured and brought to the Hidden Leaf, and only Itachi coming alone could secure his release. This message was carried far and wide, even appearing on Conan's paper butterflies. Once Itachi received the news, he didn't hesitate. With Nagato's approval, he set out alone for the Hidden Leaf. At the gates of the Hidden Leaf Village, Uchiha Itachi appeared in the distance. He was clad in a black cloak patterned with red clouds, his eyes blazing crimson. With the Sharingan, the guards at the gate understood at once. Uchiha Itachi had arrived. News of this reached Tsunade swiftly at that moment. Tsunade was in the sensory division, flanked by members of the Yamanaka clan, led by Yamanaka and Oichi. They were focusing their combined sensory abilities on monitoring the area within 10 kilometers around the village. Lady Hokage, there is only Uchiha Itachi. No other Akatsuki members have been detected. Understood, Tsunade replied with a nod, though her heart sank. While it was good news that the Akatsuki had been split up and Itachi had been lured here, his appearance also confirmed what Tobi had claimed, the truth about the Uchiha clan, as spoken by Tobi, was real. Itachi's solitary arrival was proof enough that his brother meant the world to him. Following Tsunade's orders, the Konoha shinobi did not block Itachi's path. Instead, they lined the sides, glaring at him as he walked toward the Hokage's main office. Tsunade stood at the entrance. Beside her, in addition to Shizen, was Uchiha Sasuke, bound and restrained. Tsunade called out, Itachi, I have to say I admire your courage. To save your brother, you dare to come here alone. When Sasuke saw Itachi, his mind was filled with boundless rage toward his brother. But upon hearing Tsunade's words, he was left stunned. To save me? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Itachi ignored Sasuke's outburst. With a blank expression, he said, I've come. As you asked, now. Release my brother. Before Tsunade could speak, a ripple in space appeared, and Uchiha Tobi suddenly materialized. In front of Itachi, Tobi spoke in a deep voice, Itachi, destroy your eyes, and I'll let your brother go, as long as you lose the Sharingan. You'll be no threat to the allied shinobi forces. Tsunade was startled. She shouted at Tobi, what are you doing here? Do you still recognize me as Hokage? Stand down. Tobi acted as if he hadn't heard her, remaining unmoved. Itachi gazed at him calmly, and in a whisper only the Sharingan could read, mouthed Tobi, there's something you need to know. You're being used by Zetsu. In any case, the infinite Tsukuyomi must never be activated. Come back. I can plead with Nagato to help bring Rin back to life. Tobi sneered, replying with the same silent lip movements, Itachi, you still don't understand me. What I want isn't to resurrect Rin. I want to create a world where Rin and I can live happily, free from pain and sorrow. The truth is, I realized it all along. When you all betrayed me, White Zetsu never mentioned the real reason for your betrayal, nor did he share the contents of the notebook. And after the 5 Kage summit, when we met and Nagato called me Tobi, that was when I finally understood. Baiju must have hidden something from me. Maybe inside that laptop lies the truth about both of us, about me and him. Otherwise, you would never have known my true identity or the name Uchiha Obito. But it doesn't matter to me anymore. You don't have to ask Nagato to use the samsara of heavenly life technique to bring Rin back. Either, do you really think that if Rin were resurrected, and she learned the truth about me in this real world, learned that I killed so many people for her, do you think she'd be grateful? That she won't live with me? That she'd still consider me a friend? No. Never. She's always been a kind and gentle girl. If she found out what I'd done to bring her back, she'd only blame herself and live in pain for the rest of her life. I don't want that. I don't want her to suffer through life. Only in the infinite Tsukuyomi, the world of illusion, can I have the Rin I truly desire. Even if I'm being used by Black Zetsu, it doesn't matter to me anymore. I just want to cast the infinite Tsukuyomi, even if only for a second, so I can enter that world where Rin exists and see her one more time. Itachi was silent for a long while after hearing this. Then in a cold voice he said, you're selfish. Obito burst out laughing. Ha ha! And do you think you have the right to judge me? We're both Uchiha driven mad by love. How are we any different? Back then, you wanted to Protect this broken village so much that you asked me to help you destroy our own clan, leaving only Sasuke alive. Wasn't that selfish too? What's the difference between Sasuke and Rin? If your brother Sasuke had died back then, maybe you would have been the one to cast the infinite Tsukuyomi, and if my Rin hadn't died, maybe I'd be the one giving grand speeches, trying to talk you out of it. We're the same, you and I. The only difference is the one you love is still alive, while the one I loved is gone. Sometimes I wonder, if Konoha were to kill your brother now, would you join me in seeking the infinite Tsukuyomi? Land of Fields' hidden sound village. At this moment, Orochimaru was resting in bed, a faint smile on his face as if he were lost in a wonderful dream. In his dream, he stood on the hillside opposite the Hokage rock, gazing at the 38 massive stone faces with a pair of Sharingan eyes. Ha! I've finally outlasted all those show-offs. The 38th Hokage. Here I come. For the sake of my own twisted pleasure, I'll use Edo Tensei to resurrect all 37 previous Hokage and make them fight you. The second phase of my plan to destroy Konoha officially begins. Just as he summoned all his strength and dashed toward the village, Orochimaru suddenly saw the 8 members of Akatsuki waiting for him at the gate. Startled out of his wits, Orochimaru slammed on the brakes with a body technique, his feet screeching to a halt and carving 2 deep grooves into the ground. He shouted in terror, Why are you all in Konoha? How are you still alive? Nagato replied with disdain, Konoha? I haven't heard that name in centuries. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten all about it. You really are a relic from a bygone era. This is the capital of the land of Akatsuki now. As he spoke, Nagato pointed upward with his finger. Orochimaru followed the direction of his gesture, and instead of the familiar 38 faces of the Hokage carved into the rock, he saw the 8 faces of Akatsuki's members. Orochimaru was struck speechless. No, impossible, this can't be. Orochimaru shot up from his bed in terror, only to realize it had all been just a dream. And yet, the dream had felt so real to him. Feeling the cold sweat soaking his body and noticing a conspicuous yellow stain on the bedsheet below, Orochimaru froze in disbelief and muttered to himself, Did I actually wet myself from fear? His hands gripped the sheet tightly, unwilling to accept this humiliation. This habit was the same as Conan's. Conan clutched the bedsheets because of Nagato. Orochimaru, out of anger. Well, perhaps because of Nagato too. Kabuto, get in here now. Within moments, the door to Orochimaru's bedroom was flung open. Kabuto hurried in, and upon seeing the mess on the bed, he paused in shock, then quickly pinched his nose and asked, Lord Orochimaru, what happened? Orochimaru, still catching his breath, growled, I had a nightmare, a terrible one. Come, we're going to Konoha at once. I have a feeling something big is about to happen. There's no way Nagato would send Itachi alone. And don't forget, bring the Shinigami mask with you. Land of Fire, Konoha Village. From the moment he'd met Obito until now, he'd never heard him speak so much. Obito's words were full of emotion and tears, but Uchiha Itachi seemed completely unmoved. Itachi's expression remained unchanged. I do love my brother, but I want him to live in the real world, not an illusion. I can still tell what's true and what's false. Obito sneered. You keep telling yourself that, but when he's dead, maybe you'll see things differently. Itachi stared coldly into Obito's eyes and asked, There's something I've been curious about. Why do you keep your left eye covered with bandages? Trying to imitate Danzo? Or is it something else? Obito's left eye was indeed wrapped in bandages. After returning to Konoha, he lied in his mission report, claiming the injury was from a fight with Orochimaru. White Zetsu disguised as Kakashi Shizen and Asuma had all written the same thing in their reports, so Tsunade had suspected nothing. Besides, her mind was preoccupied with how to deal with Akatsuki. She had no time to notice changes within the village. Obito let out a cold laugh. I knew I couldn't hide it from you, you're right. Now, I have a Sharingan in both eyes. You should know what that means, but this isn't the time for us to fight. Someone else will handle you. Our eyes are both powerful and fragile. Itachi used them sparingly, and remember to cherish them. When Shikamaru noticed the 2 of them sitting in silence, only smacking their lips without a word, he immediately sensed something was wrong. He rushed to Tsunade's side and whispered a warning. Lady Tsunade, they must be plotting something. We can't let the 2 of them keep this up, Tsunade replied. I know what I'm doing for now. Gather a few people and take Sasuke away. Head north. Out of the village. Someone will meet you along the way. Shikamaru blinked in confusion. Seeing Shikamaru hesitate, Tsunade's voice dropped to a menacing growl. What are you waiting for? Go. After a moment's hesitation, Shikamaru called Ino and Choji over together. They quietly led the bound Sasuke off the battlefield. Although Sasuke wanted to resist, his entire body was immobilized by a binding jutsu. He couldn't move a muscle. He was completely at their mercy. As he struggled, Sasuke suddenly noticed a crow perched on the rooftop above. The crow's eyes glowed with the crimson Sharingan locked intently on Tsunade. Right now, though, Konoha served as the headquarters for the allied shinobi forces. None of the other village leaders or their ninja, aside from Konoha's own, were present. After the Akatsuki seized the land of rivers and the land of grass, the other Kage had all returned to guard their villages, wary of Akatsuki's next move. Only Ao from Amigakure remained behind. At this moment, Ao was stationed in the sensory division, working with Inoichi Yamanaka and other members of the Yamanaka clan to monitor for any signs of Akatsuki. Outside the village, wait, something's wrong. Ao's voice sharpened with alarm. I sense 7 terrifying chakra signatures speeding towards Konoha from the north. At this rate, they'll arrive in about 40 minutes. The chakra is overwhelming. Its tailed beast chakra. Narashikaku, standing guard at the command post, was shocked by the news. He quickly called out to Inoichi, hurry. Use your jutsu to notify the other 4 Kage. We need their support in Konoha now, and inform Lady Tsunade at once. This was an arrangement the 5 Kage had agreed upon beforehand. If Itachi could not be eliminated, or if the entire Akatsuki appeared, they were to notify each other immediately. The land of earth and the land of wind were relatively close, so that Tsuchikage and Kazekage waited on their borders, guarding their lands, and standing by for instructions. The land of lightning and the land of water were farther away and couldn't reach Konoha as quickly, but the land of lightning possessed the heavenly transfer technique, Mabui, as an advisor. Hadn't gone to the battlefield on the day of the Cloud and Thunder Gorge incident. She was still alive and could instantly teleport the Reikage to Konoha. As for the land of water, Tsunade had already dispatched the former 4th Hokage's guard squad, led by Gunma Shiranui, to Meitarumi. Should an emergency arise, they would immediately use space-time ninjutsu to bring her to the battlefield. A great battle was on the verge of erupting. Perhaps Konoha would become the final battleground. Meanwhile, in the village hidden in the clouds, land of lightning, although the main forces had all been destroyed, the hidden cloud village was still a powerful entity. The Reikage quickly gathered a new team made up of young ninjas. Most of these ninjas were newcomers, with some just recently promoted from the Chunin exams. As the Reikage was delivering his speech on stage, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. It was Inoichi Yamanaka, Lord Reikage. The situation has changed. All members of the Akatsuki will arrive at the Leaf Village in 40 minutes. Please come to our aid immediately. Upon hearing this, the Reikage shouted, Mabui, prepare the heavenly transfer jutsu at once. Send me to the Leaf Village. I must join the battle. Land of Water, Hidden Mist Village. Mizukage Meitarumi and Gunma Shiranui had also received Inoichi's message. The group exchanged glances and quickly formed a protective circle around the Mizukage. Meitarumi spoke. I remember the Flying Thunder God technique was unique to the 4th Hokage. I didn't expect all of you to have mastered it as well. The Jonin of the Leaf Village truly are remarkable, Gunma replied. We were originally the 4th Hokage's guards, but unlike him, we can only perform this technique together as a team of 3. Lady Mizukage, please get into position and remain still. We'll begin now. It will be over in a moment. In the next instant, both the Reikage and Mizukage appeared before Tsunade, facing Uchiha Itachi, who stood before them. The Reikage barked at Tsunade before the rest of the Akatsuki arrive. Let's take him down. Meitarumi added, what a pity, a man with such remarkable eyes, but his crimes against the ninja world are unforgivable. No matter how unfortunate it is, he must die. Tsunade said, both of you calm down. Shikaku called you here to deal with the other Akatsuki members. We need to conserve our chakra. As for Itachi, leave him to the ninjas of the Leaf Village. Many Leaf ninjas had long been unable to contain themselves, waiting for Tsunade's command. With a wave of her hand, the ninjas on either side leapt into action. Kiba Inuzuka shouted, Itachi, you traitor! Hand Naruto over, Akamaru, let's go. Akamaru barked enthusiastically. Woof. Understood, Fong over. Fong. Akamaru barked twice in response. Woof, woof. All right, transformation time, In an instant, Akamaru transformed to look just like Kiba. Together, they launched themselves from the ground, spinning rapidly through the air like twin whirlwinds striking toward Itachi, who still stood motionless. Niji Hyuga raised his palm and called out to Itachi, I haven't seen Naruto in 3 years. I just returned from a mission when I heard your Akatsuki captured him. Today, you will pay the price. Give me back my Naruto. 8 trigrams air palm, Shino. Aburame spoke. My father told me you joined the ANBU at 11 and became a squad captain by 13. Even so, I don't believe I'll lose. And if you ask why, it's because I've never lost, not once, for as long as I can remember. Secret technique. Insect Jade. Countless Tiny Kakachu insects swarmed from Shino's sleeves, spreading out in all directions. As their range grew, they homed in on Itachi's. Chakra swarming toward him in a relentless wave. It wasn't just the insects. Dozens of long-range ninjutsu attacks along with kunai and shuriken all flew toward Uchiha Itachi at once. Attacks came at him from every angle, leaving an ordinary person with no hope of escape. But Itachi remained perfectly calm, without the slightest intention of running. His eyes snapped open, activating the Mangekyo Sharingan as blood trickled from the corners of his eyes. Crimson chakra surged and enveloped his entire body. The red energy expanded, and in an instant a towering, armored half-giant appeared before everyone's eyes. Itachi's Susanoo had awakened. The half-giant's shield deflected every attack from the Konoha Shinobi, neutralizing them all with ease. The onlookers gasped in shock. So this is the red giant from the reports? Obito called out, "Don't be afraid, everyone. He can't keep this up for long. He's gravely ill, and his eyes have already been overused. As long as we keep up the pressure, he'll collapse before long. He's just one man. We can wear him down." Kakashi chimed in, "That's right, I understand the Sharingan. Don't let up. Don't give Itachi a single moment to recover." Though Itachi's Susanoo was terrifying, with Kakashi's encouragement, everyone's spirits rallied. They immediately prepared for another round of attacks. Blood still streamed from Itachi's eyes as he maintained Susanoo, but he paid it no mind. His gaze drifted over the village that had grown up with him, a place still so familiar, yet also the source of his deepest pain. Itachi knew that after today his eyes would be lost to blindness. His body, too, might soon reach its limit, but just as he had once chosen his path years ago, for Sasuke, for the village, for peace, he had personally wiped out the Uchiha clan with his own hands. Now, his resolve was set once more, for the rebirth of Akatsuki, for a world free of strife, and to secure a place for the tailed beasts. Within him, he was ready to destroy the very village he once protected, even at the cost of his own life, gazing at Obito in the distance. Itachi spoke in a low, calm voice. "Obito, do you know what it takes to unleash the perfect Susanoo? First, you must push the power of both Mangekyo Sharingan to their absolute limits. Second, you need an immense reserve of chakra to maintain the form." Now, Itachi possessed both requirements. Not only did he have the ultimate Sharingan, but he was also the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails. "Then let me show you the true form of my Susanoo, the completed Susanoo in its entirety." In that instant, the earth trembled and mountains shook. The sky was suddenly shrouded in thick, dark clouds. The muffled rumble of thunder rolled all around, and jagged lightning tore fiercely through the clouds. The crimson giant encasing Itachi swelled dramatically, its massive lower body forming with majestic power, its size surpassing even the surrounding mountains. A pair of enormous wings unfurled from its back. In its right hand, it wielded a crimson longsword that materialized from a gourd, while its left hand bore an ethereal red shield. Out of thin air, an armor of blazing flames appeared on its body, as if capable of withstanding any assault. This was the strongest form of Itachi's Susanoo. Suspended high in the air, the complete Susanoo looked, for all the world, like a war god descended from the heavens, striking fear deep into the hearts of all who gazed upon it. Against the backdrop of the pitch-black sky, Itachi's crimson giant blazed all the more brilliantly, amplifying both its splendor and the sense of despair it invoked. At this moment, Itachi stood atop Susanoo's forehead, gazing down at Tobi and all the shinobi of Konoha below. Meanwhile, every member of the Akatsuki was racing toward Konoha at full speed. Sensing the unnatural changes in the weather, a grave and anxious expression settled on each of their faces. Such a dramatic sign from the heavens could only be caused by human intervention. Nagato's heart tightened. "Everyone, pick up the pace." "Yes," came a unified reply. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He turned urgently to Kisame and called out, "Kisame, head to the land of water and capture the three tails from the lake." Sasori was taken aback and blurted out, "Boss, you're not planning to use the demonic statue of the outer path, are you?" Nagato cast him a solemn glance and nodded. "I have a feeling we're heading into a brutal battle, and I don't feel at ease. We're only missing the three tails now, so we should gather them all as a trump card. With Itachi's appearance in Konoha, the Mizukage will likely send support as well. Now is the perfect time to seize the three tails in the land of water." Kisame protested, a hint of reluctance in his voice. "Boss, I want to help save Itachi. Send someone else for this." Kakazu interjected, "No one else is suitable. You're the best in the organization when it comes to water release. The three tails is massive. No one else could transport it. After capturing it, you can drive it along by unleashing torrents of water. And luckily, the Three Tails is a freshwater turtle, not a sea turtle. Otherwise, your water release wouldn't help at all, and even if you can't capture it, don't you have Samahata? Absorbing some chakra would do, though the more the better. Nagato nodded approvingly. Cuckoo, your thinking matches mine exactly. The image of himself herding a giant turtle while spewing water flashed through Kisame's mind, sending a chill down his spine. He grumbled, I know, I have a lot of chakra, but this is still a bit much, don't you think? Nagato cut him off. Enough complaining, there's no time to waste. Get going, and remember, come back as quickly as you can. Kisame was helpless. Although he was eager to help Itachi since the boss had spoken, it was hard for him to refuse. Reluctantly, he changed direction and set off toward the land of water. Before leaving, he didn't forget to offer a heartfelt reminder. You must rescue Itachi. He's the only person I truly respect. Every member nodded in agreement. In truth, their feelings mirrored Kisame's. Not a single member of the Akatsuki could be left behind. Meanwhile, the Ino Shikicho trio, Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino, had already escorted Sasuke out of the Hidden Leaf Village. Following Lady Tsunade's instructions, they headed straight north as soon as they left. As Choji ran, carrying Sasuke on his back, he asked Shikamaru, why is Lady Tsunade doing this? I don't really get it, Shikamaru replied. Who knows? I'm not really sure either, man. What a hassle. Don't you think so, Sasuke? Back then when we chased after you, Choji and I nearly died at the hands of those sound ninja. Don't you have anything to say about that? Sasuke didn't respond. His gaze was vacant, his eyes dull and lifeless, as if he had suffered a great shock. Only his lips moved, mumbling something under his breath. Shikamaru noticed and paused, surprised. Hey, what's going on? Isn't the binding jutsu supposed to only restrain the body? Did it make him lose his mind too? Ino shook her head, though Sasuke was now labeled a rogue ninja. Her eyes still showed a trace of concern. I'm not sure. I've been watching him since we left the village, and he's been this way the whole time. He did all this in the end just for me. What did you say? Say that again. Shikamaru motioned for Choji to stop and leaned in, listening closely by Sasuke's lips. Earlier, Itachi and Tobi had spoken using a unique lip language, one only the Sharingan could decipher. Sasuke had read their lips. He now knew the truth about Itachi. At last, he understood why Tobi had told him Itachi would surely come to save him. It turned out that everything his brother had done was to protect him. Sasuke was shattered. He couldn't accept such a reality. He had never felt lost before because he always had one goal, to kill Itachi. But now Itachi had come here alone, fighting against the entire Leaf Village, all to save his foolish little brother. The cruelest part was that Sasuke himself had willingly helped Tobi carry out this plan. Now, Sasuke felt as if electric currents were surging through his mind, searing into his eyes. In a cold voice, he demanded, "Put me down." Shikamaru asked, "What do you want to do?" Lifting his head, his bloodshot Sharingan glaring fiercely at Shikamaru, Sasuke shouted, "I said, put me down." Several crimson curse marks suddenly spread outward from Sasuke's neck, and as they expanded, the markings slowly darkened to black. Sasuke's eyes also turned a deep shade of black. Shikamaru and Choji knew this state all too well. They understood instantly that Sasuke was about to enter his curse form. A massive hand shaped like a wing burst out from Sasuke's back. In a panic, Shikamaru quickly pushed Choji aside and put some distance between themselves and the transformed Sasuke, cursing under his breath. Damn it, wasn't he supposed to be bound? How can he still activate the curse mark? Ino, at a loss, stammered, could it be the binding jutsu's effect is wearing off because it's been too long? Sasuke shook his head furiously, his voice brimming with rage. No, my anger has awakened the curse mark. I don't want to kill you, but if you don't want to die, don't stand in my way. By now, Sasuke had fully transformed, his form resembling a demon, and he shot off straight toward the Hidden Leaf Village. Choji stood frozen, stammering to say, Shikamaru, what should we do? Shikamaru called out anxiously, Ino, can you use your technique to control Sasuke's mind? But Ino was paralyzed with fear, staring at Sasuke's monstrous appearance. She was on the verge of despair. Is this really the Sasuke I know? Ino, Shikamaru grabbed her shoulders and shook her hard, snapping her back to reality. Ino quickly pressed her hands together in front of her chest, forming the hand signs for her jutsu. Just as she was about to target Sasuke, a sudden hand chop landed sharply on her neck, knocking her unconscious. The members of the Akatsuki had appeared behind them. Before Shikamaru and Choji could react, they too were struck down and collapsed one after another. Watching Sasuke disappear into the distance, Nagato barked, "Move!" After him, quickly. Kakuzu asked, "What about these three brats, if I remember right? This Shikamaru kid was pretty clever in the original story. If we keep his head, we might fetch a good price for it someday." Haiden grinned, wickedly brandishing his triple-bladed scythe. "Nothing stings like a fair comparison." In the original, this braid-wearing brat made me look like a fool. I'll kill him myself and offer him to Lord Jashin. Nagato snapped, enough bickering. Itachi's still fighting them on his own. Outside the Hidden Leaf Village, on a distant hillside facing the Hokage Rock, Orochimaru and Kabuto appeared, staring at the crimson giant looming within. The village, Orochimaru's face darkened as he pondered silently. Suddenly, Zetsu emerged from the ground at his feet, teasing, disgusting Orochimaru long time no see. Kabuto, startled by the sudden appearance of this stranger, moved to attack, but Orochimaru held him back with a single gesture. Kabuto, don't be rash. He's an old friend of mine, a former colleague. Zetsu, with his eyes narrowed, Zetsu sneered, meeting you again. I find I still can't stand you. You're utterly repulsive. Orochimaru let out a cold laugh. The feeling is mutual. I met with the Akatsuki a few times recently, but you were never there. What's the matter? Have you left the organization too? I was forced out, Orochimaru. I've come to you this time because I want your help to bring someone back to life who? No sooner had he spoken than a coffin suddenly burst up from the ground. Zetsu used tendrils to pry open the lid. Orochimaru peered inside, and the sight made cold sweat break out across his body. Orochimaru gasped in shock. Where on earth did you get his corpse? Zetsu chuckled. If you could get your hands on Hashirama Senju, why couldn't I obtain Madara Uchiha? Madara Uchiha, a name that resounded through the older generations of shinobi. He was once one of the most formidable figures in the entire ninja world. Now, with Madara's body right before his eyes, Orochimaru trembled with uncontrollable excitement. After all, Orochimaru was an oddity among shinobi. He cared nothing for lust or riches, but was utterly obsessed with bodies and corpses. He circled the coffin, scrutinizing it intently. Fixing his gaze on Madara's withered form, Orochimaru exclaimed, "No wonder I scoured every grave in the land and never found Madara. Zetsu, so it was you who robbed his tomb." But after a closer look, Orochimaru sensed something was amiss. He pulled back Madara's eyelid and recoiled in surprise. Where are Madara's eyes? His Sharingan. Don't tell me you stole them for yourself. Zetsu shook his head. No. The Rinnegan on Nagato's face is what Madara gave him before he died. What did you say? How can Madara possibly possess the Rinnegan? Orochimaru, for all your supposed knowledge, do you really not know that the ultimate form of the Sharingan is the Rinnegan? Orochimaru was momentarily stunned by this, and a restless curiosity began to stir within him. If only he could obtain Sasuke's Sharingan, perhaps before long, he could evolve it into the Rinnegan himself. Zetsu, you've really given me an incredible piece of information here. So, tell me, why have you brought Madara's corpse to me? What do you want? I want you to use the Reanimation Jutsu to bring him back. I suspected as much, Orochimaru sneered, but I have no intention of granting that request. Reviving someone as troublesome as Madara is like playing with fire. Zetsu replied, what's there to be afraid of? When you attack Konoha, you manage to perfectly control both Hashirama and Tobirama. Are you really worried you can't handle Madara? Don't you want to ask him yourself how he managed to evolve his Sharingan into the Rinnegan? Remember, use extra Chakra. Do your best to restore him to his prime. That way his Rinnegan should return as well. Orochimaru let out a low, sinister laugh. Well, I didn't expect you to know so much about the Reanimation Jutsu. The Reanimation Jutsu requires the living tissue or corpse of the person to be summoned, and the sacrifice must be a living human. Once the summoning succeeds, the resurrected will return to the height of their power. This may well be the most twisted jutsu in the world. Also the most insidious for both the living and the dead. It's nothing short of a calamity. Yet a jutsu is still just a jutsu. It cannot truly restore what was lost. If the reanimation is released by its target, Madara's body will simply revert to its original state, but Zetsu knew all too well. He understood Madara better than anyone. As long as Madara was brought back with his abilities, he could break this wretched jutsu in an instant and would never be subject to Orochimaru's control. After pondering for a long time, Orochimaru finally made up his mind. He would resurrect Uchiha Madara. He then turned and looked at Kabuto, who stood behind him. Kabuto was so unnerved by Orochimaru's chilling gaze that cold sweat broke out all over him. He stammered, Lord Orochimaru, do you need a sacrifice? I'll go find someone right away. Zetsu interjected. No need for all that trouble. My clone can serve as the sacrifice. As he spoke, a white Zetsu clone suddenly emerged from the ground. Impressive as always. You really think of everything, Orochimaru said with a wicked grin, but my hand soul still hasn't fully recovered, so I can't unleash the reanimation jutsu at full strength. Kabuto, I'm sure you've secretly mastered this technique by now. I'll leave Madara to you. Kabuto let out a quiet sigh of relief and replied softly. All right, he steadied himself, taking a deep breath. Pressing his palms together at his chest, he called out in a loud, clear voice, Forbidden Jutsu. Reanimation. In that instant, countless filthy motes of dust surged forth, engulfing the white Zetsu clone. The dust scattered, then coalesced atop Madara's corpse. The very next moment, a hand stretched out from inside the coffin. The reanimation jutsu had succeeded. With a thunderous crash, the coffin shattered under a tremendous force. Moments later, Lord Madara stepped out before them. Orochimaru couldn't help but marvel to himself. He truly is a legend, even his reanimated entrance is unlike anyone else's. Madara rolled his shoulders, testing his new body. Then turning to Zetsu at his side, he asked, "The plan succeeded, did it? Nagato has finally grown up then?" Zetsu shifted awkwardly, lowering his voice. "Lord Madara, this wasn't Nagato's doing. You're not fully revived yet. This is the reanimation jutsu. Oh. Where's Nagato? Why didn't he use the Rinne rebirth? Nagato has turned traitor. What? And what about Obito? Well, he's been having some issues lately. Honestly, he might be about to betray us too. And the nine-tailed beasts? Sorry, sir, we haven't caught a single one yet. Then why did you even summon me, Lord Madara? I didn't want to either, but honestly, I'm out of options." Uchiha Madara was utterly stunned. The flawless scheme he had painstakingly laid out before his death was now in shambles, ruined by the bumbling fool standing before him. Not only had his plan failed to bear fruit, but even the seeds he'd sown were completely wasted. He was seized by the urge to kill Zetsu on the spot. But considering that this creature was born of his own will, it would be a shame to destroy it so hastily. "I must endure. I need to restrain myself. Keeping this idiot alive still serves a purpose." At that moment, his gaze drifted toward the distant Hidden Leaf village, where a colossal crimson figure floated in the air. "Oh, that Uchiha is wielding a perfect Susanoo. It seems there are still geniuses among my descendants. Who is he, to have evolved to this level? What must he have experienced?" Zetsu hurried to reply. "His name is Uchiha Itachi. He's allied with Nagato. The Leaf kidnapped his younger brother. So now he's facing the entire village alone." Hearing this, Madara gave a cold snort. Yet again, it's about a younger brother. That's the Uchiha way. The deeper they love, the deeper their hatred grows. Still, such a prodigy is rare even in 100 years. If he were to receive Hashirama's cells, perhaps he'd have the potential to awaken the Rinnegan. At this, Orochimaru's excitement became palpable. So the key to awakening the Rinnegan was to possess the power of both the Uchiha and Senju clans. Orochimaru's sinister chuckle slithered through the air, unsettling. Madara, who frowned, and who is this ambiguous wretch? Ambiguous wretch. White Zetsu, who had always disliked Orochimaru's appearance, couldn't help but stifle a laugh at Madara's description. Black Zetsu immediately admonished him. "White Zetsu, this is hardly the time for jokes. Lord Madara, let me bring you up to speed on the state of this era." After Zetsu finished briefing Madara on the overall situation, he advised Lord Madara, "I believe our top priority should be to reclaim the Rinnegan. With it, we can summon the demonic statue of the outer paths. Must I walk this old path all over again?" Madara sighed in resignation, then ordered, "Take me to Nagato." Black and White Zetsu nodded in agreement. Silently syncing their thoughts, Black Zetsu, "I'll escort Madara to retrieve the Rinnegan. You go to the Leaf and assist Obito. Without the power of the circle, Obito stands no chance against Uchiha Itachi." White Zetsu, "Understood. Incidentally, I recall there's someone in the Leaf called Yamato who can use would release. Perhaps Fly can make use of him. He should still be in the ANBU. It might take me some time to locate him." A rain of blood. Above the Hidden Leaf, crimson rain cascaded from the sky. Under Kakashi's command, the village's shinobi charged at Itachi without regard for their own lives, throwing everything they had into the fray. But in the end, they were hopelessly outmatched. That day unfolded just like the night the Uchiha clan was massacred. The streets were littered with the bodies of fallen shinobi and stained with fresh blood. Yet Tsunade stood aside, unmoved. At that moment, Shikakannara rushed out from the sensory unit. When he saw the devastation before him, he was shocked and immediately hurried to Tsunade, urging her, "Lady Tsunade, and you too, Lady Mizukage and Lord Raikage. Uchiha Itachi's power is overwhelming. If you don't step in now, every last one of Konoha's ninja will be wiped out." Madarumi, the Mizukage, replied helplessly, "We want to help, but the Hokage won't allow it. She told us to trust in the shinobi of Konoha." Trust? This is no time for trust. If this continues, Konoha will be finished. Lady Tsunade, as the 5th Hokage, it is your duty to protect this village. I cannot accept the decision you're making now. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's eyes flashed with anger as she growled in a low voice, "This is the best decision. This is only one member of the Akatsuki. If we must intervene personally for just 1 inch, what will we do if they all appear? If our chakra is depleted, who will be left to defend the village?" Seeing the look on Tsunade's face, a chill ran deep into Shikaku's heart. No, you're not Lady Tsunade. Lady Tsunade would never say something like this. No one who inherits the will of fire could ever speak such words. Hearing this, the Reikage turned to Tsunade, his voice laced with suspicion. I sensed something was off earlier. By rights, you should have summoned Katsuyu like you did at the Land of Iron, healing the ninja as you fought, but today you've been cold and indifferent. The Mizukage nodded in agreement. Tsunade snorted. Say whatever you want. I am who I am. If you want to fight, go ahead. I'm utterly disappointed in Konoha shinobi. They can't even handle a single rogue ninja. At last, Meitarumi could no longer restrain herself. As a fellow woman, I misjudged you. As a Kage, you cannot give up on your own shinobi. You're unworthy of the title. Right now, you're no different from the fourth Mizukage of my own country, Yagura, who drove us all to despair. The Reikage spoke up. Enough talk with her. Let's go. Even if we're from different villages, we're united as the 5 great nations. Alliance, the Konoha shinobi are my subordinates too, and I won't allow another one to be hurt. Mizukage, I'll take the lead, you cover me. Understood. But whatever you do, don't let Itachi's sword touch you. That blade must be the legendary Totsuka blade. Anyone struck by will be drawn into a dreamlike illusion, their power sealed forever. And that shield should be the Yada mirror, formless, able to transform at will, and said to block any attack. I know all that. Don't worry, as long as I push my body to its utmost limits. I can match the speed of Konoha's yellow flash. Remember, our target is Itachi himself. Got it. In the blink of an eye, the Reikage let out a thunderous shout, transforming his lightning-release chakra into electricity that crackled and danced across his entire body. Without hesitation, he raised his elbow and aimed it straight at the top of Susanoo, where Itachi's true form was hidden. Kid, take this. Lightning release. Liger bomb. While Itachi was still busy attacking other shinobi, the Reikage suddenly flashed before him in a burst of lightning speed, his elbow striking the apex of Susanoo with tremendous force. At that very moment, the Mizukage quickly formed hand seals, fearing that the Reikage might be harmed by the red flames surrounding Susanoo. She unleashed water release, water dragon bullet, coordinating her attack perfectly with the Reikage. A tremendous crash echoed through the air, with both speed and power pushed to their limits, momentum and weight peaking. The force of their assault was clear to all. The armor shielding Itachi within Susanoo was struck directly by the Reikage, and faint cracks began to spider across its surface, the surrounding shinobi, witnessing this, finally felt a spark of hope. Overjoyed, they exclaimed, amazing. As expected of the Reikage, he managed to crack Itachi's armor with a single blow. Even Itachi was secretly taken aback, surprised that the Reikage's attack could be so powerful enough to fracture even his Susanoo. The Reikage leapt back to his position, curled his lip in frustration, and muttered, damn, I put everything I had into that Liger bomb, and all I managed was a few cracks. Susanoo's defense really is monstrous. Mizukage, I'm going in again. Just back me up like before. The Mizukage nodded. You can count on me, but just as the Reikage prepared for another assault, Susanoo began to change. The red flames encircling its exterior were suddenly enveloped by tongues of black fire. The sudden appearance of these black flames sent the temperature soaring, turning the battlefield into a living hell. So this is Amaterasu. The Reikage's brow furrowed. The Leaf Village had once provided him with intelligence on Akatsuki's members, and he recognized the black flames as the power of Uchiha Itachi Sharingan. This fire was inextinguishable, its heat and destructive power immense. Until its target was utterly consumed, it could not be put out, only sealed away by special jutsu. Who would have thought Itachi would use this black fire to shield himself? Nearby, Obito watched with a cold, low chuckle. Yes, just like that, Itachi, keep pushing your eyes to their limit. You won't be able to hold out for long. The Reikage burst forward once more, his strength even greater than before. Ignoring Mizukage's attempt to hold him back, he charged straight at Itachi, raising his fist and shouting, you think this can stop me? Don't underestimate the Reikage. If his attack connected this time, his arm would almost certainly be lost to the black flames, but the armor guarding Itachi's true body might very well be shattered to pieces. He had come here with this very purpose in mind, just as he was about to risk everything. In a desperate move, a surge of golden sand suddenly blocked the Reikage's attack. Reikage was startled at first, but quickly realized what had happened. This could only be the work of Kazuke Gaara. Gaara floated in the air atop his sand alongside Inoki the Tsuchikage and tried to reason with him. Reikage, don't act rashly. It's not worth losing an arm over him. Let's work together instead. Inoki glanced around and asked in confusion. Speaking of which, where are the other members of the Akatsuki? Weren't they supposed to be here too? How are they slower than an old man like me? And the Kazakage? What they didn't know was that Nagato and the other Akatsuki members had already been stopped by someone not far from Konoha. Madara. A jolt of dread shot through Nagato's heart. He never imagined Madara would appear so soon. Judging by his appearance, he must have been resurrected by the Reanimation Jutsu. Well, the red-haired brat from the Uzumaki clan, you took my eyes, but you won't work for me. Are you tired of living? Madara jumped in front of Nagato. With just a glance, he noticed something unusual about Nagato's body. You've grown tall. You were just a little thing when you were young. What have you been eating to grow like that? Wait a second. This is the body of a sage, Nagato. You've been playing quite a game, haven't you? Madara's sudden appearance left the Akatsuki members momentarily stunned, feeling the oppressive aura radiating from Madara. A chill ran down Nagato's spine. He muttered a curse under his breath. Damn it. Who topped up 648 and brought this cheat character into the game? As he turned around, he saw that every one of his comrades was breaking out in cold sweat, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Were they afraid? They had all seen on their laptops the scenes of Madara single-handedly taking on the allied shinobi forces and the 5 Kage Nagato. Frowned and softly urged, don't panic if things really get dire. I can always pull out my trump card. Let Madara witness the famous Black Zetsu heart-stealing scene. Maybe he'll go settle things with Black Zetsu right away. A chorus of dry chuckles followed suddenly. Nagato realized that there was no fear in their eyes, only a blazing fighting spirit. Deidara sneered, boss, haven't you noticed? Right now, you're the most nervous one here. I'm so excited I can hardly contain myself. Only by fighting someone stronger than me can my art truly shine. Yeah, Kaka chimed in, Deidara is right, and even if you show him the Black Zetsu heart-stealing thing, it won't change anything. To achieve his goals, he'll still want the tailed beast inside us. We might as well give it our all. It's been a long time since I've felt this kind of intense thrill. In terms of individual strength, perhaps none of them could truly match Madara. But if they fought together, well, that was another story. Oh, so, judging by your stance, you're all planning to take me on? Uchiha Madara spoke with disdain. Sigh. I simply want to reclaim the eyes that rightfully belong to me. It seems that no matter the era, violence remains the only way to resolve things. Nagato called out, prepare for battle. Remember what I told you before. Scatter. Hey there, I'm up front. Let me go first. With that, Haiden leaped forward, gripping his scythe in his right hand as he swung it wide, aiming a vicious strike straight at Madara. Madara stood his ground, unmoved. Few dare attack me head-on in person. Are you an idiot? Calling me an idiot? Look at me, I'm almost as handsome as you. But that's because I traded my brains for these looks. Now die. By this point, Haiden was already above Madara's head, poised to strike down. In a flash, Madara raised his right hand and grasped Haiden's throat, while his left hand punched straight through Haiden's heart, ripping out my heart. Didn't expect you to know that trick too. Haiden coughed up blood, but a wicked grin still played on his lips. Madara was secretly startled. Strange. His heart's been shattered. So why isn't he dead? And why did he say too? In the very next instant, while Madara was still distracted, a fist entwined with black tendrils shot through Haiden's chest, and then pierced Madara's own heart as well. Madara glanced at his wounded body, genuinely surprised. Well, you don't see that every day? What kind of bizarre technique is this? But that wasn't all. Suddenly, he noticed that among the dense black threads piercing his chest, there were hidden masses of white clay tucked away. From atop a giant bird, Deidara laughed boisterously. Huh? Oh, ancestor of the Uchiha. Let me show you my art. Take this. A thunderous explosion erupted from within Madara's body, shattering him into clouds of dust and debris. Seeing this, Nagato rushed toward the swirling dust, shouting at the top of his lungs, Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force blasted the gathered dust apart. Before it could reform, sheets of pale paper appeared, swiftly wrapping around each fragment and dragging them to the ground. Perhaps the force drawing the dust together was too strong. Even after Conan's paper technique restrained the fragments, they still showed signs of converging, albeit much more slowly than before. Conan called out urgently, Sasori, the final step is up to you. Understood, came Sasori's gruff reply by. Now he had already activated his tailed beast transformation. From his regeneration core, a mass of blue chakra threads surged forth, each thread attaching itself to the scattered paper bundles, locking them in place. Then layers of sand, inscribed with the one-tail sealing marks, erupted upward, like a massive pyramid burying all the paper-wrapped fragments deep underground. Seal? This time wasn't Madara's Edo Tensei body being sealed, but every single dust fragment, before they could even coalesce into a form, was individually sealed away. Phew. Time passed by second after second, but the seal on the pyramid remained still, showing no signs of disturbance. Deidara, sitting atop his giant bird, circled the pyramid again and again, taunting. Gentlemen, surely it can't be over this easily, Sasori replied. Let's wait a bit longer. I doubt such simple tricks could hold him for good. Still, this was our first time working together, and I'd say it was quite a flawless collaboration. Nagato chuckled and said, of course. We've spent so much time together lately that we know each other's abilities inside out. That kind of rapport just forms naturally. At that moment, Haiden struggled to his feet, clutching his chest. Damn it, not killing anyone really makes me suffer, Kakazu flicked out, his black threads reattaching his hand that had been blasted off and landed some distance away. In a low voice, he muttered, he's already a dead man. If there were blood, things wouldn't be this troublesome. Achem, this hand is a complete mess. I need to find a living replacement soon. Haiden twisted his neck and said, that kid from earlier, Shikara, was it? His hand looked pretty good. He's probably still passed out. Let's go back and get it. But you have to let me cut off his arm. It's been ages since I smelled blood. I'm craving it. Nagato's voice rang out sharply, cutting them off. If you want a hand, there are plenty in Konoha, maybe even a perfect match. Madara is still not making a move after all this time. The seal must be working. Come on, let's hurry to Konoha and support Itachi. Everyone nodded to each other, ready to set out, when suddenly the ground began to shake violently, like an earthquake. The next moment, bright blue chakra beams shot out from within the pyramid seal. A massive blue skeletal titan burst forth, the embryonic form of Uchiha's Susanoo. Damn it, I knew he wouldn't be that easy to defeat. Despite his shock, Nagato had been mentally prepared. After all, their opponent was none other than Uchiha Madara. Madara crossed his arms with an air of disdain, both Sharingan eyes spinning into Mangekyo form. He nodded with faint approval. I must admit, your abilities are quite interesting, Nagato. Your companions are impressive. They use techniques I rarely encounter. After this battle, Madara finally realized that these young upstarts before him were not so easily dealt with. The one with ashen hair crushed his heart, and still he would not die. The masked one could extend his arms, his fists clad with powerful earth-style jutsu, hard as steel, and even capable of punching through Madara's own body. The blonde brat riding that ridiculous bird. Those white explosive clays must be under his control. The purple-haired girl controlled paper like weapons, precise and with perfect chakra manipulation. As for that short guy, he's most likely a puppeteer. He can actually control over 100 chakra threads, and from the look of him, he's already mastered the one tail perfectly. And finally, there's Nagato, the Rinnegan. He's using it with incredible skill as well. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. How interesting. This is just too interesting. You're all quite impressive. Truly, truly impressive. Come. It's time I got serious. You bunch of rascals. Let me make you all dance. Ha ha ha. Listening to Madara's hearty laughter, Haiden frowned and muttered, is being handsome some kind of curse? Why is he suddenly laughing so happily? Kakuzu snapped, idiot. Did you forget everything from training? The boss made it clear. Madara is the leader of the 4 Uchiha maniacal laughers. He's not like you. That's not mindless laughter. It's just his nature. Nagato sighed and asked Konan, if only you'd swapped those paper jutsu for explosive tags just now, maybe it would have made it harder for him to resurrect. Konan complained, easy for you to say. I ran out of explosive tags ages ago. Ever since those 5 days ended, no matter how many times I've put in requests, Kakuzu has never bought me more. Kakuzu snorted coldly. You shouldn't have used them all up. Couldn't you have held back a few 100 million sheets? It's not like it would have changed the outcome. We were going to lose anyway. Hemph women, always so wasteful. This statement only represents Mr. Kakuzu's personal views and has nothing to do with the author's opinions. Nagato quickly tried to smooth things over. All right, enough. Let's not argue about internal matters now. Konan, I promise I'll sort this out with you later. But for now, let's focus on the problem in front of us. While the Akatsuki members were bickering in good spirits, Madara's anger grew ever deeper. To be laughing and joking in front of me, you really don't take me seriously, do you? Fire style? Majestic destroyer flame. A sea of fire surged forward, engulfing everything as it rushed toward the Akatsuki. Kakuzu immediately called out, everyone fall back. I'll counter him with water style. No, at that moment, Nagato rushed to the front of the group, raising both his hands. Your water jutsu isn't strong enough. Cover my back. I'll use the Hungry Ghost Path to absorb the flames. Hungry Ghost Path. Sealing absorption. Just as the inferno was about to hit, a colorless barrier formed around Nagato's hands, transforming the roaring flames into chakra and drawing it directly into his body. However, the sea of fire was immense, and absorbing it would take time. Madara knew the Rinnegan could absorb ninjutsu, yet he had still chosen to use a fire technique. Clearly, he was planning to strike the rear while Nagato was occupied. Sure enough, in the next instant, Madara's figure suddenly appeared behind him. Brat, give me back the Rinnegan. Dream on. As long as I'm here to shield, I'll never let you get near the boss. Just as Madara's hand was about to reach Nagato, Haiden leapt in front of him, blocking the way. With a sickening sound, Madara's hand pierced straight through Haiden's body once again. You immortal freak! You really are a nuisance, Madara grumbled, preparing to tear Haiden's body apart with his bare hands. But in that instant, three of Kakuzu's Earth Grudge Fear masks suddenly surrounded Madara. Their elemental masks opened wide, and three powerful streams of lightning, wind, and fire style ninjutsu erupted simultaneously: wind style, pressure damage; lightning style, false darkness; fire style, headhunter, their target, point-blank range. At the very moment those three S-rank ninja techniques fired off in unison, Madara's Sharingan spun rapidly in desperation. Suddenly it transformed into the Rinnegan. With a thunderous boom, not only did the ninjutsu get blown away, but even Haiden and Kakuzu's masked creatures were sent flying into the distance. Haiden twitched on the ground for a moment, then struggled to his feet, cursing, "Damn it, he's actually taking this seriously now." He upgraded his eyes to the Rinnegan this quickly. Kakuzu steadied the staggering Haiden and said in a low voice, "It's only natural. This situation is just like when Naruto threw the Raisin Shuriken at Edo Tensei Madara in the original story. If it doesn't use the Rinnegan now, his body will turn to dust once again. Why aren't any of you surprised at my Rinnegan? And what is this original story you keep talking about?" Madara finally sensed something was off. These people seem to know far too much about him. Haiden slung his crimson scythe over his shoulder, pouting as he replied, "You're better off not knowing. I'm afraid you'd cry if you found out, but honestly, I'm getting tired of your maniacal laughter. Hearing you cry for once might be refreshing. You brat, show some respect. You may be immortal, but I have plenty of ways to make you suffer," Madara growled, clearly annoyed by Haiden's attitude. Just then, in the distance, a series of thunderous explosions echoed from the direction of the Hidden Leaf Village. "This is bad. Something might have happened to Itachi." Nagato's voice was tinged with worry. "Go and help Itachi. I'll stay here and keep Madara busy for a while." Conan refused without hesitation. "No way. I'm staying too." Nagato smiled, gently ruffling Conan's hair. "Don't worry, I'll be fine. In fact, there's something I need to confirm. Right now, I'm in sage mode, using sage arts. My body is brimming with boundless natural energy. Madara isn't truly resurrected yet, and the face on his chest isn't the sage of the Six Paths mask. He hasn't absorbed the 10 tails either. Maybe with my Rinnegan plus sage jutsu, I can fight him to a draw, and with Kurama inside me, I don't think I'll lose." Madara heard every word of this. At this moment, he felt as if someone had seen right through his undergarments. "The cells of Hashirama in my chest, the sage's mask, absorbing the 10 tails. How could they know every detail of his body structure and his plans so thoroughly?" Madara was on the verge of madness. "You people, hurry up and give me some answers." Clenching his fist tightly before his chest, Madara shouted, "Since you know I possess Hashirama's power, then let me show you its true force. After this, I refuse to believe you'll keep silent." With style, deep forced emergence. Perhaps it was his anger fueling him, but this time, Madara unleashed a jutsu of unprecedented scale. Everywhere the eye could see, countless trees sprang forth. The roots tore from the ground, their trunks twisting and writhing like colossal vines with a mind of their own, surging from all directions toward the Akatsuki members. Deidara, ever quick-witted, instantly formed 3 giant birds and urged, "Hop on quickly." Kaku, Haiden, and Sasori didn't hesitate for a second. They leapt aboard at once. Konan unfurled her wings with her dance of the Shikigami, while Nagato could already fly on his own. "You think you can escape? You're far too slow." These trees, born from the vibrant chakra within Hashirama cells, were overflowing with life, with style's essence. It wasn't a straightforward chakra attack. It used chakra to stimulate trees to grow, forcing them to move and act according to the caster's will. An unrelenting, automatic assault that wouldn't stop until its target was subdued. As the members attempted to ascend, they suddenly realized the branches were spreading at a terrifying speed, completely blocking the sky above them. In an instant, Nagato and the others were swallowed up by a sea of monstrous vines. A bunch of mischievous brats. Just as Madara thought he'd succeeded, 6 overwhelming surges of tailed beast chakra erupted all at once. A long time had passed since Zetsu and Uchiha Madara departed. Orochimaru and Kabuto still stood alone on the hillside. Orochimaru spoke. "Kabuto, are you really just letting Madara walk away like that? You're the one who cast the impure world reincarnation. Why not control him?" Kabuto looked embarrassed, rubbing his head. "Lord Orochimaru, do you know how hard I try to control him? But I just can't." Orochimaru was clearly disappointed. He had hoped that once Madara was revived, he could make use of him. But it seemed that had been wishful thinking. Just then, at the foot of the hill, a man covered in thick body hair was racing toward Konoha at top speed. On his shoulders sat two little toads, one with a perm, the other with a red mohawk. Kabuto murmured in confusion, "Huh, why does that man's outfit look so much like Jiraiya's?" Orochimaru sneered, "That is Jiraiya. He's just in sage mode now." Kabuto was taken aback. "Seriously? He's changed that much? Especially that nose." Orochimaru replied, "You see it too, don't you? Absolutely hideous. Humph. Jiraiya's sage mode requires a cold start and has a long preparatory phase. By doing this, he's probably trying to engage in battle using sage mode more quickly." Kabuto nodded, half understanding, and asked, "So what should we do? Are we just going to stand here and watch?" Orochimaru replied, "No, both my prize specimens and my Edo Tensei army are in his hands. Come on, let's follow him. Who knows, maybe my second spring is about to arrive." At that moment, while still hurrying toward the Hidden Leaf Village, Jiraiya suddenly turned his head and glanced at Orochimaru. However, after only 2 seconds of eye contact, Jiraiya simply ignored him and continued running toward the village. Kabuto marveled, "Amazing. Even though we've hidden our presence so well, Jiraiya can still sense us. Is this also an ability of sage mode?" Orochimaru nodded silently, saying nothing, and quietly followed along. "Kid, are you really not going to deal with that snake brat? The way he looked at you just now, it didn't seem very friendly. Wife didn't. You see that perfect Susanoo hovering above the hidden leaf? If we waste any more time on the snake brat, the village might be destroyed. Honestly, kid, it's been so long since you visited, you don't even come back to Mount Mayaboka to see us. If it weren't for this big mess, I bet you'd have forgotten about us already. Come on now, dear, don't be mad. Young Jiraiya must have his reasons, right? Don't you shield him. Once this is all over, he must come back and try my latest bug cuisine." Listening to the two great elders of Mount Mayaboku constantly bickering in his ears, Jiraiya felt a headache coming on. Still, as their disciple, he had no choice but to explain, half helpless, "Sorry to trouble you both after so long, boss, big sis. Anyway, please lend me your strength." Inside the Hidden Leaf Village, with the addition of the 4 Kage and Itachi's eyes straining from overuse, the tide of battle clearly began to favor the allied shinobi forces. But that was merely their perception. Itachi calculated the time, thinking that his younger brother Sasuke should be rendezvousing with Nagato and the others by now. This had been his and Nagato's plan from the start. By now, Itachi's crow had both of Uchiha Shirsue's eyes. Shirsue's ocular jutsu was still hailed by the older generation as the strongest illusion technique. His right eye could subtly take control of someone's actions, making them obey the caster's will without ever realizing. The left eye, meanwhile, could implant an order that the target would follow forever. Though its cooldown was extremely long, Itachi's plan was to use the right eye's Kodoa Mitsukami to control Tsunade's mind and have her issue the command for Sasuke to be taken out of the village and led north. Meanwhile, members of the Akatsuki would approach from the north. Once they spotted Sasuke, they would immediately rescue him, as the number of enemies increased. And with his perfect Susanoo having been maintained for too long, Itachi decided it was best to retreat for now and regroup with the other members. However, just as his focus wavered, several waves of sand formed from golden dust suddenly plummeted from the sky, attacking Susanoo's armored form over a wide area with astonishing speed. At the outset, these sand bullets would not have left a scratch on Susanoo's cloak. But as time passed, Susanoo's power was no longer as resilient as it had been at the beginning. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed within Itachi's mind. "It's not enough to keep relying solely on my chakra. If you go on like this, your body will give out. Sooner or later, let me take over. Let's go into tailed beast mode." The voice belonged to the 5 tails Moo. Uchiha nodded and thought to himself, "All right, but don't get carried away. These Kage are not so easily dealt with." Moo replied, "Don't worry. Once we're in tailed beast mode, I'll leave the main consciousness to you. I just don't want to see you ruin your body like this. After all, you're one of the few Jinchuriki who actually cares about us tailed beasts. Let's begin. I'm ready." For the first time in days, Itachi allowed a faint smile to surface. The fully formed Susanoo began to fade away. The Kage, seeing this, were elated. The Raikage shouted, "He can't hold out any longer. Now's our chance. Let's attack together. No need to make it so complicated. I'll handle him myself." Inoki suddenly soared in front of Itachi, preparing to unleash his dust release. But just then, an overwhelming surge of blood-red chakra erupted from Itachi's body, shooting skyward in a pillar of crimson light that seemed to pierce the heavens. The sight was reminiscent of that moment in the original story, when Naruto lost control and partially transformed into a tailed beast after Hinata's death. Sadly, none of them had seen the original. The chakra of the tailed beast was infamous for its terrifying nature. It wasn't just the sheer amount that inspired awe, The red chakra itself brimmed with malice, darkness, and a primal fear that sent shivers down the spine. Ordinary people could not even touch it. To brush against the crimson chakra cloak meant certain corrosion and searing burns. As the temperature soared, many shinobi, unable to withstand the heat, fled the battlefield and took shelter atop the nearby rooftops. Then something stranger still occurred, accompanied by a thunderous boom from outside the village. 6 more pillars of blood-red chakra burst skyward in the distance, mirroring the one before them in every respect, thick and towering. Inoki, witnessing this, finally began to lose his composure. The Reikage cried out in alarm. Could it be the other Akatsuki members approaching are also going into tailed beast mode? Then could my brother? He was right to worry. Not far from the Hidden Leaf Village on another battlefield, under the onslaught of Madara Uchiha's deep forest emergence. Led by Nagato, all 6 members began to transform into their tailed beast forms. As for his younger brother Killer Bee, whether he was alive or dead, he dared not speculate any further. Meitorumi called out anxiously, "Don't worry about what's happening outside. Take down Itachi right now. If we wait for them to join forces, we'll have no hope left." Seeing the situation, Shikaka shouted. At Tsunade, "Lady Hokage, things have gotten this far. Why are you still hesitating?" Yet Tsunade remained motionless, her face a mask of cold determination, as if she hadn't heard a word. Just then, Hayashi Hyuga, who was overseeing the evacuation of the villagers, suddenly noticed a black crow perched on the rooftop. What caught his eye was that the crow's eyes were Mangekyo Sharingan. And more alarmingly, under Hayashi's Byakugan, those eyes were green. That's Uchiha Shirsui's color. As an elder of the Hyuga clan, he was naturally well acquainted with the Uchiha prodigy Shirsui. Following the direction of the crow's gaze, he realized it was fixed on Tsunade. In that moment, he finally understood why Lady Tsunade hadn't acted. He was about to unleash his gentle fist to kill the crow on the rooftop, when suddenly the ground began to tremble violently. Itachi's tailed beast transformation was complete. The fully manifested 5-tails Muo appeared before everyone. A beast, not quite horse, not quite dolphin, a pure white creature fused from both with powerful, muscular limbs built for incredible speed. Itachi's upper body emerged from atop Muo's head. He had no intention of lingering. He was ready to rely on Muo's speed to break free of the village. But at that very moment, in the sky above, Itachi caught sight of the one person he least wanted to see. Sasuke in his cursed seal form. Flying high, Sasuke shouted down at him, "Itachi, I'm here to help you. But after this, you owe me a real explanation for what you did to me." Itachi stared up at him in stunned silence. Even Muo poised to bolt, froze in place. In that instant, Itachi's expression said everything. Part grievance, part anger. In a shadow of despair he was. Famed for his composure and grace, vulgarity was beneath him, and he would never curse at his beloved brother. But from the author's perspective, it was as if Itachi was thinking, "You absolute trouble magnet. Why did you come back? After all the trouble I want to get you out, you think I need your saving?" Sasuke landed on Muo's head, glaring at Itachi in silence. He wanted to press further, but with his understanding of Itachi, he sensed that this time, Itachi was truly angry. Not the feigned irritation of his childhood, but genuine fury. "Itachi, I'll take care of them for you. When this is over, you have to tell me everything." Itachi clutched his wildly pounding heart, forced down his anger, and said in a low, firm voice, "Stop. Be honest with me. Don't do anything, just stay by my side, and don't move." "I'm about to speed up." Just as Mu Wang was about to lift his leg, he suddenly realized that all 4 of his ankles had been tightly bound by Gaara's sand. "Humph, do you really think such tricks can hold me back?" Mu Wang sneered and let out a booming shout. A surge of tremendous strength exploded from within him, breaking free from the sand's grip. Without paying any heed to the obstacles before him, he charged desperately toward the village gate. "Damn it, don't even think about escaping." Sand binding coffin in an instant. Yellow sand erupted throughout the entire Hidden Leaf Village, swirling even in front of Mu Wang. Just as the sand was about to engulf him, the voice of Shikaku suddenly resonated from within Gaara's body. "Gaara, I ask you for a favor." Gaara was taken aback, and his hand trembled slightly. From childhood to this moment, it was the first time Shikaku had ever spoken to him in such a calm tone, let alone use the word ask. "Gaara, though I am now only the young Shikaku, my heart is still connected to that of my own half. The true aim of Akatsuki's actions is to free us tailed beasts, to let us have a genuine place to exist, not to live trapped inside humans, tailed beasts stripped of freedom. Jinchuriki branded as village outcasts, you of all people should know how that feels. Do you really wish, after your death, to pass the tailed beast on to your own child? For them to walk the same path of pain? To spend a lifetime unable to sleep? Do me this favor. Don't stand in Akatsuki's way any longer. In exchange, I will share my power with you freely from this day forward, and you will finally be able to rest in peace. Gaara's hand slowly fell to his side. The sand around Mu Wang lost its grip, collapsing quietly to the ground and sinking into the earth below. Sasuke was momentarily stunned. Why would Gaara call off his attack? At that moment, Mu Wang called out. It was the young Shikaku inside him. He asked Gaara to do this. The tailed beasts can speak to each other in their hearts. Now, with the ground solid beneath our feet, instead of shifting sand, I'm going all out. Hey, you loudmouth brat, hold on tight. With the Kazekage withdrawing his jutsu, the other three Kage looked surprised, but now wasn't the time for questions. The most urgent matter was to defeat the tailed beast form Itachi. The Raikage sprang into action, his body flickering with lightning as he appeared before Mu Wang, ready to unleash a devastating blow. But suddenly thick white steam erupted all around Mu Wang. The searing heat was so intense that Raikage had no choice but to leap aside, unable to attack any further. The Leaf Village shinobi standing guard at the border quickly scattered to both sides as well. If even the Raikage couldn't withstand the boiling hot steam, how could any of them hope to stand against it? At that moment, several stone hands burst from the ground, trying to seize Mu King's galloping limbs. But Mu King, with his massive build, was not only incredibly fast, but also astonishingly agile, dodging Inoki's stone hands with flawless precision. Inoki gritted his teeth. Damn it, how is it still so fast? Obito, who had been watching the battle from the sidelines, could finally restrain himself no longer. He had wanted to keep his strength hidden from everyone. But now, if he didn't act, Uchiha Itachi would truly escape, just as he was about to unleash the power of his right. Two enormous toads suddenly appeared out of thin air at the village's edge, blocking Mu King's path. One toad gripped a pipe in its mouth and held a short blade in its hand. The other wielded a harpoon in its right hand and carried a massive shield in its left. The Konoha shinobi recognized them instantly. They were none other than Lord Jiraiya summoning beasts Gamabunta and Gamaken. In the faint mist between the two great toads, Jiraiya himself slowly emerged. Is that Lord Jiraiya? Lord Jiraiya, who had gone missing, has returned. Jiraiya's arrival was like a stabilizing force for the assembled shinobi. Konoha not only had one of the legendary Sannin, but another was back. Jiraiya himself. Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi immediately brought Mu King to a halt. He understood at first glance that brute force would get him nowhere against Jiraiya in this state. Jiraiya was now in sage mode. Itachi had seen in the training materials. Jiraiya spoke in a cold, commanding voice. Itachi, last time I let you and that Hoshigaki Kisame get away. This time, I won't hold back. Knowing the time for sage arts was limited, Jiraiya was determined to end this battle swiftly. The old couple, Fukasaku and Shima, exchanged a knowing glance. Without a word, they leapt from Jiraiya's shoulders, their cheeks puffed out like round drums. They quickly formed hand signs and shouted in unison sage art. Frog song. A soul-shaking chorus of frogs echoed out, quickly reaching Mu King's ears. At once, Mu King felt his consciousness blur. In that moment of paralysis, Gamabunta and Gamaken lunged forward, weapons raised high, slashing at Mu King. Die, you damn-tailed beast. Sage art. Frog song. This was the extraordinarily powerful auditory genjutsu performed together by the two great sages Fukasaku and Shima. Anyone who heard the frog song's melody would fall into a brief state of mental confusion. Uchiha Itachi knew this well. The instant the two sages leapt into action, he rapidly spat out two enormous fireballs, trying to break their technique. Ninjutsu. Great fireball barrage. Seeing this, Gamabunta instantly gathered chakra in his belly, sheathed his blade, formed a sign, and shouted water style. Iron bullet. The water bullet collided with the fireball, transforming in a flash into a billowing cloud of steam. The second fireball burst from the steam, but Gamaken immediately raised his shield, stepping in front of the sages to block the attack. Fukasaku called out in praise. Well done, Bunta-kin. Although I may be clumsy, this is still something within my power to do. At this moment, it could no longer be called a battle between ninjas. It was a clash of monsters. Of course, the Kage were involved as well. As the toads launched their attacks, the Mizukage wasn't idle. Just as Itachi was focused on the front, a huge wave of thick, lava-like acidic fluid suddenly surged up behind Mu Wang. This was none other than one of Mate Terumi's two Kekii Genkai, lava release. Mu Wang had no technique to counter. With forced into a corner, he could only leap up, soaring into the air. Toad boss Gamabunta and Gamaken were not about to let such an opportunity slip by. Both unleashed water release, iron bullet attacks sending globes of water hurtling at Mu Wang as he sprang upward, surrounded on all sides, attacked from every direction. This perfectly described the dire situation. for Itachi and Mu Wang now. No matter how agile Mu Wang was, once airborne he lost his balance and had no way to dodge. 2 iron. Bullets crashed heavily into Mu Wang's body. Ugh. Mu Wang grunted, stifling a groan. The iron bullets weren't fatal, but they left his body battered and bruised. Seeing this, Sasuke bit his finger and shouted, "These despicable fools! I'll summon Manda right now." Itachi quickly stopped him. "No, you can't control Manda's will. If he betrays us, we'll just have another enemy to deal with." Sasuke was taken aback. "How do you even know about that?" "There's no time to worry about that now. They've already discovered Mu Wang's weakness." Mu Wang was built with bulging muscles and a formidable horn on his head surrounded by scalding steam. In close combat, he was nearly invincible, but his flaw was clear. He was vulnerable to long-range attacks. The Kage and Jiraiya had seen this, abandoning frontal assaults to pelt him relentlessly with ranged ninjutsu. Sasuke wanted desperately to help, but he knew full well that his current strength gave him no leverage. He had once planned to seize Orochimaru's power after some time, but never imagined he'd face something like this first. Despite all his training, not only had he failed to catch up to Itachi, he had become a burden instead. Mu Wang struggled to his feet, whispered something to Itachi, and the two nodded in unison. Itachi said in a low voice, "Sasuke, stand back. I'm about to use my trump card." Mu Wang hunched his body, opened his jaws wide, and raised his tails high above his head as a torrent of blood-red and dark purple chakra swirled and compressed together. An ultra-dense black sphere of chakra formed in front of Mu Wang. Tailed Beast Bomb. The tailed Beast Bomb shot forth like a meteor, its target clear. Jiraiya, the Kage holding the line at Konoha's borders, and the two giant ninja toads. "Oh no, that's a tailed Beast Bomb. Everyone scatter." Others might not recognize this technique, but Jiraiya and the Raikage knew it all too well. After all, they had long been accompanied by Jinchuriki during the 2.5 years he trained with Jiraiya. Naruto had lost control of the red chakra within him more than once, causing him to enter a partial tail beast state, but even at his most dangerous, he only ever grew 4 tails. The tailed beast bombs he unleashed back then were nowhere near the level of the one before their eyes now. As they watched their village, already riddled with scars and ruins, the Konoha shinobi fled in panic, shouting over their shoulders to Jiraiya, "Master Jiraiya, please stop it. If this continues, the village will be destroyed." Lost in thought about how to confront this threat, Jiraiya was suddenly interrupted by a cold snort from Inoki. With a sweeping motion, Inoki conjured a small, transparent cube between his hands. In an instant, the cube expanded and stretched, growing boundlessly. As the cube collided with the tailed beast bomb, a thunderous explosion shook the air. Overhead, a mushroom cloud blossomed in the sky. Above Konoha, the technique Inoki used was his signature, the dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. This was an enhanced version of his original move, with an even greater range and destructive force. Anything that touched the translucent cube was instantly reduced to atoms. In the original story, Inoki had used this very technique to wipe out all 25 of the Edo Tensei Madaras with clone Susanoo warriors in one fell swoop. Though the tailed beast bomb was neutralized, the cost was devastating. Konoha was left in ruins, countless souls perished. In this calamity, the once bustling village now lay utterly flattened. After a moment of stunned silence, Jiraiya grabbed Inoki by the collar and lifted him overhead, shouting furiously, "Inoki, what do you think you're doing?" Inoki sneered, "Dealing with the tailed beast bomb, of course. Do you have any idea how many people will die in the village because of what you just did?" "Humph, I'm helping you right now. Without me, Konoha would be far worse off, and even more people would be dead." "Jiraiya, this is war. Don't you understand what it means to sacrifice a few to save many? You're still too young." Jiraiya didn't believe a word of Inoki's explanation. He was certain Inoki had done it on purpose, using the excuse of stopping the tailed beast bomb to weaken Konoha's forces. Jiraiya understood this all too well, and right now, he wanted nothing more than to kill this old man standing before him. Sensing the murderous intent in Jiraiya's eyes, Inoki remained completely unruffled. He knew Jiraiya, no matter how furious, wouldn't actually go through with it. Meitarumi and the Raikage quickly intervened. "Jiraiya, this isn't the time for infighting. We need to deal with Itachi first. Whatever issues you two have, settle them later." "Damn it," Jiraiya hurled Inoki aside with all his might. Just before hitting the ground, Inoki's body suddenly halted and floated back toward them at a leisurely pace. "Humph, kindness wasted on the ungrateful," he muttered, not missing a chance to deliver another biting remark. Even in such dire times, Jiraiya forced himself to suppress his anger. Knowing this was not the time to act on impulse, he shouted into the surroundings, "Tsunade, Where are you? The Reikage reminded him. There's no need to call for her. She's already been taken over and can't help us now. Jiraiya, can you deal with the Five Tails first? Inoki added. I just used up all my chakra to unleash the dust release the blast covered. Nearly the entire village of Konoha. Rest assured, Mu King has definitely taken a serious hit. Let's go. Now it should be easy to finish it off. That beast originally belonged to our land of Earth. I've made a great contribution in this battle. Let us take it back to Iwagakure. And I trust none of you will object. Silence. Hey, at least say something if you agree or not. Jiraiya, the Reikage, and Madarumi didn't respond. They just stared blankly ahead, faces etched with despair. Inoki was taken aback and followed their gaze. In the distance where Mu King stood, a vast surge of red chakra grew, blazing like a beacon of hope. As the dust settled completely, Mu King appeared before them, wreathed in crimson flames. Is this Susanoo? No, that's not right. This is Susanoo Mu King. You've left me no choice. I only wanted to save my brother and leave this village. Even my tail beast bomb was aimed at the border. I never meant to harm the villagers, but you went too far. You didn't even spare the innocent. So now, I'll fight without holding back. At this moment, blood streamed from both of Itachi's eyes, though his vision was already at its limit. He forced himself to activate the Mangekyo once more. This time, it wasn't the fully formed Susanoo. It was the complete Susanoo. Mu King. The red Susanoo armor enveloped Mu King's massive frame entirely. Now it was no longer just a tailed beast. It had become a true crimson demon. Mu King still stood where it was, but the pressure it exuded was so overwhelming that even Fukasaku and Shima, perched on Jiraiya's shoulders, couldn't help but swallow hard. They had seen the perfect Susanoo. They had seen tailed beasts, but a tailed beast clad in Susanoo's armor. This was a first. It's even possible to do that. Metarumi's expression collapsed into hopelessness. The fishnet mesh on her chest, already tattered, began to melt away in the searing heat that filled the air. Before they could react, Mu King unleashed a massive burst of steam, charging at them at full speed. The horns atop Mu King's head could shatter anything in their path. A single blow would mean certain death. Gamakichi and Gamaken leapt in front of Jiraiya, ready to block with their weapons, but the searing heat was overwhelming, making it impossible for them to muster their full strength. In the very next instant, King Mu surged forward. With a powerful thrust of his head, he sent both Gamakichi and Gamaken flying, hurling them outside the village dam. Don't underestimate me. Inoki shouted, palm aimed at the Itachi atop King Mu's head, preparing to strike, but suddenly a massive crimson sword extended without end from in front of King Mu's forepaw, piercing straight through Inoki's body. The Tatsuka blade. Inoki recognized the sword and knew all too well the fate that awaited anyone struck by it. This ancient spiritual weapon could draw both the body and consciousness of its victim into an intoxicating dream world of illusion, sealing them forever within the blade itself. Power that defied all reason. Even as Inoki braced himself to resist in his final moments, the Tatsuka blade retracted in a flash, absorbing him into its gleaming length. After living for so many years, Inoki finally met his end in battle today. Not a single last word left behind. Not even a trace of his remains. Such, perhaps, is the price of inciting the wrath of both Itachi and King Mu. The Tatsuka blade moved with a speed far beyond anything Jiraiya or Meitarumi could hope to match. Perhaps the Reikage's lightning body flicker could dodge it a handful of times, but constant evasion would do little to change their fate. Witnessing Inoki's death before their eyes, Meitarumi and the Reikage felt their fighting spirit falter. Sensing this, Jiraiya let out a thunderous shout. Mizukage, Reikage, hold him off for 1 minute. Just 1 minute. I need time to summon some reinforcements. Reinforcements? Who in this world could possibly defeat him? There may be no one in this world, but perhaps those who are no longer in it might stand a chance. At that moment, the Tatsuka blade once again extended from King Mu's forepaw, this time aiming straight for Meitarumi. In the nick of time, the Reikage exploded into action, grabbing Mei and whisking her away with his lightning body flicker, narrowly evading the sword's deadly strike. Mizukage, running won't save us. I don't quite understand what Jiraiya is planning, but for now, he's our only hope. We must buy him that 1 minute, no matter what. Use as many clones as you can, and keep your true body hidden. It's no use. Itachi wields the Sharingan. He'll see right through our clones. That doesn't matter. As long as we can stall him, it's enough. The Sharingan is already pushed to its limit, just maintaining Susanoo's armor. He doesn't have the energy left to analyze our every move. All right, let's do this. Water clone jutsu. Lightning clone jutsu. While they held Fis and King Mu at bay, Jiraiya was already concealed among the ruins nearby. Jiraiya turned to the two sages on his shoulders and said, Boss Big Sis, my sage mode is about to run out. You should go back now. If you stay any longer, I'm afraid something unexpected might happen to you. Fukasaku sounded worried. Little Jiraiya, hurry up and use the reverse summoning jutsu to go back to Mount Myaboka with us. The enemy is too strong, and with the ancient spiritual weapon, there's no way. You and I can handle this. Jiraiya gave a wry smile. I can't leave. If I go too, then Konoha really will be finished. Don't worry. I'll be all right. What I'm about to do may go against the wishes of our ancestors, but I truly have no other choice. Hearing this, Shima and Fukasaku exchanged a glance and sighed. They understood Jiraiya's character. Once he set his mind on something, no amount of persuasion could turn him back. Shima said softly, Fukasaku, I'll stay with little Jiraiya for a bit longer. We'll head back together in a moment. All right then. Little Jiraiya, when this is over, remember to come back to Mount Myaboka with us for a meal. I'll be waiting for you both. I will. With a pop, Sage Shima disappeared, returning home. Jiraiya's face, still wearing a wan smile, gradually grew serious. He bit his finger and pressed his palm firmly to the ground, calling out in a loud voice, summoning jutsu. A normally sized, dark-colored toad appeared before him. The toad's body rapidly swelled up. When it reached a certain size, it puffed up its cheeks and spat out 4 unconscious sound ninja. Forgive me to save the world. I have no choice but to use you as sacrifices. While forming hand seals, Jiraiya chanted tiger, snake, dog, boar. Forbidden jutsu. Reanimation. Just as Jiraiya was about to cast the spell, a chilling laugh suddenly interrupted him. It was Orochimaru's raspy voice. Standing behind him, Kabuto was holding a mask in his hands. Hif hif. Jiraiya, you couldn't hold back for long, could you? Orochimaru and Kabuto slowly emerged from the shadows and stopped before Jiraiya. Jiraiya asked coldly, Orochimaru, you know how dire the situation is. Are you here to stop me? Orochimaru sneered. No, you're mistaken. I'm here to help you. Without me, you won't be able to see the people you wish to meet at that moment. Kabuto handed the mask to Orochimaru. The souls of the 4 Hokage are trapped inside the belly of the Reaper. If you don't release their souls, your reanimation jutsu won't succeed. Back when Orochimaru first destroyed Konoha, the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Tsurutobi used the dead demon consuming seal in a desperate move to defeat Orochimaru's reanimation. He sealed his own soul, along with those of the 1st and 2nd Hokage, into the belly of the Death God, the 4th Hokage's soul too was sent into the belly of the Death God when his wife Kushina was giving birth. He used that very technique to defeat the Nine-Tails. Honestly, I can't believe even the sacrifices you use are people who once served under me. Oh, what a pain. This mask. What are you planning to do? To bring back the 4 Hokage with the reanimation jutsu, I need to break the dead demon consuming seal. With this mask, I can draw the Death God to possess my body and then extract him. The only one fit to be the Death God sacrifice is someone like me, undying and immortal. As Orochimaru spoke, he placed the mask over his face. In the very next moment, it was as if something had possessed him. His body began to tremble uncontrollably. Agonized groans and wails escaped him, as from within the grotesque figure draped in a white robe, like a demon from the depths of hell, began to emerge. It was the first time Sage Fukasaku had ever seen the Death God's true form. He murmured in awe, so, this is the Death God? Just then the Death God gripped the short blade held in its mouth, and to the shock of Jiraiya and Fukasaku, it sliced open its own abdomen without hesitation. Orochimaru's body, tethered to the Death God, split open in the same place, blood gushing forth. From the wound, 5 souls were set free. One of those souls drifted into Orochimaru's arms. As his arm souls returned, Orochimaru wasted no time. Forming a hand sign, he cried, Reanimation Jutsu. Dust whirled around the 4 sound ninja, and as the souls surged into their bodies, the legendary Konoha 4, Konoha's F4, slowly rose. From the ashes, Kabuto, help me! Orochimaru shouted through clenched teeth, clutching his wounded belly in pain. Kabuto had been waiting for this. He dragged an unconscious Konoha ninja from the rubble, pried open his mouth, and Orochimaru, abandoning his own body, transformed into a monstrous white serpent that slithered straight down the ninja's throat. Lying on the ground, the Konoha ninja's body gradually took on Orochimaru's appearance. Orochimaru glanced at the newly revived Konoha F4 and let out a cold, low laugh. Haha, it seems this time we've succeeded. Jiraiya, you really owe me one. As the dust settled, the 4 Hokage slowly regained the vibrant forms they had in life. When Jiraiya saw Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd, and Minato Namikaze, the 4th, his eyes began to well with tears. One was his proudest student, the other the teacher to whom he owed everything. Sadly, both had died before him. But now was not the time to dwell on old memories. As the 4 gradually regained consciousness, Jiraiya immediately spoke. Hokages, I sincerely apologize. I should never have disturbed your eternal rest, but Konoha now faces grave danger, and I need your help. Before the former Hokages could respond, Minato caught sight of his teacher, Jiraiya. Overwhelmed with excitement, he shouted, "Sensei! I never imagined I would see you again, am I? Have I been brought back to life?" Tobira's sharp gaze swept the surroundings, then he fixed his cold stare on Orochimaru. "I remember you. Orochimaru, isn't it? You dare to use my own jutsu to summon me back to the living world again. You truly have some nerve." Hiruzen Sarutobi followed, saying, "I'm surprised, Orochimaru, that you managed to free our souls from the Reaper death seal that bound us. What wicked schemes are you up to this time?" "Wait, Jiraiya. Why are you with Orochimaru? Allow me to explain. Time is short, and we can't afford to reminisce right now," Jiraiya interjected. Then in the briefest words possible, he laid out the entire situation for the four Hokages standing before him. After listening to Jiraiya's account, Hashirama pondered for a moment, then asked, "There's something you haven't told us. Why can't I sense Uchiha Madara's chakra? Has he been resurrected as well?" Jiraiya was taken aback. The first Hokage, hailed as the god of shinobi, was renowned for his unerring perception. If Hashirama sensed Madara's presence, then Madara had indeed returned. Turning to glance at Orochimaru, who avoided his gaze and remained silent, Jiraiya said nothing aloud, but in his heart he was certain Orochimaru was undoubtedly involved in Madara's resurrection. Minato marveled, "Orochimaru, you actually broke the Reaper death seal. How did you manage that?" With a cold snort, Orochimaru replied, "You underestimate me, Minato. The Reaper death seal was originally a sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. Since their demise, I've scoured their ruined homeland and gathered scattered texts and documents. I've devoted myself to the study of sealing arts since they were lost. In this field, no one surpasses me." Just then, the distant thunder of battle erupted, cutting short Orochimaru's self-praise. Hashirama's expression grew solemn. "Let's go. We need to deal with the immediate crisis first." Everyone nodded in agreement and leaped out from the ruins together, just as Hashirama could sense Madara in the midst of fierce struggle against 6 Akatsuki members wielding tailed beast powers. Uchiha also sensed Hashirama's presence, perhaps in its own way. This too was a form of love. Madara and Nagato's group had been locked in combat for a long time, yet neither side had gained the upper hand. It's not that Nagato and the others couldn't defeat Edo Tensei Madara. Rather, it was because Madara's undead immortal body made him far too troublesome to deal with. Just as Nagato was contemplating his next move, Edo Madara suddenly turned his head and flew at full speed toward Konoha village. This abrupt action left all of the group members stunned. Haiden cursed loudly. "What the hell is going on? Why is he running away?" Although no one knew the real reason, Nagato was deeply worried for Itachi, who had been alone in Konoha all this time. He responded immediately, "Whatever the reason, Itachi is still in Konoha. We need to move now." "Yes, sir." In order to evade Itachi's Tatsuka blade, both the Raikage and Mizukage had been relying on their clones to attack, not daring to confront Itachi's true form directly. "Damn it. Where is that fool Jiraiya? It's been several minutes already. Why hasn't he shown up?" The Raikage grumbled. The Raikage and Mizukage had been locked in a fierce struggle with the colossal Susanoo for quite some time, their chakra reserves nearly depleted from repeatedly creating lightning and water clones. Now, neither of them had enough chakra left to conjure even a single clone. Their true bodies hid beneath a pile of stones near Susanoo's feet. Just as the Raikage was steeling himself to make a desperate move, Sasuke, holding his Chidori, suddenly launched himself at them from the front. Before the Raikage could react, the Chidori morphed into the shape of a spear and thrust straight into his chest. In a last-ditch effort, the Raikage activated his lightning release armor, but his weakened state allowed it to flare for only a split second, though the armor absorbed most of the Chidori spear's force. Sasuke, empowered by the second stage of the Curse Seal of Heaven, still managed to pierce the Raikage's chest. Ugh! A surge of intense pain radiated from his chest, forcing the Raikage to stifle a groan. He shot Sasuke a fierce glare and, unwilling to admit defeat, spat, "To think I'd actually be wounded by such a weak lightning release. Uchiha brat, if I survive this, I'll make you pay for it. Count on it." "I won't give you that chance," Sasuke retorted coldly, just as Sasuke was about to manipulate the Chidori spear to behead the Raikage. A dark shadow appeared at his side. With a powerful kick, the newcomer sent Sasuke flying. The force of that blow, had Sasuke not been in his Curse Seal state, might have knocked him out cold. "Are you?" Sasuke asked, clutching his side as he struggled to his feet. When he got a clear look at the figure, he froze. He had seen this face before in old photographs from his childhood. It was none other than the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju himself. But what shocked Sasuke even more was that 3 other figures appeared beside him, each one a former Hokage. With a snarl, Sasuke demanded, "Weren't you all dead? How are you alive again?" Itachi, standing nearby, was not particularly surprised by this turn of events. He simply let out a quiet sigh and reminded Sasuke this is the power of the Edo Tensei, the impure world reincarnation. It allows the dead to return to life. When Tobirama Senju saw the Susanoo Mu King appear, his heart sank. It wasn't the terrifying pressure of the Susanoo Mu King that unnerved him, but rather the Tatsuka blade it held in its hand. In a low voice, Tobirama cautioned, "Everyone be careful. Whatever you do, don't let that sword touch you. Even the slightest contact, and even a body revived by Edo Tensei will be drawn in and sealed away by it. Its sealing power is formidable. If that happens, we'll have no chance of resurrection." As the creator of the Edo Tensei technique, Tobirama knew its drawbacks better than anyone. The other three Hokage nodded in grim understanding, fully aware of the Tatsuka blade's power. Hashirama Senju gazed at Itachi's body, seemingly sensing something amiss. In a low, distant voice, he remarked, "Young man, it seems your body is reaching its limit. And you don't need to keep up the act. That fully armored Susanoo is nothing more than an illusion, a last-ditch bluff. There's no point in trying to deceive me." The others were stunned by this revelation. Uchiha Itachi fell silent for a moment, then slowly closed his eyes. The armor of the Susanoo faded away from the Mu King's form. When he opened his eyes again, Susanoo reappeared, this time enveloping only his own body, and only in its standard form. In a cold, measured tone, Uchiha Itachi said, as expected of the leader of the Senju clan, "Your powers of observation are truly exceptional." His eyes and body could no longer sustain the fully armored Susanoo, but even more crucially, his eyes were not the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He had never transplanted his brother's or a relative's eyes. His Mangekyo was not eternal. Only the eternal Mangekyo could maintain the perfect Susanoo for any length of time. Itachi had forcibly awakened his full Susanoo by drawing on massive amounts of tailed beast chakra, fully prepared to sacrifice his sight to save his younger brother. Yet just as one crisis passed, another arose. He had subdued Tsunade, won over Gura, slain Inoki, and crippled both the Raikage and Meitarumi. But just as the ordeal seemed to be ending, the four Hokage of Konoha's past had appeared once more, unexpectedly. "It seems today is where my journey ends." Uchiha Itachi let out a self-mocking laugh, then turned gentle eyes to his younger brother Sasuke, and said softly, "No matter what happens next, don't get involved. Go back to Orochimaru. He's the one who cast this Edo Tensei, and as long as he's around, you won't die. Remember, I know you plan to seize Orochimaru's power. Once you succeed, seek out the Akatsuki. They'll take care of you." "What are you saying? Is this some kind of joke? Are these your last words?" "Itachi, I've never been the obedient type. I want to fight alongside you until the very end. I've had enough of always being the one you protect. Today, let me protect you." Itachi sighed softly, shaking his head and saying nothing more, yet deep in his heart, a warmth blossomed. At this moment, he realized his little brother had truly grown up. Nevertheless, it was still reckless, driven by impulse and emotion. Uchiha turned his head, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Sasuke, and with his signature gesture of affection for his younger brother, he gently tapped Sasuke's forehead. "I have something to tell you, Suk. What does that mean?" "It's the script of the land of Akatsuki, and it's also your name from now on there. Will only be the land of Akatsuki in this world. My leader, Nagato, will take my place. He will protect you and become your new brother. Now, go to sleep." Just as Sasuke hesitated, Itachi swiftly changed his hand into a knife edge and struck hard at the side of Sasuke's neck. Sasuke felt everything go black before his eyes, and in the next moment he lost consciousness, collapsing against Itachi's shoulder. Feeling Sasuke's warmth, Itachi reluctantly patted his back gently. "I'm sorry, Suk. This will be the last time." Itachi, controlling Susanoo's arm, placed Sasuke's unconscious body next to the four Hokage. "What Akatsuki has done has nothing to do with my brother. Whatever you have to settle, come at me." Itachi's tone was resolute beyond measure. Hashirama responded calmly. "It seems you've come prepared. Although you remind me of my old friend, with Konoha in this state, you also must take responsibility before you die. Is there anything you want to say?" At these words, Tobirama immediately snapped, "Brother, why waste your breath? Is your soft heart acting up again? Uchiha brats, your twisted love only brings chaos to this world. Today, I'll be the one to end you." With that, Tobirama prepared to form hand seals, but suddenly a voice he knew all too well echoed from the sky. "Tobirama, years ago, you killed my brother Izuna, and now you want to kill my kin again." The source of the voice was none other than Madara Uchiha. Floating in midair, Hashirama pointed upward and shouted. I knew it. I sensed you had been revived. Madara looked down at him, letting out a cold snort. I had a feeling our century-old feud would be reignited today. When old rivals meet, tempers flare. A terrifying aura burst forth from both their bodies. Hashirama, Madara. Now, in the village of Konoha, all buildings except the Hokage rock had been utterly destroyed. Surveying the devastation, Tobirama said, Brother, I'll handle this young Uchiha. As for Madara up there, he's yours. Just remember to take him somewhere far away. The two of you fighting here will reshape the land, and we can't let the village we worked so hard to build be ruined again. Hashirama nodded in agreement, adding a reminder. I can sense 6 tails worth of chakra heading toward Konoha. Wait, no, it feels like 7. However, the 7th presence is too far from me. I can't be sure if it's a tailed beast, but what I do know is that its chakra is by no means less than that of a tailed beast. Be careful, all of you. Once I've dealt with Madara, I'll come to back you up. With that, Hashirama lifted his head and shot Madara a fierce glare. Raising an eyebrow, he sneered in a tone that hinted at provocation. Madara, after all these years, do you dare come with me to a secluded place and settle our old score? Without waiting for Madara's reply, Hashirama leapt into the air and sped out of the village. He was certain Madara would follow. After all the storms they had weathered together over the years, even a short separation felt like ages apart. Humph, Madara snorted coldly at Hashirama's provocation. As someone of his caliber, even if history had not favored him quite as much as Hashirama this time, he was filled with absolute confidence. His eyes had awakened to the Rinnegan, although he hadn't been fully resurrected and couldn't wield the Rinnegan's full power. Madara had no doubt he could win. Even its basic abilities were terrifyingly strong. Hashirama, the two of us truly are different in path, yet destined to clash. It's just as well, I was thinking. The same thing. Let's fight for 3 days and nights, just like old times. From now on, wherever you go, I'll be right behind you. The challenge was accepted. The two old rivals, locked in their eternal chase, disappeared beyond the borders of Konoha. Sensing the overwhelming aura unleashed by Tobirama, Hiruzen, and Minato, King Mu let out a sharp, commanding voice. Itachi, your body has reached its limit. From now on, you don't need to do anything. Leave it to me. With a mighty roar that seemed to shake the heavens, King Mu threw his massive body forward, charging straight at the 3. Beast. I told my elder brother long ago that tailed beasts should be kept firmly in our own hands, not divided up for the benefit of other nations. Sigh. He was just too compassionate. Images from the past flashed through Tobirama's mind. He recalled the helplessness he felt watching Hashirama bow his head to the other 4 Kage during the very first 5 Kage summit. Faced with their provocations, he could have crushed them with ease, but insisted on showing benevolence. These are the consequences of past mistakes, coming back to haunt us now. Just as King Mu's razor-sharp horn was about to smash into him, Tobirama remained unfazed. His hands blurred through a series of seals, and with a powerful shout, he called out, water style, water shockwave. In an instant, torrents of water began swirling around Tobirama, rising like a spiraling cyclone. The surging flood expanded outward in all directions, crashing down upon King Mu's steaming body like an endless waterfall. There was no water nearby, yet he could conjure a water-style jutsu even more powerful than Mei Terumi's. Seeing this, Mei, who was recuperating at the side, couldn't help but marvel what incredible water style. Was the second Hokage once one of us in a land of water? The Raikage, hearing this, replied awkwardly, just because someone can use water style doesn't mean they're from your country. Seriously, why are you acting like those Korean guys? Mei Terumi was stunned for a moment and asked, what do you mean by Korean guys? The Raikage shrugged, I don't know either, the author just told me to say it. The scene shifts back to the battlefield. Because of the water style, Mu Wang's vision was obscured, and the intense heat from the steam was also reduced. Just as Mu Wang hesitated, the 4th Hokage Minato had already formed a Rasengan and was charging at the Itachi above Mu Wang's head. If they could kill the Jinchuriki, the tailed beast transformation would end. The Hokage had no intention of wasting time in a pointless fight with Mu Wang. Their target was Itachi. Itachi hurriedly controlled the Totsuka blade in Susanu's hand, thrusting it at Minato. Seeing this, Minato instantly threw a special marked kunai at Itachi. Just as the Totsuka blade was about to pierce him, Minato, holding the Rasengan, suddenly vanished. The next moment, he reappeared right beside Uchiha Itachi. The special marked kunai was lodged at Itachi's feet. This was Minato's signature move, the Flying Thunder God technique. Second step, he would attack by throwing the marked kunai and then teleport to its location for a follow-up strike. Itachi was well aware of Minato's tactics. The moment he spotted that iconic kunai, he already had a countermeasure in mind. As the Rasengan crashed down on Susanu's armor, a surge of black flames suddenly erupted around Minato. In the nick of time, Minato instantly teleported to a spot he had previously marked on the ground. Phew, these black flames are fierce. If they burn my reanimation body, I wonder if I could still recover, Minato murmured with lingering fear. Tobirama looked at Hiruzen Tsurutobi, who hadn't moved a muscle, and scolded, "Monkey, what are you doing? Why haven't you made a move yet? And that guy Jiraiya, let's join forces and finish off this Uchiha right now. Don't waste any more time." Perhaps it was guilt, or perhaps he saw that Itachi was already at his limit. Right from the start, Hiruzen Tsurutobi had not intended to take action. He still felt that the way he handled things in his lifetime had wronged the Uchiha clan. But now that his teacher had spoken, he had no choice but to fight. Shadow Clone Jutsu. For shadow clones appear beside him, the 5 Sarutobis, spread out in a pentagonal formation, trapping Mu Wang in the center. Itachi, after all you've been through, I don't blame you for falling to darkness, but as Hokage, it's my duty to stop you. All 5 Sarutobis formed the same hand signs and shouted in unison. Earth style, earth flow river. Streams of sticky mud spewed from each of their mouths, instantly submerging the ground beneath Mu Wang's feet. King Mu wanted to leap away, but the sheer mass of earth was overwhelming. His 4 feet were already deeply trapped. Yet this was not the end. Sun Slash and his 4 clones each formed distinct hand seals, shouting in unison 5 elements. Grand Link Barrage, water. Dragon Shot, Fire Dragon Shot, Wind Dragon Shot, Earth Dragon Shot, and Lightning Dragon Shot. 5 attacks surged forth from different directions, all converging on Itachi. Itachi was utterly spent, unable to muster any further resistance. The black flames from before had drained the very last of his Sharingan strength. His Susanoo too was slowly fading away. Glancing at Sasuke, who lay beside Orochimaru, Itachi closed his eyes, expressionlessly, ready to embrace death. Just as the 5 elemental projectiles were about to strike, a thunderous sound split the air. At that critical instant, 5 beams of colored light flashed to Itachi's side. Each figure, with a single decisive kick, sent the 5 attacks flying away. Itachi, you've done well. Take a rest now. Leave the rest to us. As the dust settled, the true forms of the 5 figures emerged, astonishing everyone present. The 1-tails Jinchuriki, Gyoka the Scorpion, the 2-tails Jinchuriki Ao, the Deidara, the 4-tails Jinchuriki Kita, the Kaku, the 6-tails Jinchuriki San the Haiden, the 9-tails Jinchuriki Uro the Nagato. Their bodies had not transformed into tailed beast forms, but rather entered tailed beast chakra mode. Scorpion was surrounded by swirling black sigil sand, exuding an ethereal aura. Deidara was clad in a spectral blue flame, perfectly setting off his flowing golden hair. Kakuzu's body radiated with searing magma, glowing red-hot, as though anything he touched would melt away. Haiden was enveloped in corrosive foam, rendering him impervious to close combat as long as he maintained this state. In Nagato, he wore the most familiar form, the 9-tails chakra mode, draped in a golden battle cloak, his entire body enveloped in golden flames. The collar of his robe flared open to reveal rows of Magatama beads at his chest. At the sight of his comrade's arrival, a faint, unintentional smile curled the corners of Itachi's lips, his heart finally at ease, let go of its last worries as the world before him blurred. Consciousness gently slipped away. At that moment, Conan fluttered down on white wings, swiftly catching Itachi before he could fall. With Itachi's collapse, King Mu's enormous form faded into nothingness as well. I'll leave it to you. Seems my mission ends here. I'll use my chakra to sustain Itachi's vital signs as much as I can. Don't worry, he won't die, King Mu said, offering a final word of reassurance. Before vanishing, don't worry, Fifth, came the reply from the tailed beasts within the Akatsuki members, a heartfelt acknowledgement of King Mu's solo struggle. Nagato turned to Conan and spoke softly. You don't need to join the next battle. Just protect Itachi, Conan replied. I understand. I'll stay close by, so don't worry. As long as I'm here, I won't let anyone harm Itachi. With that, she cradled Itachi's body and prepared to leave. As she soared into the sky, a crow silently followed in her wake. Trying to escape? Not a chance. Tobirama, who harbored a deep hatred for the Uchiha, would never let him go so easily, since he hadn't had the chance to mark Uchiha. Itachi, Tobirama, could only rely on his speed to give chase, but before he could leap into the air, Nagato flew in to block his path. Second Hokage from now on, your opponent is us. Damn it, Tobirama cursed inwardly, though he longed to wipe out the Uchiha the man before him was the Jinchuriki of the 9-tails, wielding the Rinnegan. He knew he wouldn't get the chance. Seeing Nagato's current state, both Minato and Jiraiya grew tense, Jiraiya hadn't known that Naruto had already been captured, but now seeing Nagato in his Nine-Tails chakra mode, they could already guess the outcome. Naruto was most likely dead. Their fury was beyond words. Even Minato, usually so composed, finally snapped. He grabbed his signature kunai and hurled it at Nagato with all his might, determined to use the second stage of the Flying Thunder. God technique once again, but what Minato didn't know was that not only Nagato, but all members of the Akatsuki were now fully aware of their abilities and attack patterns. For that reason alone, the Hokage were already at a disadvantage. It was only a matter of time. As the kunai hurtled toward him, Nagato didn't even bother to dodge. He caught it effortlessly, waiting silently for Minato's instant movement. As expected, Minato appeared right beside him. In that instant, the power of the six paths erupted, sending Minato flying. Ugh! Minato grunted as his body slammed heavily to the ground. He rose again, glaring at Nagato, and thought to himself, Nine-Tails, lend me your chakra. I must avenge my son. The Nine-Tails said nothing. This silence took Minato by surprise. He'd always had a decent relationship with the Nine-Tails, but ever since his resurrection, the beast had never lent him chakra. Nine-Tails, what's wrong? Minato asked in confusion. They stole the young half. Don't you want to avenge your other half? No. Watch your words. It wasn't stolen, it's doing quite well. Actually, though, it's hard to explain right now. What I want you to understand is this. My other half is now living for its own will, not for the will of a Jinchuriki. Minato. Whether by force or by choice, the era of us tailed beasts obeying humanity is coming to an end. A new age is about to dawn, and those like you relics of the old era won't understand. With those words, the Nine-Tails faded away once more. Its meaning was already clear. There was absolutely no way to borrow its chakra. While Minato hesitated, Nagato suddenly unleashed a tailed beast bomb, which crashed heavily onto the Hokage rock. The 5 enormous stone faces of past Hokage shattered into massive boulders, their former glory crumbling and sinking into the rubble, buried and forgotten. Tobirama roared. In fury, what do you think you're doing, boy? Nagato shot back immediately. Why are you yelling? I've always found this thing an eyesore. It's a bad influence. What do you take this for, the United States? Before his soul had crossed over into Nagato's body back in his original world, there was a place called the United States. They're in a national memorial park. They had carved the faces of 4 presidents into a mountain, just like the Hokage rock in Konoha. What are you going on about with the United States and all that? I don't care about those foreign words. The crimes you've committed are unforgivable. Hiruzen Sarutobi shouted, summoning the Monkey King Inma in a burst of smoke. Seeing this, Minato dared not delay. He swiftly performed the summoning technique, intending to call forth Gamabunta. Yet to his surprise, it was Gamako who appeared instead. That's odd. Why isn't it Bunta? Gamako was just as puzzled. Didn't Bunta already get summoned away? At that moment, Jiraiya reminded them Gamabunta and Gamaken were both knocked out of the village just now by Mu Wang. They were sent flying a long way and are probably unconscious by now. Jiraiya was right. Bunta had indeed been flung far from the battlefield. At that very moment, he was lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Damn it, it hurts. Every bone in my body aches. Meanwhile, Might Guy Anko Mitarashi, Izumo Kamizuki, and Kotetsu Hagane were escorting the daimyo of the Land of Waves back to the Allied Forces headquarters. On the road to Konoha, they happened to encounter Gamabunta. Anko stopped in her tracks, startled. Isn't this Lord Jiraiya's summoning toad? What's he doing here, and why is he so badly hurt? Gamabunta gritted his teeth and managed to roll over, warning the 4 of them, Don't worry about me. Hurry. Hurry back to Konoha. Uchiha Itachi has transformed into a tailed beast. The casualties in the village. Things are looking grim. What did you say? Guy exclaimed in shock. Last time when the Akatsuki attacked the Forest of Death, I wasn't there, and now I've missed it again. You guys take care of the daimyo. I have to get back to the village at once. Without waiting for an answer, his figure had already vanished into the trees. Lieutenant and my old rival Kakashi, please, all of you, stay safe. Hovering in the air, Nagato looked down coldly at the Hokage. Words are pointless now. The tension's been built up enough. Let's get started. Akatsuki, prepare for battle. At Nagato's command, the members sprang into action without hesitation, charging straight at the Hokage. I remember you. Your name is Hiruzen Sarutobi, isn't it? If mastering the 5 great nature transformations is enough to become Hokage, then as someone who controls all 6, do you think I'm not qualified? Kaku, flanked by his elemental earth grudge fear masks, surrounded the 3rd Hokage and Inma at the center, shouting in fury. You used this trick against Itachi earlier, didn't you? I've seen your whole life, you hypocritical old man. I'll show you what it means to repay someone in their own coin. This saying is straight from the Akatsuki's own dictionary. Remember to learn it in your next life. Wind, lightning, water, fire, and Kakuzu's own body all attacked. At once converging on the third Hokage in the middle, these weren't common, well-known techniques like the Dragon Bullet. They were true S-rank jutsu, Earth Style, Earth Spear, Water Style, Water Curtain, Wind Style, Pressure Damage, Lightning Style, False Darkness, Fire Style, Headhunter Flame, and here's the next move, Lava Style, Scorching River Inferno. A barrage of 6 powerful elemental jutsu swept across the battlefield, leaving no escape, no safe corner. Even Hiruzen, with all his legendary skill, was hard-pressed to survive such a relentless onslaught. Jiraiya rushed forward, intent on helping his teacher, but Haiden blocked his path immediately. Where do you think you're going? You're the only one here with real flesh and blood. Slashing at those others is no fun at all. You'd better stick with me for a while. Lord Third, Minato was shocked by Kakuzu's extraordinary abilities, but his greater worry was for Hiruzen's safety. He too tried to help, but Tobirama quickly reminded him, don't forget, we're both Edo Tensei. Nothing can really harm us. Hiruzen will be fine. Focus on dealing with the trouble right in front of us. Standing before Minato and Tobirama were Nagato, Deidara, and Sasori. Humph, I knew you two would stick together, both of you can use Flying Thunder God. Are you planning to coordinate your attacks? Nagato's words made Tobirama pause, the very reason he'd kept Minato by his side was to employ just such a tactic. The Flying Thunder God's true strength lay in its unpredictability, striking before the enemy could react. Yet the man with the Rinnegan before them had seen through his plan with disturbing ease. Could the Rinnegan really read minds? A ripple of laughter ran through the Akatsuki. The Rinnegan's powers are already otherworldly. If it could read thoughts too, wouldn't that be just too much? Before either Hokage could make a move, Deidara, already itching for action, flung out 2 clay spiders wreathed in blue flames. Like facehuggers, they sped straight toward Minato and Tobirama. Minato didn't know exactly what Deidara's abilities were, but he sensed immediate danger from the spiders and prepared to teleport away on the spot. At that moment, Tobirama suddenly dashed forward, catching both spiders firmly in his hands. Well, you've got guts. I'll give you that. Deidara sneered. Ha! With his signature shout, Deidara triggered the spiders, and they exploded in a violent blast, blowing Tobirama's arms clean off. Minato was shocked. Lord Second, what are you doing? Why aren't you escaping? Tobirama landed beside Minato and reminded him, don't shout. I'm not dead yet. This impure world reincarnation is a technique I invented. Those under its influence are neither truly dead nor alive, while disrupting the enemy. I can also analyze their abilities. I've always done this when facing unfamiliar ninja. It's just that this time, the roles are reversed. I'm the one being controlled. I see, as expected of the second Hokage, Minato finally understood Tobirama's intention in self-destructing. As the dust gathered once more between his arms, Tobirama's body returned to its original state. Seeing this, Deidara grumbled discontentedly, what's the point? If you keep doing that, my art loses all meaning, Sai. I really hate fighting people brought back by that jutsu. Nagato, a bit helpless, turned to Sasori and said, I have a feeling he'll blow himself up a few more times just to test our abilities. Sasori, once you've smashed them, use Shikaku's sealing jutsu again. I can understand if Madara slipped through, but if even these two can't be sealed, then the one-tail sealing technique is truly pathetic. Inside Nagato, Kurama rumbled. I agree with that. That stupid Tanuki is definitely the weakest among us. Hearing this, Shikaku inside Sasori flared up immediately. You stinking fox. Who are you calling weak? How dare you look down on me? This time, I'll give it my all and seal these guys for sure. You lot, hurry up and crush them. Give me a chance to shut that fox up for good. All right, Shikaku, your moment of truth is coming. Nagato spread his arms wide, facing Tobirama and Minato, and shouted sharply, Universal Pull. A powerful force surged forth. Tobirama and Minato suddenly felt an overwhelming gravitational pull so strong that they couldn't control their own bodies. Both were drawn helplessly toward Nagato's outstretched hand. Damn it, if it's just to test their abilities, let me handle it. Alone, fourth, use Flying Thunder God and teleport to safety. Understood. Without hesitation, Minato instantly flashed to where another kunai was embedded. But before he could catch his breath, a puppet wielding a multi-bladed, venomous scimitar appeared behind him, slicing him cleanly in half at the waist. Minato spun around, startled at the sight of the puppet. Damn it, isn't that a Sand Village puppet? Could one of them be a puppet master? Even though his body was split in two, Minato's hands were still functional. Quickly, he snatched up a kunai from the ground and flung it, discreetly marking the puppet with a sealing formula before teleporting to the kunai's location in an instant. Hey, did you really think you could forget about me? As long as I keep my eyes on your kunai, you can't escape me, no matter how fast you are. Back when Minato threw out his kunai, Deidara had already released 2 clay-winged birds, following the kunai's trajectory. The twin-winged birds moved with incredible speed, matching the kunai's pace. The very instant Minato appeared beside his kunai, the birds wreathed in. Blue flames detonated in a flash, shattering Minato's half-recovered body into fragments. Shikaku, it's up to you now. Don't worry, this time, I'll make sure my magnet release sealing jutsu shuts that dumb fox up for good. A swirling storm of cursed sand marks materialized. Where Minato's dust had settled, as the dust began to gather, the sand wrapped tightly around it, layer upon layer, sealing every inch top and bottom. Until nothing could escape, the surface of the sand was densely packed with intricate sealing marks. Unlike before, this mound of sand wasn't golden but a pure pitch black. Kurama scoffed, his voice brimming with mockery. Huh, stupid raccoon, you really went all out just to show off a little, didn't you? Shut your mouth, you mangy fox. If he gets out this time, I'll take your name as my own. At that moment, Kakashi, standing off to the side, hefted the battered remains of Hiruzen Sarutobi and shouted, Sasori, seal this one too. Understood, Sasori nodded in reply. Amidst the string of victories, Nagato's hands clamped mercilessly around Tobarama's throat as he growled. It's almost finished on my end too. Human path, soul extraction. Human path, soul extraction. Just as Nagato prepared to rip out Tobarama's soul, there was a sudden sound, a sharp pop, and Tobarama's body dissolved into a cloud of smoke, water-style, hard vortex. Waterblade. In that split second, Tobarama's true body appeared right in front of the sand mound, sealing the fourth. With a swift motion, he conjured a swirling torrent of water at his arm, compressing it into a javelin. The spinning spear, layered and unpredictable, was driven straight into the heart of the black sand. As the god of ninjutsu innovation, Tobarama had crafted this S-rank technique himself, a masterpiece of water style. Upon contact, a massive water cyclone erupted where Minato had been sealed, tearing the sand covered in curse marks apart from the inside out. In a burst of golden light, Minato shot out from the maelstrom and landed instantly at Tobarama's side. Phew, that was close. If Tobarama hadn't intervened, Minato would have been truly trapped by Shikaku's full-powered magnet release seal. Even though we're just Edo Tensei bodies, you still need to stay alert. Remember to use more shadow clones. This jutsu's not bad. I think I invented it too, Got it. Minato nodded sheepishly. Inside Nagato, Kurama couldn't help but jeer. Hasi. Stupid raccoon, you're still as unreliable as ever. Hey, how's this my fault? Isn't it because your blockhead Jinchuriki just stood there with a shadow clone like an idiot? Nagato scratched his head in embarrassment. At those words, forcing out an awkward smile. Hearing the laughter, the Nine-Tails spoke in a cold voice. Brat, since you're using my chakra, don't embarrass me in front of that stupid Tanuki. Stop relying on your renegade abilities all the time. Make full use of your power as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Okay, Kurama was right. During battles, Nagato had been too dependent on the six paths powers of the renegade, barely making use of the Nine-Tails chakra at all. Just as Nagato calmed himself, preparing to focus on drawing out the Nine-Tails strength, a surge of deep malice suddenly emanated. From the nearby ruins, Nagato narrowed his eyes. To his surprise, the source of these 3 waves of hostility was Kakashi, Asuma, and Shizen, lying motionless on the ground. Ichem? What's going on? Judging by their appearance, they should be dead. At that moment, a thought flashed through Nagato's mind. Of course, this was the unique sensory ability of the Nine-Tails chakra mode. Naruto had once used this very technique in the original story to uncover disguised white Zetsu clones among the allied shinobi forces. Could it be that all 3 of them were really white Zetsu in disguise? He remembered that Obito had already infiltrated Konoha successfully, and for Zetsu, Obito was the only one he could truly rely on. There was no way they'd split up. After lurking in Konoha for so long, pulling off a switcheroo like this would be child's play for them. It all made sense. Once I've dealt with the Hokage, I'll make that dutiful son pay. Nagato cursed inwardly, then turned his gaze to the fierce clash between Tobarama and Minato, who were locked in battle with Sasori and Deidara. Sasori's hands moved with exquisite precision as he manipulated the 3rd Kazekage puppet, staging a breathtaking taijutsu duel against Minato. Namikaze, what an extraordinary puppet master, Minato thought as he deftly dodged the relentless attacks of the Kazekage puppet, his eyes keenly observing the hidden mechanisms inside. His skills in puppetry far surpass even Chio of the Sand. Geniuses of this caliber are a rare sight. In any age, one misstep and the puppet's concealed traps could inflict a devastating wound. On the other side, Tobarama was weaving his way through Deidara's relentless bombardment, all the while analyzing the abilities of each opponent scattered across the battlefield. He'd already gained a solid grasp of Sasori and Daidara's strengths. But the two fighting Hiruzen and Jiraiya, the one who could summon black monsters, Kakazu, and Haiden, locked in a fierce taijutsu duel, remained a puzzle to him. Something told him these two were more than they appeared on the surface. No matter, this blonde brat's explosives are giving me a headache. I'll deal with him first, even without relying on the flying thunder god. Technique, Tobirama's speed was astonishing. Seizing the perfect moment, he formed just 3 hand seals and unleashed a blue water dragon straight at the white bird circling overhead. Under his mastery, the water dragon bullet technique had been streamlined, requiring only 3 seals for rapid execution. But Deidara was no longer some reckless artist who only knew how to throw bombs. Facing the water dragon that soared into the air, Xiao Di showed not the slightest hint of panic. She was just about to use the power of the two tails, Matatabi, to counter it, when Nagato suddenly appeared in front of the water dragon bullet, absorbing it entirely into his body as Chakra. Boss, what gives? It's not every day I get to spar with the second Hokage. At least let me show off a little, will you? Come on. Xiao Di, don't be reckless. Remember, we're in a team. Battle here. Without warning, Nagato's shoulders split open, and from the joint of his arm, a missile shot out, streaking straight for Tobirama. Azura Path. Homing missile. True to its name, the missile was impossible to evade. It relentlessly tracked its target, refusing to stop until it struck home. What kind of bizarre power is this? Is this, too, the work of the Rinnegan? Seeing that missile, Tobirama felt a wave of despair wash over him. Could the Rinnegan really grant technological prowess as well? Even I, the author, was baffled when I first saw this, Choji being chased by that missile, only for Kakashi to save the day with Kimui. The entire scene felt out of place, no matter how fast Tobirama was. He couldn't shake off the missile, dodging desperately. He racked his brain for a strategy. It seemed the only option was to lure it back towards Nagato's true body. With a plan in mind, Tobirama led the missile straight at Nagato, dashing forward at breakneck speed. The missile tailed him closely. Just as Tobirama was about to make his escape, a tremendous repulsive force suddenly compressed his body. Deva Path. Almighty. Push! With a thunderous crash, Tobirama was hurled through the air and slammed heavily to the ground, his right arm shattered by the impact. Before the sand imbued with sealing tags could envelop him, Tobirama quickly used the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly teleporting to the side of his kunai. Damn it! How could I forget he had that move? Moments ago, Minato had suffered at the hands of this very technique. Gravity repulsion, absorbing ninjutsu, transforming his body to launch missiles, and even soul extraction. Tobirama quickly sorted through the abilities Nagato had just displayed. He's a total monster. Other than my brother and Madara, you're easily the most overpowered opponent I've ever faced. Meanwhile, on the other side, Haiden and Jiraiya were locked in a desperate duel. It wasn't that Jiraiya refused to use ninjutsu. It was just that no matter what technique he unleashed, Haiden would emerge unscathed. Perched on Jiraiya's shoulder, Fukasaku had been observing the battle for some time and finally warned, this fellow isn't afraid of your fire style, and he dares take your Rasengan head-on. His regenerative abilities must be extraordinary. Jiraiya boy, this isn't working. Use a binding technique to restrain him. Understood. Jiraiya quickly formed hand seals, then pressed both palms to the ground, shouting with fierce determination. Ninja art. Toad mouth bind. Just as Haiden was furiously swinging his crimson scythe, a sudden, clinging pressure enveloped him. Thick, undulating, and unyielding, he was trapped within the muscular walls of the Mayaboka toad's stomach. A jutsu Jiraiya often used, it served not only as a shield, but could also imprison foes, slowly digesting them away. For most, being caught in this technique meant nothing but a slow, agonizing death. But Haiden was different. He burst out laughing, summoning the power of tailed beast Chakra to force his skin to secrete a potent, colorless acid. The corrosive liquid splashed violently against the stomach lining. There was no contest. The toad's gastric juices versus the overwhelming acid of a tailed beast. The red flesh sizzled and melted into pools of blood before their very eyes. Unable to bear the torment, the toad's stomach vanished in a sharp pop. Gone in an instant. Hey. Come on, Jiraiya. Keep this going a little longer. Haiden's maniacal laughter echoed again, just as Jiraiya prepared to evade Haiden's next attack. A black, rock-hard fist materialized behind him, smashing into the back of his head with bone-crushing force. Ugh! Jiraiya groaned in pain, the blow so fierce that his mind went blank. He slumped to the ground, unconscious. Jiraiya, Hiruzen Sarutobi, his body restored, let out a desperate shout. He rushed to save his beloved student, but before he could reach him, a burning red sword pierced straight through his chest. This. What? Hiruzen turned his head in disbelief. Behind him, Itachi stood, commanding the mighty system. Why are you still alive? How? Your body. Only then did he notice Tsunade at Itachi's side, her hands glowing with medical ninjutsu as she worked to heal him. A short while earlier, Conan had moved Itachi to a safe spot, keeping a watchful eye on the battlefield while guarding him before long. Tsunade approached with a stoic expression. Just as Conan was about to attack, Itachi's weak voice stopped her. Conan, don't be alarmed. She's under the control of Kotoame Tsukumi, released from my crow's right eye. I need her to heal me. I must return to the battlefield. Without the Totsuka blade, those reanimated bodies will be nearly impossible to deal with. Under the care of Tsunade, the greatest healer in the ninja world, Itachi could not be completely cured of his grave illness, but his strength was restored enough for the battle ahead. The third Hokage's reanimated body became the Totsuka blade's next sacrifice. The blade contracted swiftly, drawing Hiruzen's entire form into itself, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. To his dying breath, Hiruzen never understood why Tsunade would help heal Itachi, but it didn't matter. The twice dead have no more need to worry about such things. Monkey, Lord Third, Tobirama, and Minato called out at the same time. They longed to intervene, but there was nothing they could do. The power of the sword Totsuka was simply overwhelming. Unstoppable. TCH, that's Itachi for you. Haydn muttered in admiration as he walked over to Jiraiya's unconscious body. He drew a long black spear from his waist, aimed it at Jiraiya's heart. And just as he was about to strike, Fukasaku suddenly spat out a razor-sharp jet of water from his mouth, splitting Haydn's body cleanly in two from head to toe. Before I leave, I'm at least going to make sure you die, Fukasaku shouted furiously at Haydn's two halves, which now lay sprawled on either side. But in the very next moment, something happened that even a sage like him found utterly shocking. Both halves of Haydn's body were still alive, glaring at him with murderous intent. Damn, that hurts. You old toad. Just you wait. When I'm done here, I'm going to draw a cursed circle on the ground just for you. Fukasaku was stunned. How could someone survive after being cut in half from head to toe? Perhaps sensing his astonishment, Haydn sneered, haha. Surprised, are you? What's so great about being a sage, anyway? Only Lord Jashin is truly invincible. Even if you wanted to abandon the light and embrace the darkness, I wouldn't let you, I swear. I'll sacrifice your withered old body to Lord Jashin himself. At that moment, Fukasaku finally lost all hope. With the aid of departed Hokage spirits, he had once believed victory was within reach, no matter how powerful the Akatsuki were. But after witnessing this, he realized these opponents weren't just Jinchuriki. Each one possessed terrifying, unnatural abilities. A decision crystallized in Fukasaku's heart. Just as Kakuzu's black fist was about to strike his face, Fukasaku quickly activated the reverse summoning, whisking both himself and Jiraiya back to Mount Myaboku. Shima had been waiting anxiously for some time, and when she saw Fukasaku and Jiraiya reappear, she burst with joy. How did it go? It's all over, isn't it? Fukasaku shook his head and sighed. Getting little Jiraiya back alive was the best I could do. We've lost this battle. Meanwhile, Haydn's two halves each waved their hands, dispersing the lingering white mist before them, cursing and complaining. What's with that old toad? Where'd he run off to? Kakuzu replied. Coolly. He probably went back to Mount Myaboku. Without a summoning contract, we can't get there. Come on, let's finish off the second and fourth Hokage. Once it's done, it's almost over. Hey, Kakuzu, could you give me a hand with my body here? Kakuzu, Haydn, are you looking to die? Just kidding. Kakuzu sighed and released a black thread from his sleeve. Ow. Take it easy, will you? Kakuzu. In no time, Haydn was as good as new. He leapt to his feet, flexing his freshly rejoined body, and exclaimed, not bad. I'm in pain, but it feels great. Humph. Kakuzu snorted coldly at his words. At that very moment, a colossal wave surged in from outside the village, instantly engulfing the ruined Hidden Leaf village. A man carrying a giant sword shaped like a shark stood atop an overturned giant tortoise, floating over to the assembled members and calling out with genuine concern, Mr. Itachi, I'm here to rescue you. Are you all right? I'm fine, Itachi replied with a gentle smile, nodding at Kisame. That's good to hear. Boss, I brought back the Three Tails. How's everything on your end? I didn't arrive too late, did I? Not at all. You're right on time. With that, every member of the Akatsuki was finally gathered. All the members of the Akatsuki now stood before Tobirama and Minato. At last, Tobirama understood. His brother hadn't been talking about tailed beasts, but about people whose chakra rivaled that of tailed beasts, and this master of water. Release in front of him surpassed even his own abilities. Tobirama glanced at the Totsuka blade in Itachi's Susanoo and then at Nagato's Rinnegan. Gritting his teeth, he set forth, even though I know in my heart that we can't beat them. I haven't given up yet. Neither have I. Minato's reply was unwavering. Kurama, are you really not going to help me? There was only silence from the shadowy Nine-Tail. Sigh. I guess I can only rely on myself. Just as Tobirama and Minato steeled themselves for a final stand, they suddenly noticed all the Akatsuki. Members had mounted a giant white bird and were now floating high in the sky. Nagato hovered at the front, a faintly glowing black orb in his hand. The orb rose slowly upwards, and once it reached a certain height, Nagato pressed his hands together, pouring nearly all his tailed beast Chakra and absorbed natural energy into it. Shadows of the Hokage, he intoned, "It's time for you and this village to disappear together." Planetary devastation. An immense gravitational force erupted from the black sphere. In an instant, the ground trembled as if struck by an earthquake, beginning to crumble and collapse. Countless bodies of leaf, shinobi, fragments of buildings. Everything was sucked upward, spiraling toward the black orb in the sky. Tobirama and Minato, too, found themselves rising swiftly, carried aloft by the very stones beneath their feet. Acting quickly, both hurled kunai marked with their teleportation seals in an attempt to flash back to the ground. But it was useless. The pull of the gravity persisted, dragging their bodies inexorably upward. The power was so overwhelming they couldn't break free. Damn it, what is this power? Second, what do we do? Minato called out, frustration mounting. Tobirama, ever analytical, instantly deduced that the black orb was the source of the planetary devastation technique. He shouted forth, "Do you have any powerful long-range jutsu? If we attack that black sphere together, maybe we can do something." "I can't. Most of my techniques are close-range, designed to work with Flying Thunder God for assassinations." And the shadow Nine-Tails inside me refuses to cooperate, so I can't unleash a tailed beast bomb, but I can use Sage Mode. My Sage Chakra is almost ready. At this moment, the Raikage and Mizukage, who were also caught up in the chaos, leaped onto the rising slabs of stone along with Orochimaru and Kabuto. In unison, they shouted, "Let us help too! All right, let's all unleash our most powerful long-range ninjutsu to attack that black sphere." Fourth Hokage, infuse your Sage Chakra into our techniques. Got it. The plan sounded perfect, but the Akatsuki would never give him that chance except for Kisame. The others had each formed 7-tailed beast bombs, which they unleashed all at once. Sensing the searing heat hurtling toward them, Tobirama and the others were startled, their hearts sinking in dread. It's over. Even if the second and fourth Hokage could teleport those tailed beast bombs away, there just wasn't enough time. Their bodies were drawing ever closer to the black sphere, just as despair was about to swallow them. Suddenly, the gravitational pull drawing them and vanished. The stones and debris, suspended in midair, plummeted rapidly to the ground. Minato and Tobirama didn't know what had happened, but there was no time to ponder. Acting swiftly, Minato grabbed Orochimaru and Kabuto, while Tobirama took hold of the Raikage and Mizukage. Each used their teleportation to return safely to the ground, narrowly evading the tailed beast bomb's destruction. When they looked up again, the black sphere had vanished. They couldn't understand why, but for the Akatsuki members, the cause was perfectly clear. Just moments ago, a swirl of spatial distortion had erupted around the black sphere, whisking it away like a whirlpool. There could be no doubt this was the power of Itachi spoke up as a reminder. "When I arrived in Konoha earlier, I saw Obito. Both his eyes are now Sharingan. It seems he's taken Kakashi's eye. He's got dual Kimui now." Nagato didn't look particularly surprised. He simply replied coldly, "So we finally force him out. You all take care of those old weak and wounded. I'll go have a word with Obito." Calm settled once more, but the Kage were still catching their breath, shaken by how close to death they'd come. Before they could fully recover, the Akatsuki members had already closed in before them. On the other side, Obito finally appeared. Honestly, the combined forces of the 5 great nations are still unreliable. In the end, I have to depend on myself. At that moment, Nagato descended before him. "Obito, let's talk again. Oh, by the way, about Zetsu. Did he tell you everything he should have?" Obito glared at Nagato, eyes wide with anger, and replied slowly, "Nagato, I remember you weren't this tiresome." Nagato gave a helpless smile, coughed lightly, and, after a moment's thought, put on a serious face and said, "Oh well. You once said I am no one, and I don't want to become anyone, but actually you're just like me, aren't you? You want to become Hokage?" Obito was caught off guard, frowning. "What nonsense are you spouting? Have you lost your mind?" That's strange. Did I say something wrong? I remember Naruto started his so-called talk no jutsu with this exact line when he spoke to you. Why doesn't it work for me? Could it be that Naruto ate some kind of face fruit to help him out?" Nagato muttered to himself, scratching his head. Then he unbuttoned his coat and pulled out a laptop that was clipped to his belt. "So this is the laptop Zetsu mentioned?" Obito had always been curious about this black device. Last time, he even snuck into the Akatsuki base just to get his hands on it. He didn't find it then, but he did leave with a few other things he wanted. E-Drive, the Black Zetsu's Mother Rescue folder. I think it's episode 604. Okay, this is it. Nagato held the laptop, queued up the video, and played it for Obito to see. Obito wasn't sure what Nagato was up to, but as soon as he saw what was on the screen, he was utterly shocked. On the computer, he saw a figure ghostly pale, with a Rinnegan in his eyes, 2 horns sprouting from his head and chest. The most striking thing. This person looked just like him. Wait, is that me? Obito was stunned and quickly asked, is that really me? Why do I look like that? That's right, it's you. Only by that point you become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Madara will use you, and then Black Zetsu will use Madara. Basically, you're in for a worldview-shattering ride. Just keep watching. As he watched the scenes on the screen, Obito sank into deep thought. After Naruto finished his impassioned speech, Obito asked in confusion, is all this stuff on your laptop real? What on earth was Naruto talking about? And to think I'd actually be persuaded by words like that. Nagato shot him a look of disdain. Who knows what you were thinking? Back then, maybe the plot demanded it. But that's not the point. Keep watching. There are some iconic moments you need to see. Hang on, let me find them for you. The laptop sat open before Obito, the seconds ticking by. He didn't even blink, afraid to miss a single detail. At first he was skeptical, but when that particular scene came, his eyes turned moist. A burst of white light filled the screen. Every longtime fan knows this means a flashback is about to start. Just as Nagato reached to fast-forward, Obito quickly stopped him. There he saw the person he missed most. On the screen, there was a bench, and 2 children sat together. The girl carefully bandaged a wound on the boy's cheek, her eyes full of concern. Rin, you saved me. That's the same as saving the entire world. Just think someday I'll become Hokage and put an end to this war. For that, I have to live my life to the fullest. The girl turned her head to gaze at the distant scenery, her enchanting smile still lingering on her lips. Seeing her remain silent, the boy stared at her, somewhat lost, and asked, do you understand what I mean? Hearing this, the girl immediately nodded vigorously, her eyes full of trust for the boy. Though it's a bit hard to grasp. The boy hurried to explain awkwardly, actually, how should I put it, if you're not always by my side, watching over me? Well, perhaps recalling what he wanted to say, the boy turned his head, just as he was about to speak, only to find the girl's face suddenly leaning in so close, just inches away. Maybe this is what adolescent shyness and bashfulness are like. The sudden intimacy left the boy flustered, and he sprang up from the bench, pretending to be angry as he cried out, why did you get so close? All of a sudden, you startled me. The girl kept smiling, as always, her smile as gentle and pure as an angel's, softly replying, weren't you the one who wanted me to stay by your side and watch over you? Hey. That adorable face, those warm words, left the boy standing there once again, cheeks burning red. After a brief hesitation, the boy turned around, raised his thumb to point at the clan crest on the back of his shirt, and declared in a loud voice, yeah, I said it. Watch me. I'll bear the Uchiha crest and become Hokage. The memory faded, and Obito slowly closed his eyes. The past played out clearly in his mind. He hadn't thought about those moments with Rin for a long time. After Rin's death, he blamed everything on this twisted world. All he wanted was to change it, to let people sleep in dreams and enjoy the happiness within them. Where there is light, there must be shadow. So long as the concept of victor exists, peace will never truly be possible in this world. That's the reality I've come to know, like a raging river. No matter how you try to block it, it will swallow everything in its path. Nagato, the unified peace you desire, just isn't possible. Human hearts can't be controlled. Better to join me and realize the Eye of the Moon plan together. Really now? Was all that just for nothing? Nagato sighed, a bit exasperated, and retorted, who says A? Surging river can't be stopped. I'll show you it can be done. Nagato shoved the laptop into Obito's arms, leapt down, and landed atop the water release technique. Kisame had just unleashed. Using the power of his Rinnegan, he absorbed all the water, converting it into chakra in an instant. With unmatched strength, you can stop anything. Obito, my goal is to unify the ninja world. And once unified, as long as one's strength is solid and there are laws and controls, war won't break out. Again, it's tough, but that's the real world, not a dream. So let's forget about that. You're getting off track. Hurry up and keep watching. Nagato snatched back the laptop, quickly searching through those iconic scenes. From the moment Black Zetsu manipulated Obito to use the Rinne rebirth and resurrect Uchiha Madara, to the instant Madara seized Obito's eye and entered the Kinui dimension, where he personally revealed how he had used Obito to achieve his ultimate goal, the true nature of the infinite Tsukiyami, and finally, the Black Zetsu's betrayal that brought Kagaya Otsutsuki back to life. These scenes, every last one, were laid bare before Obito. The place you long for, Madara will never let you have that chance. Once he's finished using you, He'll kill you without hesitation. You won't even be worthy of becoming a white Zetsu if you insist on this path. Once Kagaya Otsutsuki is revived, the world will truly be destroyed. There was silence. There's a saying, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. No pain can compare to the agony of pouring your heart and soul into an ideal, only to find that everything you believed in crumbles before a different cruel reality. Compared to that, the pain of a ruined reputation seems trivial. At this moment, Obito was on the verge of collapse. Seeing his state, Nagato spoke up. If you wish, I can help you bring Rin back. No. Obito immediately rejected Nagato's offer. I've killed too many people, including Kakashi. If Rin were brought back, it would only bring her more pain. At these words, Nagato sighed, placing a reassuring hand on Obito's shoulder. Obito, it's time to look forward. Don't keep living in the past. Come with me. Let's change the world together. Not a world of illusions, but the real one. Our own lives may be beyond saving, but we can ensure that those who come after us never have to endure our pain. Well said. Suddenly, the voices of the other members rang out from behind. Nagato was taken aback. Have you all dealt with the previous Hokage? Haiden answered, his tone proud. Of course. With Itachi's Totsuka blade, it was way more reliable than Shikaku's sealing jutsu. Why do you keep bringing that up? Are you ever going to let it go? Shikaku's voice echoed from within Sasori, full of frustrated indignation. Sasori replied with a hint of disdain. Why are you shouting so loud? They can't hear you anyway. Just sit tight. A little longer, and you'll be free. Deidara walked up to Obito, and before Obito could react, he slung an arm over his shoulders in a gesture of camaraderie. With an affectionate tone, he said, Obito, no, I think I'll just call you Toby. We may not have truly worked together, but in the original story, we got along pretty well. There are many people I care for that much, so how about it? Will you come back? I'll look out for you. Haiden chimed in. If you join us, there just happen to be openings for the 8 Tails and 3 Tails Jinchuriki. Take your pick. Kakazu interjected, exasperated. Idiot, what nonsense are you spouting? Once we take care of Black Zetsu, we'll be able to set the tailed beast free. There's no point in Obito being a Jinchuriki. Please try to use your brain. Uchiha Itachi, carrying Sasuke on his back, spoke in his usual calm manner. Obito, now that you know the truth, what will you choose? Will you join us, or do you plan to keep pursuing that impossible goal of yours? It was clear that everyone wanted Obito to become one of them. Obito kept his head down, silent. Once he calmed himself, countless thoughts ran through his mind. He slowly untied the bandage over his left eye and spoke softly. Black Zetsu should be watching the fight between Madara, Uchiha, and Hashirama Senju right now. Let's go. I'll take you to him. Deidara shouted loudly. Huh. So you're saying you're coming back to the organization? Huh. Obito didn't answer. He just let out a faint chuckle. Rin, watch from above as I change. With the Akatsuki, I'll create a world without war. Forgive me. Just as everyone was about to set out, Nagato suddenly remembered something. Wait, before we go, there's someone we need to settle a score with. Orochimaru should still be here, now that Obito has rejoined us. I've just had an idea. At this moment, Orochimaru's eyes were fixed longingly on Sasuke, who was slung over Itachi's shoulder. His heart ached as if it were bleeding. Nagato raised his laptop high and called out, Hey, Orochimaru, come take a look at this. Can you figure out what it is? Orochimaru-sama, that Nagato fellow is calling for you, Kabuto reminded him. Orochimaru's attention was still entirely on Sasuke. If Kabuto hadn't spoken up, he wouldn't have noticed Nagato at all. The Akatsuki members were all staring at him in unison, while Nagato waved a mysterious black box at him. Orochimaru sighed in disappointment. 3 years wasted raising Sasuke. I'd hoped the previous Hokage could deal a heavy blow to Akatsuki, but who would have thought things would turn out like this? You still have plenty of former Kage from other villages, don't you? Why not summon them and see what happens? Fool at a time like this summoning. Anyone else won't change a thing. Let's go see what that brat wants. Reluctantly, Orochimaru walked over to Nagato, eyeing the strange black box in his hands. What is this thing? He asked. Oh, it's something that can change your gender, Nagato replied casually, tapping a few keys and turning the screen toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru glanced at it, unconcerned at first, but soon lost his composure. In front of everyone's astonished eyes, a rather compromising story featuring a schoolgirl version of Orochimaru and his junior Kabuto appeared on the screen. Who did this? Who the hell did this? Why am I dressed so outrageously, doing such shameful things with Kabuto? Panic seized Orochimaru. What on earth was this black box, and how could it contain such things? This was outright slander. In all his life, Orochimaru had never sullied himself like this. He had never stooped to anything so disgraceful. The key point is it would have been fine if only he had seen it himself, but now all the other members of the Akatsuki had seen it too. At this moment, Sasori Deidara and Haiden had already turned their backs, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. As they tried to stifle their laughter, Nagato watched Orochimaru, who was on the verge of losing his mind, and asked in a quiet voice, "Uncle Snake, shouldn't your main concern be that your gender has changed?" Orochimaru let out a delicate snort. "You still don't get it. For someone like me who has reached the pinnacle of human artistry, gender. Even I can't truly say what my gender is anymore. Where did you get this thing? Destroy it now." Just as Orochimaru lunged to snatch the black box from Nagato's hands, Nagato dodged swiftly, a mischievous grin on his face. "Sure, I can do that, but only if you agree to one thing. Destroying these pictures is easy. What do you want from me this time? Join us." This was Nagato's second time inviting Orochimaru back to the Akatsuki. He had always believed that Orochimaru was a true talent. No one could compare to his scientific prowess. Admittedly, he was a little unruly, but then again, what true genius ever plays by the rules? To advance the grand cause of the land of Akatsuki, Orochimaru's power was indispensable. "Uncle Snake, what do you say? If you agree, I'll delete everything this instant. If you refuse, I'll make sure everyone gets a good look at your alluring moments. Stay or go, the choice is yours." "Fine, I'll join, but let me tell you right now, if I ever get the chance, I still intend to take your Rinnegan and Itachi's Sharingan too." Nagato waved his hand dismissively. All right, suit yourself. You're welcome to try any time. Since you've agreed to join, we'll let all that trouble you caused with Edo Tensei slide for now. Come on, let's go seal Black Zetsu." "Wait a moment," Conan murmured softly, then scattered several sheets of paper from her hands. "Transformation Jutsu." With a puff of white smoke, the sheets suddenly transformed into two sets of Akatsuki uniforms, with Tobi and Orochimaru rejoining the organization. "I think it's only right for you both to change into these," she said. Nagato praised her. "Conan, you really are the most thoughtful among us." After changing, Obito fixed his mask onto his head and remarked suddenly, "I feel like this look suits me best after all." In contrast, Orochimaru put on the robe with great reluctance. Never in his life did he imagine he'd have to wear this red-clouded black cloak again. "I'm here, I'm dressed, now destroy that black box," he demanded. Nagato replied with a puzzled look. "When did I ever say I'd destroy the black box? What I promised was to delete the pictures. Look back if you don't believe me." Orochimaru was so furious he could barely speak, his trembling finger pointing at the laptop. The words caught his throat. Nagato had always been a man of his word. In front of everyone, he clicked delete on that folder without hesitation. "What do you mean? Is it really gone just like that?" Orochimaru asked, half doubting, half believing. "It's gone," Nagato replied, his tone certain. "I promise you no one else will ever see it." Orochimaru, ever curious about novel things, suddenly became deeply interested in that mysterious black box. "What on earth is that thing? When all this is over, I'll give it to you for your research. For now, let's go. Who knows what chaos those two legends have stirred up? Let's hurry and see the show." Just before they left, Kisame asked, "What about the three tails? There might be a big battle soon." Nagato replied, "Obito, the tail beast that once resided in Rin. I think you're the best person to entrust it to. But it won't be for long. Soon they'll all be free." When everything had concluded, all the members stood atop the giant clay birds Deidara had sculpted, soaring toward the battlefield where Hashirama and Madara clashed. Deidara sidled up too. Nagato, lowering his voice conspiratorially, "Boss, it's such a shame you deleted that notebook. I was just starting to enjoy seeing Orochimaru's embarrassing moments. Couldn't get enough, yeah?" Nagato chuckled mischievously. "Hey, Deidara, tonight? No, better wait until tomorrow during the day. Sneak over to me. I'll show you what a recycle bin really means." "Boss, you mean you didn't actually delete it?" "Should keep it down. I paid good money for that. No way I just toss it." The two couldn't help but clutch their heads and snicker in secret. Conan called out, "Nagato, what are you two giggling about?" Nagato, caught off guard, quickly composed himself and coughed twice in embarrassment. "Ahem. Deidara and I were just discussing tactics for dealing with Madara and Hashirama, and the best way to seal Black Zetsu." At that moment, Haiden piped up, "Hey guys, I just thought of a brilliant idea." Nagato looked at him in surprise. Well, look at you using your brain for once. Let's hear it." "Well," Haiden rested his chin on his hand and replied with exaggerated seriousness, "I remember in the original story, when Madara was a kid, he once told little Hashirama not to stand behind him when he was peeing, otherwise he wouldn't be able to go. That's a fatal weakness, so here's the plan. We just wait until Madara needs to relieve himself. Then all of us line up behind him and mess with him a few times. Who knows? Maybe he'll just die from holding it in." The 10-member group fell completely silent. Was this really a solution a carbon-based life form could come up with? "As expected of you, Haiden," someone remarked. Kakuzu let out a weary sigh. "Back when we fought. Gaara, I told you I should take you to get your head examined. That promise still stands, and I intend to keep it." This was one of Haiden's rare moments of using his brain. He thought his idea would earn him some praise from the other members, but to his surprise, Kakuzu began mocking him again. "Hey, Isn't my idea good? It's simple and effortless. Are you an idiot? People brought back by the reanimation jutsu. Do they need to use the bathroom? They don't need to. Hayden's suggestion was so absurd that after the members explained it to him over and over, he finally started to understand and stopped arguing. Resigned, he turned away, squatted quietly on the bird's back, and began tracing circles with his finger, muttering under his breath, "One day, I'll offer all of you up to Lord Jashin as sacrifices. Then you'll see who's calling me brainless." In the distance, on the battlefield between Madara and Hashirama, a wooden titan clashed with Susanoo, their fateful rivalry seemingly endless, as if doomed to repeat for all eternity unless some outside force intervened. Hashirama had long sensed that his brother and the other Hokage's chakra signatures had disappeared. Anxious to return to the Leaf Village, he found Madara stubbornly refusing to let him go, entangling him in battle until now. As both the wooden construct and the Susanoo collapsed, the two men stood face to face, gasping for breath, ready to continue fighting in person. "Madara, this battle will only benefit the Akatsuki. In the end, if we keep this up, it's pointless. Not only will the village we poured our hearts into be ruined, but the whole world will end up ground beneath the Akatsuki's heel. Our village? Humph, Hashirama. You still have a nerve to talk about our village. Forget it. I don't feel like arguing. As long as I take care of you, those brats are nothing to worry about." At that moment, Zetsu emerged silently behind Madara, his voice cold and eerie. "Lord Madara, Obito has betrayed us. Now all of them are heading this way, but I left a little insurance. I thought you should know." Zetsu leaned in and whispered his plan into Madara's ear. Madara listened, a note of surprise in his expression. "Oh, you were able to recruit someone like that?" "Of course." Zetsu replied with a sinister grin, gesturing behind him. From the ground, Danzo's half-dead body began to emerge. "I fused all the Hashirama cells we cultivated into Danzo's body and reactivated the dying cells he already had in him. That's the only reason he's still alive." Madara noticed something odd about Danzo's right arm and asked, "All those closed eyes, were they?" "They're all Sharingan, used for Izanagi." Hearing this, Madara's anger flared instantly. For someone like Danzo, not even an Uchiha, to possess so many Sharingan. There was no telling what horrors he'd inflicted on the Uchiha clan in the past. Madara wanted nothing more than to crush Danzo on the spot, but for the sake of his grand plan, he chose to endure. "For now, old man, you'd better hang in there. My Rinne rebirth depends on you." The sudden appearance of Ju took Hashirama by surprise. He had never seen anyone who looked quite like that before. Just as he was about to question Madara, the entire Akatsuki appeared in the sky. Hayden jeered, "Hey, you two old-timers, why do you stop fighting?" Madara replied coldly, "Obito, I'm truly disappointed in you. I was the one who saved you, and this is how you repay me." Obito retorted, "Your true intentions are already crystal clear to both Nagato and me. Madara, you're far too devious." A chilling smile crept across Madara's face. "Devious, am I? I simply wish to create an ideal world. A world without betrayal or war. Yet, after wandering across the land, I realize with disappointment that as long as there are humans and desire, such a world could never exist. Obito, I thought you understood me. What's wrong with forging peace through dreams? Don't you want to see that girl you love again?" Obito shook his head, resolute. "True peace will come, and I'll create it with my own hands. Just you wait and see." Hashirama, unaware of Madara's Eye of the Moon plan, was completely lost in their conversation. Suddenly, he noticed someone standing behind Uchiha Itachi. It was his own granddaughter, Tsunade. "Hey, Uchiha brat, what have you done to Tsunade?" Hashirama called out. He couldn't believe Tsunade would ever side with him, so the only explanation he could think of was that she had fallen under the control of the Sharingan's illusion. Uchiha Itachi remained expressionless, offering no response. Madara let out a low, sinister laugh. "Hashirama, it seems our juniors have truly underestimated us. Perhaps it's time we taught them a lesson. Why don't we join forces for now? We'll deal with them first, and settle our personal scores later." Though Hashirama was wary of Madara's words, rescuing his granddaughter was his top priority. There was no use fighting Madara now. Cooperation was the only option. "Fine." Hashirama nodded. Madara continued, "Actually, I've had an idea for quite some time. Tell me, would you care to try you on top, me below?" Hashirama paused for a moment, then caught the look in Madara's eyes and immediately understood. "You mean?" Such old friends needed no words. Just a single glance was enough. Suddenly, two terrifying torrents of chakra erupted from both of them. "Aya!" Hashirama pressed his palms together before his chest, sage markings instantly appearing on his face. Sage art. True, several thousand. Hands. Top transform Buddha. As Hashirama unleashed his technique, Madara let out a cold snort and snapped his eyes wide open blue. Light surged and converged before him. Avatar of destruction, Susanoo manifest. For the first time in history, a colossal Susanoo clad. Buddha rose, towering all the way to the clouds. Madara Susanoo, equipped with Hashirama's true several thousand hands, stood like a war god descending upon the world, radiating an overwhelming, terrifying force. This was the power of God's true strength incarnate. The sudden turn of events startled every single member of the Akatsuki, including Nagato himself. None of them had anticipated that the combined Susanoo and Great Buddha would be so colossal, nor had they imagined that Hashirama and Madara would actually join forces. The members dared not hesitate. One after another, they unleashed their full-tailed beast transformations, yet before the towering Susanoo Buddha, the once mighty-tailed beasts now appeared minuscule and insignificant. Brothers-tailed beasts, this is our final battle. As long as we seal these two, our goal will be achieved. To battle. At that moment, Madara and Hashirama stood shoulder to shoulder atop the head of the Susanoo, gazing down at the tiny-tailed beast charging toward them. Hashirama, it's a pity we couldn't always be friends. If not for our differences, our powers truly complement each other. Madara, I never gave up on you. If you would only turn back, I'd always be by your side. Let's deal with them first. I can't even be bothered to draw my sword. Crushing them underfoot will do. Against the Susanoo Buddha, the tailed beasts were barely the size of its foot. How could they possibly win this fight? There was only one way. Attack head-on. Their sole target was the top of the Susanoo's head. As long as Itachi's Totsuka blade was there was still a chance to take on these two resurrected bodies. Only Chome the Seven Tails can fly. We'll cover it while it takes Itachi up. Understood. Apart from Chome, all the other tailed beasts gathered together, preparing to unleash a massive tailed beast bomb. But Madara would never give them that opportunity. With a thunderous stomp, the Susanoo's enormous foot came crashing down upon them. As darkness engulfed them, Nagato quickly warned, no, there's no time to release the beast bomb. Everyone scatter. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Because Obito had only just become a Jinchuriki and hadn't truly mastered tailed beast transformation, he still maintained his original human form. Removing his mask, Obito activated his left Mangekyo Sharingan and called out in a low, steady voice, Kemi. Instantly, a swirling vortex of space appeared atop the Susanoo's head. That's Obito's Sharingan ability. Madara immediately sensed something was amiss. But before he could react, Hashirama, beside him, had already finished weaving hand signs and shouted down at Obito with style. Wood Dragon Jutsu. A massive wooden dragon erupted from beneath Obito, interrupting his technique. In a desperate bid for survival, Obito quickly activated the power of his right eye, pulling his body into the community dimension. Oh! Watching as the wooden dragon passed harmlessly through Obito's body, both Hashirama and Madara were momentarily stunned. Well, Obito, you truly have remarkable eyes, Madara said, his gaze turning greedy with desire. Just as everyone was too focused on Obito, Konan skillfully directed Komi to carry Uchiha Itachi, who had activated his Susanoo, to the very top of the colossal Buddha. Suddenly, the 10-fist sword held by the Crimson Giant extended with a flash, thrusting straight toward Madara and Hashirama. This kind of divine weapon is beyond your control. Better leave it to me, Madara declared, though the great Buddha of Susanoo was massive. Its movements were astonishingly agile. In an instant, it drew its azure blade, and before the 10-fist sword could strike, the blue sword swept out, cleaving Komi in two at the waist. During this chaos, Madara seized the opportunity to manipulate his Susanoo, knocking the 10-fist sword from Itachi's grasp. Komi let out a heart-wrenching cry of agony as he lost the ability to fly, careening from the sky and crashing heavily to the ground. Witnessing the tragic state of the Seven Tails, both the Akatsuki members and the tailed beast cried out in concern, Komi, are you all right? Tailed beasts possess formidable regenerative powers, but never before had Komi suffered such grievous wounds, though it wasn't fatal. Joining the battle again would be nearly impossible. As the tailed beasts launched their attacks, Kisame had already leapt onto a nearby hillside. Channeling the immense chakra within him, he unleashed a gigantic spherical water prison, trapping the Susanoo Buddha within its depths. Humph. With so little chakra, I can't be bothered to use my Rinnegan to absorb it, Madara scoffed. He allowed the water sphere to envelop the Susanoo. Once the prison had fully formed, the Buddha's blue sword merely swept lightly through the water, shattering the sphere effortlessly. Kisame cursed under his breath. That freak! I put everything I had into that dam, and he broke it like it was nothing. Obito returned from the Kamui dimension to the real world, ready to activate his right eye's power again, when he suddenly noticed the wood dragon coming at him once more. Hashirama's voice was cold and resolute. Give up? Young Uchiha would release jutsu, use his chakra as nourishment to fuel its growth. The wood dragon's head will track its target's chakra automatically. Even if you slip into the void, you have to return eventually the moment your chakra reappears. The wood dragon will attack at once and will not stop until it seizes you. Perhaps because he had only recently gained the use of dual king. Obito was not yet fully adept at wielding both eyes' power. Facing the relentless wood dragon, he was left with no choice but to defend himself while fleeing. Hashirama showed no intention of giving Akatsuki a chance to breathe. Looking down at the tailed beast who resembled ants beneath his feet, he formed a single-hand seal. High above, 6 red torii gates materialized in an instant, all crashing down onto the tailed beast below. Sage art. 6-fold red yang formation. This was a sealing technique Hashirama had devised specifically to suppress tailed beasts, temporarily restraining their chakra. Under the weight of the red yang gates, the tailed beasts howled in anguish, but no matter how they struggled, they could not break free. Yet this was not the end. It seemed Hashirama's fury had truly been kindled. He clenched his fists and formed seals once more, channeling the power of the entire 1,000-arm cannon behind his Susanoo, gathering every ounce of strength into his fists, as thousands of gigantic fists rained down at breathtaking speed. Each one seemed powerful enough to shatter mountains, crashing down upon the tailed beast beneath the gate of the divine sage art. Top transcendent Buddha! Just as the fists were about to strike, in a moment of desperation, Nagato urgently called out, "Everyone, quickly release your tailed beast transformations. Don't harm the beasts." With his orders given, he soared alone into the sky, facing the overwhelming barrage of colossal fists hurtling toward him. He drew upon all the natural energy he had painstakingly suppressed with his formidable willpower, unleashing it in an instant. Cursed markings, shifting from crimson to black, erupted across his body, and a colossal protective barrier shimmered into existence, encasing his comrades within its shelter. He braced himself to endure Hashirama's true 1,000 hands onslaught to counter sage art. Only sage art would suffice. Ah! He roared as countless titanic fists slammed relentlessly into the energy barrier sustained by natural energy, though the shield held firm. Nagato's body was racked with agony, every blow reverberating within him. It's not enough. Not yet. Damn it, I'm running out of power, he thought desperately. In that critical moment, Kurama surged to his aid, pouring torrents of chakra into Nagato's body. "Don't forget, you still have me," the beast reminded him, gritting his teeth and barely holding back the pain. Nagato forced his eyes open, staring through the rain of blows pummeling his shield. As the final, most devastating wave crashed down, he could hold on no longer. Spreading his arms toward the heavens, he let out a hoarse, soul-shaking cry. Sage art. Ultra almighty push. Both Hashirama and Madara had long since recognized Nagato as a sage, but they never imagined the sheer magnitude of natural energy within him, enough to stand against the true 1,000 hands itself. As the top transcendent Buddha's fists rebounded, even Madara, with his Rinnegan, was unable to retaliate in kind. He could not wield sage art, and his body, still not fully resurrected, was incapable of unleashing a technique on the same level as Nagato's almighty push. The rebounded fist crashed down upon the Susanoo Buddha, shattering Madara's Susanoo armor in an instant and sending him crashing heavily to the earth below. The fractured Susanoo Buddha dissipated into nothingness. Hashirama and Madara struggled to their feet. Madara sneered, "Nagato, I really did underestimate you." But even as Madara spoke, Nagato suddenly felt a searing pain in his Rinnegan. His body began to wither, visibly shrinking at an alarming rate. Seeing this, Obito quickly warned him that last technique used up all your natural energy. The Rinnegan requires an enormous amount of chakra to control. Nagato, you should withdraw from battle and focus on recovering your energy. Leave these two to us. Nagato gasped for breath, shaking his head despite the pain, and spoke haltingly, "No, don't worry about me. I'm fine. Kurama is still sending chakra into my body. I'll be all right soon. Just give me a moment. Stop pushing yourself. Your body is that of a sage. It's best sustained by pure natural energy, not the sinister chakra of the tailed beasts. Now that they've lost their Susanoo Buddha, the 9 of us still have what it takes to fight them." Everyone had witnessed how Nagato had exhausted himself to protect them just now. With a heart full of worry, Conan supported Nagato and pleaded anxiously, "Please, I'm begging you, just look at yourself like you've gone back to those days I never want to relive. I can't stand seeing you like this. Please, just listen to me and get some rest." Deidara chimed in, "Boss, you took down the Susanoo Buddha. That's already a huge achievement. Let's handle the rest." "Yeah," Haiden added. Earlier we were at a disadvantage, but now things are different. 9 of us against the 2 of them. If we can't win like this, Akatsuki doesn't deserve its reputation as an elite crew. Boss, you have to trust us, Sasori spoke up. I've been relying on Tail B's power so much lately my puppet skills are getting rusty. Give me a chance to get back in form, leader, Kakashi said. I've heard rumors about my so-called dark past with Hashirama. Let me clarify. That was nothing but gossip. Today, I'll prove myself with my own strength. You just sit back and watch. Kisame grinning boasted. Madara said my water release wasn't even worth absorbing. This time, I'll make sure he sees what I'm really capable of. Itachi offered quietly. My body isn't suited for the front lines right now, but when it's time to seal them, I'll be there, Nagato. Don't worry. Rest easy. Toby patted Nagato on the shoulder, his voice serious. You know better than anyone the personal scores I have to settle with Madara. And Zetsu, leave dealing with him to me. As Nagato looked at the confident faces of his comrades, a tide of warmth surged through his heart. He sighed deeply and nodded. All right, just promise me. None of you die out. There, Konan unfolded her paper wings, gently lifted Nagato, and carried him to rest beneath a nearby tree. Konan, my body absorbs natural energy on its own. I'll be fine after a while. Go help the others, but I'm worried about you. It's all right. Trust me. I trust all of you too. Okay, don't worry. We're going to win this. On the battlefield, Madara stood with his arms crossed, while Hashirama's gaze lingered on Tsunade behind Itachi. The two paid no mind to the Akatsuki. Deidara let out a cold laugh. Gentlemen, as much as I'd love to declare that I could handle this all by myself and let you admire my art from the sidelines, facing these two monsters, I think we'd better work together. Kidding, Deidara? Of course we're all in. Kisame and Haiden, unable to contain themselves any longer, each brandished their weapons and charged straight for their foes. That one with the scythe seems to be someone who can't die. Hashirama, don't say I didn't warn you. Hashirama didn't respond. He charged straight ahead, and just as he was about to collide with Haiden, he suddenly flipped into the air and hurled a massive shuriken at Uchiha Itachi. Give me back my granddaughter. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, the enormous shuriken split into tens of thousands of copies, filling the sky until a dense shadow fell across the ground. The technique's range was so vast there was no way to dodge it. Kakazu immediately stepped in front of Itachi, gathering the wind, fire, and lightning mass on his right arm. After charging up, he unleashed a terrifying tri-elemental chakra blast straight into the sky. Earth grudge fear. Final shot. The blast roared like a giant beam cannon, sending every shuriken spinning away. Hashirama paused in surprise. What? A fusion ninjutsu of 3 chakra natures. Watching Hashirama's astonished expression, Madara burst out laughing. Huh. You noticed their peculiar abilities too, didn't you? I was just as shocked when I first fought them. Who knows where Nagato found such a bizarre bunch? As Hashirama reeled from surprise, a raspy voice sounded behind him. Orochimaru first. Hokage, it's dangerous to lose focus in battle. With the souls of both hands restored, Orochimaru could now freely unleash any jutsu. Hidden Shadow Snake. Hands, several large serpents slithered out from his sleeves, restraining Hashirama. Orochimaru formed a one-handed seal, opened his mouth wide, and unleashed a raging blade of wind. Wind style, great breakthrough. Hashirama made no move to dodge, allowing the wind to lash at him. He pressed his palm toward Orochimaru, and from his palm, a wooden blade shot out at lightning speed. Orochimaru couldn't evade in time and had half of his shoulder sliced off. One down. Just as Hashirama prepared to continue his assault on Itachi, several white snakes suddenly wriggled out from Orochimaru's wounded shoulder and the fallen flesh. The snakes coiled and melded together, swiftly restoring Orochimaru's body to its original state. Seeing this, Hashirama asked coldly, White snakes, you're from Ryuchi Cave? To control the white snakes so perfectly, looks like the white snake sage thinks highly of you, worthy of the god of shinobi. You certainly know a lot. I just want to ask, when you reincarnated all us Hokage, I heard you were the 3rd Hokage's disciple. That means you're from Konoha, so why do you keep attacking the village over and over again? Compared to the village, I'm far more obsessed with the true nature of the flesh. In Konoha, I can never obtain eternal life. All I'd get is listening endlessly to you and your chosen heirs repeating this so-called will of fire, generation after generation. The real reason Orochimaru left the village was because Hiruzen Sarutobi chose to promote Minato Namikaze as the 4th Hokage instead of Orochimaru himself. After waiting so long and finally seeing Minato die young, Orochimaru thought his chance had finally come. But then Hiruzen made a sudden decision. The village cannot be without a Hokage, and since we haven't found a suitable candidate for the 5th, I will continue to serve as Hokage myself. This action from his teacher left Orochimaru, who had distinguished himself in the war, incomplete. Despair, watching those around him die one after another, only strengthened his resolve to pursue the secrets of immortality. After that, Orochimaru began conducting more and more human experiments, but secrets never stay hidden for long. Villagers started disappearing, and clues eventually led the third Hokage to Orochimaru's laboratory. After a stage battle between the two, Orochimaru became a missing nin from that day. Forward, Hashirama, leading the village with love, is too soft, because you all have always believed in sacrificing the few for the many. The shinobi world has become what it is today. Humph, what do you know? To protect the village, I was even willing to sacrifice my own life, Hiruzen retorted. Obito spoke up. Sacrifice? Why should you have to sacrifice? When others bullied you, you still tried to win them over with kindness. Back then, you had the power to unite the shinobi world, and your ancestor was the founder of all shinobi. If you had unified the world, your descendants would have never endured so many wars. My Rin would still be alive. Perhaps Obito's words struck a chord with Tobirama. He bounced back to his original spot, quietly looking over the forehead protectors worn by the Akatsuki members, and asked, I just realized, apart from those two Uchiha and Orochimaru, it seems none of you are from the same village. Why have you gathered together? What is your goal? High above in the sky, Conan answered coldly. Your wish is to use love to move hearts and maintain peace, Madara's wish is to create peace through an illusionary dream. Our wish, however, is to achieve lasting, genuine peace. We will use force to wipe out the 5 great nations and unite the shinobi world. Hashirama hesitated for a moment. The beliefs he had always held so firmly began to waver. This wasn't just about the Akatsuki. Tobirama and Madara had warned him countless times that his ideals might be flawed. Was it true that to end all future wars there was only one path left? Had his faith in mutual understanding and the power of love between people always been too idealistic? The answer was clear. Treaties between nations were meaningless. As long as there were different countries and differing beliefs in the world, war was inevitable. It was simply a matter of time. Just as Hashirama hesitated, the sword of Totsuka suddenly pierced through his body from behind. Hashirama turned around, only to see that the man holding the sword of Totsuka was none other than Uchiha Madara. Hashirama, did you really think I took the sword of Totsuka just to deal with these pitiful little brats? You are my lifelong rival. Only with your death can my plan truly come to fruition. Hashirama was about to say something, but Madara gave him no chance. The sword of Totsuka rapidly contracted, sealing Hashirama's entire body into the blade, leaving not a trace behind. This sudden turn of events left the members of Akatsuki stunned. None of them had expected that the one to take down Hashirama would be Uchiha Madara. Madara gave his scarlet gourd in his hand a casual shake and muttered to himself, this thing really is quite handy. Well, kids, playtime is over. There are 10 of you, and only one of me. So you don't get lonely, I'll find each of you a companion, no? Sooner had he spoken than 10 wooden clones sprang from Madara's back, and in the next instant, each one landed in front of an Akatsuki member. Damn it, don't look down on us. Haiden swung his triple-bladed scythe at the clone before him. The clone dodged nimbly, paying no heed to the corrosive foam covering Haiden's body, and with a single crushing punch sent Haiden's head flying. Madara let out a cold snort. Humph. Even if you can't die, let's see how much trouble you can cause without a head. Haiden! Kakuzu shouted. He rushed forward to help, but Madara's clone immediately blocked his path. Out of my way! Kaku merged all 4 of his massed hearts back in his body. Dozens of thick black tendrils burst from him just as he prepared to attack. In a flash, Madara's clone unleashed the Susanoo, pinning Kakuzu beneath its foot. Kakuzu roared, quickly hardening his body with earth release to increase his resistance, and with all his strength, forced himself out from under the massive foot. Meanwhile, the other Akatsuki members were also locked in fierce battles with Madara's wooden clones. Sitting atop a hillside, Madara surveyed the chaotic battlefield with satisfaction. Zetsu emerged silently from the earth and spoke in a low tone. Lord Madara, enough playing around. Nagato is almost out of strength. Itachi's body is at its breaking point. Obito has just awakened his double Sharingan and hasn't unlocked its true power yet. The rest pose little threat, but we can't let Akatsuki catch their breath. It's time to move forward with the plan. Fine. I'm bored of this anyway. Let's make these kids disappear for good. With a muffled grunt, Madara summoned the complete form of Susanoo once more. Most terrifying of all, in its hands was the sword of Totsuka. The fully realized Susanoo leapt into the battlefield, disregarding both allies and foes alike. Forcing himself to activate Susanoo again, Itachi shouted in a deep voice, everyone, use your ultimate techniques. Attack him together. Earth grudge fear. Sixfold Elemental Assault, Crimson's Secret Technique, Performance of 100 Puppets, Secret Art, Super Divine Paper Technique, C3, Number 18. Water Style, Great Shark Bullet Technique, Secret Art, Myriad Snake Formation, Fire Style, Blazing Dance of Exploding Flames, Susanoo, Yasukani. Magatama. Uchiha Madara let out a cold chuckle. What is all this nonsense? Only the Yasukani Magatama seems to possess some real power, but even then, this strength is still far too meager. This is what Susanoo's true power looks like. Madara's full-body Susanoo grasped a crimson sword in one hand and a blue sword in the other. With a mighty swing, he met the incoming barrage of jutsu head-on. Not only did he erase every technique hurled at him, but the surrounding mountains were split apart in an instant. The sheer force was overwhelming. Perhaps there was no one left in the world who could rival it. Did you think this was over? With style, Deep Forest Emergence. The already ravaged battlefield was instantly swallowed by an immense forest. Sensing the danger, the remaining members immediately scrambled to escape. Yet, Itachi stood motionless exactly where he was. A dull thud echoed. Itachi collapsed. The Susanoo he had just summoned had drained the very last of his strength. Itachi, Kisame hurriedly slashed through the encroaching trees with Samahata, dashing to Itachi's side and scooping him into his arms. Itachi, wake up! No matter how Kisame shook him, Itachi did not respond. He was gone. His fatal illness had finally reached its end, and he died from utter exhaustion, if not for the tailed beast Chakra sustaining him. He could not have held on this long. Damn you! I'll kill you! Kisame gently laid Itachi's lifeless body on the ground, and consumed by rage, unleashed a torrent of powerful water-style attacks, rushing straight at Madara atop Susanoo. Nagato shouted, Kisame, come back! Humph! Courting death, Madara said coolly, raising the Totsuka blade and thrusting at Kisame. Obito hurriedly activated Kimui, intending to warp the sword away. But the Totsuka blade was a formless weapon. Even if part of it was sent away, it reformed in an instant. With a sickening crunch, the Totsuka blade pierced through Kisame, his water defenses utterly useless against such a weapon. A faint bitter laugh escaped Kisame's lips. Ha! Itachi, so this is what dying feels like. Kisame, Nagato cried out in anguish. Two comrades lost in quick succession. Nagato was on the verge of madness. Except for Orochimaru, the rest of the members had all lost their composure. Deidara roared, damn it, Toby, take everyone into the Kimui dimension. I'll take Madara down with me. The moment he turns to dust, seize the Totsuka blade and seal him away. Deidara had once considered using C for Garuda, but as someone who knew the original story, he understood. If even Sasuke could see through Garuda's nature, there was no way Madara would fall for it. Against such an overwhelming Susanoo, only self-destruction remained. No Deidara. Nagato raced toward Deidara with a heart-wrenching scream. But he was still a step too late. Deidara had already stripped off his shirt and was feeding clay into the gaping mouth on his chest. Turning his head, Deidara offered a relieved smile. Boss, remember to avenge us. Yeah, in the very next moment, as the surrounding space twisted and warped, Nagato's body was swept into a spiraling vortex. Ancestor of the Uchiha witnessed my ultimate art, unparalleled and never to be seen again. With a thunderous explosion of blinding white light erupted, engulfing the entire ground. I'm sorry. Main Kyubi within, this is the end for us both. A faint sigh escaped him. Uchiha Itachi, Kisame Hashigaki, and Deidara all fell in succession. Though their hearts ached, the surviving members understood. Now was not the time for grief. After Kakuzu reattached Haiden's severed head to his body, under Toby's command, the members were one by one transmitted out of Kinui's dimension. In the end, only Nagato, drowning in hopelessness, remained in that bleak space, collapsing to the ground. Ever since he'd arrived in this world, he had boasted grandly. No member would die, and they would all become legends. Yet in the blink of an eye, he had lost 3 comrades. Toby re-entered Kinui's space. Nagato thought he had come to take him away, but Toby simply detached his own right arm and handed it to Nagato. There are Hashiroma's cells in here. Absorb them and recover your strength. Yugo's sage physique possessed the power to absorb others' flesh and restore one's own. In the original story, after fighting the Raikage, he used this ability to absorb the bodies of 2 samurai from the land of iron. Nagato's Rinnegan blazed with blood-red fury. He hurled Toby's right arm aside and shouted, let me out now. I want revenge. If you want revenge, you'd better regain your strength first. If you lose your head now, we'll all be finished. Toby's shout snapped Nagato out of his rage. In despair, Toby picked up his own right arm and handed it to Nagato. Once more, Hashirama cells are powerful. If you're careless, they'll consume you entirely. Get used to them in here first. Leave what's outside to us. Wait, I'm almost, Nagato began, but before he could finish Tobi's figure had already vanished from Kimui's dimension. Outside, on the battlefield, Deidara's self-destruction had wiped away Madara's complete. Susu, the fiery red gourd now lay quietly on the ground. As Kakazu and the others emerged from Kimui's dimension, they rushed toward the gourd. But just as they were about to reach it, 5 of Madara's clones appeared out of nowhere, sending all of them flying with a flurry of kicks. Meanwhile, his true form slowly emerged from beneath the rubble. Luckily, I'm an Edo Tensei. Never thought that blonde kid could unleash such power. I'll admit he was impressive, but from here on out, I won't give you any more chances. Let's dance, brats, in an instant, Madara and his clones lunged at the group. Just as Kakuzu was about to react, four wooden hands shot out from behind him, smashing all of his elemental masks to pieces. Madara remarked with a faint hint of amusement. Oh, aren't these hearts? Not bad. You actually have so many hearts. How interesting. Originally, Madara had intended to simply destroy the troublesome masks on Kakuzu's body, but by chance he had uncovered the secret hidden within Kakuzu himself. Now I'm curious, just how many hearts do you have left? Several wooden hands pierced right through Kakuzu's body, leaving no part untouched. Feeling the sensation through the wood, one of Madara's clones let out a cold chuckle. This time, you should be well and truly dead. Haiden, still entangled with another of Madara's clones, caught sight of Kakuzu's grim fate in the distance. His anxiety made him careless, allowing the clone to seize the opportunity and deliver a powerful punch that separated his head from his body once more. Staring at the dark lines at Haiden's severed neck, Madara mocked him. Your organization really is something else. That mask freak who just died must have been the one keeping your body together. Without him, I'd like to see how you fight back this time, Madara. I can never die. I'll curse you forever. Lord Jashin will punish you, and his cult will see to your most dreadful retribution. We don't need anything fancy. Just our teeth are enough to deal with a bastard like you. How many years had it been since anyone dared to insult him like this? Before the clone could act, Madara's real body stepped forward and stopped in front of Haiden's severed head. You're awfully noisy, aren't you? If it weren't for the fact that I can't relieve myself with people watching, I'd have given that foul mouth of yours a good wash. Oh, right, I almost forgot. This is my reanimated body. That part doesn't work. Madara raised his foot, intent on crushing Haiden's head on the spot. Meanwhile, Sasori, Orochimaru, Konan, and Obito were all being kept occupied by Madara's clones, unable to break free. At a critical moment, Obito suddenly activated Kimui, aiming to send Madara's true body into another dimension. The Madara clone that had been harrying Obito burst out, laughing. Finally, my chance has come. Seizing the moment, the clone landed a punch squarely on Obito's left eye. Ugh. Obito clutched his eye in pain. Just then, as a ripple of space emerged over his right eye, Nagato appeared. Ichim? At the sight of Nagato, Madara's brows knit together. For some reason, Nagato now radiated a chilling aura, utterly different from before. Nagato fixed Madara with a steely gaze and pressed his right hand to the ground. Members-tailed beasts, I'm sorry. When this is over, I'll revive you all. Summoning Jutsu. Demonic statue of the outer path. With a furious roar, a colossal, withered wooden statue erupted from the earth. As the demonic statue of the outer path revealed itself, 9 black rods immediately extended from its chest, impaling Nagato's body. Aya! Perhaps thanks to the cells of Hashirama and the power of the sage body, Nagato was not emaciated this time. Even his searing pain shot up his back. Nagato formed a hand seal with one hand and shouted, Outer path. Chains of the Ghetto statue. 9 spectral soul chains burst from the mouth of the Ghetto statue, 8 of them plunging into the bodies of the Akatsuki members, dead or alive. Without hesitation, Deidara's body had long since been reduced to fragments after his self-destruction. As the final chain drifted aimlessly, Obito understood at once. Before the 3 tails could be extracted from his own body, he quickly released the unconscious Yujito Ni from the Kimui space. Although the Yin half of the 2 tails had died alongside Deidara, the Yang half had been preserved by Obito all this time. As soon as Yujito appeared, the 9th chain drove straight into her body, forcefully tearing out the Yang 2 tails. Once a tail beast is extracted, the Jinchuriki is doomed to die. The surviving members and the beasts themselves understood this bitter truth, and all respected Nagato's resolve to defeat the reanimated Madara. Perhaps this was the only path left. As the 9 tails was about to be torn free, Kurama bellowed, I've left a portion of my chakra inside you. It'll be enough to keep you alive for 5 minutes. Nagato, you must become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Only by housing a tailed beast again will you survive. Kurama, that's exactly what I intended. Nagato replied. With all 9 tailed beasts drawn into the mouth of the Geto statue, the statue's 9 eyes snapped open. The 9 black rods embedded in Nagato's back slowly retracted, returning into the statue's body. Now infused with the chakra of the tailed beast, the Geto statue no longer needed Nagato to sustain it. The 10 Tails was on the verge of resurrection. Seeing Nagato's actions, Madara immediately grasped his intention. I will never allow you to become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, Black Zetsu, while the Geto statue is still absorbing his power. Possess him now. Seize his Rinnegan. Black Zetsu thought the same, and had already appeared at Nagato's feet. Just as Black Zetsu was about to strike, 2 black rods suddenly pierced the puddle of black sludge that was his true form. Nagato snarled, I've grown tired of your tricks. Get lost and go sing the world is only good with mom somewhere else. Shinra Tensei. Black Zetsu had no time to dodge and was blasted away by Nagato's force. The Geto statue, now filled with the chakra of all 9 tailed beasts, clutched its head and howled in agony. Sensing the overwhelming power radiating from the statue, Madara cursed and dared not delay. He summoned his Susanoo, preparing to interrupt Nagato's next move. Nagato, unfazed, formed a series of hand seals and shouted. Suddenly, the Geto statue's body began to swell at a rapid pace. 10 massive tails erupted from its back, all lashing out toward Madara's Susanoo. Forced to dodge the oncoming assault, Madara leapt aside. When he looked at Nagato again, the 10 Tails, with its enormous eyes wide open, had been resurrected. In an instant, the sky darkened and the earth trembled. Though it was clearly daytime, the entire world seemed to be shrouded in night. A blood-red moon cast the image of a cross-shaped star, and an overwhelming aura radiated outwards in every direction. Even Madara's mighty Susanoo could not withstand this terrifying power. Stumbling back 2 steps, Madara, I will kill you. I'll make sure. Not even your bones remain. 6 paths. 10 Tails coffin seal. Nagato soared to the 10 Tails side, pressing both hands against its massive hide. In the next moment, accompanied by a thunderous rumble, the 10 Tails body began to dissolve into a stream of pulsing flesh, which Nagato drew continuously into himself. When the dust finally settled, a white sphere hovered suspended in the sky. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, the sphere shattered. Shards of crystal drifted through the air as Nagato at last became the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Now Nagato was clad in a flowing white robe, 6 black magatama adorning his chest, and 9 more marking his back. He gripped the sage's staff in his hand, while 8 truth-seeking orbs floated behind him. In this state, he was the very image of the sage of 6 paths, the first 10 Tails. Jinchuriki in ninja history. Madara, now that I have merged with the 10 Tails, I possess the same power as the founder of the shinobi world. I will become the second sage of 6 paths. Even if you are an Edo Tensei, it means nothing in the face of my strength. Damn it! Madara and Black Zetsu finally sensed the looming threat. Their original plan had been to seize Nagato's Rinnegan and implant it into Danzo, who possessed Hashirama cells. Black Zetsu would then control Danzo to use Rinne Rebirth to bring Madara back to life. After using Danzo, they would hand the Rinnegan over to Madara so he could summon the demonic statue of the Outer Path and become the final 10 Tails Jinchuriki, thus realizing the Eye of the Moon plan. But unexpectedly, Nagato seized the initiative. They had never imagined that Obito would give up his Hashirama cells to Nagato. I will use every speck of dust from your body to honor the comrades who died for my dream. Nagato suddenly vanished in midair. Madara, startled, relied on his keen eyes to sense that Nagato would appear behind him, but he couldn't react fast enough. With a single swing of the staff, Nagato severed Madara's right arm. Ugh! Madara grunted, quickly leaping to the side. The dust from his severed arm didn't regroup, but scattered and drifted down into the earth carried by the wind. Madara could no longer regenerate. No, I can't let him hit me again. If this continues, this body will. As Madara frantically searched for a countermeasure, he suddenly felt an immense gravitational force. It was so powerful he couldn't break free, and his body was pulled directly toward Nagato's outstretched hand. I will not die so easily at your hands. Madara steeled himself for a desperate gamble. As he was drawn in by Nagato's almighty pull, he instantly summoned his Susanoo and hurled the sword of Totsuka straight at Nagato. Nagato raised his sage staff and struck aside the swiftly approaching blade, his voice cold and unyielding at this point. Do you really think something like this can affect me? Madara's final struggle ended in failure. Now, Nagato had pulled him close, gripping his throat with a merciless hand. Madara thrashed with all his might, hoping to break free from Nagato's grasp, but all he achieved was the loss of yet another arm. Nagato tore off Madara's second arm without hesitation. Nagato, I was the one who gave you the Rinnegan, the one who granted you this power. Is this how you repay me? Spare me the pointless words, Nagato replied coolly. But before you die, I'll tell you one thing. Black Zetsu isn't your creation, nor does he act by your will. He is the child of Kagaya Otsutsuki, to resurrect his mother. He tampered with the Uchiha clan stone tablet, and has been using you to further his own plans. Madara, you were deceived. Now, that both Obito and I know the truth, it was only natural we would betray you. Madara was stunned, his face etched with disbelief. What? What are you saying? Nagato answered with indifference. I'm telling you this so you can die with some understanding, don't worry. You'll get the chance to confront him yourself. I won't let your soul return a piece. I'll seal the two of you together. Then you can ask him yourself. 6 paths, planetary devastation. The earth roared and trembled, tectonic plates shattering. Countless boulders and debris, pulled by an overwhelming force, hurtled toward Madara. Nagato, explain yourself. Madara's words were cut short, as his mangled body was engulfed by the swirling stones. This was a planetary devastation on par with the Sage of 6 Paths himself. Escape was utterly impossible. Nagato landed soundlessly before Black Zetsu, who was still pinned by black rods. He simply stared at him, saying nothing. Damn it, if only you hadn't learned about the future, my plan would have succeeded. Nagato, I hate you. A cold chuckle escaped Nagato. You're spouting nonsense. Even without knowledge of the future, your plan would have failed. Just at someone else's hands, not mine. Enough talk, go. Spend the rest of eternity sealed in stone, right alongside your pawn. With that, Nagato seized Black Zetsu and flung him with force straight into the heart of the planetary devastation. The sealing of Black Zetsu and Edo Madara was finally complete. All was settled, the dust began to settle. Nagato's expression remained icy, showing not a hint of triumph or celebration. There were still 2 more things he needed to do. Looking around at the bodies of his fallen comrades, Nagato let out a commanding cry. The 9-tailed beasts, their bodies glowing white, emerged one after another from within him. Before long, each of the 9-tailed beasts gradually regained their former forms. Next, it's time for the second matter. After releasing the tailed beast, Nagato's body was extremely frail. With the last of his strength, he formed hand seals once more. Outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique. Those who argue that the user does not die focus on chakra consumption. They believe that as long as there is enough chakra, the caster will not die. In the original manga, when Nagato revived the entire Hidden Leaf Village, Conan mentioned this very point. On the other hand, those who argue that the user does die focus on vitality. They believe that the samsara of heavenly life technique consumes the user's life force. As for why Obito didn't die after using this technique, it's because he possessed cells from Hashirama, was possessed by Black Zetsu, and had previously been the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. His body would weaken, but he wouldn't die immediately. What's more, Obito once told Madara that the samsara of heavenly life technique is a life-for-life exchange. The evidence above the yellow line in the image shows it requires chakra. The evidence below the yellow line shows it requires exchanging life for life. To avoid unnecessary arguments, the version of the samsara of heavenly life technique I use here is based on the 2014 official book of Battle published by Kishimoto and Shueisha. This book contains all the jutsu from the Pain's Assault arc to the end of the 4th Great Ninja War. If you're interested, feel free to check it out. It states clearly that the price of using this technique is the caster's life. However, if the caster is exceptionally strong in vitality and constitution, their life may linger for a brief time. They won't die immediately. It's only a matter of time. I hope everyone refrains from arguing. This setting has always been controversial, so for now, I'll simply borrow the second interpretation for my narrative. Outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique. The King of Hell appeared. The King of Hell opened its massive jaws, releasing several streams of green light that scattered across the battlefield. Having forcibly released the tailed beasts, and then used the forbidden samsara of heavenly life technique, Nagato's vision went dark the moment the King of Hell vanished. His consciousness faded away, and he no longer even had the strength to keep himself upright. He collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. Nagato. As Kurama took form, he immediately rushed to Nagato's side, gently touching Nagato's body with his paw. The other tailed beasts hurried over as well, gathering around Nagato. Sensing the faint pulse at Nagato's chest, Kurama exclaimed in alarm. This is bad. Nagato's life signs are extremely weak. We need to share some of our chakra with him, or he won't make it. The tailed beasts, hearing this, all pressed their paws on Nagato's body at once. But the moment their paws touched him, their chakra began to pour uncontrollably into Nagato. Son Goku cried out, "What's going on? I haven't even started to transfer chakra yet. Why is it flowing into him on its own?" Kurama said, Maybe it's because his sage body has an incredible ability to absorb chakra. Let's just endure it for now. We have so much chakra anyway, it doesn't really matter how much he takes. I just don't want him to die. Matatabi added, it's strange, he's absorbed so much already. But why hasn't he woken up? Gyuki mused, I feel like that last jutsu he used was extraordinary. Maybe that's the reason. It seems our chakra isn't doing much at all. As the tailed beast debated, chunks of stone began to rise from the ground all across the battlefield. Akatsuki members emerged one after another from beneath the ruins. Deidara stared at his own body in disbelief, muttering, this is odd. I could have sworn I was dead. Was I brought back by some forbidden reanimation? Hichem. With that thought, Deidara slapped himself across the cheek. Ow, that hurt. Could I actually be alive again? He looked around and realized he wasn't the only one. Kisame and Itachi, both of whom had died before him, were also alive once more. As confusion spread among the members, Orochimaru emerged from underground, slithering to stand before them. Pointing to the cluster of tailed beasts nearby, Orochimaru said in his cool, lingering voice, let me, as one of the living, explain what's happened. But before that, we need to check on Nagato. Nagato, boss, leader. Thanks to Orochimaru's explanation, the members finally understood everything Nagato had done. He had sacrificed his own life to cast the samsara of heavenly life. Technique, bringing them all back from death. Seeing Nagato still unconscious on the ground, everyone grew anxious. Konan cradled him to her chest, her voice trembling. Nagato, please wake up. Don't scare me like this. Itachi spoke gravely. This can't go on. Even though the tailed beasts have poured massive amounts of chakra into Nagato, it doesn't solve the fundamental problem. If we don't find another way, he'll still die. Orochimaru chimed in. He learned the secret of immortality. For me, just now, I managed to preserve Tsunade, who is under your Jinjutsu. Use her for Nagato, but only if he regains consciousness. If he remains like this, there's nothing I can do. Konan was startled. You're saying you want Nagato to use a woman's body? But Orochimaru immediately understood her concern and reassured her, don't worry. As long as Nagato is willing, once he takes over Tsunade's body, he can reshape it to look like his original self with all his male traits. There's no need to worry, Sai. It's just a shame to lose his sage body and Hashirama cells. Obito said gravely, this samsara rebirth technique is the greatest of forbidden jutsu. I'm truly afraid Nagato won't wake up. His life force is dangerously low. I'm afraid this method might not work. Kakazu said yes. I'm worried too. If the leader wakes up, I could even teach him my unique secret technique. Let him awaken 5 hearts as well, but I'm really afraid he might not make it. Just then Nagato's hand twitched gently, and his eyes slowly fluttered open. Deidara immediately shouted in excitement, look, the boss is awake. Nagato, the members and the tailed beast breathed a sigh of relief there. Anxious hearts finally at ease. Orochimaru spoke urgently, Nagato, you have to spit it out quickly. I've already prepared a body for you. To save you, I didn't hesitate to use my comrade's body. Once you're revived, you must let me study that black box thoroughly. Kakuzu leaned in as well, leader, to prevent this from happening again. Once you're done, I'll teach you my unique secret technique. Nagato, hurry, spit it out. Nagato's condition was even worse than they imagined. Although his body was filled with a tremendous amount of tailed beast chakra, his life force was already close to its end. Not only had he revived the members, but he had also restored the Intu tails. Inside Deidara, this fleeting return of consciousness might be what people call a final flare of life. Summoning the last remnants of his strength, Nagato slowly parted his lips. I told you, I wouldn't let a single one of you die. All of you must live well. Konan sobbed, don't say things that sound like final words. You're not going to die. Nagato alone understood the true state of his body. The Rinne rebirth technique had already burned away all his life force. I'm sorry. Konan. With the final word, Nagato smiled and slowly closed his eyes. His hands sank limply to his sides. Nagato. The members were stunned. They were all hardened warriors, but this time, each of their eyes brimmed with tears. They could no longer hide. They couldn't accept this reality. While everyone mourned, Scorpion, who had been standing at the back, suddenly called out, take the leader's body and come with me to the sand village. Hearing this, the members fell silent. Scorpion, do you mean to ask your grandmother to use the reanimation jutsu on Nagato? Those who had read the original story knew that Chiyo possessed such an ability. How could that be? My grandmother is far too stubborn. She would never use that jutsu on an enemy. But if possible, I'd like her to teach me that secret art. I will never let the leader die in vain. Sand village in Gaara's bedroom. On white sheets, as a pair of aged hands gently descended, a life was successfully transferred. Nagato opened his eyes, looking at the members' ecstatic faces. In a soft voice, he asked, where am I? As Conan wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, she sobbed and replied, "We're in Sunagakure. It was Granny Chiyo who brought you back to life." Only then did Nagato notice the body of Chiyo lying beside Gaara and Sasori. "Why would Chiyo save me?" Gaara let out a sigh. "Let me explain. Not long ago, the Akatsuki members arrived at Sunagakure. The Sand Ninja, thinking Akatsuki was launching another attack, were thrown into panic. At that moment, Sasori stated his true intentions. He wanted to meet his grandmother. If the Kazekage refused, Akatsuki would annihilate the Land of Wind. The last invasion had already marked Sunagakure with shame. This new threat from Akatsuki made the Sand Ninja want to resist with all their might. But when Chiyo heard that her grandson wanted to see her, she stepped out of the city without hesitation. "You haven't changed at all. You're exactly the same as before. Don't tell me you've turned yourself into a puppet." "I haven't changed, but you look much older now." "Enough with the pleasantries. I want you to teach me a jutsu." Chiyo chuckled softly. "I've seen your profile. You can now control hundreds of puppets. Far beyond anything I could do. What could an old woman like me possibly teach you? Your forbidden technique." Reanimation. Chiyo was stunned into silence. She did know that jutsu. She had created it in the hope of bringing Sasori's parents back to life, but she couldn't understand how Sasori knew about it. "What do you want with that technique?" "To save the one who gave me a second chance at life. My leader, he gave you a second life?" Sasori nodded, then recounted everything that had just happened to Chiyo. "My dear grandson, I'm glad you have a good leader, but I won't teach you. You and your group are the enemies of the entire ninja world. I may be old, but I'm not senile enough to show mercy to my enemies. Besides, the fact that you even killed the third Kazekage, I'm deeply disappointed in you. Grandma, my leader never wanted to harm any of you. Last time, he didn't kill a single Sand Ninja. He even returned Gaara unharmed. He only wants to unify the ninja world. If nothing changes, there will always be war, and the result of war is more and more orphans like me." Sasori's parents had died in the war. Chiyo knew well that Sasori's twisted heart had begun the day he lost them. War breeds hatred and despair at every turn, and orphans. Just like Sasori once was. As a child, Sasori had smiled so innocently. Chiyo could never forget that smile. Held close in the arms of his real parents, looking into Scorpion's determined eyes, Chiyo knew her grandson had made up his mind. If she didn't agree, he would not leave so easily, perhaps the world. Scorpion spoke of wasn't impossible after all. Scorpion had lost his parents, and Chiyo had lost her child. The true cause of all this pain was, in the end, the war itself. Once their family had been happy, but war had left it shattered and broken. Chiyo didn't want to see another family suffer as hers had. Though she was already old and might not live to see that new era arrive, at the very least, she could do something to help realize her grandson's dream. "I understand. Come with me." Chiyo decided to sacrifice herself. And in the end, that's exactly what she did. With her life, she saved Nagato. Half a day had passed, perhaps because the hidden sand village was rather backward. Even the Kazekage's bedroom was shockingly small. The 10-person team was packed tightly into this little room, though everyone was a bit on edge. None of them wanted to leave. They all wished to stay by Nagato's side. After so many battles together, after repeatedly facing life and death, their bond seemed to have grown a little deeper. That's what Nagato thought, at least. But what happened next would prove he'd been too optimistic. Their bond, it didn't seem so strong after all. Not a single person had noticed that one of their members was missing. Nagato couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Why had he not heard that hearty laughter for so long? He looked carefully around the room, counting again and again, then suddenly realized one person was indeed missing. That's strange. Why are there only 9 of us? Wait, where's Haiden? Only then did the members notice that Haiden was gone. Kisame muttered, "What's going on? Did that guy go to the bathroom or something?" Kakuzu scanned the room, then suddenly exclaimed, "No, when we came to the Land of Wind. I don't think he was even with us," Conan said, uncertainly. I remember the last I saw Madara knocked his head off." "Kakuzu, did you help him put it back on?" Kakuzu replied, "Yeah, I did." Conan shook her head. "No, after you died, he lost his head again." Kakuzu protested. "How would I know? I was dead. How could I put it back on for him?" The others fell silent. Deidara chimed in, "Haiden is immortal. He doesn't need Rinne rebirth. After we were revived, each of us crawled out of the rubble ourselves. Could it be he's still buried under the ruins? That must be it." "Yeah, what the heck? You mean you all just left Haiden behind?" It made sense. The conclusion fit the facts. By now, Haiden had been buried alone for nearly a whole day. Everyone's attention after the resurrection had been focused on Nagato, and they'd completely forgotten about Haiden. Kakuzu hurriedly said to Nagato, "Leader, you get some rest. I'll go bring Haiden back right away." "Deidara, you come with me, huh?" "Why?" "You have a giant bird." "The journey is too long, and I'm too lazy to walk." Back on the battlefield, the air was thick with the lingering haze of gunpowder. The landscape had been utterly transformed by the fighting. There was no trace of life left here, yet, if you listened carefully you could make out a faint, pitiful, whimpering sound. It came from somewhere beneath the distant ruins. The voice, muffled by the piles of rubble, or perhaps buried too deep, was impossible to make out at first, but if you drew closer and listened intently, the words finally became clear. "You bunch of bastards! It's been so long. Why hasn't anyone come to save me yet? Where is everyone? Have you all died somewhere? Have you forgotten about me? What happened to us being one big loving family? Have you all abandoned me? Oh please, someone come save me. Kakuzu, where are you? My head hurts so much. I miss you." Wow, what a huge ball. It really looks like the moon, HM. Staring at the Chibaku Tensei, floating high above the battlefield, Deidara couldn't help but marvel. "I wonder if my art could blow that thing apart." Kakuzu jumped down from the giant bird and urged, "Enough with the admiration. Let's hurry up and find Haydn. This place is enormous, and who knows where he's buried. Let's not waste time." Deidara reached into his pouch and pulled out some explosive clay, grinning mischievously. "No need to make it so complicated. Kakuzu, you'd better stand back. If we keep searching like this, who knows when we'll find him. I'll just blast him out instead." Kakuzu nodded. "Good idea." Before long, Deidara had crafted a handful of clay spiders. He tossed them down, and the little spiders scattered across the battlefield, crawling into the ruins. "HM, that should do it." Just as Deidara was about to shout his command, Kakuzu quickly stopped him, pointing into the distance. "Wait. There's someone over there." Deidara followed his gaze. When he saw the man's face clearly, he exclaimed in shock, "Danzo, how is this guy still alive?" The two of them hurried over to Danzo's side. Though he was still alive, his body was in terrible shape, so Wiki could barely speak. Deidara sneered, mocking him. "Danzo, you really are hard to kill, huh? After all the times we kicked. You're still not dead. Humph, Kakuzu, don't you still need for more hearts? I remember Danzo's specialty is wind release. Just take him." Yeah, Kakuzu was already thinking along those lines. It wasn't just his hearts. He wanted to take even more from Danzo. He tore away the sleeve on Danzo's right arm, revealing a grotesque human face embedded in his upper arm. He's managed to stay alive this long. Must be thanks to the Hashirama cells inside him. Obito's right arm was absorbed by the boss, so he's missing a limb. I think Danzo's right arm would suit Obito just fine. Hearing that the two members of the Akatsuki wanted to take his right arm, Danzo's eyes snapped open. With a menacing voice, he declared, "You can have my heart, but if you covet my right arm, that is absolutely impossible. I will never let you grow stronger and use that power to harm Konoha again." The cells from Hashirama were intensely active, without immense willpower and strength. They could easily overwhelm their host. Danzo's frailty was due to the fact that he used all his chakra to suppress the Hashirama cells in his right arm. His heart he could sacrifice, but his right arm was out of the question. In an instant, Danzo's right arm began to swell uncontrollably, transforming into a towering tree. Kakuzu and Deidara quickly jumped back to avoid being caught up in the surge of wood release. Just moments before, the battlefield had been a wasteland, but thanks to Danzo, it was suddenly bursting with life. Deidara remarked, "This old man's still got some backbone." Kuku muttered. "Who knows what else he'll pull next? We can't give him a chance. If he uses a sealing jutsu on himself, my wind-style heart will be lost too." Just as Danzo was about to self-destruct, Kakuzu landed beside him. Threads of black tendrils slipped from his sleeve, stabbing deep into Danzo's chest. "Danzo, did you really think I'd let you die a hero's death? Are you thinking about your old friend Hiruzen Sartobi right now? I bet the words in your heart go something like this. Hiruzen, you always walked ahead of me. Looks like it's my turn now. Just as you risked your life to protect Konoha, I'll do the same. It's just a pity I never became Hokage. No matter where I go, I can never catch up to you." Danzo's face, which had been full of grim resolve, froze in disbelief at Kakuzu's words. How did you know exactly what I was thinking? Not a single word off." Kakuzu snorted coldly, curious. "Are you? Too bad. I'm not telling you. Take your time pondering it in the afterlife. Oh, and one more thing. Konoha has already fallen." With a sickening sound, Danzo's heart was wrenched out by the black threads and absorbed into Kakuzu's body. The instant the heart entered him, Kakuzu's emerald eyes flashed with intensity. The transplant was a success. With a casual toss, Kakuzu threw Danzo's corpse aside. Suddenly, he heard a faint, muffled whimper. "HM." Following the noise, which grew clearer as he approached, Kakuzu finally recognized the voice. "Haydn." Kakuzu hurriedly reached into the rubble, shouting, Earth-style, multi-spike earth spear. With a rumbling of the ground, Haydn's head and body were pried out by a cluster of earthen spikes. As his head sailed through the air, Haydn cursed loudly, "Kakuzu, what took you so long? And as if being late wasn't bad enough, couldn't you at least have been a bit gentler? They actually used ninjutsu to dig me out." Kakuzu snorted lightly. I'm much gentler than Deidara. If it weren't for me, he would have blasted you out. Deidara, controlling his giant clay bird to catch Heiden's head, grinned mischievously. Heiden, you really live up to your reputation. Buried for so long and still bursting with energy. Heiden retorted, what's the matter? Jealous of me? Wanting to take you to the Jashin cult and turn you into someone like me? Deidara replied haughtily, no way. Fleeting beauty is the ultimate art. What you have is no different from the fake art of Sasori. Just then Kakuzu landed on the bird, carrying Heiden's body, and quipped, if I'd known you like this kind of treatment, I wouldn't have let the leader revive you. Deidara, this resurrection totally goes against your artistic beliefs. Want me to help you out? Kakuzu, stop exposing my secrets, Deidara snapped, holding Heiden's head while Kakuzu held his body, and for no apparent reason, the two started bickering. Heiden grew frantic. Hey, can't you two argue after we get back? Hurry up and put my head back on. I'm really hurting here. The two seemed not to hear him at all, and simply tossed Heiden's various parts onto the bird's back. As they flew back, their argument continued unabated. At last, Heiden understood. They were definitely doing this on purpose. You two bastards. One day, I swear I'll curse you both. Land of Fire, Hidden Leaf Village. It had been an entire day since Akatsuki destroyed the village. The villagers had already hidden themselves in underground shelters, but the number of dead and gravely injured shinobi was overwhelming. By the time Might Guy returned, the enemies had long since left. He heard the distant thunder of explosions, the unmistakable sounds of battle, and though his heart urged him to rush there, reason told him saving lives came first. He spent most of the day rallying the people in the shelters, searching every corner of the village, and managed to save many severely wounded ninja. Under Guy's command, a temporary medical station was set up to care for the survivors. Lee Tenteniji and the rest of the Konoha 12 were all gravely injured and unconscious, but thankfully not in mortal danger. Anko Mitarashi, Izumo Kamizuki, and Kotetsu Hagane returned to the village with the daimyo of the Land of Waves. When they saw the devastation, their hearts sank. Gamabunta's warning had given them some mental preparation, but none of them had imagined the village would be reduced to this state. The daimyo stammered, maybe you should send me back. I have a feeling it's even more dangerous here. Anko glared sharply at the daimyo. Are you trying to add fuel to the fire? Sensing the anger in her eyes, the daimyo immediately fell silent, too frightened to say another word. At that moment, they spotted Guy frantically digging through the rubble. They hurried over and called out, Guy, how could this happen to Konoha? Where's Lord Hokage? Where is Uchiha Itachi? And what about the other Akatsuki members? Guy turned around, his voice urgent. You're finally back. I heard from the survivors that Lord Hokage was controlled by Itachi, and the Akatsuki have already left. Anko, you take the daimyo to the temporary shelter to rest. Izumo, Kotetsu, you two, come with me too. Search for people. Search for people. Who? Besides the other ninja who went to escort the other daimyos, there are still 3 people. I haven't found Kakashi Isuma and Shizen. Enough talk, help me. For all we know, they might be trapped under the rubble somewhere. A whole day passed. Guy and the others practically turned Konoha upside down, but still couldn't find any trace of those 3. Seeing the anxious look on Guy's face, Chuyin quietly tried to reason with him. Guy, stop searching. There's still many important things that need your attention. You should rest for a while. The village's main forces are almost gone. If Akatsuki attacks again, you're our last hope. Guy said nothing, still digging through the ruins. Kotetsu, seeing this, patted Guy on the shoulder and tried to persuade him. Guy, Chun has a point. You really should. Don't touch me. If you have time to talk to me, use it to search. I won't stop until we find Kakashi, dead or alive. We have to bring him back. Of course, none of them knew that those 3 had already died yesterday when Akatsuki was sealing the past Hokage in Konoha. The 3 of them seized the chance to revert to their white Zetsu forms and quietly melted into the earth, escaping unnoticed. White Zetsu still lived. Its true body was now hiding in a mountain cave. White Zetsu seemed a little lost, not knowing what to do next. Glancing at Uzumaki Zetsu, who was humming an odd tune beside him, White Zetsu asked Faye, what should we do now? Sigh. I suddenly feel like life's lost all direction. Compared to White Zetsu's melancholy, Uzumaki Zetsu was brimming with excitement. Zetsu, look on the bright side. Isn't this great? From now on, we're free. We can do whatever we want. Hey, I've always heard humans invented something amazing called a toilet. I'd love to travel the world and visit every single one. White Zetsu shot him a helpless look and said, your twisted interests never change. Wouldn't it be better if we just stayed quietly in this cave? If Akatsuki finds out we're alive, we're doomed. What's there to be scared of? Akatsuki's only goal is to seal Black Zetsu, not us. Besides, they know we don't have the power to revive Mother on our own. Relax. Akatsuki isn't that petty. They won't come after us. White Zetsu was stunned for a moment at Uzumaki. Zetsu's words, it actually made sense, but even so it didn't solve their problem. At least Uzumaki Zetsu has a goal, but what about myself? I don't even have a goal. I can't possibly spend my whole life following him around, appreciating every toilet in the ninja world. Uzumaki Zetsu seemed to sense his thoughts and softly said, "You look so lonely. Why don't you go back and rejoin the Akatsuki?" Huh. Well, you don't know what else to do anyway. Soon the Akatsuki will control the whole ninja world, tagging along. With them would be better for you. Besides, you know them well, and your abilities are one of a kind. I'm sure they'll take you back. White Zetsu said nothing, just stared blankly into the distance. Maybe going back really would be the best choice. In the blink of an eye, 3 more days passed. News of the war between the allied shinobi forces and the Akatsuki spread throughout the world. In the land of fire, Konoha was destroyed, the 5th Hokage Tsunade went missing, and countless ninja perished. A devastating loss in the land of lightning. The 4th Raikage, I was killed. Although the village itself was unharmed, Akatsuki had already dealt it a heavy blow. The village was in no shape to seek revenge. In the land of water, the 5th Mizukage Meitarumi died, and the 3 tails she guarded was captured by Kisame Hashigaki during the war. In the land of earth, the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki perished, not even leaving a complete body behind. Still, the village's fighting strength remained mostly intact, and they had some power to resist, but it hardly seemed to matter. Now, in the land of wind, the 5th Kazekage Gaara withdrew from the allied shinobi forces and pulled out his troops midway through the war, making himself the target of the other 4 great nations. The outcome of this conflict shattered the smaller countries' trust in the 5 great nations. No longer did they offer supplies or money. Ever since they'd heard that the land of rivers had been occupied by Akatsuki, not slaughtered, but with the daimyo's life and position spared, the smaller countries began switching allegiances. They started importing the 3 books Akatsuki left behind in the land of rivers, studying them collectively, and preparing to welcome Akatsuki at any moment. Land of Wind, Sunagakure. Although Heiden's head had been reattached after their return, he still held a grudge. Every so often he'd grumble seriously. "You guys, there aren't many of us in the organization to begin with, and when you suddenly lost one handsome guy, you didn't even notice for a whole day. Unbelievable. Do you know how traumatizing that is?" Kakuzu could only sigh. "Are you ever going to let this go? You've been harping on about it for 3 days already. The boss just recovered. Can't you give it a rest?" Haiden shot back. "Easy for you to talk about the boss. If the leader hadn't woken up and realized I was missing, would you have ever remembered me? Kakuzu, I always thought you cared about me the most, but if you lose your head, you can stitch it back on, but when your heart breaks, all that's left is pain. Kakuzu, you really broke my heart." These past few days, although Haiden has been rather long-winded, what he says does make sense. Kakuzu can't out-argue him, so he can only lean in the corner and suffer in silence. Just then, the sound of knocking on the door suddenly echoed through the room. "Who is it?" I finally got into the mood. "And someone just has to ruin it," Haiden grumbled as he reluctantly opened the door. Standing quietly at the threshold was Gaara. "Oh, it's the Kazekage. Please come in." Ever since Haiden learned that it was Sasori's grandmother, Chiyo, who saved Nagato with Gaara's blessing, and after Gaara withdrew from the allied shinobi forces, his attitude toward Gaara had gradually softened. Gaara stepped inside at a measured pace, his gaze settling on Nagato. "There's someone outside looking for you," he said. "He calls himself Zetsu. Wow. They always say the land of wind is short on water, but that doesn't seem to be the case at all." Gazing at the vast stretch of water just outside Sunagakure, Uzumaki Zetsu marveled. "I always thought the villagers here used sand to cover things up after using the toilet, but it looks like I was wrong. With so much water, there's more than enough for flushing." The journey to the land of wind wasn't far and white. Zetsu's underground travel speed could have gotten them there in no time, but Uzumaki Zetsu insisted on stopping to inspect every restroom they passed, missing not a single one. Because of this, the 2 Zetsus spent a full 3 days just getting to Sunagakure. White Zetsu was at a loss. "Didn't you see the 3 tails and 8 tails in the water? It's obvious. Kisame must have used water style to create this pool, so those 2 aquatic beasts wouldn't dry out under the sun." "Oh, I didn't notice until you pointed it out." Uzumaki Zetsu mused, propping his chin thoughtfully. "By the way, why are all these tailed beasts hanging around here? I get it. Everyone knows Sunagakure betrayed the 5 great nations. Maybe they invited these tailed beasts over as bodyguards to fend off revenge." At that moment, Nagato and the other Akatsuki members emerged from the village. Nagato spoke. "They're not bodyguards. Most likely they're waiting for us, choosing to stay here on their own." Kisame grinned. "White Zetsu, we were just about to look for you. Didn't expect you'd walk right in yourself. How convenient." White Zetsu's expression darkened. "What do you want with me?" "Planning to kill me." Haiden slung his blood-red scythe over his shoulder and laughed boisterously. "Huh. If we don't kill you, are we supposed to just let you keep causing trouble for the ninja world? White Zetsu didn't bother to respond, letting out a cold snort as he quietly activated his spore technique. Orochimaru spoke up. It was Zetsu who brought me Madara's corpse and asked me to use Reanimation Jutsu to revive him. That's what led to all this chaos. I say we just get rid of Zetsu now. With that, Orochimaru glided forward, his voice chilling. Ready to strike? Wait, Nagato interrupted, fixing his gaze on White Zetsu. You took a huge risk coming here. What do you want to say to us, spy? Ju paused for a moment, then turned his head aside without saying a word. Seeing this, Whirlpool Ju spread his hands and said, he's a bit embarrassed, so let me explain. To put it simply, he wants to rejoin the Akatsuki. As for me, I'm just here to tag along. Huh. Everyone is taken aback. Deidara exclaimed, are you out of your mind? There's no way we're letting you back in. Are you trying to gain our trust just to take revenge on Black Zetsu? Kakuzu added, I'm against it too. Having another member means another paycheck. That's quite a loss for the organization. Baiju narrowed his eyes and replied helplessly, Kakuzu, isn't that reason a little far-fetched? With my looks and abilities, do you really think I need money? Hide and cut and save those useless words. This time, I'm with Kakuzu. You don't even have blood in your body. That's a serious offense against Lord Jashin. Baiju responded, I was born this way. What can I do? Besides, you're always talking about Lord Jashin, but I've read the original story. Even Kishimoto never really explained it. Honestly, I think your so-called Jashin is just an excuse for your killing sprees. Upon hearing this, Haiden exploded. What did you say? How dare you question the existence of Jashin? Do you want me to take you to my homeland, that place where cherry blossoms bloom, so you can witness our Jashin cult with your own eyes? Baiju sneered, sure. I'd love to see it. Fuming, Haiden turned to Nagato and said, boss, let's take Baiju in. When you've recovered, we'll head to Yugikure in the Land of Rivers. I'll make sure it sees the truth of Jashin with its own eyes. Sasori interjected, hey, don't get carried away. Baiju just riled you up a little, and your stance flipped so fast. Still, I have to admit, I'm pretty curious about this Jashin cult of yours. It wasn't just Sasori. Everyone was intrigued. The Jashin cult had always been shrouded in mystery, and aside from Haiden, no one had ever mentioned it. Nagato smiled and said, Baiju, you never fail to impress. You really do have a knack for steering the conversation off course. I approve your return. The rest of the members were all taken aback, except for Uchiha Itachi, whose face remained as expressionless and detached as ever. Nagato explained, this whole game has been orchestrated by Black Zetsu from the start. Baiju and Whirlpool Ju are just two among countless white Zetsus who developed self-awareness. They're hardly Kagaya's real children. Besides, isn't it better to have them close by? If they make any moves, we'll catch on immediately. With Nagato's approval, the others had nothing more to say. Whirlpool Ju dashed over to Obito, shouting excitedly, Obito, I miss you so much. Wait, where's your right arm? Obito replied, awkwardly. That was precious Hashirama tissue. I let Nagato absorb it to boost his abilities. What's so precious about that stuff? Did you forget? We cultivated a great many back at our base before. You know, if you want some, just go back and fetch them. Whirlpool's Zetsu circled Obito, scrutinizing his face before frowning. Without your mask, you look so gentle. Not fierce at all, sighed lately white Zetsu, and I have visited so many restrooms. I'm exhausted. Let me rest on your body for a while, and while I'm at it, I'll heal your arm. Without waiting for Obito's reply, Whirlpool Zetsu merged directly with his body. That familiar spiral mask instantly reappeared on Obito's face. See, now you look a bit more imposing. The other members, seeing this, nodded in agreement. Yes, you do look more like yourself now. At that moment, Gaara emerged with the Sand Ninja, looking at the Akatsuki members and saying, Nagato, your body is almost fully recovered now. It's time to go back. If you don't leave, neither will the tailed beasts. My villagers might understand my actions, but the other great nations do not. They've already branded Sunagakure as an enemy for colluding with Akatsuki. I'm afraid if this continues, they'll attack and harm my people. Sasori scoffed. What's there to fear? If anyone dares hurt the Sand Village, I'll wipe out their whole family. Gaara shook his head. I just don't want unnecessary trouble. As long as you leave, that's enough. As for the other four nations, I'll explain to them the reasons for my betrayal. I can only hope they'll understand. Lowering his head, Gaara touched his stomach and continued, honestly, I'd like to hand over Shikaku's Yan form to you right now to give him his freedom, but he refuses. He says he wants to stay with me until the day I die. If Shikaku's Yang form ever left Gaara's body, Gaara would surely die. Shikaku simply doesn't want that to happen. Hearing this, Shikaku's Een form suddenly burst from the earth, roaring, it's all right. Shikaku and I share the same heart. Whatever freedom I feel, he can feel too. There's no need to worry about him. Nagato nodded, smiling. Then we'll take our leave for now. But after some time we will return, Gara replied. I understand. You mean you want to bring Sunagakure under the Akatsuki's banner, don't you? Nagato said. Yes. Although Sunagakure has done me a great kindness, my goal won't change. Because of that, I still plan to bring your village under our nation. And you, I want you, too. Gara was stunned. What do you mean? Nagato patted Gara's shoulder. Don't get worked up. I simply hope you'll become the Kage of our Akatsuki nation. Gara was astonished. You want me to be the Akatsuki Kage? Of course, we in Akatsuki are just a bunch of ordinary fighters, not suited for politics. You have real experience. Trusting the shinobi world to you puts my mind at ease. Gara looked a bit bewildered. I'm not sure this is a good idea. What are you afraid of, Conan? Hand those 3 books over to him, said Nagato. Conan nodded and took out 3 books from within her robes, passing them to Gara. Gara gazed at the books in his hands. Asterisk the Akatsuki. Nation Summer Edition, New Chinese Dictionary Asterisk, the Criminal Law of Akatsuki Nation, and the Akatsuki Nation Units of Measurement. He murmured, Are these the same 3 books you gave to the Land of Rivers? Gara had already heard rumors about the Land of Rivers, Nagato replied. That's right. Take some time to read them yourself. In the future, Akatsuki Nation will be governed entirely according to these standards. I have high hope for you. That's all for now. We're leaving. With that, Nagato leapt onto the giant bird Deidara had prepared, waved his hand, and departed with the other members. They hadn't gone far when all at once small-tailed beasts hopped onto the shoulders of each member. On Conan's shoulder perched Komi-Eye the 7 Tails, who had now transformed into a green caterpillar. Conan stroked Komi-Eye's head fondly. How adorable. Is this what you looked like as a child? Komi-Eye blushed and bobbed its tiny head enthusiastically. Conan, am I really that cute? Conan scooped Komi-Eye in her arms. Of course, in all the world, you're the cutest there is. On Sasori's shoulder stood Shaku the One-Tail. At this moment, he looked like a little round ball, his single tail thick and long, several times the length of his own body. Sasori eyed him with distaste. You're so ugly. Surrounded by sand on all sides, is that really your ideal home? Why do you insist on following me? I'll go where I please. I'll follow whoever I want. Mind your own business. I don't feel like talking to you. I'm taking a nap, so stand still and don't shake me around. On Deidara's shoulder stood Madatabi the 2 Tails. She hadn't changed much. Her whole body was still wreathed in blue flames. Perhaps because she'd shrunk in size, she looked less fierce and a lot more adorable. Deidara grinned. Hey, little Madatabi, did you miss me? Madatabi replied coolly. Mind your tone. We're not that close. Deidara feigned surprise. Huh? Why are you so aloof all of a sudden? Madatabi answered. Now that I'm a fully fused yin-yang form of the 2 Tails with my sunny side in control, I think it's best we remain courteous acquaintances. Deidara pouted. Boo-hoo. I don't like this at all. On Obito's shoulder sat Isabu the 3 Tails. Though he still looked like an ancient turtle, his appearance was much more pleasing than before. Obito had only recently become a Jinchuriki before Isabu was extracted, so they still weren't very familiar with each other. Looking at the tailed beast that once belonged to Rin, Obito said gently, Please take care of me. Isabu didn't say much, only nodded in reply. On Kakuzu's shoulder stood Son Goku, the 4 Tails. Though his body was shrunken, it in no way diminished his powerful, well-defined muscles. He looked like a tiny gorilla with a painted mask. Kakuzu merely glanced at him, saying nothing. Son Goku, a little exasperated, extended his right fist. We've been partners for so long. Why are you still like this? It's been ages. Come on, fist bump. Kakuzu hesitated for a moment, then offered his own fist. On Uchiha Itachi's shoulder stood Kokuo, the 5 Tails, pure white from head to tail, its 5 fluffy tails flowing behind it like a princely steed. Before Itachi could speak, Kokuo spoke first. I'm truly glad you're still alive. Next time, remember to take better care of yourself. Itachi smiled softly at that, his voice warm as he replied, Of course. Having faced life and death together, their bond had long since transcended the ordinary. On Haiden's shoulder perched Saiken the 6 Tails. Up close, it looked like a sticky slug, from afar more like a bald, shivering marmot. Haiden immediately scooped it up gleefully, bursting out, Come on, I can't wait. Melt me with your acid. The sharper the pain, the greater the thrill, Saiken replied in a gentle murmur. Of all my past Jinchuriki, you are by far the strangest, Haiden. Pressed on enough talk, just do it. I'm dying for it. On Nagato's shoulder sat Kurama, the 9 Tails. Kurama's expression was as aloof as ever, head held high and eyes closed, completely ignoring Nagato. Seeing that proud, prickly demeanor, Nagato couldn't help but snicker. Hey, brat, what's so funny? No, it's just that I'm not used to seeing you like this. What, you don't like how I look? No. It's just, you're so cute now, it takes some getting used to, haha. But Kurama, you're all free now. There are plenty of paradises. In this world where no humans live, you don't have to stay with us in Akatsuki. Go wherever you wish. You don't need to worry about us. Those eyes of yours, they belong to the old man. When we tailed beasts look at you, It's like seeing him again. You're so weak. Without us, you'd be long dead. Guarding the old man's legacy is something we do willingly. And there was still one more tailed beast, lost in a daze. Gyuki the Eight Tails leaped onto a bird's back, gazing at the departing figures of Kisame Hashigaki, Orotoru, and White Zetsu, and fell in a deep thought sigh. These oddballs, who should I pick? One's a shark, one's a snake, and as for that last one, I honestly have no idea. Until I met these guys, I thought Killer Bee was the strangest person I'd ever seen. It was only after meeting them that I finally understood the meaning behind the saying often on human lips. There is always someone better, just as the sky stretches endlessly beyond what we see. After a long struggle within himself, Killer Bee the octopus fish-steeled his resolve and leapt decisively onto Kisame's shoulder. Kisame turned his head, his voice cold as he demanded, "Why did you choose me? I've said before, I am a tailless tail beast. I don't need your chakra. Besides, sharks sometimes eat octopuses, aren't you? Afraid that one day I might eat you." Faced with Kisame's indifference, Gyuki grinned slyly and replied, "You're the kind of person who says the harshest words but acts with the gentlest heart, aren't you? Outside the hidden sand village, you had no obligation to help me or the Three Tails. Yet you used water style, so we didn't have to suffer under the blazing sun. Just for that, I believe you wouldn't treat me so cruelly." Humph. Perhaps because Gyuki had seen right through him, Kisame merely snorted and fell silent. Before the Sage of Six Paths passed away, he left these words to the tailed beasts. "My time is almost up. Shikaku Matatabi, Isabu San Gokukukosakin Kumiai Gyuki Karama. No matter how far apart you are, you must always remain together. You will find the right guidance, and you will encounter those who cherish you." After ages had passed, the actions of the Akatsuki finally convinced the proud and lofty-tailed beasts that their waiting was over. "Old man, we've waited far, far too long." The land of fire, Kanahagakure. In this war, the losses here were especially severe. After 3 days of recovery, thanks to ANBU root member Tenzo's unique wood release, 3 rooms and a hall technique, the village's buildings had largely been restored, their outlines beginning to take shape once more, but the Hokage of the leaf Tsunade was still missing. No word, not a single trace. As for the other village leaders, many had fallen or were gravely wounded. Of those left standing, Might Guy alone remained as the strongest force. A country cannot go a day without its king, nor a village a day without its shadow. At the urging of the other ninja, everyone hoped Might Guy would become the 6th Hokage of the leaf, yet Might Guy stubbornly refused. He clung to his faith that his old rival Kakashi was still alive, asserting that Kakashi was a far better fit for the Hokage's mantle. Another day passed, and there was still no sign of Kakashi. With no other choice, Might Guy reluctantly agreed to serve as acting Hokage. Declaring himself the 5th and a half Hokage, he promised that if either Kakashi or Tsunade were found, he would step down immediately. After assuming the Hokage's duties, Might Guy decided the most urgent task was to reinforce security and boost the strength of the entire village. Everyone must be prepared to defend against another attack from the Akatsuki. To that end, he mass-produced his signature green bodysuit and distributed it to every ninja and villager, insisting they wear it for training, though some ninja and villagers were less than thrilled, faced with the authority of the Hokage. They had no choice but to comply. Tonight, Konoha will hold the inauguration ceremony for Might Guy as Hokage. He stepped onto the podium and called out to the assembled shinobi and villagers. "Thank you all for choosing me as your Hokage. As you know, I am a master of taijutsu, and when it comes to fighting the Akatsuki and the Rinnegan, taijutsu is their natural nemesis. According to intelligence reports, the Rinnegan can absorb ninjutsu, but it cannot absorb taijutsu. So, starting tomorrow morning, my beloved disciple Lee and I will personally instruct you all in taijutsu, the 8 gates technique. This is a method that removes the body's limitations on chakra, unleashing your full potential and power. Within the chakra network, there are 8 points that regulate and restrict chakra flow. The gate of opening, the gate of rest, the gate of life, the gate of pain, the gate of limit, the gate of view, the gate of wonder, and the gate of death. These 8 gates set the maximum limit for chakra, but this technique forces the body to exceed those limits, unleashing strength dozens of times greater than your original self. When all 8 gates are open, my father called it the 8 gates formation. In that state, one can instantly gain power many times greater than the 5 Kage, but it comes at the price of burning away all your life force. You die, you must understand this is a forbidden technique, but still I hope you'll learn If you don't, and the Akatsuki comes for us, we'll die anyway. So why not take a chance? Let's burn with the fire of youth, face them head on, and if need be, lay down our lives for the next generation. To protect our village with our own blood. As he spoke, Guy could not hold back his tears. Perhaps this is what it means to have a passionate youth. Father, I have become Hokage. I will spread the glory of taijutsu far and wide, and with it your 8 gates technique. Down below, Lee was already weeping uncontrollably. The other shinobi weren't quite as emotional, but as they thought about it, they realized the Hokage made sense. If the Akatsuki could crush them easily, it would be better to go down fighting for the sake of the future, even if it meant sacrificing themselves and taking the enemy with them. Soon, whispers began to spread among the crowd. Do you really think the Hokage's words are reliable? Is the 8 gates really that powerful, even stronger than the Kage many times over? It just might be. Remember the Chunin exams? Lee opened some of the gates back then. Even without unlocking all 8-inch, he was incredibly strong. That speed, that strength. If his opponent hadn't been Gaara, the traitor, Lee would have surely won. But the price he paid was heavy. If not for Lady Tsunade, Lee might never have become a ninja again. Hush, I never saw it myself, but didn't you hear? The Hokage's father, Might Dewey, once used this technique to face the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist alone. He killed 4 and drove the other 3 away. That's no ordinary strength, really. Then I have to learn it. I will use my life to avenge my fallen comrades and family. I want to learn too. So do I. As the story of the 8 Gates formation spread, the ninjas were swept up in a surge of emotion, clamoring to learn the technique. Good. Guy swung his arm in a grand gesture, his white teeth shining especially bright under the moonlight. If you want to learn this technique, you must be resolute. Though this jutsu is powerful, not everyone can master it. Tomorrow morning at 4, put on your training gear and gather here. Lee and I will be waiting for you. The time has come to temper your will. Let your youth burn bright. The ninjas and villagers below responded with a thunderous cheer, their spirits ignited as if charged by a surge of energy. Yes, under Guy's leadership, the Hidden Leaf was on the verge of entering an era where every villager would become a warrior. At the same time, news from other great nations began to arrive. In a land of water, after the death of the 5th Mizukage, Meitrumi, the prodigy of the mist Chijiro, wielder of the twin swords of the 7 ninja swordsmen's 3rd generation, was chosen as the 6th Mizukage. The Leaf had recovered the bodies of Ao and Meitrumi and returned them to the land of water. In the land of earth, Kuratsuchi, granddaughter of the 3rd Tsuchikage, Onnoki, took up the mantle as the 4th Tsuchikage. The fighting strength of Awagakure was largely intact. Kuratsuchi prepared to lead the 5 nations, uniting them to strike against the Akatsuki's Amage Cure, seeking vengeance for her grandfather Onnoki, the Land of Lightnings. Forces had all but collapsed. For now, they had not announced who would succeed as the 5th Reikage, but they made their intentions clear. They would join the coming campaign. After receiving letters from each nation, Guy let out a heavy sigh. My old rival, where are you now? The village is weary and battered. Strengthening ourselves must be our priority. Though revenge matters, I truly do not wish to take part in this campaign. If it were you, what would you do? In the end, following the advice of Shikamaru, Guy decided not to join the Alliance's attack. The Akatsuki were unimaginably powerful. To go without ample preparation would be nothing but sending people to their deaths. Just then, Jiraiya and Lord Fukusaku suddenly returned. During the previous war, to save Jiraiya's life, Fukusaku had reverse-summoned Jiraiya, unconscious, back to Mount Myaboku. Once he had recovered, Jiraiya immediately hurried back to the Leaf. Guy quickly removed the Kage's hat from his head and handed it to Jiraiya, bowing respectfully. Lord Jiraiya, I'm so glad you're alive. The position of Hokage should be yours. I'm really not suited for it, Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively. That's no longer important. What matters now is protecting the people of the Leaf. After he finished speaking, he unrolled the enormous scroll he had been carrying on his back and spread it flat on the ground. Then he continued, Gamabunta has already told me everything that happened after I lost consciousness. The Akatsuki barely suffered any losses. There's a high chance they'll attack Konoha again. The village is in grave danger, and we simply don't have the strength to fight them. Everyone sign this contract at once and come with me to Mount Myaboku to take refuge. Might Guy was taken aback at these words, but what about the village? As long as there are people, anywhere can be our village. Once we're at Mount Myaboku, we'll have plenty of time to regroup and train. Though Might Guy was reluctant, he knew Jiraiya had a point. For the sake of the villagers' safety, perhaps Mount Myaboku was indeed the best choice. Under the guidance of Jiraiya and Might Guy, everyone signed the contract. Before leaving, Might Guy assigned a portion of the ANBU to remain hidden in Konoha. Their duty was twofold: to protect the village and to send word if any emergencies arose, and to wait for any missing Konoha shinobi to return. And so, To prevent further casualties, almost everyone from Konoha was relocated to Mount Myaboke. Elder Sage Shima had been waiting for quite some time. Rubbing her webbed hands together and narrowing her eyes in a welcoming smile, she said, "After all you've been through. In this war, you must be exhausted. I prepared plenty of food. Everyone, please come and eat." Soon, plates piled high with all sorts of strange insects were set out on the tables. As everyone gazed at these delicacies, their faces twisted in dismay. Ino, always the picture of elegance, felt a wave of nausea at the sight of the bugs in her bowl. Shikamaru quickly stepped in front of her, trying to shield her with his body and persuade her with a sigh. "Ino, we're guests here now. We should respect the local customs." What a drag. Seeing the troubled expressions on everyone's faces, Might Guy as Hokage stood up to set an example. What we eat isn't important. This is a test of our willpower. If we can't overcome even this, how will we ever master the 8 gates or restore Konoha? Everyone, dig in. Just look at how much Lord Jiraiya is enjoying it. Jiraiya picked up a long, wriggling insect with his chopsticks and took a bite, remarking, "It might take some getting used to, but after a while you'll find it tastes just like noodles. Come on, eating well is what matters most right now." With both the Hokage and Jiraiya urging them on, the shinobi had no choice but to eat, tears welling in their eyes. Each of them harbored the same bitter thought. "Akatsuki, I hate you. Not only do we have to wear these hideous tight suits, now we have to eat bugs every day. This suffering. I swear I'll make Akatsuki pay 100-fold. At that moment, the surviving members of the Aburame clan, led by Shino Aburame, stepped forward to stand before Might Guy. "Hokage-sama, we of the Aburame clan request permission to return to Konoha and join the ANBU in defending the village." "Oh, why is that?" "Because we don't want to eat bugs, nor do we want to watch others eating bugs." Hearing this, Might Guy suddenly understood. He quickly set down his bowl and chopsticks, wiped the thick green sauce from his lips, and replied, awkwardly, "Permission granted. You can head back. Remember, if Kakashi returns, notify me immediately." "Yes, sir." And so, except for the Aburame clan, all other Konoha ninjas and villagers were about to begin a hellish life in Mount Myaboke, land of Akatsuki Chuan Province. Nagato, accompanied by all the members of Akatsuki, had settled here. "Hee leader, I've done everything you asked. Now nearly everyone in Chuan Province has studied these 3 books. To be honest, this criminal code is really something. Under the mighty reputation of the Akatsuki, nobody dares to commit any crimes. The crime rate has plummeted, and the people respect you greatly." Nagato nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. Who would have thought that someone as rotund as you could actually get things done so efficiently? Enough talk. Find us 10 rooms. I'm exhausted after these past few days and need some rest. I've already had a special residence built for you all. From now on, whenever Akatsuki comes to Chuan Province, you can stay there. If you need anything, just call for me. I'll come visit you at any time." "Good. That's thoughtful. I have high hopes for you." You flatter me. Right this way." Led by the provincial governor, the members each returned to their rooms. Some on their own, some in pairs. "Go on in." Sasuke and Itachi entered the same room. "Itachi, there's no one else here this time. You can finally explain everything to me." Leaning against the wall, Itachi let out a gentle sigh and said quietly, "Look into my eyes." Sasuke froze for a moment. In the next instant, everything that had happened to Itachi flashed before his mind like fleeting images. The truth about Itachi was finally laid bare. Sasuke said nothing. He simply undressed and slipped under the covers. "Are you going to sleep, Sasuke?" "Yeah, I'm tired." Before long, soft sobs could be heard from beneath Sasuke's blanket. Itachi quietly moved closer, laid down beside Sasuke, and pulled him gently into his arms. "Oh, Tudo, it's been so long since I held you like this." Nagato and Konan also returned to their room together. Konan blinked and looked around, her expression tinged with dissatisfaction. "This room feels rather shoddy." Nagato smiled. "Nothing we can do. It's only been a few days since we last left Chuan Province. For the governor to have built such a grand residence so quickly, he must have cut some corners. Let's just make do for now." Shounen let out a soft hum, then immediately used her paper jutsu, layering the walls around them again and again with white sheets of paper. Nagato paused in surprised curiosity, sparking his eyes as he asked, "What are you doing?" Blushing, Shounen answered shyly, "I'm worried the soundproofing isn't good enough." Nagato grinned mischievously and pulled Shounen into his arms. Just as the two were about to put the soundproofing to the test, an ill-timed knock echoed through the room, shattering the mood. "Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock. Who is it?" "It's me, Orochimaru. I hope I'm not interrupting anything." Nagato reluctantly opened the door and snapped, "Uncle Snake, what do you want?" Orochimaru turned his head, eyeing Shounen as she nervously clutched her clothes and gave a sly, almost wicked smile. "I hope I didn't get in the way of any important business." "What do you think? The night's still young. No rush. Nagato, could you do me a favor first?" Hearing this dangerous request, Nagato quickly took a step back, instinctively crossing his arms over his chest as he demanded, "What are you up to? Don't tell me you've fallen for me." Nagato had always harbored doubts about Uncle Snake's gender. Even before crossing over to this world, in Boruto, Orochimaru had somehow produced 2 children, Mitsuki and Log, all by himself. Although he claimed they were artificial humans who really knew how they were created, the details were shrouded in mystery, best left unexamined for now. Orochimaru replied, "That laptop of yours, could I borrow it for some research?" "Oh, so that's all? You gave me a fright." Nagato returned to the room, picked up the laptop, and held it out. "Of course you can borrow it, but can you promise me one thing first?" "What is it? Let me give you a squeeze. I want to see if you're packing or not." And so, under Nagato's astonished gaze, Orochimaru took the laptop and left for his room. When Orochimaru was gone, Shounen turned to Nagato with a playful curiosity. "So did you find out?" Nagato gazed down at his own palm, savoring the lingering warmth from Orochimaru's hand, then replied in a daze. "He seems to have both what he should and shouldn't have." Sigh, "Never mind. Let's get started." Impatience getting the better of him, Nagato pulled Shounen back into his arms and kicked the door, shut with a resounding thud. Just as he was about to explore further, the now familiar knocking sounded once more. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock. 3 long, 2 short. Nagato didn't need to guess. It had to be Orochimaru again. Exasperated, Nagato let Shounen go yet again, yanked opened the door, and shouted, "Uncle Snake, what now? Can't you see Shounen and I are in a hurry? Unlike you, I actually have desires, you know." Nagato couldn't help but regret summoning Uncle Snake back in the first place. He really should have listened to little Daidar's advice back then. Orochimaru really is a nuisance. With an awkward smile, he said, "Could I borrow 30 minutes of your time to teach me how to use this thing?" Conan snorted coldly. 30 minutes? That long? Nagato, if you agree to this, you owe me 10 more times. Nagato quickly pressed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. "Don't put it like that, or he'll know all my secrets." "Conan, just wait for me a moment. If I don't help Uncle Snake will probably pester me forever." With that, Nagato fished a white swimsuit out of his pocket and tossed it to Conan. "I picked this up in the Kamui dimension. Doesn't it look awfully familiar?" Conan took a look and gasped in surprise. "That's the one I lost. How did it end up?" With Obito, Nagato shook his head in mock exasperation. "So that's Obito's little hobby. After I finish teaching Uncle Snake, I'll have to pay him a proper visit." It must be said, Uncle Snake truly lives up to his reputation as the most perceptive person in the ninja world. Nagato had barely spent 5 minutes teaching him, and already Orochimaru was navigating the computer with ease. Since Nagato's computer had a Chinese interface, Orochimaru consulted the Akatsuki Nation New Chinese Dictionary as he analyzed the various screens, eager to grasp every nuance. Nagato couldn't help but sigh in admiration. "Uncle Snake, you don't hold back, do you? How are you looking up words in that dictionary so fast?" With a hint of pride in his voice, Orochimaru replied, "I've spent my whole life immersed in ancient texts and ninja scrolls. I've long since mastered reading at lightning speed and remembering everything at a glance. A dictionary? One look is all it takes for me to memorize it. Anyway, you should go back and keep Conan company. I don't need you anymore." Hearing this, Nagato made no move to leave, showing no intention of budging. Orochimaru looked puzzled. "Why aren't you leaving? Didn't you say you were in a hurry?" The truth was Nagato didn't want to go. He was worried that Orochimaru would dig into the computer's hidden folders. Given his skills, it was a real possibility. Those were Nagato's secrets, his most treasured study materials collected over half his life. They weren't meant for public viewing just yet. I'll stick around a bit longer," Nagato stammered awkwardly. "If you run into something you don't understand and have to come find me again, wouldn't that kill the mood?" Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, but said nothing more. At that moment, a low chime sounded from the computer. The battery was running low. Nagato seized the chance and said hastily, "Oh dear, talk about timing. The battery's out. How about we continue tomorrow? I'll go find Kakuzudo." Before Nagato could finish, Orochimaru took out a scroll, the character Thunder boldly written on it. Nagato was taken aback. "Well played, Uncle Snake. I didn't expect you to guess right away that it charges with lightning-style chakra." Orochimaru let out a cold chuckle. "Most of the equipment in my base runs on the same principle, thunder and lightning. Without thunder, where would the electricity come from?" The previous mechanical Naruto also ran on lightning release. Before long, under Orochimaru's almost magical manipulation, the laptop finally started charging, and at a pace far faster than Kakuzu's. "You can actually control the voltage?" "Of course, I just finished reading that dictionary and now understand what voltage and current mean. Frankly, this isn't difficult for me at all. The gap between people can be that vast, it seems." For a moment, Nagato was in complete awe of Orochimaru, bowing deeply as he said, "Uncle Snake, can you mass-produce this thing?" Orochimaru frowned slightly. "It's possible, but only if you trust me." "What do you mean?" In order to mass produce it, I'll have to take this computer apart, analyze each and every component, and only after I understand how they work can I build new ones. Are you willing to? Let me dismantle it. Nagato hesitated, silent for a moment. This device was especially important to him, perhaps even a tool powerful enough to change the heart of any shinobi. It was several times more potent than any of the Sage of Six Paths relics. If Orochimaru failed, and he himself couldn't reassemble it, that would be the end of everything. But advancing technology was even more vital for the development of the land of Akatsuki. Sometimes you have to risk the precious to catch the wolf. After a moment's contemplation, Nagato made up his mind. Go ahead, take it apart. I believe in you, Snake and Stain. Snake and Stain? What's that supposed to mean? Wasn't it enough to give me the nickname Uncle Snake? Now you've come up with another one. Nagato grinned. Hey, it's actually a nickname our legion of fans uses to show their affection for you. Snake and Stain is a title that marks your status. Don't be upset. Fine, call me whatever you like. It's not like I could win a fight with you anyway. Uncle Snake replied, half exasperated, half amused. Nagato clapped him on the shoulder. Go for it. I have high hopes for you. Once we unite the shinobi world, I'll make sure your inventions reach every corner. I'll even establish the Orochimaru Prize, with the prize money set by Kakazu himself. It'll go to those who make outstanding contributions to our nation's technology. That's the highest honor there is. From this day forward, you're the first scientist of Akatsuki, and technology will become our nation's top productive force. Uncle Snake, you're going to be famous. Perhaps it's a trait innate to men, this boundless enthusiasm for electronics. Lost in their research, Nagato and Orochimaru completely forgot the passage of time and worked through the night. As the sun began to rise, its first rays spilled through the window, illuminating Nagato's face. Staring at the table cluttered with tiny components, Nagato let out a long yawn. Ugh. Orochi, I can't keep going. Let's get some sleep. Orochimaru's energy hadn't waned in the slightest. There wasn't a trace of exhaustion on his face from staying up late. Just sleep on my bed. Once I'm done with these blueprints, I'll let you know right away. Nagato didn't even catch what Orochimaru said, dragging his weary body. He drifted over to the bed and collapsed instantly. What's going on here? Orochi, this pillow of yours is really something. What's it made of? It's so soft and smooth, and it's even heated. Nagato reached out to feel the pillow under his head, but suddenly realized something was off. This texture. Could it be? Nagato jumped up from the bed in a hurry, only to discover Tsunade was actually lying there. What the heck? Orochi, why is Tsunade in your bed? Orochimaru's attention was completely absorbed by the computer parts on the table. He just responded casually. Itachi handed Tsunade over to me after he was done with her. She's still my comrade, and it would be a shame to just let her go or kill her, so I brought her back. Don't worry. I've already drugged her, no matter how tough she is. She won't wake up for a while. Is that the point? Is that really the point here? Nagato strode over to Orochimaru, disbelief written all over his face. There's a busted girl lying in your bed, and yet the two of us spent the whole night tinkering with computers. If anyone found out, we'd be the laughingstock of the world. No, this can't get out. Stop working on the computer. Get Tsunade out of here, quick. If Conan hears about this, I'm doomed. You have to help me. Orochimaru couldn't have cared less. What's the panic? She's not some busted beauty. Just an old lady. And besides, you didn't do anything to her. You just used her chest as a pillow for a bit. It was unintentional. I'm sure Conan will understand. Hey. You saw that? And Nagato's words, Orochimaru lifted his narrow eyelids with a hint of amusement. My eyes may not be Sharingan, but I have quite the wide field of vision. If I remember right, you even gave it a squeeze, didn't you? Nagato pleaded desperately. Orochi, please. I'm begging you, don't tell Conan about this. Orochimaru gave him a sly, meaningful look. Relax. Keeping secrets is my life's principle. I'm nothing if not trustworthy. Go get some rest. Do whatever you want. I won't breathe a word to anyone. At this point, Nagato couldn't have slept even if he wanted to. His mind had never been clearer, so obediently, he sat down in a chair and continued researching computers with Orochimaru. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Nagato, are you in there? It was Conan's voice. Oh no. Nagato hurriedly got up. As soon as he opened the door, he pulled Conan into a hug and started leading her outside, all the while explaining in a flustered voice, sorry, Conan. For the sake of Akatsuki Nation's technological development, Orochimaru and I, well, we hit it off over our shared interests and ended up working all night. I really neglected you, and I feel terrible about it. Look at these dark circles under my eyes. Sigh, for Akatsuki Nation, I'm really wearing myself out. Conan replied, I've been exhausted these past few days too. After you left, I just fell asleep right away. You two really have energy to spare, working through the whole night, so did you make any progress? Nagato sighed, not much progress, honestly, but it was pretty slippery. Huh, what do you mean pretty slippery? No, I mean, it was pretty tricky, so don't worry, Uncle Snake is strong. I'll just leave it to him. Come on, let's head back. I got a bit rattled just now. Once Nagato left, Orochimaru buried himself in the blueprints again. After 2 or 3 hours, he finally figured out the function of each component, sketching out their dimensions on the diagram. That should do it. With these blueprints, building a new computer shouldn't be difficult. Orochimaru nodded with satisfaction and started assembling the parts at a brisk pace. Before long, the laptop was restored to its original state. Eagerly, Orochimaru powered it on and went straight to the folder Nagato had kept him from opening the night before. The folder opened, and Orochimaru was surprised to find it packed with images, keeping the one you love in your heart. What's this? Uncle Snake's curiosity got the better of him, and he started flipping through the files. Orochimaru had expected to find an album of Nagato and Conan, but when he clicked and he discovered it was actually a collection of nude photos of Uchiha Madara. On Madara's chest, a face of Hashirama was etched in detail. Tsk. I can't believe Nagato collects this kind of thing. That's a little twisted, but I have to admit, the file names are creative. Orochimaru kept scrolling, and a series of bizarre images appeared before his eyes. Never mess with the watermelon head. Inside were nothing but photos of Might Guy and a young Hashirama. Orochimaru exclaimed in surprise. I know Might Guy, but who's this other person? Looks like Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi. Let me be. Your eyes. Mother's the best in the world. The temptation of returning to the village. Oni Aichan, I'll always love you. Swimsuit collection. What in the world is this? Why does Nagato have so many private photos of other shinobi? Feeling a bit exasperated, perhaps from boredom, or simply because the images were just too much to take, Orochimaru snapped the laptop shut and prepared to rest for a bit. Just then Tsunade quietly slipped out of bed. She crept up behind Orochimaru, drew a kunai, pressed it to his neck, and demanded, Orochimaru, why am I here with you? Tell the truth, or I'll kill you. Orochimaru seemed to have sensed that Tsunade had already awakened and replied coldly, old friend, I'm the one who saved your life. If it weren't for me, you'd probably be dead by now. Cut the nonsense. Where am I? The land of Akatsuki, Chuan province. Why did you bring me here? Konoha is gone. Of the 5 Kage, only you and Gaara are still alive. The allied shinobi forces have collapsed. I believe it won't be long before this entire ninja world is unified under the land of Akatsuki. What did you say? Tsunade was shocked by his words, her hand clutching the kunai, trembling uncontrollably. She could hardly believe it. Oh, right, since you're awake, take a look at this for me. Is this person your grandfather, Hashirama Senju? You must have seen his childhood photos before. By the way, I have to say, you look quite good in a swimsuit. Tsunade and Orochimaru, these two old classmates, hadn't seen each other since the Great Battle of the Sannin. Tsunade, who had been exuding murderous intent, was suddenly stunned by Orochimaru's words. My grandfather? How could you have a picture of him as a child? And what's this about a swimsuit? Without bothering to explain, Orochimaru simply took out the photo and handed it to the bewildered Tsunade. It really is my grandfather. But what is this thing in your hand? Orochimaru, I know you love your pointless inventions. Did you create this too? With Tsunade's confirmation, Orochimaru's suspicions began to settle all along. He'd felt there was something odd about this device. Nagato's computer was clearly an artifact out of its time, a true relic. To thrive in the ninja world, there are 3 essential elements. First is bloodline. This is especially obvious in Konoha. The other 4 great nations are practically background scenery. Second is strength. Even the 8 gates technique, that's Konoha's too, the other nations are really quite pitiful. Third is intelligence. Knowing your opponent's abilities, or even having their corpse, is invaluable. And this laptop contained blackmail material on almost every famous ninja, whether living or dead. Orochimaru couldn't help but envy Nagato, with the Rinnegan that tailed beasts, and the secrets nobody else dared to reveal. He truly seemed like the chosen one, no matter whether it came to strategy or strength. Who could stand against him? Glancing at the feisty yet endearing Tsunade behind him, Orochimaru shook his head helplessly. Noticing his look, Tsunade frowned slightly and asked, Why are you looking at me like that? Orochimaru sighed. Oh, it's nothing, it's just a shame. Being Hashirama's descendant, you don't even come close to 1/10 of his power. Water from near source is just an empty phrase for you. Stung by the insult, Tsunade demanded angrily, What exactly are you trying to say? Orochimaru fell silent, continuing to scroll through the photos. He pointed at the screen and asked, Then tell me, who is this? Is that Uchiha Madara? When Tsunade was very young, she had seen Madara by Hashirama's side, but she was only 5 at the time, so the memory was vague. Orochimaru nodded, continuing to flip through the photos, and this person, isn't that the old fossil Danzo? Tsunade gritted her teeth in resentment when she saw Danzo's photo. And this one, him, I think he was a member of Root, the ANBU division. His code name was Tenzo. Next, Isn't that Obito? How do you even have a photo of him in the Akatsuki cloak? Don't ask yet. Keep looking, who's this? Orochimaru turned to a picture of white Zetsu. This time Tsunade truly didn't recognize the face. Seeing her silence, Orochimaru said in a low voice, "This one is called Zetsu, member of Akatsuki. All the people I've shown you just now have one thing in common. Do you know what that is?" Tsunade shook her head at his words. "They all possess your grandfather's cells. It's practically everywhere like weeds growing wild, spread all across the world. And you're nothing special at all, a total waste of your bloodline." Tsunade was stunned, never imagining her grandfather's cells would be so sought after. Her mind was spinning. With the village destroyed, herself inexplicably waking up in Orochimaru's private quarters and being force-fed so many bizarre tidbits. She honestly didn't even know how to express her emotions, but one thing was clear. This machine that could automatically display images was dangerous. It was filled with all sorts of unspeakable secrets. Orochimaru kept flipping through the pictures when suddenly an image of Tsunade in a purple swimsuit appeared on the computer screen. Tsunade was shocked the moment she saw it. When did I ever wear something like that? With so little fabric, what's the point of even wearing it? She finally understood what Orochimaru meant when he said she looked good in a swimsuit. Just moments before, Tsunade had wanted to keep this device, but now all she wanted was to destroy it. "Orochimaru, you pervert! How dare you draw me like that?" Furious, Tsunade swung her fist, aiming straight for the computer screen. This couldn't be allowed. Orochimaru knew Tsunade's punches all too well. One blow from her, and not just the computer but the entire room could be reduced to rubble. Seeing this, Orochimaru quickly shielded the computer, using his body to absorb the force of Tsunade's punch. He had expected his body to be pulverized, but to his surprise, Tsunade's punch felt like nothing at all. The moment Tsunade moved, a wave of exhaustion swept over her. Cursing, she spat, "Damn it, Orochimaru, what did you drug me with? Why can't I muster any strength?" With a sly chuckle, Orochimaru replied, "Oh, it's the same drug I used on Jiraiya back in the day. Though, it seems your constitution is a bit better than his. You woke up much faster than I expected. Old friend, a wise man submits to circumstances. All the members of the Akatsuki are inside this building. If you act rashly, I truly won't be able to protect you." Hidden shadow snake hands. Several massive snakes slithered out from Orochimaru's sleeves, instantly binding Tsunade's body. Tsunade's already curvaceous figure looked even more voluptuous under the tight coils, and combined with her pale, weakened face, she radiated a fragile allure. Normally, Tsunade could have broken free from this technique with ease, but in her current weakened state, she simply couldn't muster any strength. Right in front of Tsunade, Orochimaru opened the laptop once more and reminded her this device contains the very lifeblood and secrets of every ninja. "It's not mine. It belongs to Pain, the Akatsuki leader. Aren't you at all curious? Just stay quietly behind me and watch." With that, Orochimaru resumed browsing through the folders. Before long, he came across a few videos. Black Zetsu's quest to save his mother, The Mischievous Child Chronicles, my. Even the titles make you want to keep watching. Without hesitation, Orochimaru clicked on one of the videos. They watched for a long time, and both Orochimaru and Tsunade were stunned. As a scientist, Orochimaru was someone who always valued efficiency above all else. Any scenes he considered trivial, he simply skipped ahead. No wonder Pain knows everything about the ninjas. Turns out our stories have been made into videos. Orochimaru became convinced. These must be creations from the future. But why does that Nine-Tails brat appear in every single episode? Don't tell me he's the protagonist. A trace of dissatisfaction flickered across Orochimaru's heart. Why isn't the main character me? Is it because I'm not handsome enough? My resume, not impressive. Am I not eccentric enough? That can't be. Just look at how villainous I appear. Even I want to punch myself. But why should that Nine-Tails brat get to be the lead? With suspicion nagging at him, Orochimaru kept skipping forward, continuing to watch. Maybe it was the addictive nature of the content. But Orochimaru gradually fell silent, eyes glued to the screen. Not even blinking, Tsunade behind him was equally captivated. Perhaps it was that proud, thunderous streak in Orochimaru's bones. Anyone he didn't care about, or plot lines that seemed irrelevant, he skipped without a second thought. This creator isn't bad. He seems to understand every ninja's personality and strength. Masashi Kishimoto, HM. Never heard of the Kishimoto clan before. I wonder which village he hails from. Orochimaru was convinced. These videos must have been made by descendants of the ninja world. He had no interest in rehashing events he'd already lived through, so he jumped from one episode to the next, until he finally reached the Shippuden arc. Why does everything seem to change here? The events are diverging from how things unfolded in reality. At last, the storyline Orochimaru had been anticipating began to unfold. When he saw Sasuke ambush him and seize his power, he shouted in fury, Damn it, this brat is actually trying to take me out. At that moment, Nagato's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Orochimaru, gather in the main hall in a bit. Remember to bring your computer. Hearing this, Orochimaru quickly gestured for Tsunade to be quiet. Then, carefully laid her back on the bed and gave her another injection. This time, he increased the dosage. Before long, Tsunade drifted off into unconsciousness once more. A few minutes later, everyone had assembled in the mansion's grand hall. Nagato stood at the front, gesturing to the map of the ninja world hanging on the wall, and spoke in a calm, measured tone. It's been 5 days since the last war. Now there are hardly any enemies left who pose a threat to us. To speed up the unification of the world, we'll continue with the 2-person squad system. Each pair will act together. Haiden, you'll take the land of waterfalls. Takigakure is Kakuzu's hometown, so it's fitting for you too. Deidara Sasori, the land of artisans is yours. Kisame Itachi, you'll go the land of birds. Orochimaru, White Zetsu, you'll handle the land of frost. Tobi Spiral Zetsu, the land of hot water is yours. Konan and I will go to the land of bears. Once you arrive, there's no need for force. These small countries have already pledged allegiance. All we have to do is meet with their local lords and finalize the transition. When we've finished settling these minor countries, we'll move on to annexing the remaining great nations under the Akatsuki banner. I believe that in less than half a month, the entire ninja world will be unified. Strange. Why do you all look like that? Are you dissatisfied with the countries you've been assigned? Nagato couldn't help but ask as he looked at the indifferent expressions on everyone's faces. Deidara grumbled in boredom. Now, I finally understand why we never did team missions in the original story. Yeah, Nagato asked. What do you mean? Sasori replied. Ever since you decided on group operations, we've reclaimed the entire ninja world in just under 2 months. Our power is overwhelming, and there are no rivals left. Life from now on is bound to be dull. Haiden lay sprawled across the table, chanting, same here. I haven't offered sacrifice to Lord Jashin in ages. I'm scared he'll get mad at me, having grown used to a life of constant battle. The members found the sudden arrival of world peace disorienting. More than peace itself, what unsettled them was the prospect of having no more fights to look forward to. Nagato chuckled. What are you all worried about, little Deidara? Haven't you read Legend of the Brat? The Otsutsuki clan is set to invade one day. Deidara sighed. And when will that be? At least another decade or so. I bet. I'll probably die of boredom before then. Scorpion said, it's been a long time since I updated my puppets leader. I like to kill a few people and turn them into new puppets. Could you not send Deidara and me to the land of craftsmen? I think the land of earth would suit us much better. Kakuzu chimed in. Count me in. I still have 4 hearts that need replacing. Haiden added eagerly. I want to go too. After all, I'm from the cult of Jashin. I can't forget our sacred mission. This time, I'll make sure to offer plenty of sacrifices to Lord Jashin. Kisame grinned. Then I'll go to the land of water. I don't need Itachi's help. I'll handle it myself. I hear the current Mizukage is Chojuro. Who would have thought that a junior of mine would become Mizukage? The Mist Village has fallen so far, I can hardly stand to watch. Nagato sighed with a touch of resignation. These battle maniacs. Managing them is truly a challenge. All right, fine. Once you've finished the tasks I assigned you, do as you wish with the rest. But remember one thing. Never harm civilians. That's an order. Oh, by the way, Orochimaru, how's your computer research coming along? Isn't it about time you return it to me? Nagato had left his computer with Orochimaru and was starting to feel uneasy. With clear reluctance, Orochimaru handed back the computer and replied. The blueprints are done. No problem so far. Give me enough time and I could definitely build it. But I worry there might be some errors, so about this computer. Nagato understood at once. Never mind. You'll come with me on this mission then. That's settled. Everyone dismissed. Just like that, the members all set out for their assigned nations as per Nagato's orders. The artistic duo Scorpion and Deidara were on their way to the land of craftsmen. Balanced on their shoulders were the one-tailed Shikaku and the 2 tails. Matatabi. Studying the map in his hands, Deidara grumbled. The land of craftsmen is so far away. Hey, Scorpion, why don't we stop by Awagakure first? The primal power inside me is aching to be unleashed. Yeah, Scorpion replied, coolly. No can do. I like that too, but orders are. Orders. Deidara, let's deal with the land of craftsmen first, then we'll talk. Suddenly, Deidara sidled up to Scorpion, his tone teasing and full of implication. Scorpion, I know you've always spoiled me, haven't you? Yeah, Scorpion didn't respond. He knew Deidara too well. This kind of reaction meant Deidara was definitely plotting something. Deidara slipped his hand into his pouch, molded a chunk of clay, and tossed it into the air. In a heartbeat, he leaped onto a giant clay bird. Scorpion, what I'm about to say might annoy you, but you're more than enough for the land of craftsmen. I won't be joining you there. Don't worry, I won't keep you waiting long. Once I've raised Awagakure, Matatabi, and I will hurry right back to find you. Yeah. Scorpion snapped back Deidara. Don't get carried away. If you know what's good for you, just come with me to the land of craftsmen and stop causing trouble. Ha ha ha, brother Scorpion. I heard the land of craftsmen is full of all sorts of strange ninja tools. Isn't that perfect for you? My art is practically gathering dust these days. Let me be reckless, just this once, won't you? How many times do I have to tell you? You call that kind of explosion art? Art is something that remains forever breathtaking, passed down through the ages. Only beauty that endures can be called true art. Are you deliberately trying to anger me? All right, whatever you say, but that's just you. For me, beauty in a fleeting moment is real art. Anyway, see you later. This sort of argument had happened between the two of them countless times. Deidara knew it would never end, so rather than waiting for Scorpion's approval, he simply took off and soared away. Brother Scorpion, after I'm done, I'll come to the land of craftsmen and help you with your puppet research. Tsh, that brat. Deidara, always doing whatever he wants. Watching Deidara's figure disappear into the distance, Scorpion could only sigh in resignation. The truth was Deidara had a personal reason for hurrying to Awagakure. His junior Kuratsuchi had become Tsuchikage, which he found baffling. Kuratsuchi, that girl, she must have seduced those old geezers. In the village with her looks, I just don't get her. What's so great about being Tsuchikage anyway? Just wait, I'm coming too. Rescue you. On Scorpion's shoulder, the little Shikako spoke up slowly. That kid's got a death mark written all over his face, and his brows shrouded in darkness. Scorpion, I'd advise you to go with him. If you let him head to the land of Earth alone, I doubt he'll make it back. Scorpion shot the Tanuki a skeptical look. Since when did you know how to read faces? Little Shikako snorted. I guessed. Just look at that fool. Always grinning without a care in the world. And now he's marching straight into Awagakure all by himself. Feels like he's got one foot in the grave already. At those words, Scorpion let out a cold snort and continued walking straight toward the land of craftsmen. Shikako, you underestimate Deidara. That kid's been sharp since he was little. He's no pushover. Let's go, don't worry about him. We'll head to the land of craftsmen first. Elsewhere, with the immortal duo, Haiden was lazily chewing on a blade of grass, boredom in his voice. Hey, does Takigakure have anything good to eat? Tell me, will you? Kakuzu frowned, ignoring Haiden completely as he kept walking. When they reached a fork in the road, Kakuzu turned and headed off in a different direction. Huh, where are you going? Isn't Takigakure that way? Kakuzu's voice was low and serious. The organization's been sticking together for ages. I haven't had the chance to act alone. Now that we're finally back to working in pairs before we head to Takigakure, come with me to the fire temple. I need to restock a few hearts. Haiden balked. What? Why do I feel like I've seen this before? Don't tell me you're planning to cash in that monk's head again. Kakuzu shot him a glare. It's best to see through things without exposing them. Have you still not learned the ways of the world? The leader said we're not allowed to kill civilians, but he never forbade us from killing monks. Haiden, stop complaining. There are plenty of offerings for your rituals here. I'm thinking of you. Nonsense. You're clearly just in it for the money. Seriously, if I'd known we were coming to that filthy exchange house, why didn't you bring Zetsu Uzumaki to team up with you instead? Hey, slow down. Wait for me. Watching Kakuzu's figure disappear into the distance, Haiden could only sigh and reluctantly hurry after him. Before long, the two arrived in front of the temple. Haiden sneered. The Temple of Fire? Tisich, look at those two guardians at the gate. They're even uglier than you without your mask. With that, Haiden raised his crimson triple-bladed scythe and swung it at the temple's main doors. With a loud crash, the doors didn't so much as budge. Not even a scratch had appeared. Huh, why are these doors so sturdy? Looks like I'll need a little help from my trusty pet. Just as Haiden was about to summon his small rhino, Kakuzu stepped forward, his fist turning black as he unleashed a mighty punch. In an instant, the massive doors splintered apart. Kakuzu casually brushed the dust off his ring and strolled inside at his own pace. Haiden let out a sigh. "Cuz, you're stronger than I thought. I can't believe you smashed open the door that even I couldn't break." Kakuzu replied coolly, "This iron gate is special. There's a barrier jutsu and a sealing technique cast on it, connecting the door to those two guardian statues. It's called the sealed iron wall. Someone as simple-minded as you could never have broken it." Kakuzu, are you mocking me again? Let's get to work. Haiden, I'm doing this for your sake. Once we get paid, I'll use the money to help you get your head checked. Inside the temple, the monks who had been sweeping the floors witnessed the destruction of the gate. They immediately shouted to those inside. "Intruders! They've breached the sealed iron wall. Hurry and inform Lord Shiraku." The sight of this panicked, bald-headed crowd only made Haiden more irritable. Looks like none of them want to convert to the cult of Jashin. It's always the same. Every single one. I wonder if Lord Jashin will be satisfied with your bodies as offerings. As the dust settled, the monks were finally able to see the intruders clearly. That outfit. There's no mistake. It's the Akatsuki, By now, the Akatsuki's notoriety was known in every household. The moment the monks saw Haiden and Kakuzu's cloaks, their hearts sank. If they wanted to survive, their only hope was to rely on Chiriku, once one of the 12 guardian ninja of the Land of Fire. Before long, Chiriku emerged slowly from the main hall. Haiden asked coldly, "Kakuzu the one you're after, isn't it him?" Kakuzu said coldly, "Watch your words. To me, he's not a person, just 30 million Ryo walking around. You and I both know his abilities. There's no need for us to fight him together. Leave those worthless bald monks to you, and I'll take care of Chiriku myself." Haiden stuck out his tongue, ran it along the edge of his crimson scythe, and sneered, "Fine by me. I haven't caught the scent of blood in ages. Haha. I wonder if these smelly monks have blood worth drinking." Chiriku strode up to the two of them with composure, offering a polite warning. "I don't know what business brings you here, but I suggest you turn back. This is no battlefield. The sanctity of this temple is not to be violated." Haiden burst out laughing. "Huh. Your faith forbids you from killing, right? Don't worry. Even if we stood here and let you attack us for 3 days and nights, you'd never break your vows because we simply can't die." Chiriku's brow furrowed as he listened, a faint sense of unease creeping in. These two were clearly not ordinary foes. "Haiden, you idiot. Every time you give away your abilities before we even start." Kakuzu rebuked his partner, then turned back to Chiriku. "I've heard that the Fire Temple is renowned across the Land of Fire, that its monks wield powers said to befit the Sage Clan itself. I have no other purpose here. I simply wish to test myself against one who commands sage arts. Surely there's no problem with that." Haiden waved dismissively, mocking note. "Listen to him, Baldy. He just wants your head to cash in for the reward." Kakuzu snapped. "Haiden, undermine me one more time, and I really will kill you." Haiden cackled. "I'd love to see you try. Why not give a shot right now, Kaku-kun?" Watching the two, who regarded him as if he were nothing, Chiriku could no longer contain his rage. His eyes blazed as he roared, "You Akatsuki scum! I'll break your bones and avenge the Leaf Village." Chiriku stood tall and resolute. His right hand dropped, and with his left he formed a seal at his chest. In the next instant, a towering statue of the thousand-armed cannon rose behind him, radiating awe-inspiring authority. Kaku, already familiar with this technique, replied gruffly, "Money doesn't talk. As a bounty worth 30 million Ryo, you do best to keep your mouth shut. You're the ones who should shut up." Chiriku shot forward, blazing toward Kakuzu and Haiden. The thousand-armed cannon behind him morphed into the wrathful Fudo-mites, massive red fists raining down on the pair like a storm. Just as Chiriku thought he had them, two hands, black threads trailing from their wrists, shot up from the ground and clamped tightly around his ankles. Startled, Chiriku cursed, "Damn it! What is this thing? Humph! Who would be foolish enough to fight you, you so-called bodhisattva? As long as we restrain your true form, your technique will fall apart on its own." With a sickening crack, Kakuzu broke both of Chiriku's legs. Retracting his hand, he tossed one of the severed feet to Haiden and said coldly, "He's all yours." Haiden let out a chilling laugh. Then, to the shock of everyone present, he brought Chiriku's mangled limb up to his lips and stuck out his tongue. Slowly, his body began to turn pitch black. Lying on the ground, writhing in agony, Chiriku could only listen as Haiden snarled at him, "Baldy, let me show you what it feels like to have every inch of your body eaten away by powerful acid. Trust me, it's a rush like you've never felt before." Kakuzu shouted urgently, "Hey, that's enough. Do whatever you want his body, but make sure his head stays perfectly intact. That's 30 million Ryo on the line." Seeing their abbot grievously wounded, the monks rushed forward to help, brandishing their staffs. But before they could reach him, the little six-tailed rhinoceros pup, perched on Haiden's shoulder, leapt into the air, spewing jets of corrosive acid that forced the monks back. One jet even landed on Haiden himself. Acidic slime enveloped his body, instantly burning his skin and sending up clouds of white steam. He screamed in agony, but then grinned wildly. "Oh, this is amazing." Haiden threw his head back, veins bulging in his bloodshot eyes, and lay in the center of his ritual circle, gasping with pleasure. "Kaku, I'm going to need a little time for prayer. The rest of those baldies are all yours." "What's this? Didn't you say you want a few more sacrifices?" "No need now. I don't desire anything else at the moment. I just want to savor this feeling." While Haiden was lost in his twisted ecstasy, Chiriku died from the pain, his suffering finally over. With the abbot gone, the fate of the remaining monks was clear. Soon, with Kakuzu's help, the entire fire temple was strewn with the corpses of monks. Though their skills were lacking, Kaku still extracted 4 hearts, storing them within his own body. Afterward, he severed Chiriku's head, and glancing at Haiden, who lay motionless like a corpse, said, "Haiden, are you done yet? These hearts are worthless. I'd rather find a real strong man and swap for a better one. Stop rushing me, will you? Honestly, you only get impatient once the money's in your hand. Don't you care about my well-being at all? Haiden sat up, displeased. Our next stop should be the land of waterfalls, right? Are there any strong ninja in your old village? Kakashi shook his head. I can't say for sure. I haven't set foot in that disappointing village for over 100 years. Still, I am curious about the hero water of Takigakure. That stuff can make a ninja 10 times more powerful. Haiden, would you like a taste? I don't need that at all. I'm a devout follower of the evil god. I don't want anything else polluting my body. Suit yourself. Let's get moving then. There are a few money exchange shops just up ahead. After we get our cash, we'll head to Hidden Waterfall Village. We've already wasted enough time. Those two brats, Sasori and Deidara, have probably finished up in the land of craftsmen and are already on their way to the land of Earth. We really need to hurry. Humph, it's your fault anyway. We've lost so much time over a bit of dirty money. The undying duo would never have guessed that the mischievous Deidara had already ditched Sasori and was heading alone to Iwagakure. Land of Earth, Iwagakure. Iwagakure's location is famous throughout the ninja world for being easy to defend and hard to attack. The village is surrounded on all sides by towering mountains and solid rock, making its defenses nearly impenetrable. At this moment, Deidara hovered high above the distant outskirts of Iwagakure, using a miniature telescopic lens over his left eye to observe the village. Although this was the place where he'd spent his childhood, he felt neither nostalgia nor resentment. As a child, Deidara had been taken in by the Tsuchikage Onoki, who treated him as a disciple. He'd gotten along well with Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi, and Onoki had always valued Deidara's talents, even hinting at grooming him as the village's successor. But Deidara, whose veins pulsed with artistic fervor, had different ambitions. To prove his art, he often staged brazen acts of terror, determined to make people remember and acknowledge him. Yet before anyone could truly appreciate his art, their bodies were already sent flying by his explosive creations. Eventually, he attracted pains. Attention lost to Uchiha Itachi, and was pulled into the Akatsuki. That Kuratsuchi girl is doing a pretty decent job. Security's tight as can be. Sneaking in is going to be tough. Yeah. Through the lens, Deidara saw Iwagakure's defenses, ninja stationed everywhere on high alert. Suddenly, he spotted Kuratsuchi. She wore the Tsuchikage's hat and the distinctive Earth Shadow cloak, but underneath was her trademark red slit. Chong Sam, her hands gloved in black. Beneath her fishnet stockings, her long, pale legs hinted at a beauty all her own. Standing beside her was her father, Akatsuchi, and the two seemed deep in conversation. Soon a group of Iwagakure ninja gathered. The leader, Akato, handed a photograph to Kuratsuchi, who then turned and placed it before a stone monument. Peering closer, Deidara recognized the photo. It was Onoki, only then did he understand. They were holding a funeral for Onoki. After a moment of silent reflection, Deidara's expression darkened as he made up his mind. Within Iwagakure, before the stone monument, grief overflowed from every ninja present. Some could not hold back their tears and wept openly. Onoki, renowned as the Two Scales, was the Tsuchikage who held the highest authority in the land of Earth for the longest period in shinobi history, and also its longest-lived leader. Though his back was bent, his body frail with age and stature dwarfish, he possessed formidable strength and an unwavering devotion to Iwagakure. Every moment, his thoughts were for the sake of the village. He was the first to usher in its golden age. Both the shinobi and the villagers of Iwagakure held deep respect for him. Standing before the stone monument, Kuratsuchi bowed with reverence, her white teeth pressing tightly into her red lips, with a voice thick with emotion and eyes shining with determination. She choked out, "Grandfather, rest assured, I will avenge you, and I will do everything in my power to protect this village." Beside her, Kitsuchi's expression was grave as he added, "Father, I will do all I can to support your granddaughter. Your will of stone will be perfectly inherited. Please watch over us in peace from above." At that moment, a clear voice suddenly rang out from the sky. "Uncle Kitsuchi, I don't know if the old man will show his spirit after death, but the one watching you from up there right now, well, that's me." Humph. That voice was all too familiar to Kuratsuchi and Kitsuchi. Kitsuchi pointed at Deidara, shouting in fury, "Deidara, you traitor! I was just coming to find you, and I can't believe you dare return to Iwagakure. Today I'll destroy you. I'll use your blood to mourn my father." Deidara sneered, "Fine by me. I was hoping for this, but there's no need to be so angry with me. I'm not the one who killed him. Before we start, at least let me pay my respects to the old man. Stubborn as he was still my teacher. After all." Humph. Kitsuchi shot back. "So you still remember he was your master? I don't care if you killed him or not. Anyone who joins the Akatsuki deserves to die." The sight of an enemy stoked their rage. Their eyes burned with hatred. The other shinobi at the funeral, stirred up by Kitsuchi's anger, drew their kunai, ready to tear Deidara limb from limb. Just as Kitsuchi was about to act. Kuratsuchi suddenly blocked him. Father, let Deidara live 2 more minutes to pay his respects to Grandpa. With so many of us here, there's no way he can pull any tricks, but Kitsuchi was clearly reluctant. But since his daughter now held the title of Tsuchikage, he could not openly contradict her in front of everyone. Swallowing his words, he nodded in resignation. Deidara, come down. Deidara had no intention of playing games, nor did he care to. His clay bird drifted gently down, and Deidara, calm and collected, walked up beside Kuratsuchi. He took the flowers from her hands and placed them before Inoki's monument. Old man, I was truly saddened when I heard of your passing. Though to be honest, only for a few seconds. The times have changed. Rest here and watch as I carry on the art you taught me. Oof. After he finished speaking, Deidara turned to look at the people of Iwagakure, you lot, who once looked down on my art. If you just hand over Iwagakure to us, the land of Akatsuki, I'll spare you all, see? I'm actually quite reasonable. Kuratsuchi slowly removed her Kage hat and handed it to Akatsuchi, facing Deidara. She declared, it's really great that you showed up here. I've always wanted to fight you, but never got the chance. Today, I will defeat you in front of everyone as the 4th Tsuchikage. Scorch release. Lime condensation technique. Kuratsuchi puffed out her cheeks, pursed her lips, and fired 3 lime-formed cannonballs in quick succession, all aimed directly at Deidara. This was her unique Kekkei Genkai. Scorch release ninjutsu. She was determined to defeat Deidara alone, right before the eyes of the Iwagakure shinobi. First, to avenge her grandfather, Inoki, and second, to establish her authority, so those old-timers who thought she was too young to beat Tsuchikage would finally keep quiet. Deidara leapt on his giant bird, dodging Kuratsuchi's attack with ease. Rising into the sky, he called out, haha. So, which is stronger, your Scorch release or my explosion release? Looks like we'll finally get our answer today. Honestly, you always do. This, just sneaking off to keep your distance and toss bombs at your opponents. Your fighting style hasn't changed a bit, but this won't work on me. I'm not the same person I used to be. Earth style, light, weight rock technique. This was the jutsu that could reduce the weight of objects, the very technique that allowed Inoki to fly by making himself lighter and faster. Since Inoki's passing, Kuratsuchi had devoted herself to mastering the earth-style techniques her grandfather left behind. Kuratsuchi shot through the air toward Deidara. When she was close enough, her cheeks puffed out again, and 2 lime cannonballs burst forth, cementing the wings of the giant bird in midair. Damn! Deidara's heart sank as he realized the danger. Before he could react, Kuratsuchi was already in front of him. Tamadai Deidara! Kuratsuchi raised her right fist, hardening it with the super-weighted rock technique, and swung at Deidara's pale face. Unable to withstand her full force, Deidara was slammed hard into the ground. The bird's wings, bound by the lime, couldn't keep it aloft, and it plummeted after him. Kuratsuchi shouted to the Iwagakure shinobi, move aside, everyone. That ugly bird is going to explode. As the ninja hurried to get clear, the white bird crashed down, yet the expected explosion never came. That's odd. Why? Didn't Deidara boom? Did I knock him out? But I remember he's not usually this fragile. Black earth drifted in front of Deidara, and suddenly noticed a satisfied smile on his face. What are you grinning about? Don't tell me I hit you so hard you've lost your wits. Black earth couldn't help but sneer. Deidara slowly got to his feet. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with a sinister grin, he said, you went all out and landed a punch on me. So how does it feel? Satisfying? I'll let you have that punch. After all, you're my little junior, and as your senior, I ought to give you a head start, but next, I won't be holding back. Hearing this, Black Earth put her hands on her hips and burst out laughing. Ha! What nonsense are you spouting? Do you really think I need to go easy on me? I know your weaknesses inside out. Your long-range attacks are useless against me. Just how are you planning to win? Although Black Earth was a ninja, specializing in earth style and water style, to counter the Akatsuki, she prepared a set of scrolls with different chakra natures at her waist. One of which was lightning style. With this, Deidara's explosive clay would be rendered powerless. Not to mention, she could fly. Wherever Deidara tried to run, she could always force him into close combat. For this battle, Black Earth had made meticulous preparations. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had the confidence to face Deidara alone. Deidara snorted coldly. I know you're familiar with my old tricks, but that's all in the past. Now, I'll return your words to you. I'm no longer the person I once was. He undid his jacket, and a small blue cat leaped from his arms. That's the Two Tails Matatabi. The moment the little blue cat appeared, Black Earth was struck with shock. Only then did she recall that back at the 5 Kage summit, Deidara had undergone tail beast transformation once before. Now Deidara was nearly delirious, standing atop the stage and cackling wildly at the terrified stone ninja below. My art has already transcended. Consider yourselves lucky. You will be the first witnesses to my brand new masterpiece. Matatabi slowly channeled her blue chakra into Deidara's body with a grand sweep of his arm. Countless blue clay creatures burst from Daidara's hands. Clay centipedes, clay serpents, massive grasshoppers, spiders, twin-winged birds, owls, and all manner of unrecognizable animals scattered across Iwagakure. The entire Hidden Stone village became as lively as a wildlife documentary come to life. These creatures were no longer pure white. Instead, each one was wreathed in Matatabi's blue flame chakra. "Tell me, Black Earth, what is art?" Deidara asked, but Black Earth had no time to answer. She urgently called out to the panicked crowd. "Use lightning style to stop those explosive creatures. If they detonate, our whole village is doomed." Hell, lightning style? At this point, Daidara's demeanor was no different from that of a mad artist. "Since you won't answer, I'll just tell you myself. Art is an explosion." Ha! With a single command, all the clay creatures scattered throughout the Hidden Stone village were poised to detonate. If the explosion succeeded, the entire village would be flattened in an instant by the blast clay infused with tailed beast chakra. At this critical moment, Kuratsuchi's father Kitsuchi, together with the other stone shinobi, quickly unleashed Earth-style, Earth Core movement. The ground beneath the clay creatures rapidly sank, dragging them below the surface. The next second, a deafening roar thundered from deep underground. How could this kid be so utterly insane? "Kuratsuchi, we can't keep playing along with him. All of us join the fight, otherwise who knows what else he's capable of." Kuratsuchi nodded in agreement. "He really lives up to the name of terrorist." Deidara, seeing his exquisite art interrupted by Kitsuchi, was far from pleased. "I finally understand why you refuse to acknowledge my art, because you don't even give yourselves a chance to appreciate it." Humph, a fleeting moment of beauty. That's the only true beauty, or so Deidara had always believed. Wasn't the dazzling smoke and thunderous blast that followed the explosion beautiful? It wasn't that it lacked beauty. It was simply that ordinary people like you don't know how, or even care, to appreciate it. "Looks like it's time to go all out," Nagato's orders were already a distant memory. All Deidara wanted now was to force those who once looked down on him to recognize his art. C2, dragon. He summoned forth the colossal dragon, and just as he was about to soar into the sky, two gigantic hemispheres of rock suddenly rose on either side, slamming together to trap Deidara and his clay dragon between them. It was Kitsuchi's signature move, Earth-style Mountain Jutsu. As the two halves of rock sealed shut, Kitsuchi growled, "This time, I refuse to believe you'll survive." In all of Kitsuchi's battles, no one had ever come out alive once caught by this technique. Akitsuchi summoned a stone giant to stand guard ready in case Deidara managed to reappear. Nearly a minute passed, and there was still no sign of movement from within the stony prison. Kuratsuchi murmured, "Did we succeed?" Kitsuchi replied confidently, "Of course, that brat is probably nothing more than a smear of paste by now. It's a pity about the two tails, though. If we could have captured it for the village, our strength would have reached a whole new level." The other stone ninja erupted in cheers. What no other shinobi village could achieve, Iwagakure had finally done, while Itachi stood alone against the leaf, who had no way to resist. The stone village had taken down Deidara, another member of the Akatsuki, with just two men. In their eyes, Iwagakure now had every right to be considered the strongest in the ninja world. Let the iron fist of justice sweep across the land and command the earth to crush our enemies. This is our Jonin, the son of the third Tsuchikage, Lord Kitsuchi. In truth, everyone believed that the fourth Tsuchikage should have been chosen from among Kitsuchi. However, Kitsuchi had always doted on his daughter, knowing she had long harbored the dream of becoming Tsuchikage herself. So he willingly stepped aside, passing this honorable position to Kuratsuchi. As the crowd below erupted with cheers for him, Kitsuchi suddenly realized he might have stolen his daughter's moment in the spotlight. Just as he was about to explain himself to Kuratsuchi, the stone mountain began to rumble. In the next instant, a gigantic Deidara burst forth from within. No way! How could Deidara be this huge? This was the first time Kuratsuchi had ever seen Deidara at such a monstrous size. This was Deidara C4 Garuda, a technique she had never witnessed before, and for good reason. Deidara originally developed this jutsu with the sole purpose of killing Itachi, but times had changed. His relationship with Itachi was no longer cold and distant. More importantly, Deidara, having read the source material, understood that this move couldn't even kill Sasuke, let alone Itachi. While everyone's attention was glued to the monstrous Deidara, his real body had already slipped away, riding atop a giant bird, rising stealthily to a height beyond the reach of Garuda's explosion. Sitting on the bird's back, Deidara was breathing heavily. The Garuda was something he'd painstakingly created mouthful by mouthful for nearly a full minute. Anyone would be exhausted after spewing clay for that long. and Deidara was no exception. Kitsuchi paid no mind to the giant Deidara. Scoffing, he's just a little bigger than usual. Taking him down won't be a challenge at all. Wait, no, something's wrong, staring at the enormous Dara's vacant, almost foolish expression. Kuratsuchi instantly realized the truth. That's not Deidara. That's a bomb. Deidara would never have such a dumb look on his face. Everyone run. Father, let's join forces. Let's use that technique together. Seeing the determination in Kuratsuchi's eyes, Kitsuchi nodded in understanding. All right. Rather than fleeing, the two prepare to fight. Back, Deidara sneered. This is my ultimate art. You should be thanking Itachi for the privilege of dying beneath Garuda. Umph. Just as Deidara clasped his hands together, ready to unleash his attack, a large hand suddenly landed on his shoulder with a heavy thud. Who's there? Deidara was startled. He turned his head, only to see a ring emblazoned with the character 0 on the hand. Boss. Boss, is that you? That's right, it's me. Deidara, are you ignoring everything I've told you? How many times have I said, don't kill civilians? If your Garuda explodes, every living thing in Wagakure will be wiped out. Boss, what are you doing here? Only then did Deidara notice. Not just Nagato, but Konan, Orochimaru, and even White Zetsu were all standing behind him. Orochimaru spoke in a chilling voice. Deidara, we were on our way to the land of frost when we happened to see your giant bird soaring through the sky. TSK? I remember you were supposed to head to the land of craftsmen with Sasori, weren't you? What brings you here instead? Humph. Deidara let out a disgruntled snort. The land of craftsmen is far too boring. Besides, Brother Sasori is more than enough on his own. Why should I tag along and crowd the scene? Him. Nagato rubbed his forehead, his face clouded with worry as he sighed. You really are too playful for your own good. Whatever you do, don't set off your Garuda here. Leave this place to me. TSK. Nagato, just let me handle it. Ever since my hand regained its soul, I haven't had a proper chance to use it. Today, I want to give it a try. Before Nagato could respond, Orochimaru leapt down without hesitation. At that moment, Kuratsuchi and Kitsuchi were preparing to work together, ready to use Earth style. Great moving core to bury the gigantic Deidara. Underground, suddenly, Orochimaru appeared before them. Who's that? Eyeing Orochimaru's long, saliva-dampened tongue, Kuratsuchi frowned in distaste and asked with clear disgust. Kitsuchi's expression hardened. Another troublesome one has arrived. Listen, my daughter, that's Orochimaru. He's dangerous. Be careful. Kitsuchi and Orochimaru were old adversaries. During past wars, they'd crossed paths more than once. Back then, Orochimaru had not yet become a rogue ninja. Kitsuchi, is that your daughter? Adopted, perhaps. She doesn't look a bit like you. For Orochimaru, psychological warfare always came before the kill. In this, he was unparalleled. Ouch, that hits deep. Orochimaru's words struck right at the heart of Kitsuchi's delicate soul. He looked strong on the outside, but in truth, he was rather sensitive. The fact that Kuratsuchi bore no resemblance to him was something everyone in Wagakure knew, but no one dare mention it for fear of offending Lord Kitsuchi. Whether there was a hidden secret behind it, no one could say, Orochimaru, you just had a poke where it hurts. Today, I swear I'll take you down. Earth style, rock fist. This was a jutsu that transformed his fist into solid stone, but not ordinary stone. His own chakra fortified the rock, making it harder and stronger than anything natural. One punch could shake the very earth. In the original story, Kitsuchi had used this technique to send the tailed beast transformed Kinkaku flying with a single blow. As the burly man charged at him with astonishing speed, Orochimaru remained perfectly calm, extending both hands as he spoke in a low, deliberate voice. Forbidden jutsu. Reanimation. In an instant, a coffin burst from the ground, blocking Kitsuchi's attack. He saw the large 2 painted on the coffin lid and jumped back in alarm, quickly retreating to Kuratsuchi's side. The coffin door creaked open and a bandaged figure stepped out. Father, is that? Kuratsuchi stared at the mysterious bandaged man. He seemed so familiar, yet she couldn't quite place him. Orochimaru, you really are a piece of work. Kitsuchi cursed through gritted teeth, never imagining Orochimaru would actually summon the second Tsuchikage himself. Huangtu did. You really think it was over? Orochimaru let out a sinister laugh as yet another coffin appeared before him. This time, the man who stepped out of the coffin was someone Huangtu recognized as well. He had once been a member of a Wagakure's demolition squad, known as Shoei. Wielder of the bloodline limit explosive release, Kuratsuchi called out, Father, what exactly is going on here? Who are these 2 people? With a grim voice, Huangtu replied, This is the Reanimation Jutsu. It's a forbidden technique that brings back the souls of long-dead shinobi, resurrecting them in physical form. Kuratsuchi, be careful. These 2 in front of you are the second Tsuchikage and Bakutan Sho. Now they're nothing but Orochimaru's puppets. They'll do whatever he commands. Hearing this, Kuratsuchi suddenly understood. He now remembered The bandaged man's face was one he'd seen in a photograph in his grandfather's office. At that moment, under Deidara's control, the giant clay Deidara began to shrink and finally vanish from sight. Perched atop a bird's back, Nagato watched Orochimaru's handiwork and sighed helplessly. Ah, Uncle Snake is playing with the dead again. White Zetsu chimed in strange. Why only summon 2 people? Before we set out today, he borrowed 50 of my clones. Nagato was taken aback. Huh? And you just lent them to him? White Zetsu shrugged. I have so many clones. What's a few here or there? If only we could capture Konoha's Yamato. With his cells, my White Zetsu army's mobility would get a massive boost. Nagato replied, well, when we have time, let's swing by Konoha and snatch him. Honestly, I'm quite fond of Mama Yamato. If only he could join Akatsuki. Deidara interjected, boss, you like Yamato's mom? Nagato snapped back. That's just what the netizen from my old world used to lovingly call Yamato. What are you imagining? Deidara pressed on. Boss, I'm really curious. What was your old world like? If you get the chance, take me there. Nagato chuckled. You want to visit my world? Oh, little Deidara, that's no place for ordinary people. It's packed with prodigies. Some can blow up the heavens, some have crooked grins, some are gods among swordsmen, some sell miracle pills. And there are even people who can extend their lifespan just by doing a few push-ups. If you ever go there, remember, there are several kinds of people you must never provoke. Deidara's eyes lit up. What kinds of people? Nagato replied. Those with nicknames like Dragon Commander, God of War, Divine Doctor. And especially those who've just survived a car accident, married into another family, suffer from incurable diseases, or have been betrayed by their lovers. These folks can awaken powers or systems at the drop of a hat. If I took all of Akatsuki back to my world, we'd probably have to keep our heads down, just to survive. Deidara whistled. Wow, boss, that sounds like paradise. A world teeming with powerhouses is exactly what I dream of. Come on, give it some thought. Find us a chance to visit. I bet the other guys would love it too. All right, once the shinobi world is unified, I'll see if there's a way to go back. But for now, let's enjoy Orochimaru's performance. The scene returns to the battlefield. Facing the formidable opponent before her, a fine sheen of cold sweat finally appeared on Kuratsuchi's delicate cheeks. Her adversary was none other than a legendary figure, Mu, the second Tsuchikage. Since childhood, she had grown up hearing her grandfather recount tales of Lord Mu's exploits. Not only was he a master of the Kekkei Toda technique, dust release, but he also possessed exceptional sensory abilities. He could even use bizarre techniques, such as invisibility and splitting himself in two, with such terrifying power. Neither she nor her father had any hope of winning against him. What's more, their opponent was now in the form of an Edo Tensei. Resurrected from the dead, despair crept into Kuratsuchi's expression. Sensing this change, Kitsuchi barked at her, his voice stern and urgent. Kuratsuchi, what are you doing? Pull yourself together. No matter how strong the enemy, we must fight until our very last breath. This was the so-called Will of Stone. Unyielding, unwavering, never giving up. Seeing this, Orochimaru shook his head with a resigned smile. Your face is showing an expression I don't quite care for. Since you still wish to resist, let me show you something even more interesting. The moment he finished speaking, countless coffins erupted from the ground all around them, encircling Kitsuchi and Kuratsuchi completely. As the figures within stepped out from the coffins, Kitsuchi's clenched fist finally went slack, his strength failing him. Iwagakure is finished. Hopelessness overwhelmed him at last. He recognized most of these people. The fourth Kakeraza, the third Reikage, the second Mizukage, Jinjetsu Hozuki, Yitsong, wielder of Scorch Release, Hayashi Hyuga from the Hyuga clan, Tsunade's first love, Dan Kato, Hate Gecko, the infamous Gold and Silver brothers, Kinkaku and Ginkaku, the Magnet Release Ninja Toroi, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, Blue Bee and Killer Bee, the seven ninja swordsmen of the Mist led by Kisame's predecessor, Fuguki Suikazan, Hanzo the Salamander, the former leader of Amigakure. There were also some he did not recognize. The Sound Five, Kimimaro Jirobo Sakan and Yukon Ku, and Tuya, the Ice Release Ninja. Haku, who once followed Zabuza, the old monk Shido, master of Kurko. Dado, once a samurai of the Land of Iron, who perished during the destruction of his country by Sasori and Deidara, and others like the Weather Child and Tai. With such a force arrayed before them, who wouldn't tremble in fear? Orochimaru brushed back his flowing hair, murmuring with a sly smile, let me make it clear. Only true opponents are Mu and Gari of Explosion Release. The others I've summoned are here to massacre the rest of Iwagakure's shinobi and civilians. I pride myself on fairness. After all, I won't bully just the two of you. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Kuratsuchi's father, Kitsuchi, gave up. He stepped forward to face Orochimaru. Resentment in his tone, Iwagakure surrenders. My life is yours to take as you wish, but I beg you, please don't harm anyone else in the village, and spare my daughter. Orochimaru let out a low, chilling laugh. If this were the old days, I wouldn't have hesitated to take all of you as my test subjects, but times have changed. I've lost interest in human bodies now. There's only one person I care about. As for surrender, you'd best discuss that with him. With that, Orochimaru looked up at the great bird soaring above and waved his hand, signaling Nagato to descend. White Zetsu spoke up. Nagato. Orochimaru's calling you. Looks like he's finished the job you gave him. Nagato nodded, straightened his back, and flew down to stand beside Orochimaru. He gave his shoulder an approving pat. Well done. Then, turning to the terrified faces of Kitsuchi and Kuratsuchi, Nagato spoke gently. From today onward, Iwagakure will belong to the land of Akatsuki. Do you accept this? Though Nagato's tone was kind, the overwhelming pressure from his Rinnegan was so terrifying that Kitsuchi found it even more dreadful than the reanimated warriors surrounding them. With a heavy sigh, he reluctantly replied, "We accept, father." Kuratsuchi started to protest, but Kitsuchi quickly placed a hand on her shoulder and shook his head in resignation. At that moment, Deidara descended from the sky, landing beside Kuratsuchi. Kuratsuchi, I told you before, a new era is coming. In the face of absolute power, it's better to join Akatsuki and accept reality. Damn it. Kuratsuchi cursed inwardly. It was only her first day as Tsukikage, and before she could even savor the taste of power, she was forced to hand it all over. But she understood her father's intentions. He was doing this to save the lives of everyone in Iwagakure. In this ninja world where might makes right, those without strength are doomed to be at the mercy of others. At Nagato's command, Kitsuchi and Kuratsuchi gathered all the ninjas and civilians of the village to announce the surrender. The daimyo of the Land of Earth soon received the news as well. With Iwagakure, the only remaining military force, fallen, he had no choice but to agree to hand over the entire country to Akatsuki. Nagato's policy remained unchanged. He renamed the Land of Earth to Earth Province and Iwagakure to Iwagakure City, leaving the original daimyo and Tsukikage in charge of administration. In front of them, Nagato made a solemn vow. As long as they obeyed, their lives would be peaceful and untouched by war. Even if foreign enemies invaded in the future, it would be Akatsuki who protected them. Hearing this, Kuratsuchi let out a cold laugh. Foreign enemies. Please, are you trying to tell me there are aliens in this world? Deidara pointed at White Zetsu and explained Kuratsuchi. Don't be so quick to dismiss it. See him? Do you think he looks like a person? Hyde is sized up by Ju from head to toe. Isn't he just an aloe vera spirit? Aloe vera spirit? Baiju's face immediately darkened. Ha. Deidara stifled his laughter with his hand and went on explaining, just wait another 10 years or so and the Otsutsuki clan will invade this kid. Well, after the Otsutsuki invaded the Earth ages ago, they turned people into shape. It's a long story, and I can't really explain it all at once. Anyway, you have to trust me. Yeah, how do you know all this? Haida was a little curious, because I know the future. Our boss has a ahem. Nagato cleared his throat twice, cutting Deidara off mid-sentence. Seeing this, Deidara held his tongue and leaned in closer to Haitu, whispering conspiratorially, my boss has this magical laptop. Everything about the ninja world, from its founding to future invasions by outsiders, is recorded in perfect detail. Even the abilities of every ninja are laid out crystal clear. Want to take a look? It's insanely fun. Yeah, Haida blinked her big, sparkling eyes in surprise. Are you serious? Of course I'm serious. How else do you think the Akatsuki managed to unify the ninja world so easily? And I've even seen what you'll look like in the future. TSK. Those legs of yours. They'll be even wider and longer. Yeah, Haida was about the same age as Deidara, right in the midst of her teenage years, and curiosity bubbled in her about everything. Hearing Deidara's words, she could hardly contain herself. All she wanted now was to see this so-called magical laptop for herself. Could it really show the future? She knew what her senior was like. No matter how unreliable or crazy he seemed, the self-obsessed artist through and through, he had never lied to her once since they were kids. So this must be true. Her cute head tilted in thought for a moment. Then she pressed her rosy lips to Deidara's ear and whispered softly, Brother, is there any way you can keep me by your side? I really want to see that thing. And of course, I want to admire your art a bit more, too. Sure. Deidara's eyes lit up instantly at her words. Good things are meant to be shared. And while he created his art, he especially wanted someone by his side to witness it. Just imagining Haida's face full of satisfaction and awe as she looked at the laptop made Deidara almost giddy with excitement. It to me. With the relationship I have with the boss, keeping you by my side won't be a problem. Yeah, Deidara patted his chest, brimming with confidence. What are you two whispering about over there? Nagato asked, curiosity piqued. Deidara quickly nudged Haitu away, putting on an awkward smile. Nothing, boss. After the meeting, I've got something I'd like to discuss with you. Black Soil hurried over to Yellow Soil's side as well, lowering her voice to say, Father, There's something I'd like to talk to you about later. When the meeting ended, Deidara pulled Nagato aside and pleaded, "Boss, can I bring Black Soil along? She wants to join us too." Huh. Seeing the eager look in Deidara's eyes, Nagato lightly tapped him on the forehead. "Don't tell me. You've taken a liking to her? Boss, don't just blur out the truth like that. This is Black Soil's idea. She wants to see that laptop too." Yeah, Nagato could only give a wry smile. "Do as you please, but don't let her cause trouble. And know what she's like. She's not exactly a pushover. Aren't you worried she's getting close to us on purpose? Stay sharp, or you might end up with a knife in your back. Relax. Who knows my junior better than me? Besides, with our strength, do you really think we need to worry about an assassination?" She finally acknowledged my art. "I'll keep her in line. I promise she won't cause any trouble for the organization." "Yeah, all right then. We're about to set out for the land of frost. If she wants to come, bring her along. No problem." Meanwhile, on Yellow Soil and Black Soil's side, Black Soil shared her thoughts with her father. Yellow Soil was shocked at her words. Staring sternly at his precious daughter, he scolded, "Are you out of your mind? That Akatsuki group is full of dangerous criminals, and that Deidara is no good either. What else can he do besides turning into a giant bird? And you're the leader of our village now. You absolutely cannot leave. I do not agree. And don't forget, your grandfather died at their hands. Just stay by my side and work on honing your abilities. Let's quietly prepare for the restoration of our nation together." All right. Black Soil didn't reply. She simply looked at her father in silence. Yellow Soil had never seen such an expression on her face before. He stared back in confusion and asked, "Daughter, why are you looking at me like that?" "Father, don't you understand yet?" Black Soil retorted. "Those people from Akatsuki, even if we master every forbidden jutsu our ancestors left us, we're still no match for them there. Monsters, powers beyond, even the Kage. The fact that no one died in a Wagakure today is already the best outcome we could hope for. I want to go with them, with Brother Deidara. I want to see their abilities for myself, to uncover the secrets behind their strength. Father, please let me go. Maybe I'll become stronger too." She didn't mention a laptop, as Deidara had repeatedly warned her never to reveal its existence to anyone. Not yet, at least. Looking into his daughter's resolute eyes, Yellow Soil understood. Her decision was made, and nothing he said could stop her. "All right." After a long moment of contemplation, Huangtu finally relented. "Remember, take good care of yourself. Once you've figured out their weaknesses, come back to me. When the time comes, we'll avenge your grandfather together. And remember, out there, you must never trust a man's words. There's an old saying. A man's promises are nothing but lies and trickery. Got it, I'll remember." Haita nodded firmly. To be honest, Huangtu was uneasy about handing his only precious daughter over to the Akatsuki, but this was Haita's own choice. If he kept her bound to the confines of a Wagakure, perhaps she'd have no future at all. Rather than waiting for a slow demise, it was better to infiltrate the enemy's lair and try to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. This might be the only way to restore their homeland. Yet, Huangtu could never have imagined that by agreeing to Haita's request today, he would set in motion changes that would shape her entire life and transform her very spirit. Nor could he ever have foreseen that, many years later, Haita would return to him with a granddaughter named Nendo. With the affairs of the Land of Earth resolved, there was little reason to remain. Nagato and the others rode on a giant bird, crafted from Dura's explosive clay, soaring toward the Land of Frost. Naturally, Haitu was among them. As dusk approached, the actions of the other members were relayed to Conan by delicate paper butterflies fluttering through the sky. Nagato, half complaining and half amused, glanced meaningfully at Orochimaru. "What a hassle. Every time we wait for news, it takes this long. If only we had the internet." Conan shot him an exasperated look. "Be grateful. My message delivery is already among the best in the ninja world, but if it's a race, you're certainly faster than my paper butterflies." Nagato was so startled he nearly slipped off the bird. He leaned into Conan, grumbling in a low voice. "There are so many people here. Can't you let me save a little face? Besides, yes, I admit I'm a bit faster, but at least I'm consistent. Haven't I made up for everything I owed you?" Conan said nothing, stuffing the paper butterflies into his hands like a sulky wife. Turning her head away, refusing to pay him any more heed, Nagato could only sigh helplessly and turn to where Deidara and Haida were chatting nearby. He offered a gentle reminder. "Deidara, while you're young, you should really take care of your health. If you and Haita keep going like this, I have a feeling you'll soon understand my suffering." Nagato's words went right over Deidara and Haitu's heads. Haitu poked Deidara lightly with her finger, her voice full of innocent curiosity. "What's your boss talking about? I didn't get it all. I'm not really sure." "Myself," Deidara replied, with a resigned sigh. "You'll get used to it. I asked him about this before when he made similar remarks, but he refused to explain and insisted that I see the book Paradise of Intimacy for myself." "Do you really think I'm the type who likes to read?" "HM, who doesn't know you? Asking you to read a book is about as good as asking you to risk your life. But I actually like reading. When you have time, help me get a copy. I'd like to study it myself. To Haida, this was a significant clue. Perhaps the leader of Akatsuki became stronger. Because of that book, Haida secretly resolved to study it thoroughly in private. Deidara waved his hand and said, "All right, no problem, but you have to promise me something. Read it aloud to me when the time comes. I can't get into reading, but I can listen. Deal, consider it done." Nagato unfolded the paper butterfly in his hand, reviewing the reports sent back by the members. Kakuzu and Haiden were on their way to the land of waterfalls and expected to arrive tonight. Kisame, Itachi, and Itachi's younger brother Sasuke had already completed their mission in the land of birds. To fulfill Kisame's wish to spar with Chojuro, they were now headed for the land of water. Obito and Zetsu had finished their business in the land of hot springs and were now making their way to the neighboring land of iron, Sassuris. Report was rather interesting. In his written update, he said he and Deidara had successfully brought the land of crafts to heel. Since the region excelled in ninja tools, Sasori needed to restock his arsenal and would be staying there a while. Nagato understood that Sasori had phrased it this way to protect Deidara. Not wanting him to know, Deidara had slipped off to the land of Earth on his own after reading Sasori's report. Nagato crumpled the note into a ball and tossed it to Deidara. "See how much your big brother Sasori spoils you. You abandoned him, but he still covers for you. Even lying to me, be a little nicer to Sasori from now on." Little Deidara opened the note, and after reading its contents aloud, his cheeks instantly flushed red. He scratched his head in embarrassment. White Zetsu snickered. "I've never seen Sasori act like this before. He hates waiting for people and never likes using other people's ninja tools. Almost all his poisons and weapons were his own inventions. Deidara, I'd bet the reason he's staying in the land of crafts is to wait for you." At this, Orochimaru chimed in. "Sasori, showing this side of himself. Because of various reasons, we've never gotten along. I always thought he was a cold, reclusive puppeteer. Never imagined he'd be so kind to Deidara. This time, I really was too harsh towards Sasori." Deidara thought back to how he'd abandoned the Akatsuki mission for his own selfish reasons and run off to a Wagakure, leaving everything to Sasori. A pang of guilt welled up in his heart. "Boss, I won't be accompanying you to the land of frost. I need to make a trip to the land of crafts to find Brother Scorpion. Is that all right?" "Go ahead, but you can't take the giant birds we're riding. The land of frost is still a long way off, and honestly, I'm too lazy to walk." "Don't worry, they'll take you all the way to the land of frost. I won't keep you any longer. I'm afraid Brother Scorpion might be anxious. Black Earth, and I will head out now. See you." As soon as he finished speaking, Deidara turned and with Black Earth by his side soared off toward the land of crafts. "Deidara, why are you splitting up from your boss? I was looking forward to checking out that laptop. We'll talk about it in a few days. My dear brother is waiting for me alone right now. You know, you promised to show me that artifact. My father was right after all. Men's words are nothing but empty promises." At the border of the land of water, to guard against an attack from the Akatsuki, the Hidden Mist Village had issued strict orders dispatching several ANBU members to patrol all along the frontier. Their task was clear. As soon as any suspicious person crossed into their territory, they were to alert Chujiro the Mizukage without delay. For several days now, they had stood watch, the sea calm and unbroken, with no sign whatsoever of the Akatsuki. Just as they began to think today would be no different, a massive shape suddenly appeared where the sky met the ocean in the distance. Even from afar, its size was unmistakable. If that thing came any closer to shore, who knew what might happen? The ANBU captain quickly lifted his binoculars, and what he saw made his heart leap. The creature had the head of an ox, but the body of an octopus, and atop the octopus 3 figures stood. The sunset's glow was too strong to make out their faces, but through the binoculars 2 of them wore unmistakable robes, black, adorned with red clouds. "This is bad. The Akatsuki are here." The captain's mind raced. He immediately turned to his subordinates and issued orders. "Whatever you do, don't engage the Akatsuki head-on. It doesn't matter if they land. What matters is that their true target must be the Hidden Mist Village. You'll have a better chance to ambush them once they move in the jungle. Understood?" "Yes, Captain. What about you?" "Me? I'm heading back to report this to the Mizukage. Remember, only strike when you have the perfect opportunity. Otherwise, you'll all be wiped out." "Understood." Hidden Mist Village, Mizukage's office. Chojuro sat motionless in his chair, his spirit all but drained, staring blankly out the window. For days now, his mind had been filled with memories of Mei Terumi's warm smile and the gentle words she once spoke to him. As the loyal retainer who was always by Lady Mei's side, Chojuro's devotion to her was as clear as day. Though he was timid and indecisive by nature, he quietly vowed to himself, "Mizukage-sama, I will do everything in my power to protect our village. One day, I will bring down the Akatsuki, lay waste to Konoha, and avenge all of you, but can I really do it? It's not just the Akatsuki. Even against Konoha as it is now, I might not stand a chance. Chojuro knew his own strength all too well. If the Hidden Mist village hadn't been so desperately short of capable people, Elder Genscher would never have entrusted him with the Mizukage's hat. After all, he was still so young. Only 19 years old. When it came to studying and handling ninja corpses, the Hidden Mist was second to none in the shinobi world. Other than Orochimaru, no other nation could compare to their expertise in this field. After Konoha returned the bodies of Meitarumi and Ao, the Mist forensic team had carefully examined both of them. There was nothing unusual about Mei's remains but Ao's body. Clearly bore marks of having been tampered with after death. His right eye had been destroyed, the Byakugan that never truly belonged. To him, the Mist examiners confirmed that the injury to Ao's Byakugan was inflicted after he had died. It was obvious. Konoha had done this to reclaim the Byakugan, destroying both the seal and the eye itself when they couldn't break the jutsu on it. This was the reason Chojuro wanted to raze Konoha to the ground, as he wrestled with doubt over whether he truly had the strength to take revenge. There was a sharp bang, followed by a swirl of white smoke. The ANBU captain suddenly appeared in his office. Mizukage-sama, 3 members of the Akatsuki are on their way. They'll reach the shores of the land of water any moment now. What did you say? Chojuro shot to his feet, grabbing his twin blades, Hiramakerii, from beside him. Lead the way. Seeing this, the ANBU captain exclaimed. In alarm, Mizukage-sama, shouldn't we bring some capable jonin with us? Chojuro gave a wry, self-mocking smile. If there really were outstanding shinobi in the mist right now, I wouldn't be Mizukage, would I? No matter what, we cannot let them set foot in the village. If the village becomes a battlefield, the hard-won peace we have after shedding the village of the bloody mist name will be lost again. Hurry, let's go. Chojuro dared not delay. He flung open the office door and suddenly noticed, at the far end of the corridor, Elder Genscher slowly making his way toward him, frail and stooped. Elder, it's so late. Why aren't you resting? Chojuro hurried over and gently supported the old man. Genscher said nothing. With trembling hands stiffened by illness, he managed to place his hand heavily on Chojuro's forearm, squeezing it with all his remaining strength. Chojuro understood. The elder was worried about his safety. Don't worry, Elder Genscher. No matter what happens, even if it costs me my life, I will keep the village safe. After saying this, Chojuro gently released Master Gen's hand and, without looking back, dashed toward the end of the corridor. Time passed once again. At the border of the land of water, the 8-tails Gyuki carried the 3 of them and finally swam ashore. Their mission completed, Gyuki's massive form shrank down, and he leapt once more onto Kisame's shoulder. The group exchanged no words in silence. They made their way into the forest. Once they crossed this woodland and 2 more lakes, they would reach Kirigakure village, setting foot upon his homeland. Once more, Kisame felt not the slightest hint of nostalgia. In his eyes, there was only a feverish excitement and a murderous intent. Even during the previous 5 Kage summit, he had been looking forward to facing Chojuro in battle. Now the fight he had long awaited was finally drawing near. Kisame had always wanted to teach this junior a harsh lesson. He had entertained this thought ever since finishing the original story. As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the 3rd generation, Chojuro wielded the dual swords, Hiramakerii, the only weapon among the 7 blades capable of long-range attacks. Yet in daily life, Chojuro was a timid, hesitant soul. Wasn't this a disgrace to the legacy of his predecessors? Every former member of the 7 swordsmen had been cold-blooded, arrogant, and bloodthirsty. Chojuro's temperament was, in Kisame's eyes, utterly unworthy of Hiramakerii. The more Kisame thought about it, the angrier he became, itching to split Chojuro in 2 right then and there. Suddenly, from the distant thicket came the faint rustle of movement. This sound might have gone unnoticed by others, but not by Kisame. With a cold sneer, Kisame warned in a low voice, Mr. Itachi, there's an ambush here. Judging by their movements, it's likely the Mist assassination squad. Upon hearing this familiar address, an image slowly surfaced in Sasuke's mind. The figure of Haku. Are these ones like that guy? This time, I'll end all of you in an instant.